Yet again, taking a live look at the 60th annual Palisades Parade, which, well, Sina, looks like it's about to get underway.
About to start, yes. Everybody's ready. They've got their umbrellas. They're lined up down on the street there. So, yes, we're going to be watching it, and we're going to take it to you as soon as it does get started.
In the meantime, let's take you over the river and through the woods up to New York City, where the Freedom 250 celebration underway there as well. Any minute now, we're expecting Vice President J.D. Vance to provide remarks. This is all a part of the International Naval Review, International Aerial Review, in the Sail 4th International Parade of Tall Ships. Let's go ahead and take a live look in.
And happy birthday, America. Thank you, and I salute you. God bless you.
Welcome to the stage, Chief of Naval Operations, Admiral Darrell Cotter.
Good morning, everyone. Yeah, I thought the ambassador was going to say, "Go Navy, beat Army." Vice President Vance, Acting Secretary of the Navy Cal, distinguished foreign heads of Navy, senior leaders, sailors, Marine, Coast Guardmen, honored guests, and friends, it's my pleasure to say welcome aboard USS Kearsarge. Vice President Vance, thank you for being with us here today. Your presence means a great deal to the Navy and Marine Corps team and every nation represented here. There's no better place to celebrate the enduring value and freedom than on board a United States warship, surrounded by the ships and sailors of nations committed to preserving peace and security at sea. Acting Secretary Cal, thank you, sir, for being here and serving as the reviewing official for today, and for bringing together this extraordinary gathering of ships, crews, and maritime leaders to honor 250 years of American independence. I also want to thank Captain Goshinsky and the crew of the Kearsarge. Great warships don't simply arrive ready. They are made ready through disciplined crews, careful planning, and countless hours of hard work. Today's ceremony is a reflection of that professionalism and the pride of our sailors and Marines take in and representing our nation. So to the Kearsarge team, bravo Zulu. I also want to thank every unit involved in making this event possible. Your professionalism helped make this celebration worthy of the moment. We gather aboard an American warship to celebrate the 250th anniversary of the independence of the United States of America. 250 years ago, our nation declared that liberty was worth defending. From the very beginning, that defense depended on command of the sea. Our first Navy was created not simply to fight battles, but to protect our commerce, strengthen our alliances, and secure the freedom upon which our young republic depended. That story continues today. The International Naval Review is more than a ceremony. It's a display of maritime strength, shared purpose, and international friendship. It demonstrates that like-minded maritime nations continue to sail together in defense of our shared interests and shared values. We train together, we operate together, and if called upon, we are prepared to fight together. Our interoperability is built through years of shared operations, mutual trust, and professional respect. To every participating nation, thank you. Looking across the waterfront today, we see far more than a collection of ships. We see generations of maritime tradition, enduring partnerships, and the collective resolve of nations committed to preserving peace through strength. Your ships, your crews, and your presence remind us that maritime security is shared security. No nation can protect the sea alone. Together, through trust, interoperability, and shared resolve, we preserve the freedom of the seas, deter aggression, and help ensure stability for generations to come. God bless our nation, the United States Navy, and the sailors and families that serve. Happy birthday, USA!
Please welcome the Acting Secretary of the Navy, the Honorable Hung Cao.
Good morning, everyone. Happy birthday, America. Mr. Vice President, sir, welcome back to your Navy Marine Corps family. Today, we're marking two massive milestones. First, we're celebrating the birth of the United States and its sacred ideals of liberty, freedom, and self-government. This year, as we commemorate America's 250th anniversary, we honor 2.5 centuries of grit, sacrifice, and raw courage by the warriors who have defended these ideals. Second, the International Naval Review, standing on the deck of this legendary warship alongside our global allies and partners, proving to the world that our maritime coalition remains unbroken, lethal, and ready for the next 250 years. For 250 years, our Navy Marine Corps team has owned the high seas. We've defended this homeland, protected devastating power ashore, and represented the absolute best American strength around the globe. This history isn't just in the textbooks. It is welded into the steel of this ship, USS Kearsarge. In 1864, the original Kearsarge hunted down and destroyed the Confederate raider CSS Alabama off the coast of France. That victory showed the world that American sea power was real and that we will protect our nation's interests whenever and wherever they are threatened. Today's USS Kearsarge carries the exact same fighting spirit. As a flagship of an amphibious ready group, the ship is the ultimate Swiss Army knife of national security. From launching Marines into the fight to delivering life-saving humanitarian aid and executing high-stakes special operations missions, Kearsarge gives the President and the Vice President lethal, flexible options that no other force on Earth can match. Now let's be honest, Kearsarge is no spring chicken. She was commissioned in 1993. She's got over 33 years of hard miles behind her. But I've said this before and I'll say it again. Our sailors and Marines don't make excuses. Heck, you can give them a rusty K-bar and a leaky canoe and they'll sneak into your country and kill you. As for this ship and her crew, they rescued an Air Force pilot downed in Bosnia. They evacuated 2,500 people from the chaos of West Africa. They brought the fight to the enemy during Operations Enduring Freedom, Iraqi Freedom, and Operations over Libya. They surged into the Middle East to secure vital global shipping lanes and hunt down maritime threats. They delivered life-saving disaster relief in the Caribbean and Latin America, stepping it up during Hurricanes Irma and Maria when they devastated the region. And recently, they pushed deep into the high north and Baltic Sea, operating side by side with our allies and partners to remind our adversaries we represent maritime dominance wherever we sail. For 3 decades, Kearsarge sailed the world to reassure allies and remind our enemies, if diplomacy fails, we have a very big stick. American sea power is measured by our readiness to fight and our absolute commitment to serve. The International Naval Review isn't just about looking to the past, it's a call to action. 250 years ago, our founders knew that America's survival depended on a dominant Navy, and today we're answering that same call. That is the drive behind President Trump's Golden Fleet, our blueprint to build the dominant naval force that will carry America to the next 250 years. We're going to build ships. We're going to expand our fleet, rebuild our shipyards, inject strength into our industrial base, and dominate the technology of tomorrow. But most importantly, we're going to recruit, train, and retain the hard-charging sailors and Marines that are a true backbone of our maritime dominance. Every single watch, every single deployment, every single mission protects our economy, defends our allies, and preserves the freedom of the seas. The Golden Fleet of today is like Teddy Roosevelt's Great White Fleet before her. It is our promise to the next generation that America will continue to lead, continue to deter, and continue to preserve peace through strength. I have no doubt that when this country turns 500 years old, we will owe it under the protection of the lethal Navy Marine Corps team that we're building today. That is our promise. To our sailors and Marines, I'm never above you, I'm never below you, I'm always beside you. Semper Fi and Hoo-yah. Now, it is my distinct honor to introduce a leader who has fought tirelessly for our service members, our veterans, and our families. A brother in arms who once wore the uniform of the United States Marine. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the 50th Vice President of the United States, the Honorable J.D. Vance.
How we doing? Hoorah! Semper Fi! And happy birthday to all the sailors and the Marines and all the service members of this incredible ship. Please, please, ladies and gentlemen, take a seat. You know, I know it's 100 degrees out here, but my speechwriters wrote me a nice 9-hour address, so it's going to be a long day. Be a long day. But let me start by saying, first of all, thank you for being here on this incredibly historic occasion. I have to give a shout out to Admiral Caudle and, of course, Acting Secretary Cal, two great Americans. Thank you for your leadership and for everything you've done to prepare us for this incredible celebration today. And I also, of course, got to give thank you, but also and for everything you've done to prepare us for this incredible celebration today. And I also, of course, got to give thank you, but also special greetings from the President of the United States for reviving this incredibly proud naval tradition as we celebrate 250 years of American daring and 250 years of American naval excellence. Today, we celebrate 250 years of America facing the future without fear. We celebrate 250 years of proving what a free people can achieve by the providence of our almighty Creator. I want to welcome the incredible sailors who are with us today, all the Marines, the Coasties, and countless others from all of our forces who serve our nation and do so proudly. And I especially want to thank and welcome our wounded warriors and Gold Star families, many of New York's finest police officers and bravest firefighters, and of course we have a number of local leaders from across this tri-state area. I'm honored to welcome the dozens of Navy chiefs and other guests from other countries around the world who represent the vessels joining us in today's review. And to the Americans who are watching back home, we have over 50 countries from all over the world who chose to send fighters or naval vessels here to honor our country. And we say from the bottom of our hearts, we are grateful for our friends, grateful for our allies on this special anniversary. It is a very American thing to ring in 250 years of American history by parading our naval and Air Force might for the world to see. But I can't help but consider that 250 years ago, the waters of New York Harbor looked very, very different. While the Continental Congress met in Philadelphia to ratify the Declaration of Independence, General Washington was right here in Manhattan, peering out on this beautiful land and beautiful sea. His attention was fixed on the horizon, watching for sails of the most powerful navy on earth. 1 week before, the British had begun landing troops on Staten Island, and they had landed 32,000 in just over 6 weeks. One colonist still in the city recounted it seemed as if all of London was afloat and heading to the new nation. War was coming, and everyone knew it. By July of 1776, 80% of New York's population had emptied out in anticipation of the coming violence. And that brings us back to our great General Washington. He knew the battles to come would be bruising and would demand much of his men. But they needed to know, through hot summers and cold winters, exactly what they were being asked to fight for. And so, just a few days after the Declaration of Independence was signed, George Washington read aloud the words of the incredible Declaration. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, and that among these rights are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Even today, 250 years to the day later, these words command a tremendous power over us as Americans. For 250 years, they have stirred our hearts, and they've reminded us of who we are as a people. But to Washington's soldiers, to the people to whom they were first read, think about this, they were entirely new. What has become standard American parlance, they had never heard those words before. And I think it's something striking to reflect on, that in 2026, the Declaration was written with the assumption that its audience would immediately grasp its words. Though they had never heard it, they would know exactly what it meant. It wasn't written for historians. It wasn't written for academics. It wasn't written for the generations to come. It was written for the people of this fledgling country. It was written for the soldiers who would fight to turn those words into a new system of government. As a document, it does not handhold its readers. Its citizenship at a very hard level. It does not pause to explain who this Creator is. It doesn't explain what the equality of men means. It doesn't try to go into details about the consent of the governed. It simply declares these truths to be self-evident. 250 years later, it's worth asking, self-evident to whom? The Declaration proclaims truths the founders believed to all mankind, yes, but it says those truths in language intended to be familiar specifically to the American nation that it was authored to, authored by, and authored for. It was, as Jefferson put it later in his own life, an expression of the American mind. A document whose purpose wasn't, quote, to find out new principles or new arguments, but to place before mankind the common sense of the subject, the common sense of the American people. That people had been generations in the making. 1776 was not an accident. The patriots of that era understood themselves to be heirs to an older civilization who would carry it forward. Now, they shared with Great Britain the same language, the same God, the same system of common law. They even read many of the same books and observed many of the same customs. They shared the same understanding of justice and public life. George Washington's boyhood offers a small but revealing example. When he was 13 years old, he copied down more than 100 entries from a tiny little book called The Rules of Civility and Decent Behavior. It was not an American work, but it was first published in London more than a century before George Washington was born. Yet the America that formed Washington demanded qualities that no book, no manual could teach. Before General Washington commanded an army, he spent his 20s surveying America's wild interior, saving up money, learning self-reliance on a continent that rewarded initiative more than pedigree. It didn't care if you were a nobleman, it cared what you could do. Now, our society at the time reinforced the habits Washington learned in the wilderness. Frontier life rewarded resourcefulness, while America's colonial assemblies taught citizens to govern their own affairs. It taught citizens to be self-governing human beings. Churches at the time, especially those who were touched by the Great Awakening, reminded congregants that no earthly hierarchy outweighed the equal dignity of every human soul before its creator. All of that came together. And so it was no surprise that when Washington's soldiers first heard the Declaration 250 years ago, they understood precisely what it meant. They understood the meaning that was conveyed. It was seismic, but it was their birthright as citizens of this new republic. The words might have been new, but they expressed a feeling, something that already lived in the heart of every single American patriot, and I believe those words still live in the heart of every single American patriot today. And for 7 long years, they fought for that birthright. It wasn't easy. On some days, it was hotter even than it was today, as hard as that is to believe. Many suffered and died for that dream and died for those principles. But by the grace of Almighty God, they secured for us a free, a proud, and an independent republic that endures, and doesn't just endure, but thrives to this very day. As Washington traded in the uniform for the presidency, he remained preoccupied with the physical land that had shaped him. He imagined wagons crossing mountains, paths out of the Alleghenies and the Appalachians, and canals connecting the Potomac and the Ohio River to its western valleys. Our first president would not live long enough to see that vision of a continent connected. He would not live to see it to completion. But the rivers he surveyed in his youth carried on westward without him. They carried settlers and new riches and cities waiting to be built. And eventually, they carried a 13-year-old boy by the name of James Buchanan Eads. In the fall of 1833, Eads and his family, like many Americans, moved west to the nation's growing frontier, the land of opportunity. And as their steamboat approached St. Louis, its boiler exploded, throwing him into the turbulent waters of the Mississippi. The family lost everything, every earthly possession, and the river nearly killed young Eads. From that moment on, he vowed not to be a slave to that mighty river, but to make it his own. He received no formal education, but to support his family, he sold apples on the St. Louis riverfront, captivated by the bustle and frontier of boomtown St. Louis. At 16, he took a job on the water, and not long after, he conceived of an idea that most engineers at the time, they thought it was crazy. They thought it was insane. You know, sunken ships and other treasures lay scattered along the bottom of the Mississippi. No business in the world existed to salvage them, to take that buried treasure on the bottom of the mighty Mississippi and bring it to work for people. Unlike the more peaceful streams out east, the river's strong currents and turbid waters, most insisted that ordinary diving in the mighty Mississippi was impossible. You could not do what Eads proposed that we do. But he disagreed. And so he did what every American does when they're told they can't do something. He went out and did it anyway, and he did it himself. He bought a 40-gallon whiskey barrel, fixed it to a diving bell, and climbed in, and down he went all by himself. The riverbed was pitch black, the current pulling his feet every which way. Sand swirled around him like a dense snowstorm, he later recalled. But he located his target, a large hunk of lead, tied on the cable, and came back to the surface. Eads went on to become one of the nation's greatest civil engineers. He built the very first bridge spanning the Mississippi River south of its confluence with the Missouri. An impressive feat for a man who'd never built a bridge before. The people who told him, you can't build the most difficult bridge because you've never built a bridge before, he said, yes, I can, because I'm an American and I'm going to do it myself. It was the first on the planet, that bridge, to be made of steel. And residents of St. Louis still use that bridge to this very day, nearly 200 years later. That is American ingenuity and American greatness. At the river's mouth in Louisiana, Eads raised jetties that helped calm its violent flooding to prevent the buildup of silt. And by doing so, he transformed New Orleans from the 9th largest port in the United States to the 2nd most powerful port in the world, rivaling only the city that stands behind us. But Eads had already faced a still greater test, because as the Civil War broke out, the government summoned him to Washington for his help building the ironclads which the United States Navy would seize the Mississippi with. It was no matter that Eads had never built a gunboat in his life. He had never built a gunboat ever. Instead, he completed 700 of them in 100 days. It's unbelievable. The river ships that Eads built were so strong that the Navy deployed them into the ocean to secure the Gulf. They served their purpose. They defended the Mississippi, and in doing so, they helped preserve our Union. And so it kept growing. And of course, the American frontier made way to farms and factories stretching further and further west. River towns became great cities. Railroads reached the Pacific. Steel mills rose where once wilderness had stood. The American mind widened, and the Republican whose independence Washington won, that James Eads had helped sew together, grew into the most powerful industrial powerhouse in the history of humanity. For other nations, growing industry brought dispossession before it did prosperity. In the old world, the one our ancestors had left behind, the Industrial Revolution threw society into chaos. And into that chaos rushed vacuums and ideologies that answered the dignity of man with labor camps and killing fields. Where the old world led to communism and fascism, the Americans recognized that at root, they were a denial of everything that Washington and Jefferson had read to his men 250 years ago. The free world needed to win, but in order for the free world to beat communism and fascism, it had to outproduce them. And as in every conflict before, America looked to her sailors for help, and to the builders who made sure those sailors had the very best ships to sail on. Among them was a man that we know as Henry Kaiser. Like Eads, Kaiser had grown up with very little. The son of German immigrants, he dropped out of school at 13 to work the stockroom at a dry goods store in Utica, making $1.50 a week and commuting 4 miles each way on foot. Eventually, he moved to Spokane for better job opportunities, setting his sights on starting his own company. Now, he walked into a bank with no business, no workforce, and no history, just a single proposed contract and what the banker would later describe as sheer audacity. He walked out with a $25,000 loan. And with his workers, he erected the Hoover Dam and hundreds of miles of highway across the West. Everywhere he went, he organized ordinary Americans to build extraordinary things. And everywhere he went, he believed their welfare and the welfare of the enterprise that he was building went hand in hand. Kaiser pioneered health coverage at his construction sites. That's why we know the name of Kaiser, because he understood that men working in dangerous conditions, they deserve to see a doctor. He saw his workers as partners, and he walked the walk long before it was fashionable to do so. Where some say that America's story is one of the dispossessed struggling against the powerful, Kaiser shows that America's greatness is built by cooperation between all of our citizens from every single walk of American life. Now, that cooperation was important, but it became profoundly important the day after Pearl Harbor. The United States Navy at the time needed ships bigger and better and faster than anyone thought they could be built. We didn't have the biggest Navy in the world, but we needed one, and we needed one fast. So Kaiser did what Americans always do when confronted with the impossible. He put it on his shoulders and said, let's go do it. Kaiser had never made a ship in his life, but that wasn't going to stop him. First, he built shipyards all up and down the Pacific coast. Then he filled them with American workers, 250,000 of them. Farm boys from Iowa, miners from Appalachia, mothers from Detroit who had never held a welding torch. Together, they launched nearly 15,000 Liberty ships, vessels that carried American cargo and sailors across 2 oceans. His Richmond yard built one of them, the SS Robert E. Peary, in an astonishing 4 days and 15 hours. The shipbuilders Kaiser hired, they weren't just a means to an end, they were his partners. Kaiser looked at his workers and saw people, Americans who got sick, who had families to raise, who showed up in Richmond and Portland with little more than a hat in their hand, but who had amazing potential. He saw the potential of normal Americans when unshackled from destitution. And he saw them not just as mouths to feed or as workers to pay. He saw them as fellow citizens who could build amazing things. So he built housing near these shipyards and nursery schools to help mothers join the war effort. He extended the health plan he had started at his dams to every worker at every yard, opening it to the public after the U.S. won World War II. And though separated by generations, I tell the story of these 3 men because Kaiser and Eads and Washington, they were exactly the kind of men that Jefferson wrote the Declaration of Independence for. Kaiser was an American. He looked at what needed doing and he did it, and he trusted the men and women around them to do the same, knowing that he could only do his job if they did theirs too. Our Declaration of Independence may have spoken to universal human truths and broadly shared human desires. Of course it does. But it was a document written by and for a particular kind of people, the American people. From General Washington to James Buchanan Eads, from Henry Kaiser, one of America's great shipbuilders, to the sailors standing here today. And by the way, what you folks watching at home on TV may not realize is that everything that you saw, everything that you see today was destroyed last night in a storm, but these great sailors rebuilt it in 12 hours so that you all could be here, so that we could have this amazing procession, and so we could celebrate our 250th birthday in style. All of us, connected through the generations, rich and poor of every job, we are a people formed by generations of self-governance and personal industry. We are formed by Frontier Assembly Hall and congregation, by River Valley and prairie and factory floor. We are formed by the conviction that we are bound to one another, not only by bloodline nor creed alone, but by a common character, a shared fate, and a shared future. Ladies and gentlemen, I have to address what you will hear from some loud voices today, because as much as all of us, whether we're Democrat or Republican, whatever our political persuasion, all of us are celebrating. But you will hear a couple small but loud voices today speak obsessively not of our national greatness, but of our national imperfections. They will speak of the powerless and the dispossessed. They will tell you that America is just another country where the weak struggle against the strong. And if they acknowledge that there is anything to be proud of in our history, they'll say it's the fact that sometimes the powerless have won a zero-sum battle. They're wrong. They'll talk about America's sins with the anger and zeal of a brimstone preacher, but without any of the grace or forgiveness that must be present in the Christian faith. These people misunderstand the essence of America, from Thomas Jefferson to Henry Kaiser. They misunderstand that we all have moments of great power despite those very real imperfections. That there are victims and heroes who live inside of each of us, from the most ambitious leaders and builders to steel welders like my grandfather. People who had their own role to play in turning this dangerous wilderness into the proudest civilization in history. So what I'd ask you to do, my fellow Americans, on our 250th birthday is to reject the two-dimensional view of your fellow citizens and reject the two-dimensional view of your country. Reject that America is a place for zero-sum thinking, because it is not. Our history is one of people carving a great civilization out of the wilderness. Reject the view of your nation that sees only its sins, but not its grace and its greatness. Everything that we have done as a country, we have done together. Not as citizens divided against each other, but as a common people working towards a common future. When we won our independence, we were led by General Washington to liberty and greatness, but marching ahead of him were thousands of boys from all over the new nation who gave Washington's military genius its foundation and its firepower. When we saved the world in World War II from tyranny in the 20th century, of course we needed great military leadership and tactical genius from our generals, but we also needed Rosie the Riveter, Iowa farm girls who built the machinery of war, and the sweethearts they sent to a world away to storm the beaches at Normandy. When we went to the moon, of course our great astronauts flew the rockets and our great men of science and engineering built them. But there were clerks and janitors and welders like my grandfather who each played their distinctive American part. All of us have a part. All of us had our part, our role to play in creating 250 years of a proud American story. And all of us will need to do our part to create the next 250 years of American greatness. So I say to all my fellow Americans, I'm proud of you. Happy birthday. And happy birthday to our great nation. Today, my friends, we celebrate. And tomorrow, we get back to work. God bless you. Thank you for having me.
Hello, Detroit auto worker. Let me thank you for your time. You work a 40-hour week for a living. Just to send it on.
Yet again, Vice President J.D. Vance delivering remarks at the International Naval Review, International Aerial Review. Sina, the sale of the 4th International Parade of Tall Ships will now get underway. That's what I'm really excited about.
And we've also seen a bit of the flyover that's been happening there as well in the New York Harbor. So it is quite a spectacle. The festivities are well underway there. They're also now well underway in the Palisades community. That parade has kicked off.
And I am so excited about this as well. Yet again, still focusing on the fried Oreo cookies.
I've seen none, unfortunately. But we'll keep an eye out.
Let's go ahead and take a live look in.
está en tu corazón, es tu ser selección.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
No, we're the end. We are the end.
Dad! Mom! Mom! Dad! Dad, can I go?
Up the sidewalk.
Hey, there is some chocolate on the ground.
Well, you've been watching the D.C. Palisades parade that started about an hour ago. And, you know, we see this couple here with the umbrella and tents up. This heat, you know, this extreme heat we're dealing with today has not stopped people from enjoying the Palisades parade or really any of the other festivities that have been happening across our area. And I'm heartened to see that. I'm hoping they're taking the right precautions. But, yeah, I thought, like me, people were going to stay in the AC. But, no, they're not doing that today.
Yeah, and that is the key, that people take precautions. I mean, they've really got to take this weather seriously. I mean, I know everybody wants to get out and celebrate, and it's a holiday and everything, but this weather is just unrelentless.
No, it really is. Hence,
100%.
put my hair up because I was like, I'm not going to deal with this humidity on the way in.
That's the other thing,
Yeah.
the humidity. And so, you know, we really caution people to make sure that they pay close attention to signs such as heat-related illnesses, heat exhaustion, heat stroke, very, very real. And I know over the past couple of days or so, I've seen on social media where some people have, unfortunately, you know, dealt with that because of the hot weather that's out there. Staying very well hydrated is really important. You know, I'm always stressing those things, as well as we talk about the kids and the pets in terms of, you know, the cars, the vehicles, that kind of thing, and even the pets. Putting their little paws on that hot asphalt, it's like putting it on a stove. It is so, so bad for them. Checking on, you know, your elderly neighbors and making sure people are okay and they have air conditioning or, you know, fans or whatever. I mean, but staying hydrated. If you're going to be out in this weather, staying hydrated is so, so important. And, you know, let's face it, a lot of people are having a little nip, a little bit of a drink.
They are. Other kinds of beverages,
Exactly. But the thing to remember with that, and this actually came from a health professional that I was listening to the other day at one of the press conferences of one of the counties preparing. Said, we all know some of you are going to do it. If you're going to do it, be smart and have a good solid glass of water between each drink. To keep yourself hydrated, because the alcohol is dehydrating.
Absolutely. So you've got to counter that.
Exactly. So, so important. And I mean, the other thing, and you and I have talked about this before, that I don't think people realize, is that heat is the #1 weather-related killer of deaths. You know, people think, oh, it must be hurricanes, or it must be floods, or it must be, you know, no, it is heat.
And it works quickly, too.
It works quickly. And the extenuating circumstances that we've had these past few days and that we have today, it's vital that people pay close attention to knowing whether they're not feeling well, you know, what symptoms they have, if they've had enough water. And as far as I'm concerned, there's not going to be enough water. It's just, you know, keep doing it. Keep doing it. So let's get to it. I'll give you the forecast and just let you know what to expect. We have some mixed conditions today, pretty unsettled today as well. So definitely extreme heat, but we're also talking a chance of some thunderstorms. And with the heat and the humidity that we have, there is a chance that some of these storms could be severe. And unfortunately, could also impact the early evening hours, and we start talking about fireworks coming out there. So that's just another factor. So hot and humid, chance of some thunderstorms as we get into the day and into the evening. The 90s on Sunday, that's going to be welcome. almost a relief, I think. But still humid and still another day with thunderstorm chances. And as we get into the week, it's very unsettled. We've got thunderstorm chances pretty much every day. But it's going to stay humid, but the temperatures are going to drop, relatively speaking, to the 80s and the 90s. Right now, it's 98 degrees, but it feels like it's 102. So when we talk about the feel like, what I need you to understand is it's a combination of the air temperature and the humidity value. You put those two together, and if you're stepping outside, that's what it actually feels like. So it feels like it's 102 right now. A light wind from the north at 12 miles an hour. We'll take that northerly wind flow, because if that wind's coming from the south, it's even warmer air. Satellite radar composite showing you we've got that ridge of high pressure just holding its way stead. That's just that very, very hot air mass that's in there. Look at yesterday. We broke a record. We hit 102 at National Airport, tied a record at Dulles at 98, and it was 101 at Baltimore. So these triple digits continue to dominate our pattern, and it'll only be by tomorrow that we start to slide down a little bit in terms of the temperatures. So this hour, 98 in the city, 95 at Manassas, Fredericksburg at 96, Baltimore just flirting with that 100-degree mark at 99, and we've got 94 at Gaithersburg and 97 at Frederick. And here's what's going on. We have an extreme heat warning for just about all of our area. That's the shading in the dark pink that you see. And this is telling you that the feel like will range anywhere from 110 to 115 at the peak of our high temperature today. So imagine stepping outside and it's 110 or 115 degrees. That wall that you feel really hits you, because I don't know if you've been inside in air conditioning and then you step outside this past week, you really can feel that difference. Very dangerous, by the way, for anybody who has any type of breathing condition, asthma or anything related. Very bad for anybody who is a senior and for little babies. All right? They should not be out in this for any extended period of time. And don't be out there thinking you can be Arnold Schwarzenegger and do all your exercises and jump it up and down and do whatever and all this. That's another danger factor. You don't want to be doing that. So let's compare ourselves. Well, we are at 98. It's 90 up in Beantown, 91 in the Big Apple. To the south of us, 96 at Raleigh, and cooler off the Cape at 84 degrees. Now, I'm going to advance this into the next few hours and give you that feel like. So this is going to tell you what it's going to feel like if you step outside going forward. By midday, about 107 in the city. Manassas, 111 degrees. Let's take it to 2:30 this afternoon. 111 in the city, 113 for Manassas, 114 at Fredericksburg, 111 at Baltimore, 111 at Annapolis. You know, I'm always saying when it's hot, find a friend with a boat and go to Annapolis on the water, but I don't even think that's going to help today at all. And then as we get into 4:30 in the afternoon, improvement, relatively speaking. Well, you know, we go from 111 and 113 to 108, 109 for Manassas, but Leonardtown 112. 8 o'clock tonight, we dip down to the 90s for a feel like. 96 in the city in Annapolis, 92 at Manassas. And then look at where we go as we climb back into it all over again as we get into Sunday. 2 in the afternoon on tomorrow, 102 degrees is the feel like for D.C., 105 in Manassas. And then in the afternoon, we start to see it drop. But this is just a good example. That's just one model, but it gives you the basis of why we do have the extreme heat warning in effect. So hazy, hot, and humid, yes. Very, very poor conditions. And this is also deteriorates the air quality in the area as well. And then we're talking a chance of thunderstorms, very possible. So Futurecast, timing out what this model says could be for thunderstorms. By the time you get to 4:30 in the afternoon, you see things starting to fire up. Darker the green, heavier the rainfall. Brighter the color, heavier the rainfall. Brighter and deeper the color, the more potential there is that there's thunderstorms embedded in that rainfall. Okay? So this is 4:30 in the afternoon. Now let's advance it. By the time we get between 5 and 6, it's crossed the Beltway. By 7:30, it's on the other side of the Beltway of I-95, moving across Delmarva. And then at 8:30, we see a line to the north across Pennsylvania and more to the south. So maybe this 8:30 window might give us a chance to do some fireworks from 8:30 to 9:30, 10 o'clock. You can see where that's happening. 11 o'clock, we see a little bit of rain wanting to come through. But once again, this is just one model, but it's very possible. So if that's the case, then at least we know we'll have a little bit of a break there for some of that to happen. Storm Prediction Center has us under an enhanced risk of severe weather. That is not good. What you need to know is the heat and the humidity is causing instability in the atmosphere. The more instability we have, the more chance there is for storms to become severe. And so we could see heavy downpours, frequent lightning, damaging winds, all very possible. So this really just is making sure people stay on alert and really understand the seriousness of it. Planner wants to bring in some storms around the 7 o'clock hour. We'll see how that goes. And then clearing up on the backside of it. So extreme heat warning, as we know, is in effect. 101 is our air temperature. We already saw what the feel like is going to be. And the storms that are very possible. 98 degrees for a high for Quantico today, 100 at Leonardtown and Manassas, and 100 at Culpeper, 99 at Gaithersburg and Frederick, 98 at Hagerstown. And for tonight, your overnight lows into the 70s, 60s off to the far west, upper 60s in fact, but a very warm night and once again a very humid night. And so some scattered storms are possible, and as I said, some very possibly could be severe. And that really needs to be watched close once they start to fire up. As we get into tomorrow, another unsettled day, another chance for thunderstorms. In fact, there's chances for thunderstorms on the 7-day forecast every day, except I think Wednesday, where we might just get a shower or two. But the hotter it is, the more chance the instability kicks in, the greater chance we have of having some of these storms. So when storms start to kick in, there could be severe thunderstorm watches issued, severe thunderstorm warnings issued. Do you know the difference? Well, you should. A watch means that conditions are favorable for the development of a thunderstorm that could be severe. But a warning means it's already happening. And you really have to take cover and pay attention. And with a lot of people being outside today, it has to definitely be weather alert and eyes to the skies. Don't just think, oh, well, I'm fine. And nothing's going to happen. You know, if the storms are firing up, anything can happen. And you're out in open areas. For all of you who decided to go to the beach today, well, storms and rain, Saturday, Sunday, Monday for Sandy Point, not the best day to be out there. Let's look at Rehoboth and Ocean City. We've got some pretty nice conditions for today, but as we get to Monday, they are both calling for some rain showers there. 94 degrees at Rehoboth today, 91 at Ocean City. So today through Sunday, that strong heat continues. That dome makes itself straight at home. Temperatures continue to be on the upside. Humidity continues to build in. We're not going to get a break on humidity until we get more into the week and we start to get a little bit of a drop in that humidity. I've always called humidity the unwanted house guest, and it really has been for the last few days for sure. So your July 4th forecast, then 101 today is your temperature. Chance of some storms as we get into the afternoon, evening hours. And for the fireworks, storms are possible, all depending. Different communities are having different time schedules, I know, for their fireworks. I think D.C. is talking maybe later after the president's speech. And so that could be close to 11 or so. So we may be in the clear at that point. It just remains to be seen. But the intense heat through this weekend continues. The middle of the week, it'll start to ease up a little bit, and we'll get a bit of a break there. So, but here's the things you have to remember. Sunscreen, hat, sunglasses, light clothing. Stay well hydrated. As I mentioned before, watch for the signs of heat illnesses. Check on the elderly. Did you know it takes 10 minutes or so for the inside of a car to heat up to 120 degrees? Yeah, it does. Even if you crack the window in heat like this. So leaving a kid or a pet in a car and saying, I'm just going to run inside for 5 to 10 minutes could end up with devastating, life-threatening results. Keep that in mind, please. And don't leave your pets outside in this weather. Pets, dogs don't have the ability to sweat like you do. So they're just going to have heat exhaustion or heat stroke. And love your pet, take care of them. Heat exhaustion and heat stroke, here's a look at some of the signs that you need to watch out for. That's very real in weather like this. If you start to feel anything at all, make sure you seek medical attention. And last but not least, here's your 7-day forecast. And as I said, a chance of storms almost every single day. Wednesday's the only day where maybe we might just get a light shower. But other than that, the rest of the week, pop-up storms or scattered storms are very possible. Stay weather alert and stick with Fox 5 for all your updates.
All right, guys, welcome back to the Fox 5 4th of July celebration. And we are celebrating unlike any other, Sina.
We are, and we're taking you to sort of all of the celebrations across our area. We've been doing it all morning, and now we're going to go to Capitol Hill, where Homa Bash is joining us live from. Hello, Homa.
Hi, guys. Happy 4th. Happy birthday, America. You know what? We have been out here all morning long with the Capitol Hill Parade. It was one of the few that did not get canceled. We know so many. Maryland and Virginia said no thanks. The National Parade said no thanks, called it quits. But Capitol Hill said we are going to go on. The parade itself is only a few blocks long, 3.5 blocks long to be exact, goes up 8th Street. Now, the cool thing about it, though, it is a neighborhood parade. It is community. It is just so creative, and you saw people turn out for it. So that was really fun to see. And then they had this little festival here in the Eastern Market Plaza. I want to show you some of these watermelons that were carved. They had a watermelon carving
This is what I was curious about.
How cool is that, you guys? That is an eagle on a watermelon. Like, how do you do this? How do you do this?
Wow.
This is amazing, right? Like, how cool is that? So let me bring in my friend here with Main Street Barracks Row. This is, it's hot. It's not what we expected. You guys are kind of wrapping things up a little bit earlier than we thought we would, but the turnout has been cool.
Yes, we had an overwhelming turnout. We're very happy with all the community coming out here. Our visitors coming out to check out our wonderful festival. We had our wonderful watermelon carving station. We had free hot dogs for the kids. We had a wonderful band, Too Much Talent band that was over here. We actually had a cannoli eating.
The cannoli eating contest is what I want to talk about.
Yes.
The winner ate 34 cannolis.
Oh, wow.
Whoa.
Winning from compliments only subs, they got a chance to have a free 8-foot sub to take home of their choice.
Oh, after all those cannolis, yeah, you need some vegetables. I love it. Thank you. Guys, how many cannolis do you think you could eat?
Sina?
I mean, I could do a lot, but not 34. I give myself 3, 4, maybe 5.
Yeah, maybe 1 for just me. Sweet's not my thing. But how cool is that? In Homa, obviously, we got a chance to see some of the watermelons. My question is, are folks eating them as well?
They were earlier because, look, best hydration is watermelon slices, right? So they were earlier. These ones that are carved, these are for looks only. But, this festival was supposed to go on till about 3. Obviously, it's 12:30, and let me just pan you around. They are wrapping up. It's frankly, it's just too hot. It's too steamy. I've seen people go down. I've seen DC Fire EMS taking care of folks, and, obviously, you want to stay hydrated. I'm glad they got the parade in because here's the really cool thing that we found out. A lot of the bands that had come from out of state, out of town, Nebraska, Utah, Minnesota, they were canceled from the national parade, right? These kids had traveled to DC. They had fundraised for months and years to be able to come celebrate America 250. Well, they were disappointed when things got canceled, but they were able to last minute jump in and participate in the Capitol Hill Parade. How cool is that?
No, we love that. I also am curious. I mean, I'm seeing some of the tents that are around you. You were talking about the heat earlier. How are you holding up in the heat? And how is everybody else around you holding up?
It's hot. We're trying to stay under the shade as much as we can. And I think that's kind of why things have wrapped up a little bit earlier. Let me bring in James, my man from Too Much Talent. This is the band that was out here just jamming.
Oh, man, having some fun.
Yeah. You guys did cool and all that. I mean, you didn't miss a beat, literally.
We had some real quick shout out to Washington Sound for doing sound for us today. Made it a lot easier.
Yeah.
We just love having fun. So no matter what's going on, it's a good day for everybody. Everybody's in the city enjoying. So we just gonna play, have some fun for rest later.
Where can people see you normally?
So every Thursday we have a residency at Headquarter Prime, and then every Friday we're at Kitchen and Cocktails. But if you check out our social media at Too Much Talent, TOO Much Talent Band, we play everywhere all the time. Private parties. Get out of the doghouse.
Yeah.
Anything you want.
You guys did awesome. Thank you so much. Well done. See, they're packing up right now. Appreciate y'all.
Capitol Hill claim to
Yes. Listen. Y'all putting in work. You putting in work. I see you.
To meet James.
Shout out to my man James, y'all.
Patty Ross for the boss lady.
Yes.
Shout out for that.
I appreciate you. I appreciate y'all. Yes. Marissa, she's down on the national.
Homa, we need to let them know only 1 shout out per person, otherwise we'll be there all day. But of course, everyone all smiles, Homa. And as we wrap up with you, as the kids say, Sina, it's all about the vibes. And I'm hoping you can speak to that, Homa, with regard to celebrating 250 years of America. Everyone just all smiles, correct?
Yes. the vibes are high. Listen, the temperature's high, the vibes are high. We saw so many families out here. Like, again, this is a neighborhood parade. This is a family parade, 3.5 blocks. And we saw so many families that were lined up, so many kids. They were throwing out candies. They were throwing out ice pops. It is a really, really good time. I'm glad we got this parade in. I'm glad it wasn't canceled. I think people are really being safe and, again, seeking shade wherever they can. Barracks Row is fairly tree lined, so people were under the shade and just trying to keep the sun off their heads as much as they can. But it has been, it's a great 4th. We're making it work. We're hot, we're sweaty, but we're making it work, guys.
No, we respect it. Yeah, through the heat, through the sweat, everybody is still having a time. You included, Homa, so we appreciate it, and thank you for checking in with us.
Yeah, stay cool, Homa.
Of course.
In more ways than one. So.
Yes, you guys.
All right, yet again, Homa Bash live from Capitol Hill. How cool is that?
Absolutely, yeah. We love that the festivities just went on as planned. Yep.
All right, well, speaking of it going on, that's exactly what we will do. We'll take a quick break. On the flip side of that break, Julie Donaldson will join us. I believe she's in Leesburg. So all things celebratory as yet again we reflect and remember all of the amazing things that have happened over the past 250 years. We'll take a quick break, guys. We'll be right back. All right, guys, welcome back to the Fox 5 4th of July celebration. And as you and I both know, Sina, it's quite hot outside. And as a result, well, we've seen a couple of cancellations.
Yeah, we're going to Loudoun County. Julie Donaldson joining us from Leesburg, where unfortunately their parade was canceled this morning, but that doesn't mean all the festivities are over there, Julie.
Not at all. Hello. Happy 4th of July. Happy birthday to America 250. So, yeah, we're out here in Leesburg, and they were so excited for their parade. It was going to be their 35th annual parade. People were signing up 3 months ago. That's when they first opened it. They had over 100 floats, if you can imagine the excitement for this parade. So having to cancel it, that was a very tough call. But as you know, as I'm sure you guys have been talking all morning long, the cancellations, because of the extreme heat, they're erring on the side of caution. Of course, you also have to think there's probably a lot of veterans that were going to be walking in the parade. And, you know, you get some of the elderly out there in the heat, trying to keep everybody hydrated, trying to keep security around for that. The road closures, it just wasn't going to be safe. So they did make the decision to cancel it. We had the mayor out here, Kelly Burke, earlier. She was saying that was one of her favorite parts of the festivities here. But they still do have a concert that's going on tonight. So they did change the hours. We are here at the park where the concert's going to be going on. You can kind of see it's lovely. We found the only shade that we're going to get for the moment. Grass field. But it's a huge grass field, and they are expecting 10,000 people, if you can imagine. this being so quiet now, comes 7 o'clock when the gates open. The concert will start at 7:30. This place is going to be crazy. They do tell you, we're going to take a little walk here. There is no alcohol. They have these signs here that are giving you rules of what to do. No alcohol is allowed. No pets are allowed. And they do tell you all bags and coolers, they're going to be searched. They do tell you to bring your own water bottles. And you want to bring your own because there's not really going to be any for sale here. So I have mine. Of course, I've been out here all morning. It is empty. So what they have is they have a water filling station.
Yay.
Look at this. I asked if it's cold. They said it's going to be maybe cold enough. So we're going to see just how cold it is. But as you can imagine, this is probably going to be like a very popular place here tonight. Real simple. I'm going to fill up my water bottle because hydration is the one thing we tell people they can't get enough of. Okay. It's cold. Look at that. I'm just dehydrated. But the concert's supposed to be some kind of like fun go-go band that everybody says loves, very family friendly. Again, a lot of excitement for this. We just drove down King Street. Not too many people out on King Street, where normally it would be very, busy because of the parade. But because the parade was canceled, they said people are kind of doing their own thing, staying in home. Kind of like, we're going to have to walk around. So you think you can go over this, Joe? Joe's helping me out.
Sure.
So this is don't do this if you come out tonight. This is not the right way to do it. But we're taking the shortcut for the sake of the stream. Well, this is another list. Everybody wants a big picture for the gram. So.
Oh.
Cute. Ready for Instagram?
Yes, love.
I'll get my glasses on too.
Perfect.
Yeah. So the whole family can get involved in that kind of, little fun. Ida Lee Park, that's the park we're at. I love Ida Lee. And then again, you can see the stage being set up back here. One thing they said is different is they've got screens on the side of the stage for the first time. There's also porta potties, because you got to make sure if you're staying hydrated that you have the right place to go. There's a bunch in the back area as well. The fireworks display, that's also going to be happening tonight. They said they didn't make it longer, but they made it bigger. They made it better. They added more shell casings to their fireworks. So it's going to be a huge display out here in Leesburg. The band's not going to come set up until probably about 6 o'clock. So I'm kind of hanging out here solo by myself right now. And you guys and everybody watching us on the stream. But in a couple of hours later tonight, weather cools off a little bit. This place is going to be jumping.
Yeah. Julie, we'll make this quick so we can get you out of the sun. But out of curiosity, are folks allowed to bring lawn chairs? You made mention of some 10,000 folks, converging right there on that field. And so a lot of people are saying, you know what, perhaps I don't want to stand the entire time and bring out a lawn chair and or a cooler.
Yes, you can bring coolers. I don't know about the lawn chairs. I'm going to imagine you can. I didn't see anything that said you couldn't bring a lawn chair or chairs out here. But if you do bring a cooler, they're just going to search it. They don't want you to bring in alcohol, which, you're at a 4th of July party. Everybody wants to have fun and celebrate, right? But the reason for that is because it's so hot. If you drink alcohol, you get dehydrated a little bit quicker, and then you run into some issues. So they want to keep this very family friendly. They want to make sure that everybody stays safe, enjoys the show. Fireworks are going to be at 9:30 p.m. tonight. So you don't have to wait around till like 11 p.m. like you're downtown. So the fireworks will be going off. And this is something with Loudon is a very cute, charming little town. Very family friendly if you come on out here. So it should be a lot of fun. People look forward to this celebration all year long. Again, unfortunately, the parade that was canceled. Again, the 100 floats, I didn't tell you this. So the 100 floats, people put in a lot of work to those floats. When I first got here, there was somebody going, where can I judge the float? I said, you missed the memo that it's not happening. But they are putting them online. So you can post a picture of your float that'll go up on the website, and it can be judged that way. So you can still show off your float.
Yeah, that's a nice in-between because, even though we're a fan of these festivities, this heat is no joke. So the fact that people are taking the necessary precautions and finding a way around, I think is great. Also, Julie, shout out to your festive sunglasses. I had to give a shout out to that as well.
That's right. I can wear them one time a year.
Exactly.
I got them on right now.
And speaking of finding a way around, how about you find some shade, Julie, so you can stay cool yet again? And ice cream on both of us.
Yes.
Then when she comes back.
Yeah.
Truly appreciate you, Julie, yet again, live from Leesburg this afternoon.
Bye.
Joining us right here as we celebrate all things 250. We're going to take a quick break. On the flip side of that break, are you ready to turn up the energy, Cena?
Yes.
When I say energy.
And you might need to turn the volume down just a little bit, yeah.
Chad Ricardo joins us next. We'll be right back. All right, guys, welcome back to the Fox 5 4th of July celebration.
Yes, we are taking it to the National Mall where Chad Ricardo is joining us. And Chad, you might get best dressed for the day. You might get best dressed for the day.
Listen, if you all think that I get best dressed for the day, then you are unaware of some of the things that are going down right here. We've got people all dressed out in their USA attire. Actually, come on over here. Come show us. Come show us our USA attire here. Come on, America! Now, listen, first of all, I love the passion. I love the energy for everybody. Oh yeah. None of this was planned. You are walking by. You've got the eagle. Talk to me about what today means to you, sir. Come on.
Today is about freedom.
That's right.
Today is about freedom. Free to practice my religion. Free to say what I want to say.
Free to drink.
Today is about freedom. Let's go, America.
Freedom 250. Of course, we are here at the Great American Fair. What do you love most about this? I mean, we've got the Ferris wheel. The Ferris wheel is a sight to see. We've got a rodeo. We've got bands and music that will be played later on as well. What do you love the most?
Honestly, I'm from Texas, so I'm partial to the rodeo.
That's right.
Let's bring it.
Let's bring it. Now, are you going to get out? I need you to go get on a horse and a bull out there.
For 8 seconds, I will do it.
Well, a lot of magic can happen in 8 seconds, so I do understand that, brother. Great job. Outstanding meeting you. Last question for you. Like you said, you can come talk to me as well. Come talk to me, guys. Come talk to me. You're from Texas. Come on, America. You're from Texas.
Yes.
What led you to say, I need to be here in the nation's capital?
Because I was around in 1976 for the bicentennial, and I knew what kind of great patriotism we had back then, and I wanted to experience here in Washington, America's capital.
That's what I'm talking about.
Woo!
Thank you, brother. I appreciate
You got it.
USA, brother. USA. All right, come on over here. Come on over here. This is a great shirt that you have here. Representing them. Oh, look at that. It's got the flag on the back as well, sir. We got this is like an all-American fashion show that we are putting on here. The hat, she wants you to put this on so you can show the flag on the back. There we go. Now, booyah. There we go. So, talk to me here. Are you all from here?
Born and raised in Maryland. We live in Florida now. Veteran, retired Army.
Yes, sir.
And my wife is immigrant. She became a citizen from Peru, 12 years ago, 15 years ago? And she said, we have got to go to Washington, D.C.
Wow.
I was willing to go hang out on the beach. And she said, nope, we are going to Washington, D.C. I want to do the fair. I want to do this. So she's been dragging me all around.
Yes.
And my kids are out that way. They're running around getting the passport stamps and all.
Wow.
And they're thrilled to be here.
I think that the story that you all are telling, I think that it's what is beautiful. I think that it is what makes America the place to be truly. What does it mean to you all, again, your wife from another country, for you all to be here celebrating 4th of July together? What does that mean to you all?
It's emotional. When she raised her right hand to become a citizen and they played the Star Spangled Banner, and every time I hear the national anthem, I get teared up.
Yeah.
I serve my country. I have a lot of friends that I still work for the military, and this country is everything. And my wife will tell you, said, why would you want to live anyplace else?
That's right.
And I've lived all over the world, and I'm sorry, there's no place else.
That's right.
Like this. There's no freedom like here. There's no opportunity like here. Even the people that come here and go, wow, Americans are so friendly. They smile. They welcome you. They're like, it's really amazing to see that. We live in Germany. The Germans are very, very stoic.
Sure.
They're good people. They're nice people, but you got to get to know them.
That's
Americans,
right.
they'll walk up to you. Hey,
That's right.
Great to meet you.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. And you know what? For that, let's have a hug. We'll have a hug here. Thank you all. Thank you all so very much to the entire family. Everybody wave, 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 wave. There we go. Thank you all so very much. Happy 4th, sir, and thank you for your service. I appreciate you. Yes, sir. All right. So, again, as you take a look here, of course, we know the Ferris wheel. One of the things, if you haven't seen, we've got this entire open area. You see more people are here right now than have been the other days as they are here to celebrate the 4th of July. We've got, come on over here, sir. Come on.
You guys make my life better.
Well, talk to me about that. My wife needs to know that I'm making someone's life better. Go ahead, tell her.
Because
I love your show.
Yes, sir.
All your shows.
Yes,
Excuse
sir.
me. I love your network. I worked in advertising marketing, and you guys tell the truth. Tell it like it is.
Yes,
I
sir.
mean, you got a great shows all around.
Yes, sir.
And you help people because I know a lot of your staff. We're not, they're not perfect like
Sure.
the rest of us.
Yeah.
And they're still working for you guys, and they're wonderful.
Thank you.
And your name is?
My name is Chad Ricardo, sir. And your name?
Chad Ricardo.
Yes, sir. There we go.
I'm Bobby D from Miami.
Woo! Bobby D from Miami.
And that's
And
my
Sonia.
wife, Sonia
Nice
D.
to meet
Oh,
you.
Bobby D and Sonia. Now tell me, so you all traveled up here from
Miami.
Miami.
Yeah.
Those individuals were from Florida as well. People are traveling from everywhere to get to the Great American State Fair. Why is this a place that you had to be on the 4th of July?
Mama said there'd be days like this.
Come on.
There'd be days like this. My mama said.
Mama said. Yeah. There we go, Bobby D. That's what I'm talking about.
I love you.
Hello to Dana Perino.
Oh,
And,
she's her favorite.
And Jesse Waters.
There we go.
Her favorite.
There we go.
And all you guys do a great job. God bless you.
Well, thank you all. Thank you all so very
All
much.
right.
Thank
All
you.
right.
Thank you.
Hey, you guys, they're broadcasting the 5 here live, right?
Right over there, yeah.
Okay.
Yes. Happy 4th of July.
Thank you, man.
all.
Thank
Again, we've got individuals. Come on over here. Oh, it's my dear friends.
What's up,
It's
Chad?
it's
How you doing?
Owen and Lorelei. Hi, guys. So now we're here. Now, I had an opportunity to speak with Owen and Lorelei. It's two of my favorite people. You all also have traveled from out of town to be here today. New to Washington, D.C. Your thoughts on the area?
Oh, it's beautiful. It's awesome. I love all the festivities going on.
Yeah.
They did a great job setting it up, so it's awesome.
And Lorelei, 4th of July in the nation's capital. How cool is this? Talk to me about it.
It's literally incredible. So many people are here. I'm like, they said that they've never seen it this busy. It's crazy. It's just like, even the security is just crazy, but that makes me feel really good personally.
Yeah.
I love it. There's so much history around in the area, and I love history, so it's been cool to get to go to different places that I've never been before. So, yeah.
You got to see the flyovers yesterday.
Yeah.
That was crazy.
Yeah.
I don't think anything like that's ever happened before.
No, I
I
think,
don't know.
I think it's super cool. My last thing for you all, and then we'll be back with you all a little bit later on, but we're here 4th of July. What is the biggest thing thus far that you all are taking away from being in the nation's capital on 4th of July?
That's a good question.
Lorelei's got an answer. I'm going to throw it to her in a minute on.
Well, we've been helping out with David's tent, doing some worship, praising Jesus, and evangelizing, telling people the good news. So, I mean, everybody needs Jesus.
Yeah.
It's good stuff. Yes, sir.
Yeah. I don't know if you're going to like my answer.
Lorelei, this is a stream. Give your answer. You got 15 seconds, so go.
I would say I noticed in DC how everyone's so busy. Everyone's so go, that it's like, it's kind of harder to have some conversations because people are just like, they're wanting to get to where they're going.
Yeah.
I'm like, man, like, you don't even want to say hi. But I love it. I get it. It's hot out here. Everyone's sweating. It's like record breaking or something like that, they say. So, but yeah, I've just noticed though that kind of about the culture here. So, yeah.
That's right. Well, right now, everybody is in a rush and they're in a hurry to be right down here with you all, celebrating the 4th of July, celebrating Freedom 250 from right here. The FIFA Fan Zone is behind us. Of course, the Great American State Fair right here. We'll be right back. Guy and Cena, throwing it back to you all.
No, that's what I call a party with a purpose,
Thank
Cena.
you, Chad. Yes. Doing what he does best.
And never thought I would hear him sing yet again live on TV. Of course, he made mention of the flyovers, which happen to be loud. He made mention of, fireworks, which they go boom. They, too, are loud. And then you got Chad Ricardo, who perhaps is the loudest of them all.
Indeed.
Speaking of fireworks, let's take you to Mount Vernon, where, well, what's this, Cena? Daytime fireworks about to get underway?
Indeed. We see everybody with their lawn chairs, their blankets. We are waiting with them for these daytime fireworks at Mount Vernon. So
and with that, let's take a live look at.
Army. There were only Minutemen, these New England militias that had answered the call to come out and fight for the rights of themselves and their neighbors. They weren't soldiers, at least not yet. They were shopkeepers, farmers, laborers who had left the comforts of home for an uncertain future. They were heroes. These citizen soldiers formed the core of a new Continental Army, and I was honored to be named as their General-in-Chief. Yes, we were soon joined by men from other colonies who set aside regional differences to unite under a common flag. We were facing the greatest fighting force that the world had ever known, the British Army, a professional military with superior training, supplies, and experience. backed by the might of an empire. How could we hope to stand against such a foe? They did not tremble at our military might nor our martial prowess. No, they trembled at our unity. On July 4th, 1776, 13 colonies set aside their differences to choose independency, declaring that these united colonies are and of right ought to be free and independent states. And in so doing, we showed the entire world that our love of liberty is greater than the differences between us. So friends, let us remember all those who fought for the freedom that we now enjoy. I have had the great good fortune to command many of these men, and there is an element of them here today. The 1st and 3rd Virginia, the 1st Maryland, and the 8th Pennsylvania are here to demonstrate, to kick off our 4th of July festivities. Captain McCann, you may proceed, sir.
Over there, you're smoking.
Welcome back to Fox Local on this Independence Day as we also celebrate America 250. Just a little bit ago, we showed you the live daytime fireworks at Mount Vernon, of course, the home of our first president, though not the only holiday commemoration today. A very profound celebration at Mount Vernon. More than 100 people celebrated becoming U.S. citizens earlier today. A super special day full of symbolism, and that's where our Stephanie Ramirez joins us live from now. What a special day, a special way to spend this holiday, Stephanie.
Yeah, Sina, it's a tremendous day, and it's not just those celebrating the naturalization ceremony, but also folks who are just coming to celebrate the big 250th here from Mount Vernon. So this is family from Bethesda. Tell everybody your name, guys.
Matthew Mandelberg.
Matthew?
What's your name?
Superman?
Ari.
Ari, nice to meet you. You too, Lindsay. And I love your glasses and yours as well. Well, tell me why you folks decided to come here for 4th of July.
Just thought it would be a special. We thought it would be a special way to celebrate 250. You know, and being right at Mount Vernon, first president of the United States, overlooking the water.
The
daytime fireworks were phenomenal.
They were great, right? I know it's a little hot. I appreciate you guys. There's a producer over here, producer in training. I appreciate you sweating it out with us here. Just curious, you know, they're so young. What do you hope they take away from today?
Just that they learn a little bit about their country's history and just enjoy a little bit of celebration of a special day.
But she's way younger. I'm 2 times as old as her.
So you're going to teach her, right?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm choking on something here. Yeah, so you're going to teach her. You're a big brother. That's your job. Yeah. Well, happy 4th to you guys. We really appreciate you spending a moment with us. Please go get in the shade, get cool. A great invention are these neck fans. Let me tell you, they're saving our lives out here. Happy 4th, everyone. Yeah, so we are at Mount Vernon. You just saw the fireworks show, daytime fireworks. So we did hear some real fireworks. Happy 4th! We did hear some actual fireworks and then some other ones. It was described to me as like the powder that they're used to, or at the baby reveals, right? They're used for those events. So I want to point over to Mount Vernon, which is the home here of our former first president, and talk a little bit as well about the big event today, because as you first mentioned right off the top, there was a very important celebration, a naturalization ceremony happening here today. 150 people just became brand new Americans from 50 different countries, and even a few military members were also among those to become new U.S. citizens. They recited their allegiance to the country. They said the Pledge of Allegiance before the first president, George Washington himself, came out to give a speech. He bowed to welcome his new fellow Americans. I got to speak with a U.S. Marine. This was Sergeant Dakira Sanjuri, who came here. He was one of those becoming a U.S. citizen today. He told me he was a kid when he came to the U.S. from Guinea, West Africa, that his parents are U.S. citizens. One just went through the process last year, and that he was just overwhelmed with joy today, thanking his mom for making him the man he is today, his stepfather as well, who couldn't be here working double shifts, but he also thanked his Marine Corps unit. And here is some of what he said right after, guys.
It's amazing. I've loved this country since I first got here, so it's amazing. I've been in the Marine Corps for almost 6 years now. I've been deployed, a lot of field ops. It's just an amazing feeling. I would just say really understand and enjoy the fact that you are able to call yourself a United States citizen. You know, I think it's a right a lot of people take for granted. You know, I've never taken it for granted, right? But it's a great thing to call yourself a citizen and have the rights and the ability to do what citizens do, which is life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. So, yes, ma'am.
You register to vote?
Oh, immediately, right after this. That's the first thing I'm doing.
All right, so he and so many others guys were also humbled to learn that they would be having their naturalization ceremony here at Mount Vernon on the day of the 250th anniversary of independence. Mount Vernon also had a daytime fireworks show we just talked about, but there are a whole bunch of other events here as well, special revolutionary reenactments that are happening to all celebrate the country's 250th. It's funny, the president and the CEO of Mount Vernon, he did, in part of his speech, say a little joke. He said now, basically, that one of the things that those becoming new U.S. citizens will have to get used to is they're going to have to call the sport of football soccer, because that's what we call it here in the United States, making a light joke. But everybody was so excited, braving the heat. It was so hot, but the folks said, you know what, we are going to do this. We're going to keep going. That's the American spirit. Of course, we'll have more of the coverage happening here today, but I'll send it back to you for now, Sina.
All right. Thank you, Stephanie. These are the stories we love to hear on a day like this. What makes our country so great. Thank you, Stephanie. And we'll be right back. Stay with us. We have more America 250 and Independence Day festivities for you after the break. Welcome back to Fox Local here on this July 4th as we not only celebrate Independence Day, but America's 250th birthday. We are heading back out to Capitol Hill where Homa Bash has been hanging out. Homa, we know the parade has long since wrapped up, but what's the vibe right now? What's happening in Capitol Hill?
Hi, Sina. Okay, so we're right near the Eastern Market Metro Plaza where they had planned to have this big festival that went from the parade, at noon all the way to 3. Well, they've pretty much wrapped it up because, like we've been talking about all day, it is so hot out here. So the parade kicked off this morning at 10. It is one of the few in D.C. that was not canceled today. It's a short one. It's like 3.5 blocks. It starts at Barracks Row, comes down 8th and I, all the way up here to Eastern Market Plaza. And they did have some events. They had a watermelon carving contest. They had a cannoli eating contest. The winner of that one, Sina, eating 34 cannolis, believe it or not.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly. So right now they're clearing things up. The streets are back open down here in Capitol Hill. But you know what? I'm glad they got this parade in because we saw so many families, so many little kids, so many folks just lining the streets here in the Capitol Hill neighborhood. And it really is a neighborhood parade, and that is what is so cool about it. It is all community. This was the 23rd year for it, and they knew it was going to go on. We saw Mayor Muriel Bowser. We saw the Democratic candidate for mayor of D.C., Denise Lewis-Short, had a chance to talk with her. Eastern High School marching band was here in their summer attire, so they don't wear all the marching band regalia when it's this hot. They're in shorts and T-shirts, and they're amazing. If you've heard them, they're amazing, and they showed up. One of the cool things, Sina, was that, they canceled the National Parade so late last night. And there had been marching bands that had come from all over the country to perform in America's 250th Independence Day Parade. Well, they were so disappointed when they found out they had traveled all the way here. They've been fundraising for years, and that they wouldn't get to march in a parade. Capitol Hill showed up for them. So we saw Nebraska, we saw Utah, Minnesota. So a lot of these bands still got to put on a show for folks. It wasn't as grand as we were hoping, but it was neighborhood, it was community. It was very cool to see.
No, we love that. And I mean, it is super, super hot out there. Did you see people sort of hydrating frequently, like umbrellas, any sort of precautions did you see out there today?
Yeah, absolutely. So look, if I can show you, this is kind of what the parade route is. There's a lot of trees. There's a lot of shade cover here, and people just kind of camped out underneath the shady spots. Families kind of camped out underneath those shady spots. The firehouse is right there, so DC Fire and EMS has been working so hard to keep people safe. We did see some people who looked like they had passed out from heat exhaustion, and I will tell you, DC Fire and EMS were there in seconds taking care of people. So yeah, obviously people have been staying hydrated. The kids, I'm so impressed with all the kids that have come out here. And it was such a cute little parade for them because the floats were throwing out candy. At the end, they threw out ice pops. And so that was, if you're a kid, that's all you need. You need a little ice cream, a little popsicle on a day like today. That's all you need.
That's so true. And I saw you talking to all the cute kids earlier. I mean, from what I was seeing in the, from our camera, it didn't seem like a smaller turnout. I was thinking, the streets would be sparsely lined just because of how hot it was. From what you saw, did it still seem pretty well attended?
It did. And you know what? It's so funny because we set up out here at like 7:30 in the morning and there was nobody out here. And I was like, oh, okay, well, the parade doesn't start till 10. Then it came 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock. I'm like, there is still nobody out here. 9:30, I'm like, is anybody coming to this parade? And girl, let me tell you, 9:55 is when the streets got packed. Like everybody ran over from their houses. And it was perfect timing because the parade stepped off at 10. Everybody got a good spot. Like this was such a neighborhood parade that you didn't have to line up hours in advance to get a good spot. You got a good spot if you showed up here 5 minutes early. So literally by 10 o'clock, it was packed. And one thing I will tell you is that I met a gentleman from Florida who had come here for the National Parade. Oh. Well, he was so disappointed when they canceled it. He said, I am going to find myself a parade to go to today. So they rented little scooters. They were staying right downtown by Capitol Hill, rented little scooters, and they scootered on over here. And so I think the attendance for this Capitol Hill parade might have even been bigger than years past. Normally, it's just folks that live in the area. But I think it was people who came from out of town, out of state, who were just looking for a parade and a good tradition to say, listen, this is so DC. It was so DC, and you can see in the video, There were local businesses, there were jugglers, there were bubbles. It was a good time.
No, that's awesome. Is there anything happening evening wise in Capitol Hill, or are we sort of wrapping things up? Are people heading back into the AC?
They wrapped things up.
Okay.
Yeah. So they just took down the tents for the festival. They had a band called Too Much Talent who, has too much talent. They're incredible. They played here for a few hours. And so, I know this was supposed to go till 3, but they've kind of wrapped things up. There are some things going on inside Eastern Market where it is a little bit cooler. So, now it's just like a summer day in DC. Let me show you around. It's just folks out and about at this point. Again, trying to stay cool, but enjoy a summer day in DC. And I know a lot of people are going to be heading downtown over at the National Mall tonight for the big fireworks show. But it's been a good time. I mean, this was a good one.
Well, we're glad to hear it. Thank you so much for joining us, Homa, and I hope you're able to run into some AC soon as well.
Yes, girl. Yeah, send me all the cool vibes.
Yeah, thank you. And we'll be right back after a quick break. Welcome back to Fox Local and happy Independence Day. We have been celebrating that in America 250 all day long. We've been taking you across the area, and now we want to take you to the Palisades community in D.C., where the parade has wrapped up, long since wrapped up, but now it is picnic time, and that is where we find Jacqueline enjoying the Palisades picnic. Hey, Jacqueline.
Hey, Sina. Yeah, the parade wrapped up at about 12:15 earlier today. Ever since then, the entire community out here has been at the picnic. They're also starting to wrap things up here out of the picnic, but they had all sorts of great food, family activities, ice cream, a dunk tank as well, some sprinklers over there. You see some kids in their bathing suits just trying to find a way to cool off. There's even a band here that has been going live. They're taking a quick break right now to grab some food, but they've got a whole other set to get to in just a moment. So really a great sense of community vibes out here on this 4th of July. I want you to come with me because all of this food has been donated, and it's been through the Palisades Community Association. Is my friend Dimitri is still over here? He's working over there. You want to chat with me instead? He's your team captain. Well, can I ask you at least how many hot dogs you think you served here this morning and afternoon?
Close to 4,000 hot dogs.
4,000 hot dogs. Oh, my goodness. And you guys still have some left over. You were prepared, right? Oh, we got another friend. Hi. Who are you? What's your name?
Jack Hinman, Singleton Lodge.
Okay.
How are you doing?
Thank you so much. So you guys helped put together the food here.
Here's our.
Here's the man, our team captain, right? Hi. Tell me your name and your organization.
Demetrius Tillman. I'm with the DC Freemasons.
Awesome. So you guys are helping to provide food for all the community here in the Palisades.
Absolutely. It's something that they invite us back to year after year. They give us all the hot dogs and the buns, and it's just our job to grow everything for the community.
Fantastic. Well, talk to me.
Somebody has to feed the starving multitudes in well-off Northwest DC.
I mean, there you go. Somebody does, right? Exactly. Okay, so we had hot dogs. We had watermelon as well. I mean, fantastic. And you guys, he said he thought you fed about 4,000 people, for at least hot dog wise, maybe 2.
3 to 4,000 hot dogs we grow every year. So it's
oh my goodness.
Insane.
That is. Well, thank you guys so much for your work. We appreciate you being here and dealing with all this hot weather and standing behind the grill as well, because I'm sure that is not easy. What was that shift like? Were you guys taking turns with everything?
It was hot. It was hot, especially because a lot of us marched in the parade to get here.
Oh, wow.
And so we marched, and then we got here, and then started grilling.
Oh, my goodness. How did you guys prepare for this? I mean, is this something that you guys were ready to do?
It's a long process. So generally, we reach out to the Palisades Rec Center about maybe April or May and just kind of get on their schedule, and then we just go from there. So it's not something that comes together like in a day. It's something that there's a lot of work and effort, especially from the rec center. They, for the most part, do all the heavy lifting. We just show up.
Awesome. Again, tell me the organization you're with one more time for folks at home.
DC Freemasonry.
Awesome. Okay, well, I'm going to grab a piece of watermelon with me because, I mean, I love watermelon, if you guys don't mind. How many watermelons? Do you guys know how many watermelons they cut up today? We don't know?
There you go.
It's a good watermelon, though. All right, come with me. We're going to go see some friends over here. Sina, we have, watch out, Joe. Hi, what's your name? Are you part of the Palisades community?
Yes, I am.
Yeah?
My name is Gilbert.
Gilbert, nice to meet you. Are you having a good time out here on this 4th of July?
So much fun with my grandchildren and my children, and such nice weather.
Yes. Hold on one second. I lost my headphone for a second because I was too busy eating watermelon. Where are you from? You're from here, you said?
Yeah, we live right down on MacArthur Boulevard.
Awesome. Well, glad you're enjoying the 4th with your family. What a great day despite the heat and humidity, right?
Exactly.
Awesome. All right, well, I'm going to go see my friend over here, the picnic chair, Mr. Richard. Picnic chair, not table, right? Tell folks at home your name and your organization.
Richard
That was
Lyon,
good.
and I'm with the Palisades Community Association.
Okay, so talk to me. We were talking a little bit about your concern with the heat and humidity. A lot of people coming, though, from some of the other parades in the area.
That is correct. A close friend, former neighbor in Virginia, actually, texted me like around 10 o'clock. I'm here because the parade downtown is canceled. And I also met at least 2 couples from Miami who are in town, visiting D.C., and they came up here from downtown for the parade.
So much more of a turnout than you guys were expecting, which is good for you guys, but you were still prepared, had lots of food and everything.
Yes, absolutely. Actually, I was just talking to the lead singer of the group, and he was amazed at the turnout we had, in case you can't grab him also afterwards. He said, like the rest of us, we didn't know what to expect, and with the, the heated advisory and all, and it was just a pretty good turnout.
Can you talk to me a little bit about the decision that went into having the parade despite some cancellations we saw? I know when I was talking to Jessica Davis, the president of the Palisades Community Association, she had told me that a lot of that decision was moved forward with because it's so shady here in this area. I'm going to put this down because my headphone keeps falling out. But because it is very shady in the Palisades community and neighborhood.
Did you get footage of the MacArthur Boulevard? I'm fortunate to live on that boulevard. No, definitely. And we even had trouble here with some of the vendors. There was a pleasant breeze all afternoon, and so just to have that relief, today, and I'm sure you saw the dunking pool too, so the kids are having a ball with it all.
I know, I've seen kids in their swimsuits running through the sprinklers. We saw some neighbors along the parade route who also were hosing people down out there. So really everybody just coming together despite the heat and having a good time, right? Do you know how many people were in the parade or how many organizations?
Jessica would have that information better, and I think you already spoke to Demetrius and all, right? They'd have a better gauge of how many hot dogs at least.
Yeah, they said 3,000 to 4,000 hot dogs. Do you feel like that's on par with what you guys saw here today?
Well, I know it's from what he told me about last year. That's more than we had last year. It's amazing.
So what goes into putting together an event like this? How long does it take for you guys to plan all this? And also, I gotta know, how did you become the picnic chair?
It's a sad story. My predecessor passed. But he was a well-known and respected gentleman. I believe his name was Spence Spencer. And if I can entertain you for a minute, we have preparatory meetings a couple months in advance. One of the main purposes is to design the logo for the T-shirt, which is one of the fundraisers that pays for the event. And 2 years ago, we were already anticipating the 250th. And I asked Spencer, I says, well, I remember the bicentennial. How do you refer to a 250th? And he, without a moment's hesitation, semi-quincentennial. So I learned a new word that day from him. But he passed away, and they asked, since I've been helping out and other things, they asked me to fill in for the past couple years.
That's fantastic. Well, thank you so much. I know this means a lot to the community here in Palisades. 60th anniversary as well for you guys this year. A big one.
They've been doing it for many years. It's a well-oiled machine at this stage.
Fantastic, and a lot of people appreciate it. Thank you so much, Richard. We appreciate it. We're going to kind of walk you through the area as well and see. Again, like everything's kind of wrapping up here, but you can kind of get a feel of what this was like earlier. We still got some fans out here in the crowd. We got the band. Say hi, band. This is the Vikings band that has been playing. They just got back on the stage. They've been playing, though, since... There you go. Hi. You're on the news. Say hi to Fox 5.
My old workplace.
Oh, really? Well, there you go. I'm Jacqueline. Nice to meet you. Who are you? Nice to meet you guys. The Vikings, right?
Well, that's what it looks like.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys. What are we performing next? What's the next song up?
Hello, TV audience. We got a great song for you right now.
Okay.
Take care, Billy. Yeah.
You know what, Cena? I'm going to let you guys enjoy a little bit of the atmosphere out here this afternoon. How about that?
All right. Thank you, Jacqueline. And also, I have to say, picnic chair, not table was my personal favorite.
Oh, I like this song.
Just can't wait to get on the road again.
All right. Well, again, everything kind of wrapping up here, Cena. But, hey, still a lot of watermelon and everything like that. But just having a good old time on this 4th of July.
No, we see it. Thank you. Thank you for taking us around the picnic. That was fabulous. Thanks, Jacqueline.
Of course.
And stay with us. We have much more America 250 Independence Day celebrations when we come back. We are back here on Fox Local on this Independence Day, celebrating not only the nation's independence, but the nation's 250th birthday. So who better than to continue the festivities than Chad Ricardo on the National Mall at the Great American State Fair. How goes it, Chad?
You know what, Tina, I'm going to be honest with you and all of the American people watching. It's hot. And when I say it's hot, I mean it's sweltering hot. Right now, I feel like I'm in a sauna. If I'm just being honest, it's just me and you talking right now. I feel as though I've probably sweated out about 3 to 5 pounds, and that's just in the last couple of hours. But the good thing for the heat is that there are water stations abound here at the Great American State Fair, just about in each of the corridors. This is places that individuals who are also feeling as hot as I am can find those water stations. They can hydrate and they can get refreshed before they take in all of the festivities. Now, as we take a look around, as you can see, obviously, how are you, ma'am? Hi. We've got the giant Ferris wheel in the background. That is a main attraction that's going down here, but there's so much more that's going down. First of all, you can see the hundreds, if not thousands, of individuals who have made their way out here despite any of the heat to make sure that they are celebrating the 4th of July, that they are celebrating a Freedom 250 as well. If you haven't been here, this is a gigantic, enormous space. All the way down there, you can see it stretching there, and then as we wrap the camera around here, you can see that we go all the way where we can see the Capitol in our background there as well. There are rodeos here. There are all sorts of other tourist attractions for people to take in. Hi, guys. They're saying hello, and they should say hello, because what we see from the crowd is that there are a lot of individuals who are out here celebrating and coming together. Now, don't take a photo with me, ma'am, because I'm going to interview you here, and then we'll take a picture. She ran. We'll put the camera on her anyway as she runs away. Now, she is on the camera anyway. Ma'am, it's warm.
Yes.
But we're out here celebrating. You could be at home from the comfort of your couch watching us right here, but you're here. Why?
Why? Because my family is here, and I came down to celebrate the 4th with my family.
Wow, that's amazing.
Part of my family.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Now, are you from this area?
No, I am not.
Where are you from?
Florida.
From Florida. We've met a lot of people from Florida.
Originally from Buffalo.
Okay, good. We got a couple of people in the newsroom from Buffalo as well. So to that point, you're here in Washington, D.C., the nation's capital. What does this mean to you?
Everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's America.
Yeah.
What can you say?
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you so very much.
Thank you.
And welcome to Washington, D.C.
Go
Thank you. That's right. Go Bills. Hi, guys. Well, come on. Come on. Bring the whole family. Bring the whole darn family. Come on in, all of you. Come on in here. Whole family. You all are a beautiful family here. Beautiful family. Where are you from?
Las Vegas, Nevada.
Get out of here. All the way from Las Vegas. Listen. Many would say that Las Vegas is a great place to spend the 4th of July, but you all decided to spend it right here. Why?
That's right, because we love our nation, and we're celebrating its birthday. God bless America.
I love it.
Yes.
I love it. I love it. And again, not only 4th of July, but 250 years. What does that mean to you, sir?
It means everything. There's so much of these people that sacrificed before us, and we just need to come and enjoy and just be grateful. Amen. Yeah.
And here at the Great American State Fair, there's so much to see. I mean, there's a Las Vegas room that's here as well. Have you all visited the Las Vegas room? Is it appropriate?
Can I just share one
Yeah,
thing?
you can share as much as you'd like, ma'am. Come on.
My father is a war veteran.
Yes, ma'am.
He just passed away at 91. He
Wow.
was one of the most decorated men at Nellis Air Force Base, and his service, and we honor what he did and why we're here today.
Wow.
Joe Hogan.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
Thank you, Joe Hogan, for
Yes.
everything that Joe Hogan did, as well as everyone else who has
Thank
served
you.
this nation.
Thank you to all of our veterans.
That's right. That's right.
Yes.
That's right. 4th of July, what does it mean to you?
Oh, it's great. But let me say first, we
Let's
went to
go.
several of the states, and Utah won the prize.
Utah?
Yeah, if you went in each of the rooms, Utah went all out with the photo shoots, the ops, and the backgrounds, and that was really impressive. Yeah.
Now, what I've seen in the couple of times that I've been here is that there has been long lines around Florida's room. Have you all seen in Texas as well?
We didn't get in because we didn't want to stand in those long lines.
Don't mess with Texas. That's what they say.
Well, I mean, and some of them have been kind of disappointing. You know, there wasn't much to it. But that's why I wanted to give a shout out to Utah, which is next door to Nevada.
Here's the question. It's just me and you. It's just me and you and our family here watching. Which rooms were disappointing?
Oh.
It's okay. It's okay. There's no one. It's just us. Just us.
Let's see.
They'll be torn down soon.
Okay, California was disappointing.
Wow.
Hawaii, Alaska was disappointing.
Really?
Yeah, that was combined, and there just wasn't anything to it.
West Virginia?
And we heard the governor of West Virginia locked the door because she wasn't supporting this event. Boo.
Wow.
Just saying, since I get to say.
Yeah, no doubt. All right.
I mean, that's what we heard.
So that's allegedly. There we go. That's allegedly. That's what happened. Final question for you all. Again, we're here as a family. We're celebrating 4th of July, celebrating 250. Put that into perspective. What does that mean to you?
Yeah, well, it's once in a lifetime to have the opportunity to come here and be a part of this. It's just phenomenal with the flyovers and trying to get this country back together, being as one, coming together.
I think that's the most important part is unity here in this great country. Thank you all from all the way in Las Vegas.
I want to say also, because we're celebrating 250 years, I think it's so important that we do reflect on the founding of this nation and how, they were people of the book, meaning the Bible, and they really felt that God was the highest authority, not Great Britain or any king. It wasn't just about taxation without representation. It was really about freedom to worship God as we wanted to. And we're actually going to stay after this event for Christians United for Israel's event. And so there was a lot of Jews in early America that fought in the Revolutionary War. And we support our Jewish brothers and sisters and Israel as well. So
I love the fact that you all are here for unity as well. So thank you all. Thank you all so very much. We appreciate you. No, well, that's live, so we're not editing anything. Here we go. Hi, guys. Come on. Great outfits that we got on here. Great outfits. Where are you all from?
California, Merced County.
So many individuals have traveled from California. That's over on the other side of the country.
Right.
Why do you all believe that so many?
Our horses traveled with us.
You brought your horses?
We're supposed to be in the parade today.
Okay.
We brought horses.
We brought 9 Palominos here from California to ride in this parade.
So now talk to me about the potential frustrations in that. Obviously, we understand it's very hot. I might go down any moment now, but to make all of these plans, obviously.
I was hoping maybe they would move the parade up to maybe 8 o'clock or something like that, and we all could have did it. So,
sure.
But no, they just cut it off.
How'd that make you feel?
Not good.
Yeah.
Because this is my second time here within 18 months. We came for the inaugural parade too.
Wow.
But we had 13 horses then. We shipped 13 horses out. They all went back the next day, and then this trip, they're going back tomorrow morning.
That's right.
Yeah.
I can't imagine how hard that has to be again. Yeah.
Disappointing.
We wanted to be here for the 250. That's important. Our group has been going on for a long time. They actually rode here in 1976.
Yes.
So then we wanted to follow in their footsteps and ride in the 2026. And it just didn't happen.
It didn't happen. Let me ask you all this, because obviously that's a ton of disappointment, and I'm sorry for you all for that. That's what it is that we've endured. What does this mean to you, even despite not being in the parade? What does this celebration, what does it mean to you all?
It's great. The United States, 250 years, still going strong. Hopefully we continue on.
Yes, sir.
Yes, it's very good.
All right. Closing thoughts, you got them.
Yeah, patriotism. I'm loving it here. Everybody's here having fun. We're all one people, just celebrating the 4th of July.
We're talking about unity here.
That's right.
Let's do it. Thank you all so very much. Thank you all. And again, I apologize for everything that you've had to endure here. All right. So, heat, we know that it canceled a ton of events, and we just had an opportunity to hear from some of the individuals that were impacted by that. They brought 9 horses all the way from California only for the parades to be canceled for a good reason, because of the heat. But You feel the disappointment, yet you also see the excitement that they still hold on to, despite the fact that they could not participate in the parade. Through and through, a ton of great things going down right here. The Great American State Fair here on the National Mall. We'll be back in another hour showing you more of all of the sights and sounds from right here on location. Sina?
All right, perfect, Chad. We'll check in with you in just a little bit. But yeah, speaking of that heat, it is immense. I was saying I'm surprised that we're seeing anybody out and about today, given just how crazy it is.
Everybody who's out there, I really commend them
for
still making the show go on despite the heat, because it is challenging. I mean, it's just the next level of hot. Like, it's always hot here on the 4th of July.
Right.
But this is extreme heat. We've been talking about this for days. We're under extreme heat warnings. It's really humid. And then later this afternoon, which really only we're talking about in a couple of hours, we'll have to watch for some thunderstorms. So I know there's a lot going on.
Bag.
It really is. And the thunderstorms bring a whole other element to the afternoon. So, that is when it's, is it going to be duck and cover time on the National Mall? So everybody has to be ready for that. We're taking a look at current conditions right now, 100 degrees in D.C., dew point 65, so it feels like 103. So now that we've hit 100, that's a record high for the day. We've tied it. We had record highs yesterday. We had record highs on Thursday. So this was, the big thing was, are we going to have another record high on the 4th of July? And we've at least tied it. And if we go another degree, we'll have broken it. And this was a record from 1919. So pretty amazing. And it's just, goes to show, as easy as it is to be hot around here, it's hard to hit 100 degrees, especially apparently on the 4th of July. So another new record there. As you're looking at temperatures around the region, it's hot everywhere for any celebration. And this is why there have been some cancellations and delays. 101 in Baltimore, 97 in Gaithersburg, 98 Manassas, 100 in Leonardtown. The heat index, of course, is the big problem. 108 in Annapolis, 104 in Leonardtown, 106 in Cambridge. I mean, Stevensville, right on the bay there with the heat and humidity, feels like 113. So just some kind of really stifling humidity. And as we're taking that live picture from down at the National Mall, you still see bright blue skies. So no trouble yet on the horizon in terms of storms. We'll get a bit of a window where the clouds are starting to bubble up and it's looks like something's brewing. But we're not there just quite yet now that we've entered the 2 p.m. hour. So the big story is still the hazardous heat. Those extreme heat warnings are for the heat index, which could top 110 to even close to 115. That runs until 9 p.m. So that, first and foremost, is the biggest challenge, although, folks seem to be doing the best they can down there with water breaks and shade breaks and all the cooling stations, and it's just the party continues. So there's your surface map. Nothing showing up on radar just quite yet. I can see some storms and showers starting to bubble up over the mountains. That's your first clue that we've got the energy to allow these storms to form, and it's just a matter of timing as to when they're going to first get in. But as we zoom in on our area in particular, in the last hour, we'll pause that, and you can see in the last hour, it looks like those storms have made it just west of 81, and there's a few showers along I-64 from about Charlottesville to Richmond, but in terms of metro coverage, nothing at the moment. So we are just waiting and seeing. And it's only 2 o'clock, so I would say by about 4 o'clock, that's probably the earliest that we'd start to see some storms in here. For the weekend, we know today features the extreme heat and the chance of thunderstorms. Tomorrow also features the chance of thunderstorms. Temperatures will be slightly lower. I hate to use the word cooler because there's nothing really that's going to be cool about tomorrow. It will be just as hot and humid. It's just not extreme heat, so we won't be under that extreme heat warning, but we will be watching for thunderstorms. So here's the latest run of Futurecast. You can see by 5 o'clock, you've got a complex of showers and storms that could easily become severe in our western suburbs. So likely we'll see things fire to the west first. Now, doesn't mean you can't have them in other places. You see a little complex down across the northern neck by 5 o'clock. So it will just kind of be a wait and see situation with where they fire first on the radar, and then we'll track them through the metro. This puts the heavy rain over D.C. by about 6 o'clock. So anytime, I would say be ready by 4, but most likely between about 5 and 6 in D.C. for the best chance of seeing any storms, and perhaps some showers later for the fireworks, but it does seem to be late afternoon. So looks like we're looking at something else here.
Maneuvering their canopies together. This is called two-stack. It serves as the building block for all of their larger formations. Now, the jumpers in the leapfrog come to the team after years of real-world operational experience. Their mission here at Navy Parachute Team is to temporarily exit the shadows in order to showcase the teamwork, precision, and excellence of naval special warfare community. To inspire the next generation of American warfighters, following their 3-year commitment here, they return to their operational units. Now, while parachute demonstrations like these are inherently dangerous, the team mitigates the risk through meticulous planning, rigorous training and rehearsals, teamwork, and a relentless dedication to mastery in naval special warfare. Their lives and the lives of their teammates depend on this. Ready? Well, ladies and gentlemen, now that the Golden Knights have completed their jump, we're going to hand it back to Private First Class Nate Hilzendigger for more about your United States Army Golden Knights.
The American paratrooper, born of fire in the skies of World War II, more than 80 years ago, has since struck fear and terror in the hearts of those foolish enough to oppose them. Relentless in their skill and courage, not only in the air, but also on the ground, these brave soldiers have forged for themselves a place of honor in America's hearts. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Private First Class Nathan Hilzendigger, originally from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. It is my absolute honor to narrate this once-in-a-lifetime event, America's 250th birthday. I will describe for you today a demonstration of precision freefall as performed by members of your United States Army parachute team, the Golden Knights. At this time, members of the Gold demonstration team are circling high overhead at an altitude of 10,000 feet. The jump master is actually looking out the left door of the aircraft. His head is outside in the wind and the cold. Through a series of hand and arm signals, the jump master is relaying heading corrections to the pilot, maneuvering the aircraft to a precise exit point for the jumpers. Watch closely as you may see the nose of the aircraft move slightly left or right. The jumpers are out and the smoke is on. We now have members of the Golden Knights rapidly approaching speeds of 120 miles per hour. The initial part of the formation is called the base, and it forms quickly as the initial jumpers fly their bodies together while interlocking their arms and legs to form the nucleus of the formation. The formation continues to fly at 120 miles per hour as the freefall photographer circles the formation, then glide apart prior to their opening at 3,000 feet. This is our salute to all of you attending today's show. There you have the high-flying black and gold of your United States Army parachute team, the Golden Knights. Now, as you may have guessed, these jumpers are faced with a unique situation, a traffic jam in the sky. They must gain vertical separation to allow for individual approaches into the target area. This is accomplished by pulling on the front part of the parachute and spiraling down at speeds in excess of 60 miles per hour. This allows them to set up a traffic pattern just like you might see aircraft at a busy airport. The smoke trails each jumper leaves in the sky are created by two M18 red smoke grenades, which emit a continuous stream of smoke for up to 90 seconds. The jumper attaches these to one foot with a specially designed bracket and then ties the activation pins to a lanyard. By pulling on this lanyard, they can ignite the smoke immediately upon exiting the aircraft or while in free fall. The parachutes used by the Golden Knights are flexible wing gliders. Constructed of lightweight ripstop nylon, these parachutes have an inherent forward airspeed of 22 miles per hour. To turn left, the jumper pulls down on the left steering line. To turn right, the jumper simply pulls down on the right steering line. As the jumper's near the ground, they'll pull down on both steering lines simultaneously for the safest and softest possible landing. Looking high overhead, you may notice what seems like parachutes tangled together, but this is actually an exciting discipline in skydiving known as canopy relative work. Thanks in part to the advanced aerodynamic design of these ram air parachutes, one jumper can fly right up to the hands of another jumper without affecting its flight characteristics. At just the right moment, the jumpers pull opposite steering lines, maneuvering their parachutes into a downplane and diving straight toward the ground at over 80 miles per hour. As they approach the ground, you may hear the command, "Ready, brake," and the jumpers will separate for two soft stand-up landings in the target area. With a quick pull of a handle, Staff Sergeant Jonathan Pemberton will release the massive 5,000 square foot American flag. To keep the flag properly oriented, a 35-pound weight is attached to the bottom, adding a total of 150 extra pounds to the jumper. The flag is securely fastened to the front of the jumper's harness by 4 attachment points, requiring exceptional skill to pilot both the parachute and the massive flag. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes our performance for the day. And on behalf of the entire team, I would like to thank each and every one of you for being such a warm and receptive airborne audience. In closing, I leave you with this final thought. In the future, may all of your days be prosperous and your nights golden.
Well, you were just watching the elite aerial parachute demo, honoring not only our country's independence and celebrating our 250th birthday, but also our service members, our fallen service members as well. It was a very compelling visual demonstration. We have much more on today's festivities, celebrations in America 250, so stay with us. We'll be right back.
Supplies. They do have a ramp in the back to load and unload and even deliver troops while hovering above a hilltop. Ladies and gentlemen, they are approaching the National Mall now from the west. Above the Lincoln Memorial, you see them on screen. We're so honored to have them here with us. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the United States Army Helicopter Review.
We're just taking another live look at what looks like the Army helicopter flyover. We've been seeing so many of these incredible aerial flyovers as we celebrate the nation's not only Independence Day, but America 250. And I'm sure we'll be able to show you much more throughout the day. For now, though, let's get to Mount Vernon, where Stephanie Ramirez is celebrating our nation's independence. I mean, you've been celebrating there all day, Stephanie, and now it looks like you're going to need a colonial costume.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot going on here. First, I want to introduce you to Don and William, who are our two fife and drummer players here. They have to go soon because they're going to give a music lesson, but first, very quickly, he's going to explain how important these instruments were to the war.
Thank you very much, Stephanie. Happy birthday to America. Happy 4th of July. The fife and the drum are the soundtrack of the American Revolution. We are the colonial text, tweet, and instant messengers. We give signals. And he keeps the time, I keep the tune. We collaborate, motivate, encourage, and inspire these soldiers. William.
The drums, the drum beatings told the soldiers when to get up, when to go to sleep, where to go on the battlefield, what to do. It was very crucial to the entire project of the war.
Very nice. Can we hear something real quick? Sure. So what was this? What is this going to be?
We're going to do the most infamous Yankee Doodle, which is very interesting, but it was used to make fun of us at first, but we changed it to make it more of a patriot-friendly song.
Okay. All right. Let's hear it. All right, Don and William, thank you so much for joining us live. I know you got to go. I appreciate your time. Happy 4th to you both.
Thank you.
You take care. Have a safe day, too. You guys are wearing a lot right now. Stay safe in this heat. So we're at Mount Vernon, as I told you earlier today. There was a naturalization ceremony, but people have been enjoying all day. You can see the long line here, which was a lot longer earlier. Now some folks are taking a break, but there's still a line to get into George Washington's home. And then I just want to show you some video from earlier today from that naturalization ceremony, guys. 150 people became United States citizens on the grounds here of Mount Vernon. The first president of this country, George Washington's home, and they came from 50 different countries. We even saw a few military members who were among the group to become U.S. citizens. So in the group, they recited their allegiance to the country. They said the Pledge of Allegiance together before the first president himself, George Washington, came out in costume and bowed and welcomed his new fellow Americans. I got to speak with a U.S. Marines, a sergeant, who told me that he was a kid when he came to the country from West Africa. He's been deployed with the Marines since and just always felt American. He was very, very happy for today. And his message was not to take our citizenship for granted. He also told me the first thing he did was going to register to vote now that he can. And we also talked with families from India, Brazil, and more. One daughter told me this when I asked her what today means for her mother, who was becoming a U.S. citizen today.
She belongs. Yeah, a sense of belonging.
It's pretty surreal. My cousin Joe told me she was getting it today, and I was like really excited, and she asked if I can come and support her. I go, absolutely. Just a great setting for today. I think it's great for them. I think she really wanted to become a citizen, that her kids are here and they're citizens, so it's good for the whole family.
I'm already a U.S. citizen, and today we are excited for him to get his citizenship also. We didn't know it's going to be on the 4th of July, like he said, and that's like double the excitement.
We like the country. Our kids are here. They are citizens here, so they like to be, continue their studies and everything here. So we moved from our country to here, so they got the opportunity to start here from the beginning.
To become a new citizen on that day, you're sort of born again in liberty on the birthday of the nation. So I see that as a really powerful symbol, because we are a country based on people choosing to join us and choosing to stay. We're based in principles, we're not based in blood. And these people have come from all over the world, have gone through God knows what to really make it and become a citizen of the United States. And it's just a special moment for them, and to do it on a really meaningful day, I think, is very powerful.
The president and CEO of Mount Vernon also joked after that the one thing that those folks will have to adjust to is calling the game of football soccer now that they're here in the United States. But just a huge, tremendous day. I mean, imagine people spend years, decades waiting to become a U.S. citizen, and today they got to do so at the place where we celebrate the founding of this country, and now they're connected to the continuing future of this country. They're a part of that fabric. So just a lot going on here. And I have two grandma and grandson here hanging out with us today from Maryland and New Jersey in the house. Luke, tell everyone how you're enjoying today.
It's really fun, and I'm enjoying a lot of things. The daytime fireworks were amazing.
All right.
We had a lot of fun listening to the audios also.
Very nice. And how about grandma here from, you said Atlantic City, New Jersey?
Yes, I was a teacher for 39 years, second grade, and he's in second grade now. So we spent a lot of time in the mornings reading, and we read a lot of biographies and historical stories, and we thought this would be the best place to be on the 4th of July.
Excellent. And the 250th anniversary, right?
Well, 250th anniversary and the 200th anniversary of when John Adams and Jefferson died. So that's another little bit of trivia about July 4th.
You really are an educator. Well, let me ask you this, since we are on the grounds of Mount Vernon, anything that you hope people take away from the lesson of George Washington as our first president?
Well, I've done a lot of studying and reading and watching television shows, and I think he was admired more than any person you can imagine in any country or young country. He was just a man who really wanted to be a farmer, wanted to go back to Mount Vernon, but when people insisted that he run for president, and he was the only one who ran, he owned up to it, and he did it for 8 years. So I admire him so much, and we all honor him.
He stepped up to the plate, right?
He did.
Thank you so much for talking with us today. Happy 4th of July to you, young man. Happy 4th, Kathy. We appreciate your time. And guys, there is a lot more going on all day today at Mount Vernon. If you're interested in coming down, check it out. Folks are definitely surviving the heat, but you can see that's not stopping folks from coming out and celebrating here. And I got to tell you, that's the American spirit, right? I'll send it back to you.
Absolutely is, Stephanie. We see that long line behind you. Yeah, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it. And the 4th of July festivities continue here on Fox Local after the break. Stay with us. Welcome back to Fox Local on this Independence Day, also America's 250th birthday. So it's time to head back out to the National Mall, the site of the Great American State Fair, where Chad Ricardo has been hanging out all day. Chad, as you said, it is a sauna, but it seems like you and everybody else are still having a time out there.
This is truly an amazing time, and here's what it is that I got to tell you. All week long, there's been conversations in regards to the crowd sizes that have been here at the Great American State Fair. Fox 5 has been in the building as well, and I got to be honest, earlier in the week, maybe there weren't just a abundant number of individuals that were here, but today, let me tell you about today. Today, there are thousands of individuals who have stretched out here to come and celebrate Independence Day, to celebrate the 4th of July, to celebrate USA, as that lovely gentleman is saying, as well as to celebrate the 250th birthday of this country. As you can hear, oh man, we've got a USA chant. You can, come on, give it to us. That's right. All of our USA freedom here. Well, come here, guys, and you all don't go anywhere. I'm coming over to you. Talk to me, guys. What does it mean to you all? We're chanting USA. What does it mean to you all to be here on the National Mall? Talk to me about
freedom and respect, and we're all here for a good reason.
Yeah.
We love America, and we're proud to be here. For 250th, we can't go wrong, right?
And where are you all from?
I'm from Belgium, actually.
Originally.
Wow. So I've been trying to get to this greatest country in the world for 40 years. So please, Trump, do something about it, because I'm now 16,
we're
maybe.
Here and we're ready for it.
Yeah, we're so ready for it to make it our country. So right now I live in Canada.
Wait a second. I thought this was going to all be a good story, like we're chanting USA. I don't know if you all heard this, but this wonderful woman said that they are from Belgium. Now, if you know, wait, guys. Now, I celebrate you all. However, USA takes on Belgium on Monday. USA! Okay, we're still. Okay. So I got to put you all on the spot.
Yes.
Yeah.
Who wins the match on Monday night?
USA, 100% USA.
Belgium, because
what are you doing?
US is 17.
Okay.
So let's see. No matter what, we all win. That's the great part.
We all win. Everybody, round of applause. Come on. We all win. You, sir, here as well. What does it mean to you to be here? Why'd you have to come out?
We came out to celebrate the 250th birthday of our country. It's the best country in the world. And you can tell by all the people that came over from the globe for the World Cup how much they love the USA.
Very true.
And we do have a great country, and we are a great country. You just don't have to listen to the narrative that isn't right.
No, and I think that is a great point. I love this shirt. This is an outstanding shirt. Talk to me about your attire here. I love it.
So my family went to Atlanta for a soccer tournament. They saw it. I was the only one that would actually wear it. And I mean, can't go wrong with making fun of the British. We are better. And we found out we were potentially going to play them on the 4th. I felt this was the best shirt to wear.
I love it.
USA is the greatest country in the world.
I love it. You, sir, before I let you get out of here, 4th of July, what does it mean to you?
It means everything. It's a great celebration of who we are and our independence. It's just the best country in the world. And we should be happy and proud that we're U.S. citizens.
As we take a look at the flyovers, every time there's a flyover, everyone looks up to the sky. They chant USA. You really feel what this country means to everyone.
You do.
Here.
That is protection of your freedom.
Yes, sir.
That's exactly what it is. We get to do all of this without any worry at all.
There we go. Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate you. Thank you. So those are outstanding individuals. As we watch this flyover as well, I mean, just take it in as you see all of the cell phones going up, all of the individuals looking up into the sky. You truly feel the magnitude of the moment here, celebrating the 4th of July on the National Mall here. Oh, okay, gotcha. Now, I want to speak to my friends here, my dear friends that I just met. And tell me your name again, ma'am.
Felicia Montoya.
Miss Felicia. And you, sir?
Hermanadius.
And Hermanadius, you all also traveled from very far to get here. Where you traveled from?
From Arizona by car.
What?
Yeah,
3 days driving.
Yeah.
3 days.
3 days.
3 days driving.
Guys, I know that airline prices are high, but you chose to drive?
Like to drive, yeah.
We have family on the way over here, so we stopped and visited.
Okay, so you made this outstanding holiday, you made it a road trip.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Tell me what this means to you all, because you're here in the nation's capital. What does being here on the 4th of July, what does it mean to you?
Means everything. Him and I are both retired Air Force.
Wow.
And I booked this trip. I booked our hotel a year in advance. As soon as they announced that they were having a party in D.C., I booked it.
Wow.
So, but yeah, it's I love the USA.
Wow.
There's no other country like it. We've been around. We've seen other countries. It's like there's nothing like it.
Thank you all both for your service. That's first and foremost. And you, sir, just piggybacking off of that, not just the 4th of July, but 250 years. I see your shirt. We gotta zoom in on this outstanding attire that you have here.
Adios.
Look at first of all, where does one get a shirt like this? I need a shirt like this.
Amazon.
There we go. I get everything from Amazon. Everything from Amazon. But secondly, 250 years, this celebration, talk to me about it.
Like you said, I served 28 years in the Air Force, traveled the world. There's no country like America. No country like America. We have the best commander-in-chief ever, and I just love the United States of America.
Love the United States of America. I'll get you all out of here on this because, again, you all traveled here. As soon as you saw that it was going down, you booked that to celebrate this day on the National Mall. How does that feel?
Incredible. Yeah, I love America.
Yeah. Totally historical. So we wanted to be here. It's very special.
Yeah.
Very special.
And we stayed in a historical hotel too.
Wow. What do you think for individuals, because everybody's not celebrating today the same way. Not everyone's celebrating today the same way. For the individuals that maybe are not as excited about celebrating Freedom 250, what's your message to them?
We'll pray for them.
Yeah.
Because we got a great country.
My message, watch Fox News.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, we do.
Thank you all so very much. I appreciate you all. Thank you, and thank you for your patience here. All right. So, as we said, so many outstanding things that are going down here, whether we're talking about the Ferris wheel, which if you're just joining us, that is a spectacle in and of itself. You can see that. Hi, guys. We got you. You're on camera as well. Also, right over here, you see that there's a rodeo that's been going down. Now, that rodeo has been shut down a couple of times because of the extreme heat, just along with some of the parades and everything else that has been shut down. But one of the things that has remained open and that individuals have been traveling in and out of the entire week are these rooms for each individual state that they have here. So as you see there, Maine, South Carolina, Virginia, Washington, D.C., North Carolina, West Virginia, they've got lines as people go in and take part in what it is that's going down. But I wanted to, myself and photojournalist Matthew, we wanted to walk into the Maryland room to see exactly what it is that's offered in the Maryland room and see how accurate it is as well. So we're going to walk into the Maryland room and just kind of see if we can see how things are. You want to say hi? Say hi.
Oh, hey, how you guys doing?
There we go. Give me a five.
Yeah.
There we go. Huh? You want to say hi too?
Yeah, what's up?
That's right. You got it. There we go. Yeah! USA! All right. Maryland State Room here. I'll hold the door for Matthew as Matthew makes his way into the room. First of all, photojournalist Matthew Myers, best in the business. Got to give him credit. So this is the Maryland room. As you can see, individuals have gathered. The first thing that you'll notice is how much cooler it is inside than it is outside. But you can see, obviously, on the wall, paying homage to the state of Maryland. If you're watching at home, be sure to let us know how accurate the things it is that you're seeing in here in the Maryland State Room. Obviously, a ton of things dealing with the crabs. We've got... Oh, this is excellent. How are you, sir?
Good. How about yourself?
How are you? We're streaming right now, so I just want you to know that we're live right now. Talk to me about this. So this Maryland State Room, we are Fox 5 right here in the region. Fox 5 housed in Maryland. What do we have in the room here
So
today?
we are the Maryland booth.
Come on,
Maryland!
Yeah.
Go Maryland!
Go Maryland!
We have the crabs. We are the little America.
Yeah.
We have the beaches.
That's
we have
right.
the mountains.
Come on.
We have the lakes. We got everything
We
here.
got everything, Maryland!
Go Maryland!
Right.
We got some candies. Where are my candies?
Where are the candies? Someone get this man his candy.
Baby.
How about the sun? Yeah! So no candies, but we got the Star Spangled Banner. That's right. We're going to get the darn candies. Yeah. We will get the candies. How are you, ma'am? You're a Marylander. Let's get that. What do you think of this room?
You know, I heard it wasn't a very good display, but I'm seeing something different here. I really like it, yeah.
We love this Maryland.
What you guys are doing. I mean, we're Maryland.
No, it's not me. It's this gentleman here.
Hey, we got the candy.
We got the candy, yeah! Now, here's my question. Fun fact that I learned yesterday. Maybe you know this since you're running the Maryland booth. Were you aware that Country Roads was inspired by Maryland?
Yeah, I'm familiar with that.
You're familiar with that?
Yeah.
For all of the viewers watching at home, of course, Country Road, I cover sports primarily. Okay. So I love it that sports brings people together. You hear after the United States men's team wins, everybody sings Country Roads. I'm like, that's a beautiful thing. I looked into it. The writers, not John Denver, the writers of those songs wrote that song while driving down Clopper Road in Montgomery County in Gaithersburg.
Yes, I am familiar with that. Even the star, our flag is also the best flag ever. Have you seen it?
Have you seen that Maryland flag? Where's the Maryland flag? There it is. There's the Maryland flag. Let's go, Maryland! USA! 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 I love it. I love it here in Maryland. Thank you so very much for showing us all of this love and hospitality. Last thing. There are people watching right now because we're streaming nationally right now. So for the people that are watching, that are thinking about moving somewhere else, why should Maryland be a place that they consider?
So Maryland is a lifestyle. Yeah. It's a culture. We have the best workforce. We are little America. You could be in a beach, Ocean City. Yeah. Within 2 hours, you could be in Deep Creek Lake, in the mountains. Yeah. You could ski a day. You could be at the beach. If you go overnight distance from Baltimore, yes, you could cover 65 of the U.S. population.
Wow.
We are Port of Baltimore. Sure. The culture, the people. Yeah. I think it's the culture, what I would say, and the lifestyle. The beautiful beaches, beautiful parks, economy. Yeah. We are home to NASA Goddard, NSA. We have the highest educated workforce.
Sure.
So there's a lot to Maryland.
That's right.
And a lot to unfold, I would say.
I love what you said there. I think it's about the culture. I think it's about the people. I think it's about the fact that here in this melting pot, yes, you can meet all sorts of different people from different races, cultures, and creeds all coming together in the beautiful state of Maryland.
And diversity, yes.
That's what I'm talking
about.
Yes. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, brother. Thank you. All right. That's the Maryland booth. Maryland! 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 Absolutely outstanding. We're going to walk. Did you chant Maryland with us?
I can now.
Maryland! 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 Great job. It's a great job. It's a great job.
Nice job you guys are doing.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. Thank you. Maryland. Let's go, Maryland. Fives. Give me Yeah. Who do you want to say hello to?
OG 13 states. We're the only ones celebrating America's 250th birthday. Okay.
That's right.
It's not for what? It's not for Washington. It's not for Florida. And this is not for Connecticut. This is for all the OG 13 states and maybe even DC.
That's right. Say USA. USA.
USA. USA.
USA. That's excellent. That's excellent. Great job. Great job. All right, we're back out. Another flyover. Definitely want to see this one. Absolutely fantastic. Again, the pageantry, the fanfare, all of the individuals. You don't want to say USA anymore?
Just happened in USA. This amazing display of everything.
Yes, I agree. Is that why you came here today?
Yes,
Where
of course.
Are you from?
Colombia originally.
Really?
Yes.
Where do you live now?
I live in Maryland for 25 years.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
All right. What do you think of this down here on the National Mall?
This is what America is showing, the displays, hard work, organization, opening for everybody, but do your work and then you have your rewards.
That's right. That's what I'm feeling as here as well today. Thank you so very much. I appreciate you. Absolutely outstanding. 4th of July, Freedom 250, the celebrations, all of the pageantry, all of the love, all of the unity that we are seeing here today. Cena, I'm going to give it back to you. It's a special day out here. The crowds are large and they're only growing. back to you.
Thank you, Chad. We love the Maryland chat. Maryland, indeed. I'm a Maryland girl, born and raised. Love it. And now we want to take you to a flyover. Are we looking at a flyover right now? Okay, no, we're actually going to take you to across the coast. Of course, we've got celebrations happening across the country, and there's a beautiful one happening on the West Coast in the San Diego area, a cute coastal town of Coronado. A very fabulous parade going on there right now. Let's go to it live.
Started back up after World War II. Would be the year that they started the counting out again.
So growing up in Coronado, was it like, I mean, I'm sure it wasn't as busy as it is now, but was it like this? Were people out in the median? Was it something everybody looked forward to when you were a kid?
Very much so. It has always been part of the fabric of the community that I can remember.
Yeah.
The town I grew up in was about 70% military.
Okay.
75 maybe. Your family was either in the military, retired from the military, or a civilian employee working at North Island. And so our school was full of kids who came and went because of military orders. I moved away for 6 years from 75 to 81 and moved back. And like so many smart investors, my dad wasn't a great investor, but he did keep the home in Coronado. It worked out well. So it was great to come back. I knew about half my senior class. There's about 220 of us, and I knew about half. 3 high schools in 4 years is not something I recommend for everybody, but
well, when you're a military
kid, that's what you do, and that's the sacrifice. You know, as we appreciate the military folks today, that's the sacrifices they make aren't just them. It's the spouses and the kids and everybody else that's associated with their family that is part of the military commitment. So I know it's kind of hard on our family, especially two of my sisters, but all things being equal, today is just a wonderful day to recognize those people who've done that. So back to so now Coronado is about 35 or 40% military, at least in terms of the students in our schools, and those parents rent or live in housing don't necessarily come to Coronado and buy a home, just because the property values don't make it accessible. Now, of course, they do receive a special stipend because Coronado is an expensive area to live, like other areas around the world. BAH, I think it's called. And so that helps because living and working in your same community is really important. The commute to the North Island every day is very difficult. The bridge is.
It is. I mean, as a traffic reporter.
45. Oh yeah, you see it all the time.
I know that. Yeah, I see every single morning.
The weatherman says sunny and 72, and the traffic person says
the
bridge is backed up.
The whole span from the 5 all the way to the base.
Yeah. So that's a thing. So the community. The people that make up the community have changed a little bit over time. We do have a lot of new money coming into town, buying houses, tearing them down, and building a house that doesn't necessarily have a family living in it. So if you take the Coronado Cays, the Coronado Shores, and the village proper together, we've done some math and figured out that about half the houses of the 10 or 11,000 housing units there are in Coronado are not full-time occupied. And for me, as a person who grew up in the community, the fabric that holds the community together is the churches and the little leagues and the other soccer teams and those things that form the fabric of the community. And we have very active sports leagues and and robust folks that participate in our community to make it the great place it is. But as we have less and less homes full-time occupied, that also changes the flavor of the community. So, but there's no place like home. There is no place like home. It's the Mar Vista Emerald Army as they come down the street playing for us. Our friends from Mar Vista just down the Strand in Imperial Beach. Let's have a listen.
Oh, they're going to start something up for us. Here we go. Here we go.
Game on.
Game on. Horns up.
You know, we had a comment on the chat from somebody that said they missed the RNC demonstration that used to happen over Glorietta Bay. Of course, the parachute just kind of harkened back to that. But until the early 90s, the Navy SEALs would put on about a 40-minute show with planes and jets and rescue missions and people in the water jumping out of boats.
That. Yes.
It was really, really cool. And you know, when it first went away, we figured it wasn't canceled. They just moved it to a foreign land because that's when we were fighting in Iraq and Afghanistan. And we've tried to work with the Navy on getting that back. I understand they still do it on the East Coast, out of the East Coast Navy SEAL bases. base. But yeah, I mean, someday maybe we'll get that back. That was pretty cool.
That was really neat to see them go down in the water. Here we go. Oh.
They didn't give us any music, though.
I think what they did was they're getting everybody together because they were all kind of spread out. This is a long parade route.
Next up, Miss Black California 2026. It's Aaliyah Frederick and Miss Black California Justice Hayes and Miss Black California and Albrianna Johnson Mann. Miss California Black Talented Team joining them today is California Director Keisha Johnson, also proudly representing Miss Kirby, United States Global Icon. They are proud to join the community in celebrating Coronado's 77th.
I love that. I wish I could be in the Miss Kirby United States Global.
Next up, the Military Heroes Award winner, Beachmaster Unit 1 from the Naval Amphibious Base just down the way here in Coronado. They're a unit of 325 sailors, both active and reserves. They are subject matter experts in amphibious operations, including ship-to-shore movement, in contact with the Marine Corps logisticians. Oftentimes you can see them doing exercises along the Silver Strand. Thank you, Beachmaster Unit 1, and congratulations on being an award winner in our parade today.
Wow, that's a big truck.
Thank you, Beachmaster Unit 1, and thanks everybody who's tuning in on the City of Coronado YouTube channel. And to our friends from C-SPAN, thank you so much for allowing your broadcast waves to let Laura and I share this magical day in Coronado, California with folks outside our area. Thank you so, so much.
Logisticians. That's a tough word.
Straight out of Radiator Springs, come fabulous Lightning McQueen, winner of 7 Piston Cups. Lightning McQueen draws blue as a tribute to his mentor Doc and the fabulous Hudson Hornet. The Knights of West Coast is wishing everyone a happy 4th of July. Ka-chow!
Ka-chow,
Ka-chow.
Here come the Valley Center Stampede Rodeo Queens. Queen Lacey Bunebridge, Junior Queen Vivian Gregan, Young Miss Lily Webb, Little Miss Avalon Holtz.
Thank you, ladies, for bringing your horses and those beautiful outfits and costumes and saddle work to our parade today.
Now comes the Valley Center Vaqueros. Hear ye, hear ye. Presenting our founding fathers and mothers, the Vaqueros carry the spirit of 1776 and celebrate the courage and vision and horses that shaped our great
Those are great costumes as well. Happy 4th, you guys. Thanks for coming out. You know, if you live on the 100 block of the letter streets here in Coronado, D, E, F, kind of all the way to the base, you're never surprised on 4th of July what could be outside your living room window. The parades assemble in the 100 blocks and then are released onto First Avenue to walk up to Orange Avenue and turn right. And I remember when I lived in the 100 block of G coming out and seeing a tank in my street.
That must have been exciting.
This is an all-hands-on-deck community.
These next 2 vehicles are dedicated to those who presently are serving or who have served, and those who paid the ultimate price for preserving for us for the rights, the privileges, the freedoms we enjoy today.
The Vaqueros carry the spirit of 1776
The-
and celebrate the courage,
Is that
vision, and
the T-Bucket Roadster?
The Humvee has been comprised of
It has the capability to fight its way into a target over long ranges, complete air-to-ground missions, and fight its way back out, day or night, and in all weather. The F-16 Fighting Falcons or Vipers that you saw along in the formation, they are a compact multi-role fighter that came from Shaw Air Force Base, South Carolina today. Highly maneuverable, and they excel in air superiority, precision ground attack, and close air support. Relatively low-cost, high-performance system with revolutionary pilot safety and ergonomics. They have a 30-degree reclined seat and side stick control, which allows the pilots to tolerate upwards of 9 times the force of gravity. They do present also a tactical advantage with a frameless canopy and an unrestricted 360-degree view. Ladies and gentlemen, your United States Air Force Fleet Review.
welcome back to Fox Local on this Independence Day. I mean, as we've been saying, this heat really did its best to ruin the day, but it hasn't. Yeah.
No, I mean, I'm so happy to see everybody enjoying themselves so much down at the mall and in all of our communities.
Yeah.
Because the heat we knew would be a bit of an issue, and probably still is, but everyone's taking precautions and doing great. So yay, happy 4th of July.
Happy 4th of July. Yeah, we're so happy to see it, but this is not the only big thing that we're contending with today.
It's true. So now we move into the second portion of our weather hazards for the 4th of July.
One battle done, the next to go.
The next one. You know what? This is like the Revolutionary War, right? Yeah. Okay. So you thought you won one thing, but nope, you've got another challenge ahead, and it's all going to pay off.
Okay, metaphor, yes.
Hey, it worked out 250 years ago, so we're hoping it works out today.
Exactly.
But we do want everybody to be weather aware as we get into the evening, because we do have a severe thunderstorm watch that's in effect for the whole area. And this is not a surprise, because we were outlooked for days for severe weather. And even this morning, the Storm Prediction Center put us in an enhanced risk. And a lot of that has to do with the fact that it's the 4th of July, and in D.C. and Philadelphia, a lot of people are gathering outside. So as a result, there's your severe thunderstorm watch. It goes until 10 p.m. As we look at radar, thunderstorms are really starting to fire back out across the mountains. So all those small yellow boxes are active severe thunderstorm warnings, and we have a bit of some lead time with them. Those are our closest warnings getting into Culpeper County right now, and they are heavy rain producers, frequent lightning producers, and in the case of these severe storms, which are mostly between Ruckersville and Marksville, that's where you could probably see some damaging wind. That's going to be the biggest concern through tonight as these storms, you can see their motion is off to the north and east, are they going to bring the sort of wind gusts where, you got to hustle everybody inside because it's that severe. We've got another cell out in Garrett County, Maryland. That one seems to be weakening. So I do think most of the activity will be moving in from the south and west. As we zoom out again, I'll give you another picture of that. Yeah, everything's really kind of a couple hours away, but it's 3:12 right now, and I would expect that by 5 o'clock, we could be rocking and rolling here in the metro. So there's a hazy live look out at Reston with our Fox 5 Sky Cam. Nothing looking tall and ominous just quite yet. We've made it to 101 degrees this afternoon, so that is a new record high. It is officially the hottest July 4th that we've ever had in our history. So making more history here on this 250th anniversary. Not in the best way possible, but certainly in one way. And it feels like 106. That dew point has dropped a bit, indicating some dry air overhead. So the heat index is actually not as bad as it's been the past couple of afternoons, despite these still really high temperatures. These are temperatures around the region. Everybody's in the upper 90s to the low single digits. Here's the heat index, which is still over 100 for at least everybody, over 105 in some spots, and Stevensville 110, Quantico 115. So it's still really high in spots, and those extreme heat warnings do run in through 9 p.m. Now, if we get a storm or some heavy rain, it does have that kind of immediate cooling effect, which is a good thing. It's just, everybody needs to run inside or, get away from any conductors of lightning or heat that would be problematic. So just keep that in mind as we go through the next couple of hours, out of the pools and all of that. There's 5:30, and that has a heavy batch of storms over us. So I would say prime time would probably be between 4:30 and 6:30 for the metro. So that's soon. And it's moving west to east. So you get the idea. Our western suburbs will see it first. And then, this model's kind of nailing 5:30 in the metro. That should pass quickly. This will be like a quick round of really gusty thunderstorms, and then they're out of here. By fireworks time, though, there could still be a few showers, especially to the north and west. But I think the main event is happening in a couple hours. And this will prompt, everybody to be running inside. But then you can kind of get back outside afterwards. However, the biggest concern will certainly be strong winds capable of producing damage. This is a fast forward to Sunday. I do want to highlight for any continued holiday activities on Sunday, any parades or fireworks that were postponed till Sunday. That comes with its own risk of showers and thunderstorms. That's 4:30 on Sunday afternoon. You see storms starting to bubble up and then pushing through during the evening hours. So we will have a very similar threat and timing of severe thunderstorms tomorrow as we do today. Those showers and storms linger into Monday morning, and then finally on Monday, the heat does look like it's going to break. So I mentioned that enhanced risk of severe thunderstorms for DC, Baltimore, and Philadelphia. And again, this is really, I think, issued not just for the threat of damaging winds with these storms, but because everybody's gathering outside. So it's been a long couple of days of extreme heat and humidity. We do want everyone to be safe. These storms will give a lot of lead time. You'll see a severe thunderstorm warning come over your phone, so you want to take shelter as quickly as you can. Another component to these storms is the lightning. Now, a storm doesn't have to be severe to produce lightning, and it's the same thing. Even if it's not a severe storm, you can have a lot of lightning in it, and with everybody gathered outside, that is always a concern. So there's your evening planner. 5 p.m. is go time with the storms overhead. There could still be something lingering at 7, but I think after that, we then quiet down through the rest of the night, which means even though we have all this action this afternoon, mostly I assume that fireworks should be fine for tonight. So this is, at this point, I think a little unavoidable, but hopefully everyone can get back out for the fireworks, and hopefully it'll actually feel a little bit cooler. I mean, these temperatures, or these thunderstorms, do have the effect of dropping the temperature very quickly and bringing some short-term relief, because you see again by tomorrow, it's a hot day, but it's not as hot. Highs will be in the mid-90s, so we won't be in an extreme heat warning, and we will see those thunderstorms again late in the day. So the worst of the heat is really over with after today. It's still hot tomorrow, and then by Monday, it's much, much better. The heat really softens for the middle part of next week, and your 7-day forecast will show that. If you're going to be at the beaches, I do want to remind everyone there that even if they don't get the storms this afternoon, I think they come in late tonight, they still have a storm risk Sunday, Monday, and then clearing by Tuesday. And you see how much cooler it gets at the beaches. Tomorrow, 87, and then Monday, mid-80s, and then low 80s there by Tuesday. So that 7-day forecast shows we really get away from this heat. Next week, we have some kind of nice days in the middle part of the week. Mid-80s feels very comfortable. It does warm back up. We do get more humid. There will be thunderstorm chances again on Friday and Saturday, but this is considered very much normal heat for this area. We are not going to be seeing a repeat of this extreme heat next week, or really anytime soon, meaning triple-digit temperatures, heat indices over 110, and everything that's made it so unbearable over the past few days. So at least that is some relief. But again, we continue to track those showers and thunderstorms. And I think, as we continue on here on the local through the rest of the evening, we'll be providing more and more updates as we are anticipated to get some severe thunderstorm warnings in this area.
Yeah,
so
make sure you stay with us right here on Fox Local for all of those updates, because you'll need them, throughout the rest of the day and throughout the rest of the weekend as well. Thank you, Caitlin.
Yeah, sure.
And now we want to take you back out to the West Coast, where there's a festive parade happening in the area, in the San Diego area, the town of Coronado. That parade's still happening now, so let's take that live look.
Down to the golf course, if you're here in Coronado or nearby, come see a parachute jump by the Frog X parachute team at 2 p.m.
And then the fireworks.
Well, you don't forget about the music in Spreckles Park at 2:30 to 4:30 about. Kat Dugas will be doing Disney tunes, so bring your kids. And then later, the patriotic music of the Coronado Community Band will be played.
We have a full day of entertainment for you all.
And what's the story on the fireworks? It's Kixie 96.9. No, 90. No, Kixie what?
You're going to make me say it. Kixie 96.5, Glorietta Bay. Fireworks show at 9 o'clock.
Simulcast. Okay, so on behalf of the city of Coronado, Tony Perez and his Surf's Up studio team, I want to just thank all the folks who made this happen, as well as the folks from the Coronado 4th of July Committee. I also want to say thank you to our friends at C-SPAN who picked up this broadcast, at least parts of it, and shared it with the nation. I could not be more proud of my community than I am right now.
You know who else picked us up a little bit? Fox. I'm just saying. That's
Laura.
Pretty cool.
I think you and I just make our national debut?
I think we did. I think Coronado did.
Well,
anyway.
Thank you guys very much for tuning in on your computers, your phones, your iPads, your laptops, your whatevers. And for those of you tuning in at home on C-SPAN, and you said Fox?
Yeah, Fox.
All right. Thank you very much for watching. From Orange Avenue in Coronado, California, on behalf of the parade committee, we want to salute the folks that participated in our parade as the entrants, who really are the folks who did the hard work, and all the 100,000 people who came across the bridge to either from the island or across the bridge to see us today.
Yes, I'm Laura Kane. Bill Sankey.
And I'm Bill Sankey, and I'm really glad you joined our community today.
Happy 4th.
Welcome back to Fox Local here on this Independence Day. There have been so many cool, creative ways that people across the country are celebrating this semi-quincentennial, including a time capsule. There's an American 250 time capsule created by a nonpartisan commission. It weighs 900 pounds, and every single state and D.C. have all contributed to this, and it was buried in Philadelphia. So we want to show you a bit of that ceremony right now.
The symbolism. We are creating America memory today. That 8-year-old will be 58 when America turns 300, the tricentennial. This is the work we're doing. It's for the children. I hope they will remember this anniversary and how they made them feel. It's up to all of us. I hope they remember that the America 250 logo, that logo there, is a unifying symbol of who we are and what we believe. We have so many parts of our country that are great. And is that greatness, that fabric, is who we are. So I have a call to action. My call to action for every parent, every grandparent, every uncle, every aunt is here. Steward our children for the future. Teach them our story. Bring them places like Philadelphia Independence Hall. Teach them about moments that matter. This is one of the moments that matter. The greatest gift we can leave our children and future generations isn't inside the capsule. This is just a part of it. It's a love of country. It's a love of confidence. It's the pursuit of excellence. It's the American dream. This is what we leave them today and the foundation of who we become tomorrow. In this remarks, I say, happy birthday, America, and thank you very much.
Please welcome Commissioner of America 250, Kathy Gillespie.
Good morning, everyone, and happy semi-quincentennial. It is a privilege to join you today, and I want to thank our distinguished guests, our partners, and everyone who helped make this remarkable day possible. My name is Kathy Gillespie, and I'm honored to serve as a commissioner for America 250. And today, we're gathered in one of the most meaningful places in our nation's history. This is where the ideas and principles of American independence were and where our founders later forged the Constitution that has sustained our republic for nearly 250 years. Now, there's a popular story from these very grounds that will be familiar to many of you. It was here that Benjamin Franklin, leaving the Constitutional Convention, was asked what kind of government had been created. His famous reply was, "A republic, if you can keep it." Dr. Franklin understood that America's future would depend on informed and engaged citizens. And today's ceremony is, in many ways, our answer to that challenge. We've kept our republic. And by bearing this time capsule today, we are expressing our confidence that our republic will endure. My hope is that when Americans gather here 250 years from now, they will see not only the objects we left behind, but the principles that we chose to preserve, and know that in 2026, we believe deeply enough in this remarkable American experiment to entrust it to them. Now, in preparing for today,
formation are UH-1 in Hueys from Joint Base Andrews, Maryland. They are part of the United States Air Force 1st Helicopter Squadron and the Air Force District of Washington. Their mission includes distinguished VIP airlift, emergency reaction rotary wing airlift, security, and medevac in the National Capital Region. They also support search and rescue along with other contingencies for national security. The UH-1 Hueys you see at the rear of the formation, twin-engine light-lift utility helicopters. Ladies and gentlemen, Marine Helicopter Squadron 1, along with United States Air Force 1st Helicopter Squadron, our executive rotary wing airlift in review.
comes from a young student named Sudden Joy, who wrote, 500 years of America. I can't believe we made it this far. Some advice: never take it for granted. I don't know what the world looks like for you now, but I do know that we're blessed to have been here. It really is such a special thing. Now, what a remarkable message from Sudden, not only to future Americans, but to all of us gathered here today. I love her line, never take it for granted. Never take it for granted the freedoms secured by those who came before us in the Declaration of Independence. Never take for granted our U.S. Constitution that protects those freedoms, preserving our republic. And never take for granted, as Commissioner Brown so eloquently stated, our responsibility to prepare those who come after us to keep it. Thank you.
Please welcome Congressman Robert Adderholt of Alabama's 4th District.
Well, good morning, Mayor, fellow commissioners, fellow Americans, distinguished guests. We are all gathered here today this morning to celebrate America's semi-quincentennial, the 250th birthday of the United States of America. My wife, Caroline, and I are honored to be with you today and to come up from Washington to celebrate this very special occasion. Across our nation, there'll be fireworks. There'll be celebrations and parades that will commemorate this remarkable time. However, this ceremony that we're experiencing this morning is different. Today, we're not simply celebrating the past. We are speaking to the future. When this time capsule, here to my left, is open 250 years from now, of course, none of us living will be here present. But in a real sense, our voices will be. The Americans of 2276, and yes, Mayor, that does sound very, very strange, of 2276 will learn something about us. Not simply about the items that we placed inside the capsule, but for the values that those items represent. And that raises an important question. What are we leaving behind? As a member of the America 250 Commission, I had the privilege of helping plan this historic commemoration over the last several weeks and months and years. And I believe that this time capsule that we are dedicating today may be the most meaningful because it asks us to think beyond ourselves. What kind of nation do we hope future generations will inherit? I hope they will see a generation that understood America was never meant to be perfect. The only perfect person who ever walked on this earth was Jesus Christ. But as our Constitution reminds us, every generation has that opportunity as we strive to become a more perfect union. I hope they will see a people who believe that our freedoms are gifts that are worth protecting. A people who understood that America's greatest strength has never been found in government, but it's been found in families and churches and communities and citizens willing to serve others and to work together to build a better future for everyone. The technology of 2276 may be far beyond anything that we can imagine. They may be traveling in ways that we can't conceive or living in places that we've not yet dreamed of. But I hope that they recognize something timeless. I hope they recognize a generation that never lost faith in the American experience. Because the greatest gift we can leave the future of the future Americans is not what we place inside this capsule here, but rather it's the country that we leave behind. So may God continue to bless the United States of America for another 250 years and far, far beyond. God bless.
Please welcome back Jennifer Condon.
The moment we've all been waiting for, we will now lower the time capsule into its home for the next 250 years. Before we conclude, I'd like to encourage everyone to continue today's celebration with Mayor Parker and the City of Philadelphia immediately following the ceremony. I also want to thank our partners who made today possible. To my dear friend and colleague, Tom Medema, and all the America 250 team for all of your diligence in making today a reality. To our chair.
The CH-53 King Stallion, is the United States Marine Corps heavy lift helicopter, the most powerful heavy lift helicopter fielded by the United States military. It excels in rapid ship-to-shore troop transport, casualty evacuation, and lifting heavy combat vehicles. And the MV-22B Osprey is a medium lift capable tilt rotor, short takeoff and landing aircraft. It has the speed and range of a turboprop aircraft, the maneuverability of a helicopter, and the ability to carry 24 United States Marine Corps combat troops twice as fast and 5 times farther than previous helicopters. As they approach and overhead the Lincoln Memorial, ladies and gentlemen, this is your United States Marine Corps rotary fleet in review.
I mean, if it's a heavy rain, I mean, these speeds will protect the light. It's supposed to be.
Well, we've been watching the Marine Corps Rotary Fleet flyover, one of several flyovers that we've seen today, all though equally as stunning and compelling. Now it's time to head back out to the National Mall, where Chad Ricardo is at the Great American State Fair. Chad, it appears it's rodeo time. Did I see the rodeo in your shot just now?
You did see the rodeo, and we're going to get to that in just a moment. But before I show you the rodeo here, one of the things that I want to do is to tell everyone who is considering coming down here to the Great American State Fair. Number one, it's absolutely spectacular. As you can see, thousands and thousands of individuals are here. But one of the things that we have been noticing, especially within the last 30 minutes, is there has needed to be medical attention paid to multiple adults. 3 in the last 10 minutes. That is adults that are overheating, in which medical attention needed to come and take them out of the Great American Fair. So just a word of encouragement, a word of advice. If you have any underlying health conditions, if you have anything going on, maybe you consider taking in the fireworks and everything from somewhere else. It is very hot. There is hydration. There is water around. But for anyone who is out here, who is spending hours in the heat, it will wear on you. Trust me. Myself and my outstanding photojournalist, Matthew Myers, we've been out here, and it's wearing on us in the hours that we've been here. So just be careful if you plan on coming out here. Great event, but be careful and be mindful if you are thinking about coming out. But now, to that rodeo, out of all of the things that you have, one of the other things that we have going down is this rodeo of sorts that is going down. And we have seen not that many horses out because we know, again, that the heat is so high that they're taking all of the precautions that they can with all of the animals out here. So you see some stick horses with individuals as opposed to those real horses instead, but still putting on a bit of a show. There are individuals from the rafters that are watching, even the stick horses, as we've got some cowboys, as Matthew Myers will come on down here. We've got some cowboys in training here, learning how to lasso bulls as well. So you got the technique going here. With that, and let them go. Almost got it. Sir, can I speak with you real quick? We're streaming. Just tell me, what is it that we're doing here? How are we doing this?
We're just doing an educational day for the people. It's a little hot out here, so we're just going to bring in people involved, letting them try out what we do every day.
Well, I saw that this gentleman right here, now it was his first time. It wasn't everything that he wanted it to be. What encouragement do you have for him? What advice?
Well, I'll go over there, teach him a few modifications on what he can do a little better, and then he's going to try again.
Wait, can you show him? We'll watch you show him. We'll watch you show him. You come tell him these modifications here. Here we go. Fox 5 exclusive. How-to rodeo from the Great American Fair. Tell us as well, sir.
Hold your rope, you slide. You're going to hold your rope like this. You're going to get it above your head, spin it. You got to spin your wrist, then move your elbow, and then when you get right about to the side of your head, you're going to release you.
Yeah! Wow, look at that. Look at... Now, you, sir, have a day. You've got to do that.
Well, we're on one side, we're on the other. Now this one's got to be in the middle.
Okay, here we go. Here we go. No pressure. We're just live. We're just live on air, but there's no pressure at all.
Hold on for this one. There we go.
Well, hold on for that young lady. The young lady rolls up. Can I come talk to me, guys? Sure. Come talk to me. We're here. We're watching the rodeo at the Great American State Fair. Horses can't be out. It's a little hot for that. Yeah. So we're practicing the rodeo. Your thoughts here?
Oh, I love it. You're teaching people how to get out and how to, not a lot of people really know how to ride a house. Like, being able to teach people stuff that, they might not be exposed to, especially people from the city. It's great to see different cultures, because that's what America is. It's a melting pot of cultures.
Yes.
And even our own American culture, we have the West and the open plains and the cattle. We have the big cities.
Yeah.
So especially for the people coming from the cities to be able to do this stuff is truly amazing.
Now, where are you all from?
I'm from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Oh, wow. You?
I'm from Colorado. So big ranching community. We do this a lot over there. So it's good to see how our culture is impacting people across the states.
Here's my big question. For the two of you who have a clue of what's going on, can the two of you do this?
Probably not, to be honest.
Okay, neither can I.
I'll give it a shot, but
right.
Probably not.
Okay, me either. You, sir?
I've done it once or twice. I don't know if I could do it now, though. So.
Well, that young lady, she just did it.
She might show me up.
Okay, all right. Well, you all think about it. Think about going in there. Consider it.
Will do. Will do.
Hey, God bless you. Happy Independence Day. Thank you, brother. Happy Independence Day. Happy Independence Day, America. There we go. America. Happy Independence Day, America. Okay. So the gentleman, photojournalist Matthew, did the guy, did he rope again? Okay, maybe he decided to that he would try something else. And by the looks of the way that his first couple of tosses went, maybe that was a good idea. All right, we got a few moments left. We're going to talk to some people here. Again, the Great American State Fair going down on the National Mall. Thousands of individuals that are here. Sir, come here. Don't only give a peace sign to it. Let's talk about it. Thousands of individuals here for the Great American State Fair. Really good turnout, and it's still 105 degrees out here. Your thoughts on the turnout today?
It is still hotter than it is in New Orleans, Louisiana, where I am from. But I'm having a great time. Everyone's in a great mood. I just love seeing everybody's swag. I love your shorts. People got everything. They're decked out. I just saw a Scotsman. So we got everybody here celebrating America 250.
Excuse me, I've got sweat in my eyes, and it's burning my eyes, so I'll attempt to compose myself here. But you say you're from New Orleans.
Yes, sir.
What brought you here to Washington, D.C.?
Oh, well, I used to live here, and obviously, if you're going to be in one of the most American cities, it's here or it's Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Like, all the places to be for 250. I'm so excited for the fireworks. The flyovers have been great, and just the energy, right? If you're not in small-town America, you got to be here in Philadelphia.
No, I love it. And my question for you, what does 4th of July mean to you? What does the celebration of 250 mean to you?
It's just so great to see everyone together. Everybody's here. It doesn't matter, what state you're from. There's so many great states around here. Everyone's in a good mood, despite the heat, despite everything going on. Everyone wants to be together. They're proud to be an American for one reason or the other, and just talking to people while we've been waiting in line, where they're from, why they're here, just collecting those stories reminds you that we're such a big, beautiful, diverse nation, that they're all here celebrating the 250th anniversary of the greatest country on the face of the planet. There are only 4 countries, I looked this up this morning, that are older than the United States, have had the same government and constitution. So, people say America is a new country. It's a very old country, and 250 is something to celebrate.
You did amazing there. Like, you should, I don't know what you do for a living, but talking should be a part of it. As an outstanding testimony, thank you so very much for coming out here. Welcome to Washington. Welcome back to Washington, D.C., and I hope you continue to enjoy the day.
Happy birthday, America.
There we go. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you. All right, we actually have a flyover there. That may be the flyover. That may have been the flyover. Hi, guys. You want to talk? Hi. Were you just in there?
Yeah.
You just roped the steer, right?
Yeah.
How cool was that? Talk to me about it. What was that like?
It was really cool.
Yeah.
It was probably one of my first times doing it. I practice it in Texas sometimes.
Yeah.
But I live in New Jersey.
Yeah.
So it's really fun right now. And I got a sticker.
Well, you deserve the sticker. You
Thank
did a
you.
great job. What was it like? What was the technique you had to learn?
I had to move my wrist a lot, and it was really kind of difficult to get the right position.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you still nailed it, though.
Yeah, I did.
And then my final question for you. You're here in Washington, D.C., celebrating America 250. How excited are you to be here with your family?
I'm actually really excited.
All right. Excellent. Outstanding. Thank you so very much. Thank you. We'll close out here. You guys, come on in here. You all are our final interview for the whole entire day. I got to tell you, we've been here since early this morning.
We can tell you, you still look great.
I think I've lost 10 pounds, but we've been here since early this morning. A ton of people all coming together to celebrate and really to unify in many ways. What has this been like for you all?
Oh, it's been incredible. We were in New Jersey last night, got caught in a storm, and we said, today's going to be a horrible day. You know what can make it great? Let's go to America's birthday party.
Wow.
So we got in the car first thing this morning. We came down. So far, we've had an amazing day. We love the rodeo. We love seeing everybody around. There's so many people from so many different places, so many different states. Everybody's so friendly. Right. And, it's just, we love America, and we see the planes coming over, and this is what it's about. It's just such an amazing country, and
I just really think that people don't appreciate what an incredible country it is, and we're all just so lucky to be here.
There's an accent there.
There is.
Where's the accent?
We're originally from Ireland. We're now proud New Jerseyans. This is our true American boy here. He says he's going to be president for America 300.
I love it. I love it. All right, so final question for you. Like you said, it is outstanding. You all are here. 4th of July, all of this community. What will you take home with you emotionally from this trip?
It's a memory. It's just a great memory. It's laughter. It's love. It's a little bit hot, but it's just a great memory and full of love. Love is everything I'd have to talk about.
Love is everything.
I would take home all the prizes I won and that I actually came to rope.
Yep.
And that I actually earned it.
You earned it. You earned it. I have a 6-year-old at home, and I teach him the importance of earning it, and you earned it. Great job. Thank you all very much. Thank you all. Happy 4th of July. Come on, right there. Booyah. Booyah. All right. Let me close out here. You can come.
Well, we were just watching Chad Ricardo at the Great American State Fair Rodeo, having a time, making all the friends, as he always does. And, you know, we've just loved celebrating Independence Day in America 250 and taking you all across our area and even across the country, showing you all of the different festivities that have been happening. That's it for now, for this section of streaming, America 250 and Independence Day. But we've, of course, got so much more for you here on Fox Local. You want to stay with us and keep us on all day long. As I leave you here from the spot, we're going to take you to another flyover. We're waiting for another flyover happening any minute now, so we'll leave you with that live look.
It is 4th of July in Washington, D.C., America's 250th birthday. Celebration centuries in the making, and we've got you covered everything across the DMV today. Thank you for joining us here on Fox Local for this special edition of Fox 5 News. I'm Marina Morocco.
And I'm Kenneth Bowden. We have crews spread across the area tonight prepared to bring you live coverage of all the America 250 celebrations. Unfortunately, there's one thing that could really bring a stop to all of these plans, and of course, that's the weather. Let's turn our attention to that forecast now. Look outside across the region. And it is a scorcher of a day, another one after dealing with this heat wave all week long. The heat already causing some problems out there.
Definitely. We've seen parades canceled earlier today, some of them postponed. Our Mike Thomas joining us here, and we know the heat's a factor, and tonight storms could be as well.
Yeah, I'm eyeing all the boats on the images behind me, and I'm a little nervous about some of these storms. We've got south and west of town starting to fire right now. Official, happy 4th of July, your hottest 4th of July ever. As far back as our records go here in D.C.
Ever? Record-breaking.
Ever.
Wow.
Record-breaking.
For the 250th.
Yeah, happy 250th.
Do we celebrate that, Mike?
We're trying to celebrate it as best we can here at Fox 5 as we get you ready for an evening that could turn a little stormy. Now, we're hoping that we can get them all out of here by the time we get to fireworks time. But, yeah, you take a look from our sky cam out at the wharf that's facing Reagan National Airport, which, by the way, quiet as I think things are on hold there at the airport as the festivities continue here around the immediate D.C. area. But you do see folks lining up in the boats out there, and it's those folks I hope have the Fox Local app. Because you may need it with some of these storms we have firing down to the south and west of town. A record-breaking 101 degrees, which is what we're sitting at right now in D.C. We'll see if we didn't touch 102 for the third day in a row here in town. You see BWI's right there. 102 feeling like 106 there. DCA, as mentioned, 101 feeling like 108. 97 feeling like 106 out there at Dulles Airport. So extremely hot and extremely humid all across the area. Heat indices across some other neighborhoods like Gaithersburg feeling like 103, Frederick 105, Leonardtown 104, Quantico, oh my word, 119 degree real feel. Hello, Phoenix, Arizona. So then Phoenix, when they get to 119, they're not even that humid. So just awful, right? Manassas, 113 degrees is what it feels like. Now, with this much heat and what we've lost compared to the last several days, we've had sort of a lid on the atmosphere that's kept storms away. Not the case today. That lid, it kind of got removed last night. So any storms that go could continue as we head into the evening hours. Widespread severe thunderstorm watches stretch from New York through the entirety of Pennsylvania, parts of Ohio, New Jersey, Delaware, Maryland, West Virginia, and Virginia. Around the D.C. area, this severe thunderstorm watch will go until 10 o'clock this evening. And as you can see on satellite and radar, things already starting to get a little busy, including, and we got to warn you about this yesterday, storms were going to fire over our mountains first, and then the cool air from these storms would try to race eastward. And as that cool air comes out of the mountains, that's what actually triggers additional storms over us here in D.C. Strongest storm we have just down to the south and west of Culpeper, Madison County. This orange box, a considerable severe thunderstorm warning, meaning winds within that storm could gust over 70 miles per hour. Another major concern, especially for those boaters that are out. Look at all the lightning in these cells. We'll have to deal with the same issues once storms start firing a little closer to town. That's probably still a couple hours away. We'll give you the latest details on Futurecast, and we'll see if they're out of here by fireworks time, all coming up throughout this hour. So stick around here on our 250 celebration. Marina?
Well, that could be something, Mike, that stops all the fireworks that we are expecting this 4th of July.
Yeah, Fox 5 Sydney Persing is on the National Mall, keeping watch of how people are dealing with the heat and waiting for those late night fireworks. Hi, Sydney.
Hey, Kenneth. Hey, Marina. And happy 4th of July. It is a historic one in more ways than one, as you heard Mike say there. America's 250th birthday. Its hottest birthday on record. In just a couple of hours now, President Trump will brave the heat himself and take to that stage at about 9:45 p.m. to deliver his 4th of July remarks. As you can see, all these seats out here, there are going to be a lot of folks who attend. I'll talk about them in just a moment. But we saw a ton of people waiting outside for hours in the heat. Still, gates here don't open to the public until 5 o'clock. Another hour, as you can see. Operations are underway here, really just staff and the media getting ready. We know the flyovers began around 1 o'clock today, 1:15, and those have been going about every hour. If you've been across the district, certainly you've seen those, and you've certainly heard them as well. Again, doors open here to the public around 5 o'clock this evening. 7 o'clock, that's when this program begins. Of course, we will bring that live to you on Fox Local. 9:45, again, that is when President Trump is expected to speak. You might remember just a day or two ago, he joked that it's going to be 107 degrees. So I'm going to go really, really long to prove that I can. We'll have to wait and see exactly how long he does speak for. And then those fireworks are expected around 10:30, 11 tonight. The administration and event organizers here have touted it as the largest fireworks show in history. 850,000 fireworks shells, they say, will launch from 10 different launch points, including the Reflecting Pool, West Potomac Park, several other locations. Where we are situationally, you can see there is the Washington Monument. So this stage, it is right between the Washington Monument and the Lincoln Memorial. Again, still early here, but I saw hundreds of folks outside, guys, hundreds. And that's what we're going to talk about with the heat right now. This event was initially supposed to open to the public around 1 this afternoon. They had to push it back because of heat. So that's going to begin at 5 o'clock, but still hundreds of folks were out there at least by 3 p.m. waiting in line. It is certainly so hot out here. I suspect you can probably see the sweat on my face, the redness, even just walking over here to give this report. It is really, really hot. We know that first responders are on scene. Event organizers have really been pleading with people to please take advantage of the free water bottles here, the cooling stations. There's a medical tent that they've been reminding folks online in advance of this event is going to be available. Certainly leading up to something like this, we talk a lot about security, and that is super top of mind. The security to get into here was very tight, several different checkpoints, not just metal detectors and dogs and all of those things. It's a multi-organizational, multi-agency attack. But in addition to traditional safety measures that we think of, heat, of course, is going to be top of mind. So there are a lot of folks here trying to make sure that everyone handles this all right. We know at the Great American State Fair the last couple of days, there have been folks needing medical attention, just folks across the district. DC Fire and EMS say on July 2nd, the number of EMS calls they got across the district was the highest on that day in 7 years. So, of course, we want people to enjoy the 4th of July, but also to be safe.
All right, Sydney, thank you. And take a look at this from earlier. DC's 60th annual Palisades Parade and Picnic in Northwest. About 75 different groups marched, displaying a diverse tapestry of what it means to be an American. We're talking about everything from the typical stars and stripes to Bolivian dancers, all part of a cherished community tradition that has brought people together for generations.
D.C. making the best of Independence Day despite this heat with a huge parade on Capitol Hill. The parade sweeping along 8th Street and Virginia Avenue this morning.
This is a great tradition on Capitol Hill. You see families, you see little kids. A lot of people will leave here and go to the baseball game in Nats Park. So we celebrate all of our beautiful neighborhoods in D.C., and these are great traditions.
I'm just so humbled, so grateful. This is one of the parades I love the most, Capitol Hill, one of the most long-standing, so just an amazing community.
We go down to shorts and everything. I want to make sure that the students are still safe and everything. We don't want to get them like overheated or overexerted, so we always have like a summer attire.
Yeah, a good time is that.
Yes, it's a perfect time for it.
So you came from Florida, all the way from Florida for the big parade, and you said, you know what, we're going to get a parade anyways.
That's correct, yeah. We found out about this one this morning, so we took little scooters over here and having a great time.
Happy 4th of July.
Festivities still happening at Eastern Market with live jazz music, face painting, and balloon animals for the kiddos. Officials have, of course, been stressing the best way to get down to the mall is to take Metro, especially with so many parking restrictions and road closures in effect. Metro also warning the extreme heat can cause some problems.
Fox 5's Regina Ureta live outside the Federal Triangle Metro station with more on this. Hi, Regina.
Hi, Marina and Kenneth. Happy 4th of July. It feels great to be here in our nation's capital, even though it's really hot. The general consensus, I can tell you, everybody has been saying it is hot, 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 but it's not taken away from all the festivities out here. We have been seeing a large crowd just coming in, going towards the National Mall. And so here at the Federal Triangle Station, I can tell you things have been looking pretty good, but because of the heat, there could be some issues. So I want to talk about that because there was an incident in College Park. Metro says rail temperatures can climb above 135 degrees during extreme heat, causing steel rails to expand and sometimes bend. In fact, crews are investigating a potential heat-related track issue after a train derailed this morning near College Park in Prince George's County. So the derailment forced passengers to evacuate and disrupted service on the green and yellow lines. Metro says the train had 11 7 riders on board. Everyone evacuated safely and no serious injuries were reported. But to stay ahead of those conditions, crews have conducted heat rides to check for problem areas. And this year, Metro is also painting vulnerable sections of rail white to reflect the sun and keep the tracks cooler. So again, here in the Federal Triangle Metro stop, things are looking good. People are walking around. Even though it's scorching temperatures, again, people are festive, they're patriotic, and they're just happy to be here to celebrate America 250. Guys?
Regina, thank you so much. Certainly one of the big topics will be the conversation heading in with the heat. We appreciate it as people try and stay safe tonight. Another reminder that if you're planning on drinking this holiday weekend, the Greater Washington's Independence Day Sober Ride program is back. It's a partnership with Lyft. It offers free rides for up to $15 for those adults that are 21 and older to prevent drunk driving. And nearly 40% of all traffic deaths in the U.S. happen on the 4th of July. The service will be running through 4 tomorrow morning. Download the Lyft app, enter the Sober Ride promotional code.
All right, listen to Old Man Kamo right now, which is like, I know it's fun to have a beverage or two. It's the 4th of July, have fun. But in this heat, guys, be careful.
Definitely drink that water,
Right.
hail some
Stay hydrated.
ride sharing. And of course, we'll have much more coverage on Fox 5 here for America's 250th on the other side.
We're back now with a look at the timeline for tonight's festivities on the National Mall. Crowds allowed onto the Washington Monument grounds starting at 5 p.m. The program is set to begin at 7 p.m. Fireworks estimated around 10:30. President Trump is also set to speak before the fireworks show.
And as we celebrate America's 250th birthday, people across the country reflecting on the legacy of the presidency and our shared national journey. Joining us live to discuss this is White House history expert and former First Lady Chief of Staff Anita McBride. Thank you for joining us here on this holiday.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. I'm here in Medora, North Dakota, at the opening of the Theodore Roosevelt Library, a great event for 4th of July.
Yeah, Nanita, that was a celebration that we saw the president earlier this week attend, and obviously we will hear from him in about 5 hours, give or take. The heat, the lead story here on this holiday. But nonetheless, you're part of this commission that put this together, reflecting on this incredible holiday here. I imagine this was a lot of work and a task that so many people participated in.
Well, the commission, the Bipartisan America 250 Commission, the Congressional Commission that was formed 10 years ago in 2016 to begin planning our nation's 250th birthday. It was a lot of work for a lot of members of the commission, committee members. I was on the Government Affairs Committee. Our goal was to try and get each state to establish their own state commission to plan their own events in their states, and which we did. All 50 states, all 6 territories in the District of Columbia did so, and then also to get the largest bipartisan congressional caucus signed up ever in the history of the United States, which they did. So, a lot of things different going on. Of course, the President's Freedom 250 group planning a lot of the events in Washington, D.C., and America 250 trying to take this message around the country to communities small and large.
And Anita, you've worked across 3 different administrations here, and I was just watching some coverage of the bicentennial celebration when Jimmy Carter I think he was elected that year. He didn't take office until later, but still there were bipartisan celebrations on that day. It doesn't matter if it was a Republican, Democrat in office. I always call the 4th of July a day of peak patriotism. And I'm pretty sure that's the way you guys moved into this as you tried to plan this over the past decade.
Well, it's interesting that you mentioned 1976 bicentennial, because actually Gerald Ford was the president at the time of that. Jimmy Carter, of course, came in January of 1977, but it was a time of really deep division in our country. It was after post-Watergate, the trauma of Watergate. It was also the end of the Vietnam War and the protests that were around the country. And in fact, in Gerald Ford's memoirs, he traveled throughout the country that day, mostly in Philadelphia, New York, and then Washington, D.C., to celebrate. He wrote in his memoirs how all across the nation he had been getting reports of how Americans were celebrating, and that it was peaceful and that it was joyful, and it gave him a sense of renewed patriotism for the country, and that the country would move forward after a period of great difficulty in the nation. And he and Mrs. Ford were the grandmasters of the bicentennial, and anyone that was alive at that moment, whether you were young or older, you do remember it, and you remember that as a moment that is of national pride, despite whatever difficulties of the moment are going on.
You worked for the Bush administration. I'm curious your take, how it's being received this year for the 250th anniversary. Obviously, we're in an incredibly partisan moment in our country. You're in North Dakota. We have seen that even with the Great American State Fair, there have been issues to get some of the states to join in, to be part of it, to buy in, if you will, to what is something that is not partisan, which is our independence.
That's right. That's exactly right. And we have to keep that eye on that prize. In fact, I am so grateful that I'm here in North Dakota, having been here. I came here after the president had come for his ceremonial sort of dedication. This was the actual opening today. And seeing the library, having previews of it before it opened to the public today is extraordinary. A reminder of a legacy of the 26th president, his focus on citizenship and doing what you can. Be the person in the arena that it demand, that American, independence and our freedom and our success really depends on every citizen being involved in doing what you can to continually improve the country. That's the sense of what's happening here in North Dakota. It's really very moving experience, including the blessing of the land of the Indians who inhabited this land where the building now stands. And I think as far as the celebrations in Washington, which of course Washington, D.C. should be ground central for our celebrations. I think the extreme heat is making this very difficult, but states who chose not to participate, and a lot of that was financial reasons, that the money that they thought they'd be getting from the federal government or even their state budgets to help do their celebrations in their state and outside of their state just, did not materialize, and it made it difficult. So there may be some political reasons as well as financial reasons. But I think at the end of the day, we have an opportunity on this day, at this 250th birthday, to really think how we want to be, the country we want to be, and how we want to participate as citizens to improve it.
Yeah. All right. Anita McBride, thank you so much for your expertise. White House history expert and former First Lady, Chief of Staff. Good to see you, and thanks for coming to us from the
Happy
Teddy
4th of
Roosevelt
July.
Library, right? Love
Yes,
it. All right.
fantastic.
Thank you.
Hopefully it's a little cooler there than it is back home.
Just a
Thank you
touch.
so much, Anita.
She's like, no, it's not.
It is July after all, and there's a heat dome that we've been talking about
Right.
spreading across the country and even in Philadelphia where that World Cup match is going
Right.
to take place in about less than an hour. That was a point of contention here, and we've seen so many things delayed and postponed because of the weather.
Mike Thomas, yeah, it's July, but
It's July, but it's extreme. I mean, we don't hit the warmest July 4th ever every single day here. And look, we want folks to be safe. Number one thing. We also want you to be safe with the animals. I'm not the only one working today. My fiance's working. She's a vet tech. They are inundated right now with animals having heat problems. So please, we beg of you, keep the animals out of this heat and leave them inside. Try to keep them as cool, just like you're trying to keep yourself cool as we look outside across the area on what's another sunny and hot day across the D.C. region. Now, today it's going to be a little different from the others in that the heat may get broken up a bit by some thunderstorms later in the day. And I'll be honest with you, I might just be praying for them right now, given how hot it's been the last couple of days. Once we get these storms out of here, humidity is sticking around. Even when we get the heat out of here, like tomorrow, middle to upper 90s and feeling well above 100. And then by Monday, we're kind of getting rid of that. But the humidity is going to stay around for a lot of next week. So just because we say goodbye to the heat doesn't quite mean we get rid of the humidity just yet. It's still a quiet, hot, steamy scene down there. Reagan National Airport shut down for a little bit while they continue festivities down near the National Mall and all across the capital region. 101 degrees, your current number in D.C. still. And I wouldn't be shocked at all if we didn't touch 102, what we call between-hour observations, which would just be the third day in a row that D.C. has hit 102 degrees. Let me go back real quick. We'll check on some of our neighborhoods. 100 for Frederick, 105 Westminster, Baltimore, 102 degrees. Leonardtown, 101. Fredericksburg and Manassas also in the triple digits. Even Cumberland, look, 93 maybe seem cool on this map, but I know you guys are still steaming up there. 95 Winchester, 93 for Culpeper. Dew points are elevated. 60s really aren't feeling that bad up towards Hagerstown, Cumberland, Winchester, but around D.C., Manassas, 75-degree dew point, and that's because storms aren't too far away from there. D.C., not bad compared to yesterday at 69, but you jog south to Quantico, right by the river, so that's probably elevating it a little bit, but 80-degree dew point feels downright nasty and is enough to get those real feels, those heat index values, up to 108 degrees. That's what it feels like outside, and that's why we say people and pets, stay inside. Enjoy the air conditioner on a day like today. And if you are going downtown, leave the pets at home. 13 is what it feels like in Manassas. 119 for Quantico. 108 there for Leonardtown. 106 for Baltimore. Everybody watching from the local areas under a severe thunderstorm watch for this evening. And there's a reason why. We are starting to see storms fire out over the mountains first, and then we're going to watch. You see how the clouds are expanding more than the storms initially? Those clouds are expanding along the cool air that these thunderstorms are outputting. And it's on the edges of that we're likely going to see additional thunderstorms develop as the evening hours go on. Right now, they're confined over where we believe they begin and where indeed they have begun over our mountain regions down to the south and west. There's several very powerful storms in this clustering to the south. A new one just down to the east of Charlottesville there, but off to the north and just to the south of Culpeper, Madison County there, dealing with a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. And then south of Culpeper, that cell has a lot of lightning to it. And you'll see, I mentioned yesterday that the storms today were going to be slow movers. I'll put this in motion, and you can see over the last hour really haven't moved all that much. So that's because of a lack of what we call steering flow, just nothing to push these storms along. It's the cold air from them that will be pushing these storms along as the evening goes on. Grant, Hampshire, Hardy, Shenandoah County, new severe thunderstorm warning up your way just to the north of Petersburg there in Virginia. That's a pretty strong cell that's going to be pushing itself eastward as we move into the better part of the next half hour or so. Again, slow-moving cells out there today. At the moment, nothing near Washington, but we're going to continue to watch Futurecast for you as we work our way way into the evening hours tonight. Suggest we get a lot more active here around the D.C., immediate D.C. areas. We head towards the 6 and 7 o'clock hours tonight. And then the big question is, does it linger into the later evening hours? This one still has a couple of cells around about 10 o'clock in the evening as they're getting set for those fireworks tonight. We'll continue to have our eyes on radar all night. We're here for you all night, so keep it tuned right here, and we'll keep you posted as these storms kind of evolve through the course of the evening. Marina?
Mike, thank you. The parade may have been canceled due to extreme heat, but Fairfax still finding a way to celebrate this 4th.
The fireworks, they're still on. Fox 5's Kaylin Norwood live at Fairfax High School with the preparations underway. Hi, Kaylin.
Well, hey there, Kenneth and Marina. I'm here at Fairfax High School at the food court area. This is where people will be able to grab a bite for the 4th of July festivities. And obviously, we do know that the heat did make an impact, though, when it comes to the parade. They did end up canceling that event. But the good news is for attendees that the evening show is still on. And organizers tell me that they're expecting about 10,000 people to show up here at the high school to talk all about what people can expect and what you should do before you get here. We have Mitzi Taylor joining us with the city of Fairfax. Thanks for being on with us, Mitzi.
Oh, thank you for having me.
I do know the heat played a role in the big decision with the parade this morning. Can you talk about what went into making that final call?
So a group of us got together, city officials, and decided that the extreme heat warnings and all the warnings that we were getting just made it a better decision to cancel. Safety is what was the primary decision making for that.
I know that's very tough to do because there was a lot of preparations that went into that parade. I know we talked a little bit off that off camera, but there is some good news though for folks because there is this huge show that you guys have planned with live music. Can you let people know what they can expect when they get out here?
Sure. Starting at 8 o'clock, we have an event that will have live music. We do have about 24 different food vendors here, various foods, and then at 9:30 we'll be shooting fireworks, and then the music will continue until 10:30.
All right. I mean, it sounds like a great event. There's thousands of people set to come out to this. What do you say would be special for America's 250th?
Well, we have some special fireworks that will be going off. I don't want to give away too much because it is going to be kind of a special surprise, but there will be some special fireworks in the mix that we have going off at 9:30.
Okay, we heard it here first, guys. Some special fireworks at 9:30. So people are going to start making their way here. The gates open at 7:30 with that fireworks show taking place at 9:30. And a lot of people looking forward to this event, despite the heat, but they are prepped for that. Lots of water on hand. Sending it back to you in the studio.
All right, Kaylin, thank you. We appreciate it.
Yeah, definitely. Of course, you're contending with so many different jurisdictions trying to find the best fit for the community.
Yeah,
so
definitely.
The fireworks will continue there in Fairfax. That is the good news. We'll keep checking in with our reporters across the region.
Stay with us. We'll be right back. Live coverage of America 250 celebrations across the DMV.
All eyes on the skies as the weather could cause some major disruptions to tonight's plans. Let's get another check of weather here as we check in with our Mike Thomas.
Yeah, scorching temperatures that we've been feeling here. It feels like we're on the sun. Does it not?
Basically. And as we give you a live look from all our cameras here, I don't think, Mike, I've seen 101 degrees on the board for Fox 5, which that's a reading at Reagan National.
Yeah. That is right. It's right next to the river where they take that measurement. So it's right at Reagan National Airport. Activity there at the airport has shut down, right? They're done until, I think, midnight, right? Is when they'll reopen things at Reagan National Airport. But yeah, it's not a number we see on there too often, that's for sure. And certainly not on the 4th of July, where we have officially set a record as your hottest 4th of July on record. Mentioned humidity not going anywhere. It's sticking around as we head through the first half of next week. That is EarthCam. Live look at everything going down. A lot of roadways across this area shut down as they do all of those festivities down on the National Mall. Sun is shining and you are begging for shade if you're out and about anywhere down there here in the Washington, D.C. region. And unfortunately, wind's not blowing that much off the river to help you out all that much. 101. As Marina mentioned, it is the hottest temperature that D.C. has had on the 4th of July. Feels like 108 with the humidity factored in. Dallas sitting at 97, and Baltimore leading the pack 102. Now, the last 2 days, Baltimore has hit 102 degrees and has not set a record. Today, they also have seen their hottest 4th of July on record. Their record, just like ours, 100 degrees as well. They last hit it in 2002. D.C., by the way, our standing record, 100 degrees from 1919 was the only time other than today that we've had triple-digit numbers on the 4th of July. We look at radar, and the severe thunderstorm warnings just flying across the region, mostly up in Pennsylvania, West Virginia, and down through Virginia right now. D.C. and Maryland left alone at the moment, but that's likely to change in the hours ahead as the activity starts over the mountains and then should shift its way eastward as we head into the later evening hours tonight. Let's zoom in on some new severe thunderstorm warnings for you. You can see first that there's a few more cells, and this is what we're really going to monitor in the hour ahead. Little cell fired just south of Manassas there in Prince William County. A few more going in northern Fauquier, and this is the activity that we expect will continue to kind of blossom as it heads up towards the district and the immediate D.C. metro area here. Down to the south, this was the latest warning issued. This one that encompasses Fauquier, or a little sliver of Fauquier, mostly down through portions of Orange County and Culpeper County. That cell's been pretty heavy for the last few hours. A lot of lightning out of it, about 122 strikes just within the last 15 minutes. This one up here in Prince William County is starting to produce some lightning as well. Wouldn't shock me to see that one strengthen and blossom within the next couple of hours, just because there's not a lot to slow these storms down today. They got a lot of heat to work with. They got a lot of humidity to work with. And we're going to continue to monitor it as it gets a little closer to D.C. We'll have another check of your Futurecast and your radar coming up in just a few more minutes here. Kenneth?
All right, Mike, so many parades impacted across our region. It's off in Laurel, but the party is still on. Thousands are expected for the city's 47th annual 4th of July celebration and fireworks show.
Sharon Roget is at Granville Goody Park, where the final preparations are underway. Hi, Sharon.
Yeah, guys, this is one of the largest 4th of July celebrations in the region. It has brought families together here in Laurel for decades. It was a big disappointment to cancel today's Independence Day parade, but that's why we have dozens of volunteers out here tonight to make sure that the celebration, though, is still spectacular. It is very hot, so I just want to show you they do have a cooling station set up here. If anyone gets overheated, they can bring a number of folks inside here. They also have fire and EMS, people just monitoring around the area in case there's any emergency. Here are the setup, because the event doesn't open till 6 o'clock, but there is a carnival that is set up for all the kiddos to enjoy with a few rides. There's a station here you can get some food and lemonade and funnel cake. And Joaquim, I'll have you kind of come around this way so I can show you. The main event is happening here on this lawn. This is where all the vendors are set up. You have food vendors, you have shops that are set up. There are people that are giving away things. Again, this is in the preparation area right now. We have a little bit of time before the doors officially open for folks to be out here. But the lawn area where you see the trash cans are where people are going to be able to come. The families are going to be able to gather. The fireworks show is happening right there beyond the lake. And if you see the stage that's set up there, that's where they're going to have a band perform tonight. The band is Oasis, a different genre band. And there are are a number of people that have been setting up in this heat. They're just so excited because this has been a tradition that's been going on, of course, for 47 years. I want to bring in a committee member, one of the longest committee members here in Laurel. Tracy, so good to see you. How much goes into getting this event up and running?
Well, we start in September, and we plan from September till today.
Yeah, a lot of changes though.
A lot of changes.
Last minute.
Last minute changes this year with the heat. So the parade was canceled, and then the start time was pushed to 6 o'clock. Normally by now the field's filled with the community members here, you know, patronizing the vendors and our new carnival this year.
How special is this for Laurel? Because this dates back, you know, decades, and really it started with a little girl that went up to the mayor and said, hey, why doesn't Laurel have a celebration? Now 47 years later.
I grew up in Laurel. I don't live in Maryland anymore, but I come in for the week and help for the event. I got involved because I started coming to the event and with my little kids, and it just didn't have that same feel, and they were looking for volunteers, so I thought, well, why not? And 30 years later, here I am, still doing this. So,
and it should be a really spectacular night. I know you guys put a lot of effort and work into it, so congratulations to you. Again, I want to point out where the stage is tonight. That is the main stage where the performers will be. They'll have some speeches ahead of the fireworks. We saw some people laying out some blankets and getting ready to stake out their spots when they can actually officially come in at 6 o'clock. And of course, the fireworks show starting at 9:15. Joaquin, let's walk and show some of these vendors here. We have lemonade and drinks being prepared. We have a lot of different items and vendors all throughout here. Everyone's kind of been just braving the heat and getting ready for the big crowds. Again, starting at 6 o'clock. Again, if you want to come, you have to have tickets. Just a reminder, no alcohol is allowed, no pets are allowed unless they're service animals. Get here early. Parking is limited. They do encourage you to either carpool or get dropped off, guys.
Sharon, I know you're a big Oasis fan, so enjoy the concert, taking it back to the 90s.
Hopefully some champagne supernova.
Yes, for sure.
Thank you, Sharon. And of course, at least some people are still, they're going to get their party on, which is good to know.
Yes.
And if you got to pivot, now you know where to go.
There's nothing that says America like getting your party on in the heat anyway. No matter what, we will get our party on.
This is true, especially for the 250th. Stay with us here on Fox Local. Mall drawing huge crowds today as people brave this heat trying to celebrate America's 250th.
Yes, we took Josh Rosenthal off the World Cup coverage beat for a little bit to celebrate America today. And Josh, you know those crowds are out there. What are the sights and sounds?
Well, the crowds are coming, Kenneth, and I'm going to talk about that in just a second. Hello from the National Mall, a little bit different than the bars that I've been coming to you live from these past 3 weeks, but very, very fun nonetheless. As you can see here behind me, we got the Washington Monument. Give you a little bit of the lay of the land. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. They're like finishing setup. We're holding them up. Come on through. Over to your right, you can see they've got some tents set up over there. Might be a little hard to see from this vantage point. Big video screen set up. There are quite a few of those showing the action. We've been watching on there and also with our own eyes a whole lot of big planes and jets flying overhead doing these crazy aerial maneuvers around the Washington Monument. It's been very cool, and it's something the general public is going to get to see tonight too. Now, on that note, follow me in this direction. I'll tell you why. To this point, it appears to me that pre-credentialed members of the media, certainly law enforcement, vendors, and also volunteers have been allowed in. I think the general public is going to be allowed in about 20 or so minutes here. I want to tell you a little bit about our process getting in. I think it might be helpful for people who are at home thinking about coming down here, maybe even watching us on Fox Local, standing in line. We were told several different entrances. I'm mentioning this because it is very common, has been for years, at these huge events when we come out and cover them. First, we were told the media entrance was 15th and E. Then we were told 14th in Pennsylvania. Then they said, no, you want to go down to 12th in Pennsylvania and hook a right. That happens a lot. I wouldn't be surprised if people coming from home encounter stuff like that too. That was the right place to go to, kind of a few blocks past 12th in Pennsylvania. However, there were huge lines of people, members of the general public, waiting to get in. Once we got in, because we're pre-credentialed media, first we had a Secret Service stop where we got sniffed by a dog. Then you walk a few more blocks and we scanned our credential, so maybe members of the general public wouldn't have to do that. And then right around the corner here, this was the third and final layer of security. And you can see Secret Service agents and magnetometers. This was pretty much just like as if you were getting on a plane. And again, the reason I mention it is because I asked all the Secret Service agents as we walked in, and all of them said, yeah, we're pretty sure this is more or less what the general public is going to have to go through too. So, in summation, come on down. We're going to have a great time tonight. I assume that the next time I talk to you guys, we're going to have a lot of people. We're going to be doing fun interviews. And of course, it's beautiful here despite the heat. However, very good idea. Number one, plan on being patient because we saw hundreds of people in line and that was more than an hour ago. It's going to take a long time for members of the general public to get through all this security. It took us a long time and there weren't all that many people. It was just the media. And then also, I know everybody's saying this, but it bears repeating. It is hot down here. I'm talking hot. There's not a lot of shade on the National Mall. Hydrate, be smart. We want to have a good time. We also want to have a safe time. And this is one of those nights because of the heat and also potential rain where all of us are going to have to look out for each other just a little bit. Guys, back to you.
All right, Josh. Preach. Amen on that. And I was just talking to Marina about the fact that, Josh is standing on the National Mall. We have so many big events here in D.C. on the National Mall, including inauguration when it's freezing. And we got the opposite end of the spectrum here.
Yeah, you never know what you're going to get the 4th of July. There's been years where it's just completely washed out. And this year, well, we've got the heat dome laned right over D.C. Stay with us as we continue our coverage here of America's 250th on the other side of this break.
to our special coverage of America 250 here. You take a live look across our Fox 5 Skycam network. It is a hot, hazy, nasty, ugly, sweltering day, but it's the 4th of July, so it's still a holiday.
Yeah, Mike Thomas here to give us a little bit of the good, the bad, and the ugly, because we're not just contending with this heat. If you're waiting for those fireworks, including for the World Cup fireworks, there may be some storms, Mike.
Yeah, absolutely. And not just here, but elsewhere as well. We're watching the round of 16, this game. Usually I don't do a forecast like this when the game's about to kick off, but I want to mention over on WTTG, they are bringing you a big one. And the only reason I'm mentioning it, it's an outdoor stadium not too far to the north in Philadelphia, where I just checked the air temperature. It is 100 degrees in Philadelphia as they get ready for France to take on Paraguay in this round of 16 game this afternoon. So, yeah, kickoff there. A hot, humid, sticky one, just like here in Washington. And they, too, will have to dodge some thunderstorms. I think the game starts just fine. It would be towards the second half of it when they could have some issues with storms. Just like here in D.C., we're fine for the next hour or so. But as we round the 6 o'clock hour, that's when we think some storms could start to fire close to home. Look at some of these temperatures right now. D.C. at 101, West Springfield 102. So is Fairfax, Virginia. Waldorf checking in at 104 degrees. Leonardtown 101, Prince Frederick 100 degrees. Columbia, I'm not sure I believe that. It says your air temperature is 108. That's a little hot. Your sensor's probably in the sun where we're picking that one up. Clarksville 104 is probably a little steamy too. But generally speaking, most of us sitting right around 100 degrees here in the immediate D.C. area. In D.C., the hottest zone, as opposed to our neighbors to the north there. New York City 92, Boston 93. Only Philadelphia joining us, at least in the major city category. Philly, Baltimore, and D.C. all sitting at above 100 degrees right now on this 4th of July afternoon. Now, we have had numerous severe thunderstorm warnings starting to fire just off to the west of town. And this is where we expected the activity to start, but you can kind of see which way it's trending towards the Washington, D.C. area. And most of our model guidance has it coming to town sometime between about 6 and 7 o'clock tonight. So guard needs to be up. And like Josh said, all those folks downtown sitting in line waiting to get into the big festivals downtown there in Washington. You have to watch out because those festivals could be interrupted as some strong thunderstorms come across in just a few hours. This cell has really just exploded. Almost 200 lightning strikes within the last, now it's going down to 60, but you'll see it keeps updating here. But there you go, 195, 200 lightning strikes just about within the last 15 minutes out of this cell just to the south of Front Royal. But even Front Royal itself, it might not be raining in some of those northern zones, but you got cloud-to-ground lightning hitting the ground because of how violent that storm is. And that's just gone to what they call a considerable severe thunderstorm warning, meaning winds out of that cell could exceed 70 miles per hour, a lot of heavy rain, and of course, I'll state the obvious, a lot of lightning with it as well. So that's about the cross into northern portions of Fauquier County, right along the I-66. I would certainly be seeking shelter. You don't want to be outside in a thunderstorm like this. No tornado threat today, but certainly are going to have some storms that produce some very heavy lightning and some very heavy winds as well. Culpeper, Fauquier, Orange counties, they remain under severe thunderstorm warning until 5:30. A few more cells popping up just off to the west of Hartwood. You have this one there in Prince William County that's put out a couple lightning strikes. It's trying to fizzle, but another storm trying to fill the gap there in southern portions of Fauquier County. And then out to the west, Grant, Hampshire, Hardy counties in West Virginia, all are under a severe thunderstorm warning. This cell, too, there's actually two of them there, have been outputting a lot of lightning, almost 300 strikes within the last 15 minutes out of that cell. So lightning heavy storms, very heavy precipitation. These guys are slow movers and they just have so much energy in the atmosphere to feed off of. That's why almost every storm that's fired today has gone severe pretty quickly. So we remain under severe thunderstorm watch. That'll go until 10 o'clock this evening, region-wide. D.C., Baltimore, the beaches out to the west. Ocean City, Maryland, actually not included, but don't think you get through today's storm free. You can still see some thunderstorms a little later on today. Futurecast suggesting that these storms will expand towards the D.C. region as we hit, say, the 6 o'clock hour, and they could be heavy just like they are to the west of town. They could be heavy in quite a few spaces here. So stick with us here on Fox Local. We'll be here tracking them for you as they continue to fire up throughout the course of the evening hours tonight. We are hoping that our Futurecast is on it. This is a model we call the graph model. We're hoping that it dies down activity as we head towards the 8, 9, 10 o'clock hour, and then things are fine for the speeches tonight and the fireworks that are expected to go off at around around 10:30 this evening. Now, I will say I do have guidance other than this that says it's still going to be pretty active around here about 9, 10 o'clock at night. So we'll just kind of have to essentially what we call nowcast for you. We're watching the radar. We're seeing what the cells are doing. If we do get hit with a pretty intense line about 6, 7 o'clock, that would actually make it less likely that we see more activity later because we'll just try to stabilize the atmosphere a little bit after an initial round of storms go by. Tomorrow, we are sunny and hot and humid again. We'll get rid of the hundreds. That's certainly welcome. It's still going to feel like it, though, with high humidity. And then just like today, second half of the day tomorrow, we're going to have to watch for maybe a few rounds of severe thunderstorms. We are outlooked once again. Tonight, we're actually under an enhanced risk. This is tomorrow's outlook for Sunday, though, under a slight risk of severe weather, D.C., Baltimore area, as a front moves in. Could give us a couple of rounds of thunderstorms on your Sunday afternoon. The intensity of this heat dome finally starting to wane on us after today. We have had 3 days above 100 degrees. We are ready for a break. We'll get a little bit of one. It's not as intense. It's still summer-like heat. We're talking upper 80s, lower 90s around here through much of next week. Unfortunately, we're still talking some pretty high humidity values as well. But what we're not talking about is the 100-degree days, the record-breaking days in a row. Looks like a new severe thunderstorm warning was just issued, so I'll check that. You know what? This is Fox Local. I'll check that for you right now, and let's see exactly where that is, and I'll get it to you. It looks like it's in northern portions of Virginia, Spotsylvania. You guys have been added to a severe thunderstorm warning here. Hey, we're coming right back on Fox Local here in just a few minutes, so we'll get you the latest checker radar in just a few. Guys?
All right, we'll check back in with you then. Thank you so much, Mike.
Yeah, those 80s do look good on the 7-day. All right, stay with us. We'll be right back. All right, a live look now from our Fox 5 Sky Cam at the stacks there. 101 on the board. It is a hot 4th of July. We're definitely feeling it.
Yeah, I'm wondering if being out on the water is the place to be because
Yes.
it doesn't. You think so? There's not a lot of wind moving through the region. It may be hotter there unless you're taking a dip in the Potomac, which we don't recommend.
We surely do not. But let's turn now to George Washington's Mount Vernon, which has been very busy today.
Thanks.
Yeah. Things kicked off this morning with an annual naturalization ceremony. About 150 people from 50 countries becoming American citizens. Here's what one had to say.
It's amazing. I've loved this country since I first got here, so it's amazing. I've been in the Marine Corps for almost 6 years now. I've been deployed a lot of field ops. It's just an amazing feeling. I would just say really understand and enjoy the fact that you are able to call yourself a United States citizen. You know, I think it's a right a lot of people take for granted. You know, I've never taken it for granted, right? But it's a great thing to call yourself a citizen and have the rights and the ability to do what citizens do, which is life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. So, yes, ma'am.
You gonna register to vote now?
Oh, immediately, right after this. That's the first thing I'm doing, immediately. Yes, ma'am.
Big congratulations to him, and thank you for your service. Also, God bless you for that uniform. I know it's hot out there. Other events at Mount Vernon today include the reading of the Declaration of Independence and fireworks.
And one of the only cities in the DMV older than America is celebrating its role in shaping the revolution. Alexandria predating America by nearly 30 years, and founding fathers like George Washington and Harry Lee calling it home. The city is wishing its younger sibling, America, a happy 250.
These are the streets where some of the very ideals for our country and for his presidency were shaped. If anyone's interested in learning more, we have a number of historic museums. It's a great opportunity for you to come and really experience that history firsthand.
And Alexandria doesn't allow fireworks, but it is having its big party on July 11th, celebrating its 277th birthday.
All right, back in a moment with more America 250 coverage live right here on Fox Local.
It's 4th of July in Washington, D.C., America's 250th birthday, and we've got you covered on everything that's happening across the DMV today. We want to thank you for staying with us here on Fox Local. For this special edition of Fox 5 News, I'm Marina Morocco.
And I'm Kenneth Moten. Happy birthday, America. You never look so young. 250? All right, we have crews spread all across the area tonight, prepared to bring you live coverage of all the America 250 celebrations. Unfortunately, it's hot, y'all, and that will impact those plans.
Yeah, let's get you a live look outside at this hour as we give you a live look from our sky cams here. And it seems as though a lot of people taking to the water here to hopefully see some of those fireworks if storms permit.
Yeah, Mike Thomas is here tracking it all. Yeah, it is record-breaking, but it's also very dangerous for those who are trying to see the fireworks tonight.
Yeah, those who are just sitting down on the National Mall, like queuing up and getting ready to get into the areas where all the festivities are happening tonight. And then we got to track the threat for some strong to severe thunderstorms. And like radar's lit up like a Christmas tree now west of town, but it's slowly getting closer to town. So we're really kind of watching in the hours ahead as activity gets a little closer. I see some jets going by there on the Stacks cam. Certainly doing the best we can to celebrate this birthday here in America, but it is tough out there as we take a live look. Oh, hello. Oh, that was really cool. Oh, there you go. Step on by. Come on. Where are you going to get that other than Fox Local and Earth Cam there, bringing that to you as some of the Blue Angels, I believe those were, going on by there in D.C. Beautiful shot. And for now, skies hanging in there in terms of activity near the immediate D.C. area. We've dropped, thankfully, a whopping 2 degrees to 99 in D.C. Still feels like 170. 99 at Dulles, feeling like 109. 101 at BWI Thurgood Marshall. They, too, had their hottest 4th of July on record up there in Baltimore. They hit at least 102 degrees. By the end of this hour, we'll get our official high temperatures from the National Weather Service and see exactly just how hot we were. But at least 101 or 102 again here in Washington today. Right now, you see what I mean when I say radar's lit up like a Christmas tree out there to the west. Storms always expected to fire over the mountains first, and then we monitor them as they get a little closer to us here in D.C. Let's start down to the south. City of Fredericksburg, Spotsylvania, all put under a severe thunderstorm warning. You got kind of 2 clusters here of strong to severe thunderstorms as I put it in motion. You'll see are kind of converging towards the city of Fredericksburg, and that could just mean a lot. You see more and more lightning kind of firing out ahead of the storms. Not even raining in some areas where lightning's hitting the ground just yet, but those are going to converge probably right over the city of Fredericksburg, and when that does happen, we have to watch out for the threat for flash flooding as well. So monitoring all of that, some heavy cells down there. Fredericksburg, Orange, Spotsylvania, Stafford County, all under severe thunderstorm warnings until 5:45 at least, and then we'll track these and see if they don't expand up towards Northern Virginia and then into Maryland in just a little bit here. This storm out near Front Royal, heavy, not going to last all that much longer, so heads up for folks watching from out that way right now. But Fauquier, Rappahannock, Warren counties in Virginia, all under a considerable, that's level 2 severe thunderstorm warning, and that just means the winds out of that cell have had a history of being a little bit stronger. Standard severe thunderstorm warning gets you about 65 or 60 mile per hour winds. Considerable severe thunderstorm gets you winds up to 70. So certainly be careful. That's right along the I-66 out that way. This cell no longer severe, but a lot of lightning with it just to the north of Wardensville there. Grant, Hardy, and Mineral counties out in West Virginia. Parts of those counties getting hit pretty hard with some thunderstorm activity. And we've just recently started to see storms flaring up along the Blue Ridge there in western portions of Loudoun County. Not severe just yet, but you see lightning starting to flare up with those cells as well. And those are drifting towards generally northern portions of Montgomery County. So heads up there. And we don't want to forget our neighbors to the north up near Hancock. They're dealing with a line of heavy storms, and we'll watch it as it gets a little closer to Hagerstown in the hours ahead. If you can't tell by how fast I'm talking, it's getting busy out there. But don't worry, we're going to stay here with you the rest of the night and continue to track any storms that fire. Marina?
All right. Thank you, Mike. And, of course, we're talking fireworks and all things happening down at the National Mall, including flyovers.
We just saw one going right for Mike Thomas's head just now. Let's get to Sydney Person, who's live witnessing those flyovers. Are they practicing, or is this for the big show later?
You know, the great flyovers is that folks all across the district have really been able to enjoy these. They are super neat, but they are a little startling because you are so close to them. You can see them so clearly, and they really do get so loud. There's a lot of excitement here on the National Mall. Doors just opened for this Salute to America event just in the last minute or so, so we are expecting these seats behind me to fill up here very soon. President Trump is set to take this stage behind me in just a couple of hours now for his 4th of July address. Those flyovers started around 1:15 this afternoon, and like I said, people all over have been able to enjoy those. About every hour, at least every hour. As I said, doors just opened here. The program officially starts at 7 o'clock, and then the president is going to take the stage at 9:45 p.m., followed by those fireworks, which should start around 10:30, 11. Here goes another flyover, if you can hear me. Again, tremendously impressive, but very loud. And guys, as Mike was talking about heat, of course, it remains a top concern, top priority for organizers of this event. As we know, this continues to be extremely dangerous heat out here. I can tell you there were hundreds of people, hundreds in line to get into this event hours in advance. When we arrived at 3 p.m. To check in our gear, there were hundreds of people in line 2 hours before doors even open. We know that there are free water bottles here, cooling stations, medical personnel on standby in case there are any issues. But organizers really are urging folks to take shade when they can, to not stay outside in prolonged periods of times in advance of this event, as it is so warm outside. Safety and security, of course, while we're here, also top of mind. There is just a tremendous amount of Secret Service, MPD, National Guard members, every agency you can think of, you name it, they are here. Snipers, plainclothes officers. There is just tremendous security, as you would expect, with not just this large of a crowd on the 4th of July, but the President of the United States as well. So we will be keeping a close eye on all of that. It continues to be very hot. The sun just came out behind the clouds. So we're gonna take a close look at that. Hopefully everyone here will stay cool and stay safe, as it should be an exciting night. A lot of people looking forward to this event. I will say before we go, I've been covering the Great American State Fair for the last several nights. I spoke to there said it was worth it for them to come out despite the heat, that they wanted to be at the State Fair and that they really wanted to be tonight. So we know that a lot are going to brave these temperatures. We hope that they do it safely.
We sure do. All right, Sydney Persing, thank you. Huge undertaking there. And take a look at this from earlier. D.C.'s 60th annual Palisades Parade and Picnic in Northwest D.C. About 75 different groups marched, displaying a diverse tapestry of what it means to be an American. We're talking about everything from the typical stars and stripes to Bolivian dancers, all part of a cherished community tradition that has brought people together for generations.
Ooh, that is brave to be in that full gear in this heat. And D.C. making the best of Independence Day despite the heat. A huge parade on Capitol Hill, the parade sweeping along 8th Street and Virginia Avenue this morning.
This is a great tradition on Capitol Hill. You see families, you see little kids. A lot of people will leave here and go to the baseball game in Nats Park. So we celebrate all of our beautiful neighborhoods in D.C., and these are great traditions.
I'm just so humbled, so grateful, and this is one of the parades I love the most, Capitol Hill, one of the most long-standing, so just an amazing community.
We go down to shorts and everything. I want to make sure that the students are still safe and everything. We don't want to get them like overheated or overexerted, so we always have like a summer attire.
Yeah, a good time is that.
Yes, it's a perfect time for it.
So you came from Florida, all the way from Florida for the big parade, and you said, you know what, we're going to get a parade anyways.
That's correct. Yeah. We found out about this one this morning, so we took little scooters over here and having a great time.
Happy 4th of July.
So cute. Festivities still happening on Eastern Market with live jazz, music, face painting, you name it. And of course, officials have been stressing the best way to get down to the mall tonight is to take Metro, especially with so many parking restrictions and road closures in effect. Metro also warning the extreme heat can cause some problems.
Fox 5's Regina Ureta live outside the Federal Triangle Metro station with the latest here. And this is a big event for Metro. Is the transit system ready, Regina?
Yeah, Marina and Kenneth, and right now what we're kind of seeing is some of the streets just starting to get closed down, more closures here. They are expanding the perimeter line. So if you're heading out of Federal Triangle Station, you can see you cannot go through 12th Street. People who are coming out of the escalators, they have to go towards Pennsylvania Avenue if you want to go towards the National Mall. So that's one thing that we continue to see here. But obviously the heat also contributing to some issues. We know that Metro says rail temperatures can top 135 degrees in extreme heat, causing steel tracks to expand and in some cases bend. So that's why crews earlier were investigating a potential heat-related track issue after a train derailed near College Park in Prince George's County. The derailment forced passengers to evacuate and disrupted service on the green and yellow lines. Metro says there were about 11 riders on board. Everyone got off safely and no serious injuries were reported. But to stay ahead of the heat, crews conduct daily heat rides to check for track problems. This year, Metro is also painting some rails white to reflect sunlight and help keep them cooler. But back out here live, we continue to see people coming out of the Federal Triangle station here, coming off of these escalators. And of course, they have to head towards Pennsylvania Avenue. They cannot go through 12th Street. They have closed off that street. And I'm assuming throughout the evening into the night, we'll continue to see more street closures. Guys?
Regina Ureta with that update tonight. We appreciate it. And just another reminder that if you are planning on enjoying the holiday weekend with a drink or two, the Greater Washington's Independence Day Sober Ride program is back. It is a partnership with Lyft. It offers free rides up to $15 in adults 21 and older to prevent drunk driving. Nearly 40% of all traffic deaths in the U.S. happen July 4th. The service will run through 4 tomorrow morning. Download the Lyft app, enter the Sober Ride promotional code.
All right, stay safe out there and stay with us. Fox 5's celebration of America 250. More after the break. National Mall. Crowds allowed onto the Washington Monument grounds starting at 5 p.m., which just happened, 13 minutes ago. The program is set to begin at 7 p.m. and fireworks estimated around 10:30 p.m. President Trump is also set to speak before the fireworks are set off, but please plan for delays. We know sometimes with those programs, things can run a little slower, so stay hydrated and stay safe.
Definitely, the heat is going to be a huge component of what that timeline looks like. Now we're going to check in with Rockville Mayor Monique Ashton. She's joining us here on Fox Local. Mayor, we appreciate your time. I imagine that, of course, some point of concern for your community as well is this heat tonight.
Absolutely. We are working to make sure that everyone is safe, but we are celebrating this important moment in our nation's history and our city and our county.
And Mayor Ashton, when it comes to the safety of the folks and making the decision whether or not to continue festivities, parades, we've seen some of our local communities keep the party going, keep the parades going, but several also cancel. What was the process for you and the leaders there in Rockville?
Well, I think that our city team, we have an emergency preparedness team that does a fantastic job. Fortunately, some of our activities are later in the day, so it's going to cool down a little bit. We have a concert starting at 7 p.m., and then we're going to be having some remarks at 8:30, and our fireworks will be at 9. We are encouraging and giving people safe tips on how to be healthy and have fun while they're out celebrating in Rockville. We're encouraging people to bring their fans. We have things to help people stay cool. We have fans that we're giving out as well. We're encouraging people to bring their coolers and ice. But we are hopeful that with the temperatures improving as the night goes on, that we're going to have a fantastic celebration tonight.
Did you all have to make any modifications in the last week here to the celebrations today?
We are really working on, the celebration is not just when people show up. It's all the work that happens ahead of time. And our wonderful staff has been out there working, and we have to, they've been doing more breaks, and our city manager has great protocols to help our staff be healthy and safe as well, because there are people who have to set up and make sure that the whole ground is ready. And so that's some of the modifications that we've been making as well, so that we're ready for all of our residents to come out and enjoy.
And what I've loved about our coverage leading up to celebrating America 250, Mayor, is that many communities is also your 250th anniversary or birthday as well. For Rockville, how are you celebrating Rockville's history?
So Rockville is the county seat, and Montgomery County is also 250 years old. And so this is not the only thing we're doing. We have a great celebration that's happening tonight from about 7 to 9:30. Come out to Maddie Stepanek Park and join us. However, we're also having an exhibit at the Red Brick Courthouse where people can see history and how we played a role in our nation. There's so many things that have taken place in Rockville. You may not know, but Thurgood Marshall litigated a case here in Rockville, and we still have that courtroom available for people to come see. We're doing a time capsule in September, so we're going to be celebrating all year. We've also put flags up at downtown. So lots of things. This is the big day, but we're going to be continuing to celebrate the rest of the year.
All right, Rockville Mayor Monique Ashton joining us here. We appreciate your time and we're wishing you success for tonight's festivities.
Yes, and we're also tracking severe weather at this hour, potential for severe weather that our weather team has been staying on top of, because obviously when it gets this hot, it could get really dangerous in that department with severe weather. Jennifer Delgado is tracking those potential storms. And how's it looking out there, Jennifer?
Hi there, guys. Hey, happy 4th of July. Yes, we have been dealing with the heat, and now we actually are seeing some storms on the radar. We've really been on the roadways over the last couple hours in anticipation of these storms. Right now, we are turning onto Dumfries Road, and I'm going to change my camera for you, and you're going to see how the sky is actually pretty gray right now. I'm going to punch this there. This is camera. We're looking in the direction right now, Dumfries. Now, we've had some lightning, and of course, we're hearing some of the thunder right now that's developing. But as we've been tracking these storms on the radar with Mike Thomas in studio right now, we have multiple severe thunderstorm warnings right now. And one of them is just to the south of us. It's just to the west of Independent Hill, south of Bristow. This severe thunderstorm warning is going to go for about another 42 minutes. So here's kind of our plan for the day. We're just tracking these storms, and then we're going to try to make our direction down towards areas like the Triangle and hit up 95 and potentially go into the D.C. area where we're expecting these storms to try to roll in there a little bit closer to the 5 and 6 o'clock hour. So, yeah, the roadways are still dry out here on Dumfries Road in Manassas, but we are still looking for the continue to develop and move right on top of our region right now where we are on the roadways. But the good news is a lot of people aren't on the roadways. I think a lot of people are at home, watching Fox 5, watching the stream, and taking it easy in anticipation of it just being really too hot outside for so many people. But of course, we get some of these storms coming in. It's going to cool things off, but it's still going to make that humidity really high and really uncomfortable. So right now, again, we're tracking the storms, but as you can see with the sky right now, it's certainly anticipating some rainfall, isolated thunderstorms with lightning showing up very shortly. Marina and Kenneth, I'm listening back over to you too.
Jen, thank you much. The one good news is no traffic on this holiday Saturday. The bad news is it's certainly hot and we are tracking those storms. Let's go over to our Mike Thomas right now as we saw Jen there in Manassas, and you said that it's lighting up like a Christmas tree, not in July.
And a little Christmas in July in terms of the weather. We just had another severe thunderstorm warning just get issued, and this one is a big one and encompasses parts of West Virginia, Virginia, and Maryland. We'll take you through it all coming up here. But Jen is, out there tracking these storms as they start to fire. And you can see every box here from Pennsylvania all the way down through West Virginia, Virginia, and now parts of Maryland starting to get into some of the severe thunderstorm action. At the moment, the worst of the storms are to the south. And that big orange box you see there, a considerable severe thunderstorm warning that encompasses much of Orange, Spotsylvania, and Stafford County, with the strongest storms going right through Spotsylvania at the moment, and just about, you can see it kind of surging northward there, just about to get to the city of Fredericksburg. So heads up, folks, there. No way you're not hearing the thunder with over 600. Yeah, you heard that right. 600 lightning bolts out of this entire cluster of storms being reported within the last 15 minutes. So a ton of lightning. Make sure, winds are going to be bad in some of these storms, of course, but make sure you're seeking shelter just from that lightning. Now, it's not going to go all night here, but head inside, take it easy until these storms go on by. This small little cell right to the south, you see, Jen was in Manassas right here, and now they have just updated that severe thunderstorm warning, but it's for southern portions of Prince William County. Really encapsulates this cell right now, which is the one Jen was seeing and the one Jen was hearing. And you can even see, I know it's hard to tell, but right outside this box, they're getting strikes of lightning away from the core of that particular severe thunderstorm too. This one heading up towards southern portions of the county. That warning in effect until 5:45 p.m. tonight. This cell just crossed 66 over the Blue Ridge. Now, thankfully, it's starting to die a little bit as it comes out of the mountains. But Fauquier, Rappahannock, and Warren County, this cell up for another 10 minutes. So that one may be allowed to drop here shortly as its intensity has really diminished over just the last 5 to 10 minutes there. Opposite to the north here, I mean, you got several thunderstorms. And I'm going to expand this out and get to the latest warning tracker on it, because this was the newest warning, and what a doozy of a warning this is. They rarely issue them to be quite that long, just for fun, and because we're here on Fox Local. This severe thunderstorm warning is 60 miles long, so that gives you an idea of just how intense some of these cells have been. It encapsulates multiple cells. Just about every cell within that warned area is severe warned with the threat of some damaging winds coming out of them. But this one goes until 5:45. It includes Winchester, Frederick County, Virginia, Frederick County, Maryland, as well as Jefferson County in West Virginia. So this is a tri-state warning for you out there. That putting down a lot of heavy rain, a lot of thunder and lightning with it. And again, in some of these cells, you do have the threat of some wind coming out. Heads up for folks in Frederick, Maryland. Right now, dry, but you can see this cell coming out of northern Loudoun County, generally training in your direction. So heads up for folks there. And of course, Winchester looks like the worst of the storm is going to miss you just to your north, but you're likely still hearing a lot of thunder and seeing some lightning in the distance as those cells go on by. Down to the south, I want to point this one out. This is an intense thunderstorm coming out of Augusta County, and the only reason I'm mentioning it, even though it's out of our immediate areas, for folks in Harrisonburg, we do have a lot of viewers that live there. Y'all tweet me all the time, so that's why I mentioned it for you guys. Destructive severe thunderstorm warning. That is the blue box. That is the worst severe thunderstorm warning you can have, and that means winds within this cell have been reported at 80 miles per hour or greater. And that can do a lot of damage very quickly. Of course, a ton of lightning with that cell. And it heads up that cluster of storms heading up towards the Harrisonburg area, likely within the next 30 minutes or so, if it does in fact hold together. Now, I'm going to zoom things out real quick, just because I did see another severe thunderstorm warning get issued. I just want to make sure it's nothing that's, it was just an update. So nothing in the immediate vicinity that's been issued new. But of course, you can see there are several storms there that we're going to have to continue to keep our eye on here. We think kind of prime time about now through about 7, 8 o'clock tonight in the immediate D.C. area. So hang in there with us. Severe thunderstorm watch up for everybody in the D.C. region. That will go until 10 o'clock tonight. We are not alone. Severe thunderstorm watches go from New York through New Jersey, just about the entire state. Erie's not in it, but everybody else in Pennsylvania in a severe thunderstorm watch tonight. Most of Virginia and West Virginia, too. So expected to be an active evening after a record-breaking, at least 101-degree day here, D.C. We're sitting at 99 right now. We're going to welcome some cooler temperatures in the days ahead. I would love to tell you that we're getting rid of the humidity. We're not necessarily doing that. That's going to stick around for a little bit. Let me show you a 7-day forecast here. Temperatures returning to the 80s next week. Humidity does stay pretty high, though. 90s back by the end of it. We'll have another check on radar in just a few here, guys.
All right, Mike, thank you. The parade may have been canceled due to extreme heat, but Fairfax still finding a way to celebrate this 4th.
The fireworks show is still on. Fox 5's Kaylin Norwood live at Fairfax High School with the preparations underway. Hi, Kaylin.
Hey, Kenneth and Marina. Yeah, the heat definitely a factor if you're outside for fireworks celebrations here in Fairfax. We do know that that parade was canceled, but there is still a big evening show, and we have a lot of vendors that are in this lot at Fairfax High School getting ready for it. And to keep things cool, there's a lot of ice cream shops that I've noticed and kept my eye on, at least for tonight. So a lot of ice cream, there's lemonade, and then one here that I want to point out, smoothies. If you're looking for a healthier option to cool off today, we have a special smoothie shop, Food Fest, Happy Belly, and we have the owner here, Kay. Kay, thanks for being on with us.
Yeah, thank you so much for inviting us to be on TV.
Yeah, and you guys serve some really great smoothies. Yes. Tell us about exactly what you offer.
Yeah, today we have the fresh fruit smoothie. We have variety of fruit. We have mango, pineapple, strawberry, and watermelon. So that's your choice. Come out today for the fresh fruit. That's a very popular fruit.
Okay, guys, I'm going to have to taste this. Hey, it looks great. And that's not all that you guys offer, right?
Yes.
So people can grab a bite as well?
Yeah, we have Thai desserts. This is a very popular in the world for secret mango. We bring today to serving all the people who come out tonight.
Awesome, and that food looks good.
Yes.
It looks like a great snack. Now, what I love about this as well, Kay, is that you've been coming here for 30 years.
Yes, we've been on this spot for 30 years, yeah. And it's so good. People are so nice, and we enjoy every time that we're here with our people, with the fireworks, and great food everywhere here.
I mean, how does it feel to celebrate America's 250th?
We're so happy to be here. I'm proud that I'm here. I can say that we are half American now. Yeah, we love this country, and very congratulations for the 250 year for the America for Independence Day for today. And we have so many celebrations around this community, around this city. And tonight we will have the big fireworks here at the Fairfax High School. Come out, everybody come out. Invite everybody to come to be enjoyed together. We have the big day, big congratulations together tonight.
And what's also really special about this is that you could experience this with your daughter who works with you, right?
Yes, yeah. She's helping me to expand the business. She's doing media and social media, but those times, nothing much, but I don't know how to media. She's the one who helped me to expand. I hope that all the DMV know my business name, Food Fest.
Yeah.
Everybody knows.
Well, thank you so much, Kay. We appreciate you telling us a little bit about your business. I mean, you heard it from her, guys. Multi-generational vendor right here in Fairfax, celebrating America's 250th. And I'm told that there's going to be a special fireworks display just to kick off that 250th from here. The gates are going to be opening a few hours from now, so about 7:30, with the fireworks show starting at 9:30. I'll send it back to you in studio.
I would say bring me a smoothie, Kaylin, but...
No, I think Kaylin needs it. It's hot enough.
I think you need it a lot more than I do.
I'll bring two.
Okay.
You better have one at least. Thank you, Kaylin. We'll check back in with you, of course, throughout the night as we continue our 250th celebration coverage right here on Fox Local.
250 celebrations across the DMV.
All eyes on the skies as the weather could cause some major disruptions to tonight's plans. Let's get you outside and give you a live look as you see drones overhead. And if I'm not mistaken, I see rain on one of our cameras down below. That may be Fredericksburg, Virginia.
Yes, as the camera zooms in there, it probably looks like a drone, but it's just a chopper.
Oh, is it? No, that's a drone.
I don't know.
Oh, it's an airplane,
Yeah,
actually. So neither of us.
We're both wrong.
Well, we'll get our eyes checked from here to the next one. So thank you for correcting me.
But hopefully,
you're wrong too.
Somebody with better eyes, Mike Thomas.
I think that's an osprey, isn't it? I think that's what they're called.
Whatever, don't try to one up us.
Yeah, that's
a two-propellered plane, I believe.
Well, it's not. So I think it goes from helicopter to plane. That's one of those really,
Mike, tell me about the rain and leave me alone.
No, I'm here to talk to you about helicopters. But as we look outside, look, I had them change things over on the Fredericksburg side of things because you can certainly see that some parts of our region are starting to get hit by these heavy storms, and the rain is coming down, and the camera's been flashing numerous times as lightning's been lighting up the sky down there in Fredericksburg, Virginia. Big shot of it for you here from our beautiful Skycam network, and you can see they're not the only area dealing with these heavy storms, but one of the heaviest cells on radar right now is just getting to the city of Fredericksburg. And from what I see as I glance around, I don't see too many folks caught outside. So hopefully they've been watching Fox Local and heeding the warnings as they've taken place down that way. Temperatures, real quick, we'll fly on through these. Still 99 Reagan National, 107 degrees is what it feels like. Dulles, 99, feeling like 109. 101 BWI, feeling like 105. It's a hot and humid day. And now we're continuing to track more and more severe weather. In fact, looks like they've gone ahead, and that cell that we just showed you in Fredericksburg, they've extended that warning. So heads up, folks, in portions of Stafford County, looks like southern Prince William County, extreme southeastern Prince William County, that is, and then eastern or western portions of Charles County, all within a now considerable severe thunderstorm. And that is that cell we just showed. Go back to it. That's this cell right here that's hitting Fredericksburg, Virginia as we speak. Now, core of the winds not hitting where this camera is. It would be just off to the west of that. But you can see how hard it is to see in the distance there. That is those waves of heavy, heavy rain that's coming across. So, again, really good live shot. And thank you to our crew working in the background here for queuing that up for you to keep you safe through these storms. Let's go in on this line that's getting its act together. I mean, look how it's just flared up. And this is really taking place within just the last half hour. The radar was pretty quiet with just one or two cells. And now they've expanded to a 65-mile-long line of severe thunderstorms focused just to the north of Winchester. Winchester looks like the worst is going to avoid you, but you're certainly hearing the thunder and seeing the lightning in the distance there. And then heads up for folks up near Frederick, Maryland. Some of these cells likely going to try and make it your way here within the next 20 to 30 minutes. Northern portions of Loudoun County getting hit pretty hard, as are parts of Grant and Mineral County. This cell down to the south at one time was severe, north of Front Royal. That has thankfully fizzled out, but that's not the case everywhere. And these storms down to the south and east have been a little heavy. Manassas, Jen's hanging out around there. That cell still severe warned for the better part of the next 10 minutes or so. That severe thunderstorm warning up, though will likely be dropped here shortly as that cell's starting to weaken just a bit. It's this one down to the south that does remain the strongest. That's the one we showed you in the city of Fredericksburg. That warning until 5:45. Spotsylvania getting hit very heavy by lightning. And I mean, if you look at the lightning tracker right there, over 700 strikes out of this cluster of storms just within the last 15 minutes or so. Now, I'm going to pull this radar out just a touch because they did go ahead and issue that new warning, and I want to make sure I'm getting you guys at home the latest information. If you're sticking with us on this 4th of July, that is starting to provide some fireworks courtesy of Mother Nature here. This severe thunderstorm warning, as I mentioned before, encompasses parts of Charles County in Maryland, King George County, Virginia, Prince William, just kind of the easternmost portions of Prince William County, and then most of Stafford County in 2. That warning will go until 6:30. Storms haven't quite gotten to this box just yet, but you can see those heavy cells coming out of the Fredericksburg area and about to hit right down the Potomac River, and we'll be tracking them to see if they don't continue northward towards I-95 and D.C. here in the hours ahead. We'll keep you up to date. Guys?
All right, Mike, thank you. And tonight the parade may be off, but the party is still on in Laurel. Thousands are expected for the city's 47th annual 4th of July celebration and fireworks show.
Fox 5 Rouge down in Granville Goody Park, where those final preparations are starting now. Hey, Sharon.
Hey, guys. guys, yeah, listen, if it wasn't really hot out, this backdrop is just stunning. Yes, we are about less than 30 minutes now before officially this is open to the public. But the trick is to find a spot of shade, and that's what some folks have started to do. We've seen some folks trickle in, find a little patch of grass where they're going to stake out for the evening and kind of get ready for the festivities to begin. Then you see a line of vendors that are also set up across here at Goody Park, getting ready to serve the public. Thousands are expected to come out here, get ready for the big fireworks show. The stage is also set. The cover band Oracle performing tonight all throughout the evening. We'll have some speeches before that fireworks show starts at 9:15. One of the families that has gotten here a little early. Happy 4th of July, everybody. How excited is this for your family tonight?
Super exciting. This is our first 4th of July here in Maryland.
That's so cool. All right, kids, what are you most looking forward to? Have you gotten any of the food yet? What do you want here tonight?
The fireworks.
The fireworks? How about you?
The fireworks.
Fireworks. Have you been here before fireworks?
Yes.
You have? Are they pretty cool?
Yeah.
Awesome, awesome. 4th of July, what does this mean for you guys?
I'm just excited for the fireworks, same as them. I'm just happy to have fun with my family.
Nice. Okay, well, enjoy your time. Thank you so much. We do want to mention that, of course, unfortunately, the Independence Day Parade here in Laurel was canceled. This is one of the floats that was supposed to be featured in that parade. And, of course, this is the American Legion Post 60. Salute to our veterans, our active military members, truly, and everyone who has made the ultimate sacrifice. Joining me now, Commander Josephine, great to see you. Happy 4th of July. As a commander, what does this day, 4th of July, and of course America's 250 mean for you in this moment?
It reminds us to never forget those who served before us, acknowledge those that are serving today, and maybe mentor those who are looking for a future in the military. And we must not forget the families, the spouses, the communities that our veterans impact every single day, and we just don't realize at what capacity.
Yeah, how do you balance that? How do you balance a level of celebration tonight, but also remembering those who made the ultimate sacrifice and who may still be struggling today?
It's a very delicate balance. There's a lot of people that just don't realize how some of our veterans are still suffering. And it's being able to go somewhere like an American Legion Post and meeting other people, talking with them, being there for support, listening to them. And sometimes that's all it is. They just want someone to talk to, and we're there to listen. We're there to help.
Tim, I want to ask you, when you look around at the festivities tonight, what makes you most proud to be an American?
What makes me proud to be an American, especially in Laurel? Laurel should be a reflection for all America. You know, as a community, we come together, we help each other out. It's good that we do this every year. It's always a great time. You know, just like Laurel is kind of like our motto at Post 60, which is we never fail.
Yeah, no doubt. This is a tight-knit community. You can just tell by the spirit that's here. And Tom, for you tonight, what are you most looking forward to, I guess, both in remembrance and also in celebration?
Celebrating with the local community, being out in front of everybody, and enjoying everything as apolitical. Event.
Yeah. Well, enjoy the evening. Again, we thank you for everything that you do for us. Thank you for your service. It's going to be a beautiful evening. Again, people can start coming at 6 o'clock. It is free, although there is a carnival back there. You do need tickets for that. Fireworks show starts at 9:15, guys. We'll send it back to you.
All right. Hopefully by then those temperatures will cool down a little bit. Thank you, Shrin.
All right, stay with us. We'll be right back.
The National Mall drawing huge crowds today as people brave the heat trying to celebrate America's 250th.
That's where we find our Josh Rosenthal roaming, getting the sights and sounds. Josh, how's it looking out there?
Well, let me tell you, Kenneth, I'm standing inside of what may be one of, if not the most popular places out here all day. This is a cooling tent. I cannot tell you the difference in temperature standing out there and standing in here. It is really smart that they did this. There are, I believe, 3 of these total, at least 2 or 3. They're going to be in heavy use here soon as more people get into the fair. And truth be told, I have a feeling it is so hot outside. This is probably going to keep a lot of people up and standing on their feet and feeling good. As for what's happening out here, follow us outside. Let me hold the door open for you and give us just a minute here while we adjust our lighting a little bit. If you look in this direction, just to give you an idea of where these cooling stations are set up, you've got the Washington Monument right there. See all these people? These are folks who we've just started to see appear. They made it through these very long lines outside. I mean, a lot of people were waiting for hours to get in here. They're standing in the heat. So they're coming in. Many of them are heading down in that direction because that's where the stage is tonight. So that's where the president, for instance, will be speaking later. Presumably, a lot of these people, the first ones in, are hustling over there to try to get a good spot. Over in this direction, if you look down that way, ton of vendors, a lot of food to buy. However, we did notice one place where you can get free food, free samples, and it just so happens to be ice cream. I showed you the most popular place earlier. These might be the most popular people. Where's my guy Frank? Oh, hey, Frank. These are the good folks with Bluebell. They will be giving out free ice cream. How many people do you think you were going to get tonight? It's 100+ degrees out here. You're giving out free ice cream. What are you expecting?
We are. I think it's going to be a great day for us. We're just happy to be out here celebrating the 250th anniversary of the country with ice cream. I mean, what goes better with 4th of July than a little bit of homemade vanilla ice cream?
Tell me, that sounds really great for 4th of July or any day. Tell me, you guys came up here, I believe, I was talking to some of your folks here from Carolinas, Virginia as well?
That's right, yep. We got folks up here from Charlotte, North Carolina, Raleigh, Wilmington area, Hampton Roads, Richmond. So definitely a team effort to be out here providing this.
Providing this service.
Right. I didn't want to say service, but
I will say it. On a day like today, Frank, you guys are providing a service, especially because it's free.
Right.
One more question for you. This might be a stupid question. I know Bluebell's got great stuff. I know you've got a heavy-duty truck here. Is it hard to keep all of this ice cream cool and frozen on a day like today?
So it is. We're fortunate. We got some pretty solid equipment out there that's keeping it good and cold. We're about minus 15 degrees. So we're thinking about maybe charging admission to our storage truck.
You could charge $40-50. It would be like parking by Nats Park. You'd have no problem. Frank, thank you so much. Happy 4th. Happy 4th to all of you guys. And as you can see here, you've got some very happy fair goers who also saw the free sample sign, and they're coming right here. Ma'am, can I talk to you for 1 sec? Would that be okay? I'm Josh, Fox 5. We're on live. How you feeling?
I'm feeling great.
Tell me, why'd you come out here? And I know you just got in, but what do you think so far?
I think everything's great. You know, we're celebrating our birthday, 250 years. We're excited. Hopefully everybody can come out, be safe, and come watch the fireworks.
How you dealing with the heat so far?
Hey, as long as you stay hydrated, you won't get a heat stroke.
Hydrated and a little bit of ice cream goes a long way.
The best ice cream in town, Bluebell.
I won't hold you up anymore. Thank you so much for your time. Happy 4th. Appreciate you. Guys, I think we, in between hits, may get a little free sample ourselves. For now, though, back to you.
As you should, Josh.
Yes.
That's the attitude, though.
Right?
Nothing was going to rock her. She was having a good time.
But that's the words I live by, is stay hydrated and mind your business. All right, Josh Rosenthal, thank you so much. Stay with us for our special coverage right here on Fox 5 of America 250. More after the break. in the weather department, it appears.
Yeah, let's take a look at what Mike's got for us. Hey, Mike.
Yeah, guys, number of severe thunderstorm warnings going in. Look, we knew it would be an active 4th of July, and you can see behind me from the radar just how active it's gotten here. Multiple colors. I know there's kind of a rainbow of colors on this map. I'm going to explain them all. The most dangerous color on the map is this light blue you see just north of the city of Fredericksburg. That is what they call a destructive severe thunderstorm warning, and that means within that part of the cell, winds have been detected on radar exceeding 80 miles per hour, and that can do damage very, very quickly. So powerful thunderstorm. Let's get down to that cell right there on Storm Tracker radar, and then it is this one coming out again just north. That's the city of Fredericksburg right there. So just north and east of the city of Fredericksburg. Folks in Widewater kind of coming right up the Potomac here, going to clip extreme western portions of Charles County. Excuse me there. This portion of the storm encompasses parts of Charles, King George, Prince William, and Stafford County. Again, a radar indicated indication that winds could exceed 80 miles per hour within this particular cell, and with it, they have put that destructive tag on it. So that is the worst. You see, there's 3 categories of severe thunderstorms: standard severe, considerable severe, and destructive severe. So that is the highest category they can give you out of that particular cell. I'm going to go ahead and do and dive on in and see if we can't determine exactly who's getting the winds there. Let me go ahead and restart things for you here. And let's go in on what we would call velocity, and we're going to take the radar out of, let's see if the radar out of DCA is working, because that should be able to get you pretty close in on this cell. And you can kind of see where the greens are brightest there. I know it's mixing with the purples, which means the data's not coming in too clean there. Let's go out of Andrews Air Force Base and see if we get a better idea out of Andrews. No, they're still missing a little bit of data there. I'll pull it back and we'll head out of the radar out of that's the one out of Sterling. And you can kind of see just to the south of Widewater where there's this kind of white pixel right there would be where they've gotten some winds, or at least indication that winds might be over 80 miles per hour in a few spots out of that cell. So we want folks to be safe. Heads up in that general area. That is where they're getting some pretty strong indications that this system is putting out some pretty heavy winds. I'll pause it here on radar for you and show you that the lightning out of this cell has just been insane. I mean, everybody Fairview Beach, I hope you're seeking shelter here with just about 163 lightning strikes, 141 there now out of the last 15 minutes just within this particular cell. And this does encompass the Triangle area. Remember, Jen Delgado said she was going to head up towards Triangle. Triangle is under this destructive severe thunderstorm warning, so they are giving you a heads up that this is heading in your department. And, you know, if you extend this, and I'm not saying it's going to hold on to this intensity for this long, but if it continues on its path, it's heading in the general direction of Washington, D.C. Now, hopefully it loses some intensity by the time it gets there, because I can't think of a worse thing than 80-mile-per-hour winds coming right down to the National Mall ahead of this, all these festivities that we have planned for the evening. So we're going to continue to watch this cell very, very closely as we head through the better part of the next hour here in Washington and see exactly how it tracks. They did go ahead and put up a new severe thunderstorm warning that encapsulates this grouping of cells. This is all across northern Maryland, and just look at the lightning out of it. Almost 500 strikes within the last 15 minutes. This severe thunderstorm warning will go until 6:45 p.m. tonight. Nasty, nasty cells. A lot of heavy rain, a lot of lightning, and some wind being reported out of it. In terms of damage reports right now, haven't seen any coming into the Weather Center just yet. Now, these cells just pretty brand new on the screen, but just south of the city of Fredericksburg, there was reports of trees being down right along Prince Edward Street there and Amelia Street, and that was reported not all that long ago. So that was from that cluster of cells. That prompted that destructive severe thunderstorm warning that is now up for parts of Stafford County, and then eventually Prince William, parts of Charles County may get clipped by that cell. And that's sort of the danger you have when these storms start essentially running into each other and combining. Their outflow boundaries are combining and leading to intensifications of storms. So active radar right now. There is a gap along I-66 that hasn't filled in quite yet. We're going to continue to monitor it and see where storms go in the hours ahead. As we look at futurecast for you here, you can see that radar pretty active, or Futurecast pretty active with storms around the D.C. corridor, kind of 6 to 7 o'clock tonight. And then we're hoping, it has been suggesting this all day, that as we get towards sunset, most of the activity shifts to the east. Beaches are dealing with some thunderstorms, kind of 8, 9 o'clock tonight, but D.C. does quiet down just in time for fireworks tonight, if indeed it is correct. Some other guidance suggests there'll still be some storms in the vicinity, but we'll watch it for you, and we'll continue to track it for you on radar. Severe thunderstorm watch is up until 10 o'clock tonight for the entire D.C. area. We're doing this all again tomorrow. It's not as hot. Temps in the 90s, but it'll feel like the hundreds. We're unsettled there on Monday. We finally get back to the 80s, though, early to middle part of next week. Very active.
Yeah. Good to see those 80s, though, Mike.
Certainly active. Thank you so much, Mike. Stay with us here on Fox Local. We'll get another check of your weather and, of course, check back in with our reporters on the other side of this break.
Welcome back there. That's an aircraft. It's a jet. We've been trying to figure out all the types of aircrafts we've been seeing here across the D.C. region with these beautiful flyovers that have been happening. A live look now. It's probably F-16, right, Marina?
F-35 is actually what that is, if you really want to know. I was waiting for you to come to my expertise, but, you know. It's not a helicopter, I can confirm.
It's not an Osprey. We do know that. But yes, let's turn now to George Washington's Mount Vernon, which has been very busy today. Things kicked off this morning with an annual naturalization ceremony. About 150 people from 50 countries becoming American citizens. Here's what one had to say.
It's amazing. I've loved this country since I first got here, so it's amazing. I've been in the Marine Corps for almost 6 years now. I've been deployed, a lot of field ops. It's just an amazing feeling. I would just say really understand and enjoy the fact that you are able to call yourself a United States citizen. You know, I think it's a right a lot of people take for granted. You know, I've never taken it for granted, right? But it's a great thing to call yourself a citizen and have the rights and the ability to do what citizens do, which is life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. So, yes, ma'am.
You gonna register to vote now?
Oh, immediately, right after this. That's the first thing I'm doing, immediately. Yes, ma'am.
Other events at Mount Vernon today included the reading of the Declaration of Independence and fireworks.
And one of the only cities in the DMV older than America celebrating its role in shaping the revolution is Alexandria, predating America by nearly 30 years. Founding fathers like George Washington and Harry Lee called it home. The city is wishing its younger sibling, America, a happy 250.
These are the streets where some of the very ideals for our country and for his presidency were shaped. If anyone's interested in learning more, we have a number of historic museums. It's a great opportunity for you to come and really experience that history firsthand.
Alexandria doesn't allow fireworks, but it is having its own big party July 11th, celebrating its 27th birthday.
George Washington was a farmer, though.
I should say 277th. It was 27. Okay. That's very young. Our math is backwards this year.
Yeah, happy birthday, America.
And to Alexandria. And, of course, back in a moment with more America 250 coverage live right here on Fox Local. You'll see Jim Loke and Angie Goff after this quick break.
Hi, everybody. Jim Loke and Angie Goff with you as we continue our coverage with your news on the... Hi, everybody. Jim Loke and Angie Goff with you as we continue our coverage with your news on the Plus at 6 as people across the country celebrate the birth of our nation.
That's right. Happy birthday, America. Extreme heat, though, and storms are posing some challenges tonight for the long-awaited America 250 celebrations. We do have crews, though, live across the region to bring you the very latest throughout the hour.
So let's get that first check on the forecast. Before that, a live look all across the region. We have our cameras fired up outside at National Harbor, over at Annapolis, over near the Case Memorial Bridge, and we keep looking at the mall, the epicenter of tonight's events.
That's right, and they all say the same things. Hot, hot, hot. Mike Thomas here with us now. So I know that we were tracking the heat earlier, but it seems like some storm activity is also on your radar.
Yeah, still tracking the heat, and as you can see behind me, radar is very busy at this hour in several locations with strong to severe thunderstorms, including the highest designation of severe thunderstorm that you can have, and that is what we call a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. That one just south of D.C. and just north of the city of Fredericksburg, kind of right over the Potomac right now, though portions of it heading over into Charles here very quickly. But Charles, King George, Prince William, and parts of Stafford County all encapsulated within this light blue box right there, which is what we call a destructive severe thunderstorm warning, and that means winds within the cell could be gusting up and over 80 miles per hour. Obviously, a ton of lightning and thunder with it, almost 200 strikes just within the last 15 minutes. We want folks to seek shelter until this storm has gotten on by. Again, it can do damage very very quickly. That 80-mile-per-hour winds generally localized, not for everybody within that box, but we want you to be careful and treat it almost as if it was a tornado warning. We want you seeking shelter out as if that storm's heading into your general neighborhood. And you can see here, as I put it in motion, crossing the Potomac, really getting into Charles County kind of quickly here. So folks in Hilltop, eventually La Plata, and if it continues along up towards Waldorf, you'll be dealing with the leftovers of this rather quickly. A few more cells are starting to fire on the northern fringe of it as well. Those ones getting closer and closer to the District of Columbia, and we'll have our eyes on it very closely here as we work our way. Kind of between now and about 8 o'clock is when Futurecast suggests it's probably most active in the immediate D.C. area. Up to 70 and then farther up 70 as well. They're dealing with some heavier showers and storms. Standard severe thunderstorm warning up here, but look at all that lightning, almost 400 strikes just within the last 15 minutes from northern Frederick straight over the Martinsburg and everybody in between getting hammered with heavy thunderstorms, very heavy rain, and just very frequent lightning up that way. Here's the latest Futurecast we have for you. This one showing storms kind of coming right up towards D.C. Hits us about 7 o'clock in the evening. Folks in Prince George's County, in portions of Prince William County and Anne Arundel County, they get some heavy cells as well. Now, as opposed to the one that we've been showing you last hour, this one does have a second round right around the district about 9:30, 10 o'clock tonight. And that certainly would not be good in terms of fireworks this evening. Now, we'll be kind of watching radar for you all night, and we'll see if that actually does or does not happen. But it's certainly something that we're under the gun for, under the threat for, right through the late evening hours tonight. In fact, we're all under a severe thunderstorm watch that does go until 10 o'clock this evening here in D.C. And you can see why with all of those warnings we've had firing up across parts of the D.C. region, even though D.C. proper so far has been left alone. We'll see if that we're able to get through the night unscathed or not. Hey, this morning, same deal as yesterday. We had the hottest temperature D.C. has ever seen for a low temperature, 84 degrees. We did that yesterday, too, so we tied it again. Dulles and BWI, warmest start to the 4th of July ever. And isn't it fitting that officially in D.C. for the third day in a row, record high temperature, and that number, 102 degrees. Hottest we've ever seen on the 4th of July. Dulles, hottest they've ever seen on the 4th of July. And Baltimore, why not? Hottest they've ever seen on the 4th of July at 102 degrees. Just an absolutely brutal holiday in the heat department. We'll keep our eye on radar and keep you updated with the latest throughout the course of this hour. Guys?
All right, Mike, appreciate it. Well, we know a lot of action's happening all out at the National Mall.
Indeed. Sydney Persing is there live tonight with more on what's going on at this hour. Hey, Sid.
Hey, Jim and Angie, and happy 4th of July. First, let me say, if our viewers at home did not believe Mike, I can tell you it is unbelievably hot out here. There goes another flyover. It's not just hot, it is also loud. We've started to get a little bit of cloud cover and some wind, which has made the experience out here much more bearable. Folks just started to file in here to the Salute to America event. Initially, doors were supposed to open to the public around 1 this afternoon. Organizers pushed that back to 5 p.m. just because of this sweltering heat. But it's a really impressive crowd that's already here, given that this program actually doesn't start until 7 p.m. I was outside. We came around 3 p.m. and there were already hundreds of people in line 2 hours in advance because they wanted to come in and get a really good look at this stage. Again, those performances will start at 7 p.m., so just about an hour now. President Trump will take the stage around 9:45. You know, I gotta tell you, Jim and Angie, it is a remarkable sight to see those flyovers out here. It's a little scary when you don't know that they're coming because it is very loud and they're happening now every couple minutes. The folks out here have really been enjoying them. In fact, just before we came on air, there was one really impressive flyover and they were chanting USA, USA. So back to what I was saying, President Trump is coming out about 9:45. Fireworks are expected sometime between 10:30 and 11. Of course, we're going to carry all that for you on Fox Local, so be sure to stay with us for all of that. Again, the heat continues to be a concern out here. We do know earlier today, a 79-year-old woman a couple hours ago here waiting to come to the event was taken to the hospital for heat-related illness. At last check, we just heard of that one report. We knew yesterday we had reported that DC Fire and EMS, sorry, I know it's hard to hear me, on July 2nd, just 2 days ago, had the highest number of EMS calls that they've had in 7 years. So as much fun as this is, as excited as folks are to experience this historic 4th of July, it is also historically hot. And so organizers here are just reminding folks, if you are coming out, to please rely on the free water, to please rely on the cooling tents, and just to be real careful.
All right. I'm going to wait a second here. We're going to wait for that plane to pass by before I ask you this question because it's an important one.
Thank you.
All right. Can you hear me? Good.
I can hear you. Go right ahead, Jim.
What happens if there's a storm? Because Mike was just talking about what's on the way here. Is there a plan in place?
$1 million question, Jim. Yes. Our understanding is that it's really going to depend on lightning and wind. And if the conditions here are unsafe, our understanding from talking to law enforcement and organizers on the ground is that if they decide that the situation here is untenable and unsafe, that they will, in fact, evacuate folks out. Obviously, not something they want to have to do, especially with these folks waiting hours in the heat to get an opportunity to see this show, to hear the president speak and watch the fireworks. Just enjoy the sights and sounds of that for a moment. Obviously, not something they want to have to do, but we will keep an eye on that, Jim and Angie.
Exactly. I want somebody to make a meme of Sydney with that look, just like, okay, just another second, just another second.
This look was more appropriate than my look off camera. I get so scared. I've been so scared. Yeah. And I'm trying to keep it composed for both of you.
But Sydney, I grew up on Air Force bases with my father and going to air shows. And the one thing they would always tell us is when we heard that and we heard the roar through the sky, that was the sound of freedom. And so, kind of just think of it that way.
That is a great perspective.
Sydney, thank you. Let's talk about what's happening at Reagan National. We're giving you a live look over near National Harbor right now, but not too far away from there is Reagan National Airport. There are no flights coming in and out of there tonight. The closure started at noon. It'll last through midnight to accommodate those flyovers you've heard and you've seen. Some routes are being diverted to Dulles or BWI, but the storms are causing even more delays tonight. At this hour, BWI Marshall reporting more than 100 delays and 3 cancellations. Dulles says they're at more than 110 and 3 cancellations there. Regular service at DCA will resume tomorrow morning.
Well, officials have been stressing the best way to get down to the mall tonight if you plan to go. They say take the train, take Metro, especially with so many parking restrictions and road closures that are in effect. But Metro is also putting out a warning of its own. The extreme heat can, of course, cause some problems.
They are learning that firsthand. Regina Urita is live outside of the Federal Triangle Metro station with a look at what's going on there.
Yeah, Jim and Angie, happy 4th of July. It's also very loud here. Same thing that's going on with Sydney, the flyover, so bear with me. But here at the Federal Triangle Station, we continue to see waves of people coming out, very patriotic, lots of red, white, and blue going on here. And at the same time, many carrying bottles of water to stay hydrated. We're all very sticky, we're all very sweaty, but that's not stopping any of the crowds of people hoping to celebrate America's 250th birthday on the National Mall. Now, again, Federal Triangle Station, you can only get off one way, and that's on towards Pennsylvania Avenue, not on 12th Street. They have blocked off 12th Street to the public just a short time ago. Law enforcement has started to increase security and is now expanding perimeter lines and street closures. But in the meantime, Metro is offering free rides at this time, but they're also warning people about possible disruptions because of the extreme heat. Metro says rail temperatures can climb above 135 degrees during this kind of weather, causing steel rails to expand and sometimes bend. In fact, crews are investigating a potential heat-related track issue after a train derailed this morning near College Park in Prince George's County. The derailment forced passengers to evacuate and disrupted service on the green and yellow lines. Metro says the train had 11 people on board. Everyone evacuated safely and no serious injuries were reported. But here at Federal Triangle Station, rides are running smoothly, and this is what people have told us so far.
No issues, and all the people were very helpful. The National Guard and the attendants there gave you directions. Everybody was great.
How are you guys dealing with the heat?
Lots of Lots of water, some shade. It's nice. I grew up in Maine, so I actually don't mind the heat. We don't see much of it, so can't complain.
We've actually parked in this building before, and that was pretty easy. But with everybody here today, we figured we're going to take the Metro home because I know it's going to be a mess getting out of here.
Now, again, if you're coming out of the Federal Triangle Station, there's only one way, and that's towards Pennsylvania Avenue. 12th Street is blocked off. We're going to continue to see street closures into the evening, or rather through the evening into the night. So keep that in mind as you're heading towards the National Mall. Back to you guys.
All right, stay cool out there, Regina. Thank you. Take a look at this. This is from earlier today, D.C.'s 60th annual Palisades Parade and Picnic in Northwest. About 75 different groups marched, displaying a diverse tapestry of what it actually means to be an American. We're talking about everything from the typical Stars and Stripes to this, the Bolivian dancers. It's a cherished community tradition that has brought people together for generations.
Well, we didn't know what to expect, right, with the heat index being so high. A close friend was going to come with his friend for the first time, and they bowed out because of that. But much to my surprise, we had a number of people tell me that they came because the main parade on Constitution Avenue had been canceled. I was very impressed at the turnout.
And it worked out for a lot of people because organizers say that there was shade along the parade route, and that really made a huge difference today. All right, our 250 coverage of America's big birthday party continues tonight at 6.
From D.C. to Maryland and Virginia, we've got you covered. Stick around. Back after this.
Okay, so just in case you haven't picked up on it yet, it is hot around the DMV today while the other anchors are standing out in the heat.
Fox 5's Jen Delgado has been driving around the Beltway today. She's in Quantico right now with how it's looking on the roads.
Hi there, Angie, and hi there, Jim. Yeah, that's right. Happy 4th of July to you. We are out on the roadways right now, of course, tracking some of these thunderstorms that have been popping up. Numerous severe thunderstorm warnings right now. We are down in Prince William County where the storms have been developing over about the last hour or so. I'm going to for you. View, but certainly there have been times where we had some blinding heavy rainfall. We've seen the winds shifting, a lot of American flags out today, of course, because it is America's 250th, and the flags are whipping around. You can hear that rain on our car right now on the windshield. Now, here's the deal. We're tracking these storms down towards the south. A lot of these right now right on top of Interstate 95. Now, we're tracking these to see the timing of them moving into the D.C. area. A lot of these right now, and the one that we're in, the severe thunderstorm warn, is moving over towards the east into parts of Charles and then eventually into St. Mary's County. And it has a significant amount of lightning. So a lot of people, of course, outdoors, of course, still trying to enjoy things for the 4th of July. But there is certainly danger out there with the lightning as well as the gusty winds. Now, the rain is welcome. When we started our drive earlier today, and I know this is not accurate, our car thermometer was around 104 degrees, and now it has cooled down to 73. So the rain has certainly cooled things off. You can see where we are right now on the roadway. We're on Fuller Heights Road. The rain has been coming down, and this is what we're anticipating moving into the D.C. area as we go through about the next hour or so. Of course, everybody is concerned about the the fireworks display that are on tonight, so we are hoping everything it goes off smoothly. But right now we are tracking these storms, and then we have more right now coming in out of the Frederick area, so we could be essentially surrounded by these storms in the next couple of hours. Jim,
Okay.
Angie, we'll send it back over to you two.
All right, Jen, stay safe out there. And speaking of Frederick, I mean, that's where we want to go to next, because we were checking out our live camera, our Fox 5 Sky Cam of it. All of a sudden, within seconds, got real active out here. I mean, we saw some rain coming down sideways. It looked like it got pretty windy as well. I mean, look at the ground there.
You can see it there in the lens right now. Let's bring back in Mike Thomas, because you were talking about that last time and that storm system going through parts of Virginia, but then reaching up into Maryland at this hour.
Yeah, it's kind of right at the moment. Two big clusters. One's down to the south in Virginia, and then one up to the north in Maryland. At the moment, D.C. in between the gap of those two clusters of storms, and we're going to see if the radar doesn't fill in. A lot of times on a day like today, the radar can fill in between. And at the moment, as we continue to watch our Earth cam, that's down there watching the not monument, or coming off the top of the Washington Monument, and watching all the festivities, the Lincoln Memorial in the background, and skies right now not looking too ominous in the distance. But I think if we were able, which we can't, but I think if we were able to turn this camera a little bit, we would see some more ominous skies making their presence known across parts of the D.C. area. And there's that Frederick camera for you again, where, yeah, they just had a severe thunderstorm blow on through. Thankfully, I think the worst of the winds have passed the town, but you still see some rain coming out, and we've seen numerous flashes of lightning up this way. So please be careful, seek shelter until the lightning has gone by. They've dropped the destructive warning down towards the central portions of Virginia there north of Fredericksburg. We'll go through that in a moment. I just saw this. They just issued a new destructive severe thunderstorm warning just north of the city of Frederick in northern portions of Frederick County. So let's start. We'll go down to the south first. Fredericksburg still under a severe thunderstorm warning. This will be your second round of severe weather coming through as a pretty heavy band comes right through downtown. We got a sky cam there too. I'll see if we can't cue that up for you coming up here in just a little bit with some heavy activity moving through the city once again. This cluster of storms was at one time destructive warm. It's now completely over on the Charles County side of the Potomac River here. So heads up, folks. La Plata and Waldorf, you guys will be next, about to get what's left of this destructive severe thunderstorm that's working its way up through portions of southern Maryland. Let's head northward. I want to show you Montgomery County, because we are starting to get some activity a little closer to home here in D.C. Right between Rockville, Gaithersburg, Germantown, Clarksburg. You got a cluster of storms starting to fire. A few lightning strikes coming out of it as it drifts northward towards, say, the Olney area. Might pick up some thunderstorm activity here rather shortly. So you know what they say, when thunder roars, head indoors. So if you start hearing it, start heading inside and seek shelter until these storms have passed. Farther to the north of there is where we've had this cluster of intense severe thunderstorms that have now kind of worked their way out of the West Virginia panhandle and parts of northern Virginia, mostly getting into the Maryland side of things. And let me cue this up, because this was a new issue. That light blue box, once again, a destructive severe thunderstorm warning, and that'll be out mostly for northern portions of Frederick County. It includes a sliver of both Washington and Carroll counties, but primarily near Craigorstown there. Until 6:45 p.m. Winds out of this cell could potentially gust upwards of 80 miles per hour. And I'm going to slow down radar for you here. I'm going to zoom in nice and tight and show you it's mostly out of these two portions of the storm where you would get the heaviest winds, particularly that one on the right-hand side of your screen. That one's the most concerning looking on radar to me. So Thurmont, Maryland, heads up. It hasn't gotten to you yet, but it's heading in your direction. You all going to have to deal with some powerful winds rather shortly. We're going to continue to keep you up to date with all the latest warnings as they get issued. In fact, a new one's just been issued. Before I wrap it up, let me get you that one. We'll take you down towards, they just updated one just down to the south. That one in Frederick County, Maryland, remains up for another few minutes here. Guys?
Plenty of July 4th events got the boot because of the weather. There are still some happening tonight.
Yeah, we're going to take you out to Fairfax after the break and how the city is keeping the show on the road. Thousands expected tonight at the fireworks celebration.
But first, before we get to that, we want to show you a live look right now at the Salute to America stage down there on the National Mall where Sydney Persing has been checking in. And we will go back there live in just a little bit.
All right. Yeah, but as we promised, we're all over the place here, including in Fairfax, Virginia.
Yeah, this after their 4th of July parade was canceled because of the extreme heat. Kaylin Norwood is live at Fairfax High School. Well, you can expect if you're heading out tonight. Hi, Kaylin.
Well, hey there, Jim and Angie. Yeah, about an hour away from gates opening to the public here at Fairfax High School. And the good news is that we are getting more cloud coverage, so it's a little cooler outside for people that are looking to come out here. But definitely the heat has been a factor today. As you mentioned, the city of Fairfax having to end up shutting down that parade or canceling it altogether this morning, and that was because of that extreme heat. They said that safety was the top priority for them. I spoke to a city official about some of the preparations that they had and the adjustments that they made because of the heat. Take a listen.
For the evening show, we decided to push it back an hour and a half, hoping that the sun will be lower in the sky, that it will be a little cooler in the evening, helping with staff having to be out here to set up everything, but as well as the people that are coming to the show. We will have water for staff, as we have it everywhere, coolers for all the different divisions that are here. But we also have 2 water bars that will be here. It will have unlimited water for the public, and we will be giving away some 250th water bottles so people can fill those up and stay hydrated during the entire show as well.
Okay, are they free water bottles?
They are free.
Okay, for a little souvenir.
Yes.
Right, so people can stay hydrated, and another way you can stay cool is check out some of this ice cream here. We have Joshua Staggers with Paradise Ice Cream serving up scoops for folks in Virginia here today. Joshua, thanks for being on.
Thank you for having me. Thank you for having us. Happy 4th of July, everyone.
Happy 4th. So tell us a little about what you guys have here. What are some of the best flavors?
Yeah, absolutely. Gotta stay cool, homemade ice cream. So we got the cappuccino cookie for all the coffee lovers, need that boost of energy. Of course, cannot forget about the favorite cookies and cream. Mango lemonade sorbet, a nice little almost icy sorbet-ish type. And of course, 4th of July, gotta have the vanilla and the strawberry lemonade. Gotta have that red, white.
I mean, they all look good and a way to cool down. What I love about this, though, is that you guys are a family-owned business here in Virginia, and your dad started this about 20-plus years ago. He put you in charge today on the 4th of July.
He did put me in charge with it today. Yes, he did. Started it primarily as a corporate catering business. Then he ventured out to things like festivals, curbside pickup for local customers, things like that, but a lot more community events.
Awesome. So, I mean, how does it feel to be here celebrating America's 250th?
Honestly, it's so amazing. Like, it's so crazy the fact that 250 years ago, the soldiers, everyone who played a part in this, it's just crazy to be a part of that, to be standing on this ground at Fairfax High School. So I'm very grateful for that, and I'm grateful to be a part of this, like Paradise 250. What better way?
And that's also because he gets to play a part in making sure people stay cool while they're out here. So guys, yes, the gate's opening at 7:30. The official fireworks kick off at 9:30. I want to send things back to you in the studio.
All right, Kaylin Norwood for us tonight at Fairfax High School. We're back after this. And we're back now at 6:30. The sweltering heat is affecting America 250 events across the nation.
That's right. And here in our region, so many are still out. They're trying to salvage the big day. Our Mike Thomas joining us again with the latest on the weather. We hear that there's stars and stripes everywhere, but we hope that, the water cooling stations are just as plentiful.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm looking behind you, and I see some ominous skies there in the distance. National Harbor camera, and this is the Earth Cam, top of the Washington Monument, looking down into Virginia. And you can see skies, particularly in the western zones there, starting to darken quite a bit. There are storms in the vicinity at the moment. Nothing is heading for downtown D.C. right at this second. Not the case everywhere, though. Let me take you down to Fredericksburg, Virginia, where you can see this is the second round of thunderstorms rumbling on through. Now, the worst has just passed through the city, but you can still see rain coming down on our SkyCam network. We got a great network of cameras for you to give you an idea, because sometimes even if it's sunny in D.C., that doesn't mean if you're watching Fox 5, it's sunny in your neighborhood. And we want to try to get you the latest no matter where you're watching from this evening. And we have had 2 new warnings go up just within the last 5 minutes here in the immediate D.C. area. And you can kind of see there's 2 kind of focal points to these storms. One's to the north and west of town, and one's to the south and east of town. At the moment, D.C. sitting comfortably in the gap, and we're going to see if that gap doesn't try to fill in just a little bit as we head through the better part of the next hour here in Washington. So let's start off to the north. This is where the heaviest thunderstorm is, that light blue box you see, a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. And what that means, there's 3 levels of severe thunderstorms, and it looks like they've just issued another one. I'll get you that in just a moment. But 3 levels of thunderstorms that they issue in terms of severity. Destructive's the top of the line there, and that means that winds within this cell here could potentially gust over 80 miles per hour, and that could do damage rather quickly. It's just getting to the city of Thurmont, so heads up to folks there. Hopefully you're seeking shelter until this storm has passed on by. This severe thunderstorm warning box that includes the city of Frederick, it's starting to die down rather quickly, so wouldn't be surprised if severe weather on the southern flank of this guy does start to kind of wind down rather quickly here. Across the D.C. area, starting to see just a little bit of activity popping up inside the Beltway. It's away from the National Mall, but kind of extreme northeastern portions of D.C. Starting to see a cell fire. And then this was one of the warnings that just went up not that long ago. Central Montgomery County, we were watching that cell right between Germantown and Rockville, getting heavy at the moment. Brooksville getting rained on, and this is going to go up through central portions of Howard County, up towards the I-70 corridor as well. That warning goes until 7:15 p.m. tonight. Now that just that cell, about 77 lightning strikes in the last 15 minutes. New warnings continue to fire. So just had 2 updates come out, and let's get them to you. 2 considerable severe thunderstorm warnings, which means winds up to 70 miles per hour contained within them. And you can see how fast. Look at the cell on the southern flank right there. That one went from nothing to something in about 10 minutes. So that's just the type of environment that we're sitting in today. That warning for Charles, King George, St. Mary's County, that one will go until 7 o'clock. And then this one they just reissued for Waldorf, La Plata, and those areas in Charles County, and encapsulates parts of southern Prince George's as well. Considerable severe thunderstorm warning up until 7 p.m. tonight. So it might not be raining at the National Mall at the moment, but around the area, there are some powerful thunderstorms. We're going to continue to keep you up to date throughout the course of this hour as radar continues to be lit up with some destructive activity. Guys?
Mike, appreciate it. The National Mall drawing huge crowds today. This is people brave the heat, trying to celebrate America's big birthday.
That's where we find our Josh Rosenthal roaming around tonight, getting the sights and sounds as we give you a live look there on the mall. This is the first time in a couple of weeks, Josh, I think we haven't tossed you talking about FIFA.
Kenneth said the same thing. It feels so weird not to be inside of a bar tonight, guys. But a nice change of pace. Happy 4th to you. We're hanging out on the National Mall. I'll give you a little bit of the lay of the land here. Main entry points over in that direction here behind me. You can see Washington Monument, kind of center stage right now. We're getting those flyovers every 10 minutes. It's been really cool to see. Over in this direction, you've got the stage. That's where a lot of the action tonight is going to take place. And you can see the bleachers, all the seating. I will say, as I point out the metal bleachers, we, like Mike Thomas, who I just heard, are kind of watching the weather here. It did look like the clouds had shifted a little bit. Hopefully, whatever weather systems are moving through get past us and don't cause too much of an issue here, because I will tell you, metal stands, tents over here with metal poles could be a little bit of an interesting situation. So that is something that we're keeping an eye on. We are also talking to wonderful people like this. This is the Hogue family. They're in town from Colorado. How's everybody doing?
Amazing! Beautiful.
Did you come in from Colorado just for this today?
Yes, we did.
What are your thoughts so far? Dad, what do you think?
Amazing job. Amazing. The city looks beautiful, decorated beautifully. Everything's gone amazingly well.
Any highlights for you guys?
It's just crazy how many people there are, but it's beautiful. It's so beautiful.
It is really crowded, too. Some of our earlier live shots when we first got in here, because the media and some volunteers were let in early, there weren't that many people because a ton of them were waiting in line outside. Now all the people are in here. It is really crowded. Yeah. What are you looking forward to tonight? I'm guessing I see the hats. The president speaking.
President, the air show, and of course the biggest fireworks show of all time.
How cool have those planes been so far?
Awesome. We're waiting for the Thunderbirds. We're so excited.
Thunderbirds are up next.
It's like I know people all over DC can hear the planes, but they are flying right over here. They are really loud. We have to stop talking every 10 or so minutes because they're so loud. But it's really cool. You look up and you're like, oh, there's a fighter jet flying overhead.
The pilots are probably having a blast, I'm sure.
Thank you guys so much. Let's hope this fun continues. Let's hope the rain stays far away from here, right? Fingers crossed. And we appreciate your time. Happy 4th to everybody. Yeah. Thanks for coming on Fox 5 DC. Guys, we're going to keep talking to folks. Roman, it's wonderful. Look, this gentleman says it's not like it's muggy. It's wonderful. Go ahead, show him. Look at this. These patriotic cowboy hats. He's got an American flag shirt. That's what we got going on out here. Guys, back to you.
We can't help but notice, Josh, it looks like you've got quite the breeze there. You know, your shirt's flapping in the wind. So is that indeed helping you out? And how are you seeing other people try to cool off?
We're definitely cooling off a little bit, which is amazing. If we can keep this breeze going and keep the rain out, we will take, when we first got in here, I mean, just getting through security, because you have to hit like 3 different checkpoints. I'm a sweater, full disclosure. I was drenched. I'm talking head to toe soaked. My photographer, Jesse Burkett Hall, was making fun of me. So yes, if we can keep this breeze going, we'll take it. For the moment, things are feeling very nice out here.
Josh, thank you for that soggy visual. We'll check in with you coming up in just a little bit later.
I'm glad he's drying out.
That's true. That's the important part. Still to come here, we're going to take it to Prince George's County to see how they're trying to beat the heat and keep the celebrations going.
Yeah, our July 4th special coverage continues in just a moment. Well, tonight, the parade might be off, but the party is still on in Laurel. Thousands are expected for the city's 47th annual 4th of July celebration and their fireworks show.
Sharon Roget's live at Granville Beauty Park, where the party is just getting underway. Hey, Sharon.
Yeah, guys, this is one of the largest 4th of July celebrations in the region. I mean, families have been coming out to Laurel for decades, 47 years. It is officially underway. The crowds are happy now because the clouds are blocking the sun, at least temporarily. Let me show you, there's so much to do for families here. In that corner back there is the carnival. There are a bunch of carnival rides, funnel cake, the kids can run around. You do need tickets for that section of tonight's festivities. The best part for me, the diet, by the way, can hold off for the summer. But look at this, the menu here, funnel cakes, fried onions, fried Snickers. Oh God, I mean, the list goes on. A lot of these vendors have been working in this heat to provide this food for the folks. Again, the vendors are lined up throughout the area. Joaquin, turn around so I can show them the stage. Over here, the stage is set. We have Oracle. It's a cover band that will be performing tonight. They're on the stage right now. A lot of people are basically just set up here. Happy 4th of July. How you guys feeling? Good. Happy 4th of July. What are you guys looking forward to here today? Fireworks. Fireworks. Did you eat any of the food yet?
No.
No, not yet? How about you? Ice cream?
No.
No? Okay. What do you want to get? Ice cream?
No.
No? What is ice cream? It's hot.
I already ate ice cream.
Okay, she already had ice cream. So yeah, there's families out here enjoying. The temperatures are a little bit better at this hour. But yes, the Independence Day parade was canceled, unfortunately, but the celebrations were not. All throughout the night, folks will be gathered in this area until the big fireworks show at 9:15. I want to bring you over to this lovely... Hello. I'm going to put you on Fox 5 because I saw you do a little cartwheel for us. Happy 4th of July. How are you feeling tonight?
Oh, I'm feeling very good. Thank you. How are you?
Do you come out here often?
Sometimes.
Yeah. What do you love about it?
You know, I like taking sunset walks around by the lake. It's really nice.
It is gorgeous, and that's where the fireworks show is going to be. Can I see your little cartwheel for 4th of July celebration? I saw her do a little... Show it off for Fox 5 viewers. Go ahead. There you go. Happy 4th of July. Same to you, sir. What does this mean for you and your family to be out here? Obviously, a special 4th of July with the 250 celebrations as well.
Yes, it means everything to me. It means to be able to spend time with family and around our community. We love it out here.
Yeah, perfect. Enjoy the evening. Are you bearing the heat a little bit? You have long sleeves on.
I know. I'm protecting myself. I'm going to look like a genius soon.
Anyways, guys, we'll be out here throughout the evening. The fireworks show starts at 9:15. The mayor is expected to be taking the stage around 8:30. We'll bring you more of tonight's festivities later tonight.
All right, Sharon, stay cool out there. It seems like everybody is in really upbeat spirit, despite how hot it is out there. All right, guys, we're back with our special coverage right after this.
And a little bit of chicken fried. Cold beer on a Friday night. A pair of jeans that fit just right.
All right, a severe thunderstorm warning. We know it's in effect across parts of Virginia and Maryland. And we're tied, by the way, we tied the record with high heat in the D.C. area.
Meteorologist Jen Delgado has been driving around the region today. She is headed out towards Alexandria right now with a look at the road conditions.
Hey there, Jim. I got to tell you, we have one of the best views right now. I'm going to turn my camera around for you so you can kind of see dark skies just over us. We just saw some of the stealth bombers. They were lining up as well as the planes. And what really stands out amongst it is like being looking at the two different storms they're kind of sandwiched between right now. That is called technique. That is called knowledge. When you see these planes and these bombers setting up, or stealth bomber planes setting up for the air show, especially when these storms are looming and closing into the D.C. area. We're looking at the radar right now. We were down south right along 95, closer to Stafford County, where they had numerous severe thunderstorm warnings outside. But right now, we're looking at these storms mainly just to the south of us, near Fort Washington, as well as near Friendly. This is where we're looking at these storms with the heavy rainfall, as well as the lightning. And then we had this little boundary system, little outflow that kicked off those storms right now in the Landover area. A lot of these are progressing to the north and east. It's going to be interesting to see whether or not D.C. will stay dry, of course, for the air show and so many different things that are going on. But storms certainly have cooled things off, and certainly people are enjoying that break from the sunshine with all the clouds around. We just want to make sure all night smoothly for sure, but you know, I tried to get some video with my camera. It was just a really nice sight to see those planes getting ready for the air show in between the storms.
Okay, Jen, we'll
Kinda
keep us
geeking out a little
posted,
bit.
and drive safely out and about. We'll check in with you shortly. And speaking about weather, we want to take you back outside live for a look at National Harbor right now. Very patriotic Capitol wheel there, and you can see the dock there lined by Old Glory. Flags, American flags blowing in the wind.
Well, and not just blowing in the wind. They look like they're starched in the wind right now. And we saw those winds moving through where Josh Rosenthal was a little bit ago, certainly blowing through National Harbor right now. Mike Thomas here with a look at the current conditions outside.
You're right, and those winds have a special name, storm outflow. That's actually winds, even here in the district, from those thunderstorms in our suburbs. The cool air from them has reached the city. Now, this has been one of the coolest cameras to watch all day, or at least recently here. The Earth Cam, top of the Washington Monument, looking across all the festivities. And you see some smoke here. That's from some of the planes that have been going on by as part of this air show. So every now and then, and I'll step out of the way real quick so we don't miss one if it goes by, but just a couple of minutes ago, one did fly on by here on the Earth Cam, and it's been quite the show out that way. Now, you see the banner popping up. We do have, there you go, you got a couple going in the distance there. There have been several severe thunderstorm warnings that have been being issued across the area as close as Montgomery County. Now, Rockville camera had some rain coming down a little bit ago, but you do see the flags here blowing in the wind as well, once my banner moves out of the way for you. And it'll show you that, yeah, they've had some gusty storms up in central portions of Montgomery County heading northward towards Howard County as things stand right now. There's radar, and you can see a number of severe thunderstorm warned storms have been filling in that gap here very, very quickly here over the last hour or so. This is the new one that just got issued that you saw that banner for. And we'll go through it here in just a moment. Let's start you downtown Washington. Now, the National Mall, of course, right around here. Storm actually blew up not too far from the National Mall. They got real lucky, but northeastern portions of Washington had a storm go on by. That's now pushing up towards, say, the Bowie, Maryland area. Heads up, you see yourselves right here. That cell trending in your direction and will likely be there before too long. Not severe warned at the moment, but these two just to your north are Anne Arundel, Baltimore City, and a sliver of Howard County there under severe thunderstorm warning for the next 10 minutes until 7 o'clock p.m. Decent amount of lightning out of that cell. A lot of lightning out of this one. That's the one on the Rockville camera that was creating that wind. Now in northern portions of Montgomery County, just south of Damascus, only probably getting hit pretty hard right now. And then central portions of Howard County will be getting pretty hard as that storm trends their way. That warning out until 7:15. Off to the north, this is where that destructive severe thunderstorm warning was. That has been allowed to expire, and thankfully this cluster of storms, it's certainly showing signs of weakening. It is going to re-strengthen in eastern portions of Pennsylvania where they haven't had any activity yet, so more fuel up there to work with, but it looks like they're starting to run out of fuel just a bit across the I-70 corridor there north of the city of Frederick, so things slowing down up that way. These two cells, though, very heavy across southern Maryland. Charles and Prince George's County, that's this one. Waldorf and La Plata getting hit at the moment. That storm considerably warned until 7 p.m. That means winds within the core of that storm could gust over 70 miles per hour. This one certainly has a more severe look to it. That's the one in northern portions of St. Mary's County right now, coming out of southern Charles. And heads up for folks in Calvert County. They're probably going to extend this warning and have it encompass, say, Prince Frederick, maybe up towards Owings as well. I'd say the northern half of Calvert County there needs to have their guard up as this storm heads in your direction. Let me go back real quick before I show you Futurecast, because I do want to get to the latest on that new warning that got issued while we were waiting for you. That would be this kind of extended warning right around Marshall, northern portions of Fauquier County. Now, you all already had a round today, but another gap or another line has kind of developed right there along the Blue Ridge Mountains. So parts of Culpeper, Fauquier, Loudoun, and Prince William counties all included within this severe thunderstorm warning. This one goes until 7:30 p.m. tonight. And the way these are tracking, if they hold together, we'll have to monitor them to see if they don't get close to Washington in just a little bit. I'm showing you a model that updates every hour because we're constantly trying to get you the latest information here to see whether or not we'll be clear in time for fireworks. This run, this brand new run, has that cluster of storms just south of D.C. about the 9 o'clock hour tonight, and then kind of drifts them off to the east as we hit what would be fireworks time about 10:30 p.m. tonight. So close call there. It still has some storms firing right into the overnight hours here too. So could be quite a busy night here in Washington. We'll be here with you throughout it and keep you up to date with how radar is looking. There's that 7-day forecast. Some stormy days ahead, but we'll finally get rid of this big, big heat. Guys?
All right, thank you so much. And we want to take you out live. And I believe that this is over the National Mall. It's hard to see here, but if you kind of squint your eyes off to the left of the screen, you can see what we have been hearing and looking up for all day today. And this is just a string of military flyovers. Look at them in formation. The precision is just exquisite. They have been putting on a show, America's finest up in the skies, for anybody who has been out and about in Washington. It has been truly spectacular and really one of the biggest ways to honor our U.S. military and the generations that have served. Quite the sight, and not the last one that we will see. You can see right here. Let's just take a moment to take this in. It appears that the weather also is cooperating, which is good news because, as we've noticed, below them, this is so cool.
Well, so what they've been doing, there is a Thunderbirds demonstration underway right now. I'm looking at the schedule of events here. This is slated to be the last demonstration going on until we see Air Force One do a flyover. Air Force One set to do a flyover at 7:03 tonight. The new Air Force One that came from Qatar that was gifted to the president by the Kingdom of Qatar. That'll be making its flyover, its debut over the skies of Washington, D.C.
Yeah, but this is cool. I mean, we've seen just so many F-22s, F-35s, some helicopters, and now this. And just like that, they disappear. But won't be the last show that we see tonight. Speaking of which, I believe, Jim.
All right, I guess we're moving on here.
Yeah.
One of the biggest parts of the 4th of July is the food. Americans go all out on their Independence Day cookouts, and for many, those grocery lists look pretty similar. Instacart released its Flavors of the 4th report with data from the 7 days leading up to July 4th in 2023 compared to 2022. The 10 items showing the largest surge leading up to the holiday include yellow corn, charcoal, potato salad, baby back ribs, hot dog buns, and canned baked beans. I can attest that the hot dog buns, there were none to be found today coming in. I looked.
So are we boiling dogs and eating sauerkraut with them? Is that what we're doing?
No.
We found some?
There's a substitute for it.
Oh, okay. That sounds good. Hey, charcoal on there. That's so American.
That is.
I just remember the smell of charcoal growing up.
This is clearly the things people forgot, though, and they made to order last minute. These are not their favorite things because missing is all the desserts, American apple pie, High Life.
If you're doing it on Instacart the day of, you forgot about it.
You forgot about it.
Exactly. Yeah.
But Jim, what is your one go-to thing that you need at your July 4th cookout?
Well, it's a good question, Chris. I'm never at a July 4th cookout. I'm here at Fox 5, so I'll decline to answer.
Thank you for your service.
Chris Smith is here tonight, joining us and coming up a little bit. What's coming up tonight over on Fox Local as we continue our coverage?
Yeah, it's going to be a jam-packed show at 7 p.m. The stream on Fox Local. Here's a look at the timeline for tonight's festivities on the National Mall. Crowds allowed now on the Washington Monument grounds, opened at 5 p.m. The program set to begin at 7 p.m. Fireworks estimated to get underway at 10:30. President Trump also set to speak before the fireworks are set off at 9:45. We'll bring it to you all live streaming on Fox Local.
All right, we'll see you then. And our pal Tony P come up in a bit. Thanks, Chris.
That'll be a fun show. Much more to come for you in our Independence Day coverage. We're back after this quick break.
It's 7 o'clock here on this July 4th, Saturday. Welcome to a special America 250 edition of the Live Zone Primetime.
Hello,
Tony P, producer Chris, thank you so much to everyone out there streaming with us on this America's Independence Day, 250th birthday, and a very, very, very busy day. We want to get you right out to some of the live pictures that we have from across the region. Right there next to Tony and I, you are taking a look at the stage, the Salute to Freedom America 250 celebration. That is the big event happening down on the National Mall. Set to get underway right at 7 p.m. tonight. Below us, you see a little bit of the intro, the U.S. Army's 250th birthday, I believe, as well. And then underneath that, that is a live picture from the top of the Washington Monument overlooking the reflecting pool and the Lincoln Memorial. Just a reminder, the gates open for this event at 5 p.m. tonight. President Trump set to speak at 9:45. The epic fireworks show set to get underway afterward. Around 10:30 is what they're saying, maybe as possibly as late as 11 o'clock. We will have to wait and see. But of course, Tony P, the countdown is officially on. So like I said, we'll check in with some of the events happening at that Salute to Freedom 250 event, Tony P, because I got a little glimpse at some of the performers and some of the speakers, and there are some big names, and we want to make sure you see it. We're also on standby for a flyby by the new Air Force One at around 7:03, so just about 2 minutes from now. We'll show you that as well. Of course, we also have you covered a lot of events, not just on the National Mall, in some of our other communities as well. We'll check in with our team out in Fairfax and Laurel, Maryland, coming up tonight as well. Tony,
absolutely. This is historic.
It is.
Think about it, the semi-quincentennial. I've been studying it all day. Semi-quincentennial?
Semi-quincentennial.
Yes, I got it.
America's 250th birthday.
Happy
of course,
250, everybody.
The huge story as well is not only the heat. We have been keeping an eye on the weather all day, Tony P, because we either tied or set a record today when it comes to July 4th temperatures. But now we are seeing some active radar pop up because some storms have been pushing through the region. So we got to get right to the man of the hour, the one, the only, Mike Thomas, joining us now live. And he has his Stormy pin on. I just want to point out.
That's what I named it, Stormy. Stormy the pin. Yeah.
That has to be a cartoon on like Weather Channel for like the kids at some point. Fox Weather.
Chris knows my secret, which is that if you're ever like watching on mute for whatever reason, can't imagine why you do that, but you can always just look at my lapel if you need your forecast for the next day.
That's a pretty good idea.
We can go back to that forward box. Thank you very much. I just want people to see that celebration that's happening directly below us. That is the programming. But Mike, I do just want to point out that despite the fact that it appears the programming started on time at 7 o'clock, our Sydney Persing, who is down there covering for it, we were just told had to evacuate because of weather.
Because of weather. And you'll see it, and we have the Earth Cam queued up, but I'm going to show it to you big time when we take the graphics for you full here. Storms nearby. Now, there's nothing over the mall at the moment. There are storms certainly in the general area, and I'm getting these little banners on the side of my screen here. New severe thunderstorm warnings going up almost constantly right now. And that's exactly what we were worried about on this 4th of July, was that we'd be dealing with wave after wave of severe storms. Again, we've gotten lucky so far. None have hit the National Mall, like where all these activities are, but we've certainly seen some going kind of around town.
Yeah.
I'll keep going. Let's pull up.
Yeah, of course.
We'll start weather.
Let's do it, my friend.
We'll get nice and close on this.
Well, guys, I'm just giving you a heads up. We did just get some breaking news from our team here. They are telling people on the National Mall to seek shelter right now.
Seek shelter. Okay. All right, so they're getting you ready for some storms that are at least nearby.
Right.
And look, the problem on a day like today, when these storms go and they get as tall as they do, you can have what we call a bolt from the blue, which is where lightning strikes even though a storm's not nearby. Like it's relatively close, but it's not right over your head, so where you might not expect lightning to be. So let's get right to it. I mean, I got plenty of weather. I'll fill this whole hour.
Do it. Mike Thomas, you are the man of the hour.
But that's the Earth Cam for you. And I'll tell you what, it's been my favorite camera to watch today for a couple of reasons. We've seen all the flybys go by on this camera in terms of the Air Force and everything they're doing for the show today. It's been very cool to watch that. But you can see in the distance there, looming on the right-hand side of your screen, those kind of wispy gray clouds you see at the bottom portion of that. That's rain shafts coming down. So heavy rain in parts of Northern Virginia. And every now and then you'll catch a bolt of lightning on this particular camera and on some of our other sky cams. That is the beautiful city of Rockville. And Rockville getting absolutely downpoured on right now. They had a heavy cell move through there not all that long ago. That's now pushed up into Howard County. That's been severe warning for a while. So look at radar and look how many yellow boxes I have on my radar. Some orange ones too. I'll explain what those mean in a moment. But close into D.C. right now, we have had some of these thunderstorms popping up. And I think that the reason that they're starting to evacuate folks or they're telling folks shelter down there on the National Mall is probably because of this cluster. And this is the one that you could see on Earth Cam. Let me pause it here at the end. It would be because of this stretch of thunderstorms that you can see come through northern portions of Fauquier County and trying to extend into portions of Prince William County. And another reason why is look off to the west. This was this one in Sell in Gaithersburg, and along it, you almost see it has like a little tail to it.
Yeah.
That's what we call an outflow boundary. We talked yesterday when I sat with you guys about how these storms are going to output cold air, and it's as the cold air from each one of these storms kind of runs into each other. Think of when you're throwing stones into a calm pond, right?
Yeah.
And as the waves from those little ripples that you make collide, you make a bigger wave. That's essentially what's happening atmospherically as these various cold pools hit each other, it causes an upwelling in the atmosphere, and that upwelling can lead to storm formation on a day like today where we're just so hot, so humid, so unstable. You all were correct, by the way, record-breaking day, third straight day of not just a record breaker here in Washington, of 102 degrees. So we did 102, 102, 102 for the last 3 days. That is the hottest 3-day stretch in D.C. history, tied with 1930 when we did it in the middle of July that year. 3-day stretch above 102. So extreme heat, extreme humidity. We warned you this was going to be a rough fourth, and this is why we've seen event after event get canceled. So for folks in central Maryland, coming out of Montgomery County, you saw that camera in Rockville. That's kind of this part of the cell, which is not severe, just some heavy rain out of it. But if that does kind of continue to trail itself southward, that'll get close to the district here in the next 15, 20 minutes. Heaviest part of that cell now up in northern Howard, heading up into Carroll County. A lot of lightning with the cells, and that's kind of the number one thing we've seen so far is a ton of lightning coming out of these severe thunderstorms that have been able to fire across the D.C. region. Down across southern Maryland, that orange box, I told you that I would explain what that means. That's what they call a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. You'll see on my banner up here, I have multiple things listed, and this is more for us when we're on TV live and these things are firing, so I can tell you exactly what the National Weather Service is warning these for. Severe thunderstorm, you have 3 levels of them, either standard severe, which means winds over 60, considerable, which means winds over 70, or destructive, which means winds over 80. You don't want to see destructive. We've already had 2 issued today, one up near Thurmont, Maryland, and then another one down near the Quantico area earlier this afternoon. Thankfully, none of those on the board right now, but this orange box, considerable severe thunderstorm warning, mostly includes Charles. It's mostly for northern St. Mary's County, where you see all that lightning hiding, whatever city that is hiding underneath there. There's just so much lightning with it. And you can see I always have a lightning tracker right there for you. About 520 lightning strikes in the last 15 minutes out of that cell. And that's why they're taking precautions and evacuating folks down at the fair down there on the National Mall, because if you get these storms to fire quick, they can have a lot of lightning in a very short amount of time. And last thing we need on a day like today is anybody, I don't want to say it and put it out there into the area, but we don't need any starts with a D.
Yes.
I'll just say, we don't need any deaths. Or
injuries, injuries, of course, injuries.
Injuries. I don't want anybody dying on the 4th of July. I want everybody to have a good time, okay? So we're just trying to keep you safe here.
Yeah, of course.
This cell coming out of portions of I believe that's Orange County there, but crossing across Fauquier County and heading into northern Prince William. As I put it in motion again, that'll sort of be the cell, and this cluster of storms here is what we'll sort of have to watch for, because as I do put it in motion, you can kind of see as it fills in. If it does continue, it's sort of making a beeline for the district. Now, earlier today, there were storms in this general vicinity which outputted some cold air, so we're hoping it stabilized the atmosphere enough that these thunderstorms that are coming out of this region will weaken as they come across. We'll just kind of have to wait and see on that. Again, this part of the line suggesting that there could be a little bit of what we call radar fill-in, where more storms are going to fire in that corridor here over the next 15, 20 minutes. We're going to continue. I'll be sitting in the back this whole time. I'll continue to watch it and monitor it for you. And, of course, if anything crazy happens here, I will run out and wave my arms in the air and go, Tony P. Tony P. I got some info for you.
Perfect.
But, yeah, at the moment, that's kind of what we're looking at. I'll forward here. That's a close-in view on D.C., and you can kind of see at the moment, and I can go way in and just show you. There's your National Mall. Nothing happening right there at the moment. And again, if you need help, find it right there. Nothing overhead, just a lot of cloud cover. I do see a little bit of a radar return right there, suggesting something might be firing. But even if it does, it's probably going to drift eastward. But still, getting awfully close to the immediate D.C. area. We'll go forward to Futurecast here, and I'll show you what it's suggesting. As we go a little bit farther forward, there's those ones in the south. And here's the latest. Now, this model, and we have several different one of them, but this one updates every 15 minutes. And it is suggesting that those storms that do come out of northern Virginia will mostly kind of clip us in our southern zones, but it'll be a close call. And look at the time there. You're at 9 o'clock at night.
Yeah, that was going to be my next question about that next wave of activity that we see.
I think the next wave of activity is that stuff. And I'll back it up to live radar again. Let me erase
And I don't want to take it personally, but Tony P. and I are on air at 7 and at 9. Mm-hmm. So it seems like you have been trying to dominate our stream, Mike Thomas.
Well, I just try to give the people what they want.
Give the people what they want. That's
right.
what I love to hear. Guys, take a step this way.
Yeah,
right?
go,
you
yeah.
guys are just creeping.
It's right.
Do I smell or something? Because you guys just keep going further and further
I didn't
away.
I didn't want to tell him.
Yeah, I didn't want to say it.
I'm afraid of conflict, Mike. You know that. Now,
back off a little bit.
Now, so it does
Chris,
seem
you
like a
always
clip
look
us,
fantastic,
though.
smell fantastic. Come on.
Yes.
Not that we're walking around Fox 5 sniffing each other.
Exactly.
all the time.
No,
if I had to,
I have taken us down an awkward road.
But yeah, so I think this is the second round. You mentioned the second round. That's that cluster coming across the Blue Ridge right now, and then we'll keep tracking it through the evening. But that's what the latest model suggests, that it'll probably hover near D.C., pass to the south, and weaken as it does so, and that weakening is kind of key to if we get the fireworks in or not. Do want to give you a heads up. You might hear some thunder overnight. That's 2 in the morning, so it wouldn't impact anything, but it does have another round firing up during the so round 3.
Okay, well, that actually leads me to my next question, which is, obviously, as we see below us, the Salute to America programming has not begun, so that will be delayed. If they plan on running everything in its entirety, including the president's speech, which could also end up delayed because of this next round, do you know if there is any sort of plan in place to keep the fireworks as is scheduled and just do them later as they need to push things
You're
back?
asking if the weatherman knows when they're scheduling the fireworks?
I'm not.
Maybe
what
he
I'm
does.
basically
Yes,
saying
usually I would come to you for that.
What I'm basically saying is
the man of
there a
mystery
chance
right
that
here.
these fireworks could be going off at 1 or 2 in the morning?
I mean, if they're willing to delay it more and more. Now, I swear, don't we have noise ordinances in D.C.?
Right.
I
would, yes, but at the same time, we have had nothing but the sound of fighter jets flying overhead all day today as well. So
exactly, we've had a lot
take
of
it with a
noise.
grain of salt.
Now, I have one question about weather and fireworks. Are there certain weather conditions that make fireworks explode in a different way? They're brighter, they're more interactive, or does the weather not have a big impact on that?
They can be louder, and I remember one year this was almost a big problem. We had if there's a strong temperature inversion, which there's not out there tonight, so we don't have to worry about this. But there was one year where there was a really strong temperature inversion, and for sound, that acts like a ceiling. I won't go into what a temperature inversion anymore, but it acts like a ceiling, and then sound waves get bounced around, and that made them super loud.
Wow.
That shouldn't happen tonight because of this heat dome. That
the
ceiling
humidity, all that.
Yep. That one would be way too, that ceiling would be way too high.
Can imagine.
We have had years in the past where there's almost no wind, which you don't want either, because then the smoke from the fireworks sits there. And I remember it was not that I'm ever laughing at us, but sometimes I have to laugh when the fireworks were just stuck in their own smoke the whole time. It was just little puffs of...
Right, because visually it just hangs there.
You can barely see it because it's all stuck in the clouds. And
that's got to be brutal.
It was kind of funny, I won't lie. I just saw a new severe thunderstorm warning go up. Let me get back to this, and I'll just see if there's anything close. Okay, so they went considerable on that one in Anne Arundel County, heading for downtown Baltimore, which also had a record high temperature today of 102 degrees. So very active right now, and this line's expanding a bit in central portions of Montgomery County. That doesn't look like it's going to head for the district. That's this guy right there. But folks in Montgomery County making those 4th of July plans, heads up to you. And then that cluster down in Virginia, we'll continue to monitor. And this is a nasty one down in Prince Frederick too. That's a lot of lightning coming across central Calvert County.
Yeah, we heard something a little earlier. You mentioned
too.
something like 600 lightning bolts.
Oh yeah. Oh my gosh. Let's go in. So I have this tracker on here, which is just off to the north, and that counts the amount of lightning bolts seen within the last 15 minutes. And it takes a moment to update. But you see, now that it's updated, how about 520 in 15 minutes just out of that storm? Oh, look, another severe thunderstorm warning. So let's back this up, and let's see where they put a new box.
They're constant.
Oh, they're almost constant back in the Weather Center. I've been busier on my Saturday as opposed to any other day this week with this stuff.
Busy.
Now, if there's a glass half full type thing, and I think they just updated a warning that's out there, so I don't see a new box that popped up. Looks like they dropped the considerable, which is a good thing for that neck of the woods down there in St. Mary's. A good thing about all these powerful thunderstorms is it is a sign that this heat dome is weakening.
Okay.
When these heat domes weaken, essentially what we've had the last couple of days is a lid almost on the atmosphere that's kept storms from going. We're taking that lid away, which means we're weakening the heat dome. As we weaken the heat dome, we're going to have a couple of days probably where we're tracking. We are outlook for severe weather again tomorrow on your Sunday. Tomorrow's going to not be a 100-degree day. It'll still feel like a 100-degree day on your Sunday. And just like today, second half of the day, we'll have to watch out for this same exact thing happening where we're tracking more storms for you on radar all night tomorrow.
Wow.
So.
And for all the folks that might be going to the Nationals game tomorrow, for example, or other outdoor activities, even though it's dropped about 5 degrees, is there a certain time that they should prepare for storm activity?
Well, what time's the Nationals game tomorrow?
1.
Oh, it's a 1 o'clock one. Okay, so they should be. I think a 1 o'clock game will be fun.
Okay, gotcha.
Pirates beat them today, didn't they?
They did they?
I think they did.
Mike, just as we take a live look at the Great American State Fair on the National Mall, it looks like we still have a lot of people out there. Our live picture from the actual event downtown, the Salute to Freedom, has gone away. So we're keeping an eye on that because obviously they have asked people to clear out there. I want to go just a little bit north. Obviously, everyone out there right now streaming us is either watching on YouTube or they're streaming on Fox Local. Because over on Fox 5, we've got a World Cup game on.
What's the World Cup,
just
Chris?
a little bit north of us on I-95. That game is up in Philadelphia. And that is an outdoor stadium. They're playing at Lincoln Financial Field. I know at game time, at match time, the temperatures were hovering right around that
it was 100 degrees.
Wow.
100 degrees.
Mark. Has it cooled off at all? And are they at risk of any of these severe storms as well?
So they're at risk, but I want to say that game, my full time's done. France won.
There you go.
So that
Never mind.
That game's over and done.
Breaking news: France, Kylian Mbappe advanced to the round of 16. What was the final score?
He had the goal, 1-0.
There you go. 1-0.
Mbappe getting it done for France.
Yeah,
So onward they go.
He's definitely a contender for that golden boot as well, along with Lionel Messi now.
And our big game is on Monday.
Monday night,
8
correct. 8 o'clock, right here, Fox 5 against
on
Team
Belgium. Going to be a big one.
Going to be a big one. And
we have one of our stars out, though, with the red card, which is going to be...
Should we talk about controversies with that red card? No,
Yes.
we'll stay focused on the storm.
Because the red card's similar to some of the, the storms here,
Go ahead, explain that one. How's the red card?
Well, there's a red card. We got some red in there, just some orange.
We're not going to make a storm that goes red card sit out tomorrow. They're going to be back tomorrow.
Okay, good. All right.
I like putting you on the spot.
Thank you. You know what? I'm working on my comedy routine. How to give a good one-liner.
Oh, we're kicking butt on that, no doubt about it. But yeah, active radar right now, and you can kind of see that I almost think we're lucky, but we're not. I mean, DC, it's almost like a hole. You hear the jokes all the time during the winter time, the DC snow hole, where it snows everywhere except downtown DC.
Right.
At the moment, we're in a severe thunderstorm hole in Washington. Now, what I don't like to see is what I see right here. See how it's filling into the north? If this zone of instability kind of continues to trend down to the south and east, and might have a little bit of that flavor to it, then it'll start to work its way towards the district here in the hour or two ahead. Wow. So we'll be watching that closely. I understand why they're doing what they're doing down to the at the National Mall with getting folks off of it, because all it takes is one bolt of lightning to completely ruin everybody's day down there.
Cool.
So better safe than sorry.
While we kind of keep an eye on what's happening down on the mall, right now we also have a live picture, what you're looking at next to us. That is crowds gathered at the United States Marine Corps Memorial, the Iwo Jima Memorial. That is one of the prime areas to sort of watch the fireworks. If you're not down on the National Mall, a lot of Washingtonians and people who live here in the DMV, they have kind of their secret spots.
Their spots.
Their rooftop spots are very, very popular. There's also the Cardozo campus in Shaw, which is like a little bit elevated in Washington, D.C. That gives you kind of a skyline
giving them all away.
Yeah,
exactly.
I mean, listen, I'm not a gatekeeper, okay? I will tell you. So
they are not secrets anymore, my friends.
It looks like people are, you can see all the tulips and everything there, too. So a lot of people still there. And they've got a long wait. Look, let's be honest. The president's set to speak at 9:45 if everything still goes according to plan. Obviously, the programming for Salute to America has not even started yet. That was supposed to start going on 20 minutes ago at this point, so we're not sure if that's going to delay everything. The fireworks, the epic fireworks show, was supposed to start after the president's speech. No word yet whether that will be delayed as a result as well. But what you can rely on is that not only Mike Thomas and Tony P and I will have you covered the entire evening. We are also going to check in with our team scattered throughout the DMV to see how other areas are not only managing with the weather, the heat, the possible storms, but also the fireworks plans as well. It is 9:20.
It is.
So
I was thinking the same thing. It's 7:20
on this America 250 July 4th Saturday. Thank you to everyone out there streaming with us. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back. American time, celebrating America 250 right here on Fox Local and Fox 5 DC's YouTube page. Shout out to everyone out there. Ooh, take a look what we just got, a live picture. That appears to be Air Force One.
The new one.
The flyover. That is now coming about 20 minutes late, but it looks like things are getting back on track. We'll have to see if it makes another flyby. Tony P, here's my fun fact.
That kind of surprised me because with the electricity, it seems that maybe some of that storm activity, electricity, may not be as close to downtown D.C.
Here's my fun fact. Oh, now we've got a stealth bomber flying
They're
by.
back in the air again.
Not sure whether they're kind of condensing things now, but that is the technical call sign for that plane that we just saw fly over before that was the VC-25A, because remember, it's only Air Force One when the president is
That's
on board.
right. That's anything can be Air Force One.
Currently. Our colleagues over at Fox News, Bill Malugan, posting on X just 10 minutes ago that the Great American State Fair and the FIFA fan zone on the National Mall have also now been postponed and are being cleared out because of the weather conditions. So just a heads up, it is not just this Salute to 250 event that is being impacted by this possible weather. People heading for the exits now, they have seen flashes of lightning and heavy gusts of wind. So, of course, we will have you covered on this and all of the weather impact on these July 4th celebrations. Now, speaking of weather, we just had Mike Thomas here, but we also have Fox 5's Jennifer Delgado. She has been cruising the streets of the DMV all afternoon.
That's what I'm doing.
Not only checking out the conditions on the roads, but the weather conditions and how people are celebrating on this great holiday. And Jennifer joins us now live. Jennifer, happy Independence Day. Thanks so much for joining us.
Yeah, happy 4th of July to you and Tony P as well. I'm on the roads right now with Eli Baylor, and we have been all across parts of the DMV tracking these storms that have been developing. I've been following these a lot on my phone, on the radar. We've had numerous severe thunderstorm warnings right now. A lot of those are developing out to the west of us. We're going to say near Prince William County, as well as in the Reston area. Just a line of storms that are coming through. Also right near the Rockville area, also right on top of Landover and down towards the south of us. And you're looking at the radar right now, Charles, St. Mary's, as well as Calvert County. They've just been kind of getting hammered with heavy rainfall. Numerous lightning strikes. At times, there were almost 600 lightning strikes. So what does this all mean for the celebrations that are happening tonight? Well, right now, a lot of things are actually pretty quiet. I do know that they're evacuating down at the National Mall, the FIFA, as well as the Great American Fair. Rightfully so. Lightning is close enough. If you hear thunder, you're close enough to potentially get struck by lightning, and that is a danger. And that's why officials are keeping people out of those areas, because there is no protection. The last thing you want to be is in an open field. Now, as we go through the evening, there's still a chance that some of those storms could hold together, especially the ones to the west of us, as well as from the northwest. The ones that have been popping up towards the eastern portion of D.C. developed right along this outflow that came from the storms that were down in Stafford County. Those are the ones that had numerous severe thunderstorm warnings on it. But you're looking at a 4-box right now. In the bottom portion of your screen, you can see where the rain has been the heaviest. And the temperatures have really dropped. When we hit the roadways earlier today, our thermometer inside the car said 104 degrees. We already know it's been very hot, and it cooled us down quickly down to 74 once we got those clouds and the rain. So the clouds is welcome news. We just don't want the precipitation. Tony and Chris, I've been talking so long, I haven't allowed you guys to jump in there, but
that's okay,
totally
Jennifer.
Fine.
Jennifer,
learned a lot
you're
there.
liking this little break. You're liking this little break here.
To be honest with you, Jennifer, we love you to death, but we want to let you keep gathering. And in the meantime, our Fox 5 Sydney Persing, who has been down at the Salute to Freedom 250, is now zooming in with us. And I know she was one of the reporters evacuated from down there. She is also surrounded by people who were down there to celebrate, also evacuated. So, Sydney Persing, if you can hear us right now, you are live on Fox Local.
Okay, hey guys, yeah, it is hard to hear you, so forgive me. It is pretty chaotic. I'm going to try to flip the camera around if I can. All right, I'm just going to pan this way. It'll be easier. As I imagine our viewers know at this point, the event was just about to start around 7 o'clock is when the program was to begin, and then the president was supposed to speak at 9:45. Just at about 7:01, we heard from a Secret Service police officer next to us. Everyone's got to get out. Media start packing their bags rather. There's severe weather in the area. We knew that was a possibility, obviously. Forecasting that all day. Actually, to see, I mean, these are all the folks evacuating right now. trying to get to one of the 3 safe haven locations, as they're calling them. So that's the Ronald Reagan Building, the Department of Commerce Building, and African American Museum. Thousands of people, thousands, many of whom waited for hours in this record-breaking heat to try to see the president's speech, to try to watch his performance, are now sort of just spilling out into the roads here, trying to get to these buildings. We were trying to evacuate the region. We're not in one of these buildings. We were just trying to evacuate into the African American Museum, and we were told that's at capacity now. So all of these people are trying to figure out where exactly to go. It's unclear whether the event is going to resume, but everyone's supposed to get inside because of the severe weather in the area. We just don't really know where the best place is to go at the moment. As you can see, heavy crowd, certainly a lot of law enforcement officers and vehicles trying to get through. I will note that there were a lot of folks who were not listening when they were told to evacuate. They were still sitting or trying to wait it out. And police really went around and said, you have to leave. So, I mean, again, it's people were waiting in 100-degree plus weather for hours since at least 3 o'clock. I saw hundreds of people outside. Finally, 4 hours later, it happens. And now everyone's trying to find a place to go. Law enforcement trying to get through here. So it is a very loud, hot, chaotic situation. The flyovers continued there for a moment. We saw the new Air Force One fly over us as we were evacuating. But it is certainly not the situation folks were hoping for down here, and we're going to have to wait to see them for a lot of back-ends.
All right, Sydney Persing live with the crowds that have been evacuated. Sydney, we'll let you go. We'll check back in with you soon in the meantime. But, Tony P., this is technically the worst case, one of the worst case scenario situations for this, because this is what they wanted to avoid. Right. Obviously, they took precautions to try to keep people safe. You heard Sydney mention those evacuation zones. We do want to bring you that full list. This is according to D.C.'s Health and Safety Emergency Management Association. You can go to their Instagram page. They have this full list. But federal buildings that are open as a shelter currently are the Ronald Reagan Building, the Department of Commerce, the Department of Agriculture, the Department of Education, the Internal Revenue Service, Voice of America, and the Thomas Jefferson Memorial. Those are the federal buildings. There are also museums open as shelters as well. You heard Sydney mention the African American History and Culture Museum, also the National Museum of American History, the National Museum of Natural History, and the National Museum of African American History and Culture. So if you are down there, seek shelter, stay safe. We will check in with our weather team, Fox 5's Mike Thomas, coming up here in just a little bit to get an update. What we are going to do, we are going to take a quick break. Right now, it is 7:30. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to check back in with Mike for an update on the forecast, and then we're going to check in with Fox 5's Caitlin Norwood. She is out in Fairfax. They are celebrating their 60th annual Independence Day festivities. We'll check in with her and see if everything's still a go there as well. Right now, you are watching a special edition, America 250 edition of the Live Zone Primetime. We'll be right back. Time celebrating America 250 on this Saturday, July 4th, and what has been a very busy, active weather-wise July 4th, especially just here in the last 2 hours or so. So, of course,
happy birthday,
the man of the hour, the man of the day, Fox 5's Mike Thomas joins us again live.
And I'm
here
so sad.
in our streaming studio.
I did not want to be the man of the day.
No, I know. I just said we just
want to be 75 and sunny.
She's surrounded by thousands of people who spend hours not only in the heat but in line to get in there for this special presentation. And I'll be honest with you, I have a copy of who's performing and some of the big names that are down there, and it's a pretty exciting lineup. So I know people really are hoping that this is still going to be a go.
This is an exciting lineup, Chris.
This is
I mean, my gosh.
We are a great trio.
This is like the Swift-Kelsey wedding yesterday right here, plus an extra. Or I'm kind of the officiant. And there you go.
Yeah, this is our Adam Sandler right here. Mike, how are things going right now? Obviously, we've seen these storms pop up.
Yeah, good. I mean, bad news is they're still there. Bad news is it's still hot. Bad news is it's still humid. Good news is some of the warnings have been dropped across Northern Virginia.
Oh, good.
So we're hoping that, because I mentioned that this is kind of round 2. We already had a round in parts of the D.C. region today. So what we're really hoping is that earlier rounds stabilize the atmosphere. Each storms require energy to feed off of, and when you have a first round, a lot of times that eats up essentially a lot of the energy available.
Makes sense.
That's not to say that a second round can't tap into what's left, but a lot of times there's not a lot left for that second round. So we're hoping that that's the case here. Showing you a couple cameras here. That one is the Rockville camera where you can see wet roadways. Flag still blowing in the wind, though not as aggressively as it was about a half hour ago. So a little bit of improvement for you there. I'll take you back real quick and show you that is the Earth Cam that we've been monitoring all day long and haven't seen nearly as many jets flying on by, and I assume that's because there's storms nearby and they got to be careful as these storms can output a lot of wind, and planes don't like a lot of wind, no doubt about that. Now, you notice in the distance that storm we're watching, not looking as, sky's not quite as dark. There's still some rain shafts I see in the distance, but not as aggressive as when I joined you at the top of the hour. Oh, that's Rockville again. Let me show you temperatures, too, because Tony B, the temperatures have been brutal for the last few days, no doubt about that. However,
ruthless.
Welcome back to the 80s. These storms have done their jobs in terms of the cool air from them has reached the airport in D.C. Again, it's called storm outflow. It's the cold air that these storms produce. And that wind has reached Washington and cooled us down to 87 degrees off of a high of 102. Woo! And not just that, it's knocked humidity down just a touch too. So 87's actually feeling like 87 degrees. Hey. Isn't that nice? What a treat. It's not going to last that long, but we're going to enjoy it while it lasts, no doubt about that. But unfortunately, as we get towards sunset and beyond, humidity at night naturally rises.
Oh, yes.
So it won't be feeling too pleasant later this evening, unfortunately. But we're going to enjoy this nice kind of, it's like when you open the door and the air conditioner hits you for the first time. It's
it's like novels.
Nice.
Novels. And this is beautiful.
Now, Baltimore's in the 70s.
That's pretty cool.
That's great, except they're dealing with thunderstorms up there, and they're dealing with some severe weather right now towards the Baltimore area. So of the two major cities, Baltimore has the worst of the deal right now with some severe thunderstorms rolling on through. Now, we're not alone. They did get that France game in up in Philadelphia. I guess I can call it the France game now since France won. They're done in Philly, and thankfully just in the nick of time, as you can see some strong thunderstorms rumbling through, say, the Harrisburg area, and those are working their way towards the Philadelphia region. So thankfully that game's overdone. They don't have to worry about it as much. New York City, just like us, they're tracking some storms to the north of them as well. But let's go in on Storm Tracker Radar. You see my little banner, and this pops up every time, just in case we're on air when something gets issued. We like to have that banner pop up and let us know, hey, they just issued something new. And that's what they just issued is this severe thunderstorm warning. Oop, right there. I didn't have my circle tool on. That one just north of Baltimore. That considerable up towards Hartford County in Maryland. Considerable severe thunderstorm warning up that way. But you do see at the moment, and I'm starting to get hopeful. So, weather gods, don't take away my hope here. But I'm starting to get hopeful that the worst of this line is going to stay down to the south and kind of pass by, just like that weather model was suggesting, down to the south and east. But heads up for folks saying down in Charles County, there could be another round inbound. But you don't see any yellow or orange or any color boxes
only green
in this region, right? Only green and red. Still storming, but not seeing the severe thunderstorms down that way like we were seeing earlier today. So some improvement there. Still have to watch out for lightning and thunder in that region. But as I go in on D.C. proper, no rain across the Beltway region at the moment. So we'll keep our fingers crossed that maybe things continue to settle up here in the next few hours. Not a lot of lightning being outputted within this kind of cluster of storms, and this would be the area, particularly this part of the line down here. If this was to hold together, that would be the part of the cell that would cross over D.C. here in just a little bit. So we'll continue to watch radar. If anything else should fire close to Washington, I'll run back over here and let you all know. But things are looking better than they were at the top of the hour.
All right,
so
we have some hope, my friends.
Fingers crossed. That's what we're hoping. We're hoping things settle down, and we'll get back on schedule technically.
That'd be nice.
Even though right now we are about 38 minutes behind. Let's head outside the Beltway now. We're heading a little west. Fox 5's Kaylin Norwood out in Fairfax. It's the 60th annual Independence Day celebration. Are things still a go out there, Kaylin?
Hey, great to see you. Happy 4th. Yeah, I mean, the big story out here is the changing weather. I did speak with an event official, with the city, saying that they are watching lightning in particular to see if it gets too close. If it does get too close, they're already making preparations for people to go inside if necessary. So they are continuing to monitor the situation. Right now, they're planning to stick with the status quo, with the event starting at 8 o'clock, the mayor kicking things off, and then having a band perform. But again, if things change, and I'm going to show you the sky here, I mean, it's pretty cloudy and gloomy. We have seen lightning firsthand. So if it does get closer, they are making plans to have people run inside. So hopefully that doesn't happen. We're hoping that things can stay and people can enjoy their 4th. But yeah, the weather, at first it was too hot. Now we're having the rain and thunder concerns.
Kaylin, how are the crowds out there right now? Have people left to kind of wait it out and see what happens, or are they sticking it out and seeing what happens?
Yeah, I mean, if I can flip, let me see if I flip my camera around here. Yeah, I mean, it's a good crowd, guys. They were expecting about 10,000 people. Looks less than that at the moment. I'm sure the weather had a lot to do with it today, between the heat and then now the concerns of the thunderstorms. But there's a stage area, so they have a band set to perform. People have their lawn chairs. They're ready to listen to live music. You see blankets. A lot of people donning red, white, and blue to celebrate America's 250th. But yeah, it's a nice setup here. People can come out on the field and set up shop as the event kicks off. And then you can also head out in the bleachers. Behind this area, they have vendors. We've talked to some ice cream shop owners, folks that have smoothie shops trying to help people stay cool. They also have water stations for people. I see people right here playing soccer. So it's a family-friendly event, people having a good time and bringing the kids out to play.
Very much so. Now, this is the 60th anniversary from what I heard in the opening here. Are there any particular special additions they're going to do this year to the event to signal in the 60th as well as the America 250? And how long will the overall event last here in Fairfax?
They're keeping things a little bit close to the vest here. I think they want an element of surprise for the people. So when I asked about the fireworks in particular and doing things special for to the 250th, all they would tell me is that they have special fireworks that people are going to see when they do kick off at 9:30. Again, people come out here, the folks that I've talked to, especially vendors, they've been coming out here for 30 years, right? So for a lot of people, and I imagine a lot of families. So, I think they're going with a nice surprise for the America's birthday.
Well, we are keeping our fingers and toes crossed.
Yes.
Mother Nature cooperates.
My pinky,
and everything goes
that.
off according to plan. Of course, Tony and I, we have you covered from 7 to 8 p.m. We'll be back at 9 p.m. So we'll check back in with you then as we get closer, and hopefully we can bring those Fairfax fireworks to our viewers all across the DMV and the nation right now, streaming us live on Live News
my
Now.
goodness.
So shout out to all of our viewers out there who have joined us now live as well.
Welcome.
If you are just joining us, that is Tony P. I am producer Chris. This is our special coverage of America 250. Things not going exactly according to plan.
Not exactly on the tracks right now.
Mother Nature's fault. Obviously, we have seen some severe weather pop up all across the region. We have seen the impact down on the National Mall where the salute to America 250 was supposed to get underway at the top of the hour. That has been delayed. We are keeping an eye on things, though. What we are going to do now, though, is take a quick break. When we come back, hopefully we're going to head back to the other side of the Beltway. Sharon Roget is live in Laurel, Maryland tonight. Hopefully we'll check in with her coming up here in just a little bit as well. In the meantime, happy Independence Day to everyone out there streaming with us. Let us know how you're spending the July 4th holiday. We want to know because obviously not everyone is down on the National Mall. Not everyone is going out to
you're having your own cookouts.
Some
you're
people
traveling.
Exactly. At home. hanging out.
What are you making for your barbecue?
Friends.
Give us some ideas.
A huge
because
question that we debate constantly.
Even tomorrow, you can have some of those leftovers. I want to hear what you're having, folks.
All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Prime time here on July 4th, celebrating America's 250th birthday, Tony P.
And I'll tell you, it is, of course, a historical event. You'll remember this for the next 50 years because we're not going to have this till 2076. So,
yeah,
folks,
I have
savor
heard
it and take every moment of it in here.
About that bicentennial 1976.
Everybody's been talking about online, TV, everywhere.
Tucker Barnes used to rave about that. That was one of his favorite, just like July 4th celebrations of all time.
It was major.
If you are just joining us, we have had some major impacts due to Mother Nature. The Salute to America event that was scheduled for 7 p.m. down on the National Mall has been delayed. We did just get a statement from Freedom 250 saying the safety of our guest performers and staff is our top priority. Due to the approaching severe storms, Freedom 250, United States Secret Service, United States Park Police, National Park Service, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, and all public safety partners are asking all guests to evacuate event grounds and seek temporary shelter in nearby buildings. We have talked about that. We have talked about where you can go to seek shelter if necessary. We checked in with Sydney Persing a little earlier. She talked about some of the confusion. She was hanging out with some of those people who had been evacuated. Right. Freedom 250 will share updates on programming and doors reopening. Please stay close to our official channels for updates. So that is the latest word we have right now. But as you can see directly next to us over there, when you see that slate that says a salute to America drop, that's when that will be one of our indications that things are getting back on track. In the meantime, we do want to head outside the Beltway once again. We do want to head to our own Shirin Raje. She is in Laurel, Maryland, the 47th annual July 4th celebration. Shirin, we have seen weather impacts all over the region. Have there been any there yet?
Yeah, guys, so unfortunate because people here in Laurel have been looking forward to this celebration. They already canceled the Independence Day parade earlier today, rightfully so, because it was not safe given the extreme heat. But now everyone's having to leave Goody Park because of the severe weather and the threats of lightning. We're actually taking cover if we need to because it's getting a little bit sketchy out here. But folks are basically, if they feel safe, they can stay back. If not, they're having to go in their cars. A lot of people just kind of hanging around, hoping that the celebrations continue. There's a carnival happening. The carnival rides are still active, but most of the vendors and the music and the performers that are inside the park have at least paused temporarily until they tell us that it's safe for folks to go back. You've been talking about these delays and cancellations. Boy, we have had a whirlwind all day long. As soon as people got a little bit of a break from the heat, it was the lightning and the severe weather. But you see a lot of people just kind of aimlessly walking around, holding their chairs and holding their stuff that they came here with, just hoping to get back to the celebrations. This is one of the biggest 4th of July celebrations in the region. They're expected to have a huge fireworks display at 9:15. Whether or not that's going to be delayed or how that's going to be impacted, we're waiting to see. But it's just unfortunate because there's so much planning that goes into this. And right now, everything is kind of in limbo until we get further notice.
Is there a sense from city officials or county officials that this may be a passing situation where they can get back to regularly scheduled programming, or are they potentially seeing it could be the end of the night?
I mean, I think that the impression that we got, but we're just hearing thunder and lightning.
Yeah.
So obviously, safety is top of mind. If it's deemed that it's not safe and it starts raining and something, is not, safety is first. So I don't think that they're going to cancel it. They definitely have not said that. We still have some time, but everything is essentially on pause and people are just kind of hanging around until we get further notice. So maybe in the next half hour, we'll have an update for you, but I hope it's not canceled for the sake of everyone wanting to have a celebration, but at the same time, you got to be safe.
Yeah, safety obviously the top priority for officials all across the region. Sure, and we want you to stay safe as well, so we'll let you go.
Please stay safe.
Hopefully, if things get back on track, we'll be able to check back in with you in our 9 o'clock hour. Jim, I want to pull up 703 if we can, just for 1 second here. You see the message now. This just posted from Freedom 250. This is the same statement we just read, but now this is the statement they are putting out on the screens downtown for any people who are still in the area down there. But you see that message, the immediate evacuation, the safety of our guest performers and staff, the top priority. So now they are putting that message out as well. If we can go to 701 now, Jim, I do want to show you, this is the Great American State Fair, which is now completely empty, not just of people who are out there to visit, but also all of the individual stalls that were set up, kind of celebrating the states, emptied as well. Also the FIFA fan zone, because we do have World Cup action underway today and tonight. That has also been temporarily paused and evacuated. Obviously no game happening right now, Tony P, but you can just see that what was supposed to be a massive celebration of America, World Cup soccer, America's independence, 250th birthday. They were expecting tens, if not hundreds of thousands of people down on the National Mall, and now eerily empty right now.
It's just sad. Meantime. It's sad because it isn't like we just have one day like this where it's 102, then all of a sudden we have these storms, right? Mm-hmm. It's been 3 to 4 days of incredible heat. You get out there here in D.C., you can't sit out there with a suit or anything, any clothing basically, for 7 or 8 minutes, and you start to feel a little lightheaded, you're sweating. I can imagine folks were getting in today 3 hours early, waiting in line, having to deal with all of that at once, as well as the last 2-3 days of travel for a lot of people. Probably had to deal with a lot of the heat with that as well. This has been a very tough week.
These celebrations down on the National Mall, I mean, it's no secret that a lot of times it is a lot of out-of-towners, a lot of the DMV locals, and they go to some of those secret or rooftop spots that we kind of,
we're not usually in the downtown area.
About a little earlier, but if you are just joining us, you see that message from Freedom 250, this salute to America, immediate evacuation. They'll share updates on programs and doors reopening. We are now 51 minutes delayed on that event. At the same time, you see the National Mall, the Great American State Fair, also shut down and evacuated. And it's all because of what you see directly above us, which is all of that green, all of those yellow boxes, all of that red on the radar. The storm tracker, that is current as of right now.
Look at that lightning. Look at that lightning right there.
Yeah, a lot of that is to our east, to our north, and to our south right now. Mike, the last time he joined us, had pointed out that there was no rain in the immediate Beltway area. Hopefully, now that our temperatures have dropped, things will calm down.
Yes.
But Mike did also warn us that there were second rounds of activity he was keeping an eye on that could push through at that 9 o'clock hour. So we will still have to wait and see the impact this has on that Salute to America programming, whether they plan on doing it in its entirety.
Exactly.
Whether that would mean then the president, instead of going on at 9:45, goes on late. And then that would mean, if that is the case, the fireworks that were already scheduled for 10:30 to 11 o'clock, which is much later than normal, would not go off until much later than that.
Exactly. Maybe
If
12 o'clock.
that continues to be the case, we have not heard yet if that is the case, but we are obviously keeping an eye on that and many other stories all across the DMV. We have heard from Fairfax. We have heard from Laurel. All things right now kind of up in the air, pun intended, as we wait to see how Mother Nature impacts. We are going to stay on top of this. We have more coverage for you coming up. In the meantime, we are going to take a quick break. On the other side of it, we're going to check back in at the United States Marine Corps Memorial, where a lot of people are still gathered, Tony.
Yeah,
so
definitely
see
so.
If they're going to continue to hang out as well. It is now 7:53 on this July 4th. We'll be right back. Edition of the Live Zone Primetime. If you are just joining us live, you are taking a live look at the skyline over Washington, D.C. Tony P., you can see the Lincoln Memorial, the Washington Monument, and the U.S. Capitol all lined up. That is one of the greatest views of the D.C. skyline, visible from across the river over in Arlington, Virginia.
Oh, there's some electricity right there.
Yeah, did you see
just
some?
On the left-hand side, right in this corner.
And the skies above it.
Right over by the post office building, if you can see, folks, right there.
You saw some flashes of lightning. Not sure if there's any cloud to ground or if that's just up in the clouds, hopefully. Maybe. But this is from the United States Marine Corps Memorial, the Iwo Jima Memorial, if you're familiar with it, which is a popular spot for people to go and view the annual July 4th fireworks. They have a long wait ahead of them. If everything still stays according to plan, that will not, those fireworks are not even scheduled to go off until 10:30. So as we are right now at coming up on 7:57, they are still not scheduled to go off for another 2.5 hours at the earliest. But as we have been telling you all hour, that the programming, a Salute to America programming that Freedom 250 putting on the National Mall has not even begun. It is now nearly an hour late because of all of the weather impact and that lightning that you just saw in that live picture. So we will have to wait and see the plan in place, when they can reopen the doors, when they can get people back in place, and then whether or not they stick to the programming as is, or if they have to start trimming things in order for the president to still go on at 9:45. We have a live picture of the White House as well right now, where theoretically the president is still hanging out before he makes his way to the National Mall for his 9:45 scheduled 9:45 p.m. speech to the nation ahead of that fireworks show, which all at this point, Tony P, still in limbo. We are going to sign off for right now. Fox 5 News at 8 coming your way next.
And you're joining us live here at 8 o'clock on Fox Local and Fox 5 Plus. A look at the National Mall right now. It is empty. That Ferris wheel has been stopped. Crowds were evacuated just about an hour ago because of severe weather that moved through the area. Those storms are rolling in at the same time. A number of planned celebrations for America's 250th birthday we're about to be in.
Yeah, and leading up to this point, we all knew all day long that this could be a possibility. Rain already coming down in plenty parts of our region. D.C. Homeland Security and Emergency Management issuing a notice for places to seek shelter from the storm. So look at those locations. They are on your screen right now. There are 7 federal buildings and 3 museums where people who were on the mall can actually go to find shelter from the storm. Freedom 250 says they will share updates on programming and when doors reopen in the near future.
All right, so let's get that first check on the forecast. We're going to give you a live look right now on how conditions are faring throughout the region. We give you a look there, and let's go right to Mike Thomas here with a first check of that forecast.
Yeah, been busy on radar. I mean, we've had numerous severe thunderstorm warnings. D.C. itself has gotten lucky, honestly, so far, because most of the actual severe storms have been nearby and close enough that I think evacuations are fine, because you can get lightning bolts jumping well out ahead or to the side of these storms as they go on by. Outside at the moment, camera's pretty quiet in the immediate D.C. area, though radar not quite so. In fact, this is EarthCam looking live into the distance into Virginia, where this darkening that you see are some of those thunderstorms that are rumbling through parts of central Virginia as we speak right now. Temperatures, thanks to winds coming out of these storms, temperatures have cooled down nicely. Last time we joined you here, temperatures were still around 100 degrees. We've dropped to 88, just feeling like 89 in D.C. Dallas 80, BWI, Thurgood Marshall, they have been dealing, of the two cities. Baltimore's had it worse today. Rounds of heavy storms up that way, 77 degrees right now with heavy rain and lightning being reported in downtown Baltimore. Excuse me here as we look at radar plus severe warnings for you. Baltimore metro area dealing with the majority of the severe thunderstorm warnings at this hour. Down to the south, just to the east now of Calvert County, there's still severe warning down. I believe that's Queen Anne's County there on portions of the eastern shore. For D.C. proper here, as I go in, right now, some light raindrops coming down across parts of the district here, across northern portions of the district and then northern portions of Fairfax County, extreme eastern portions of Loudoun County, and then through much of Montgomery County. Now, just rain, not seeing a lot of lightning out of those cells right now. Where our eyes have to go if we're watching for the hours ahead, first off to the north. Already mentioned Baltimore, so I'm going to take you back south to these warnings that are going on. Just now getting out of Calvert County, they should be in the clear here very shortly as that storm continues up towards Cambridge, Maryland. Pretty heavy cell for you with a lot of lightning and thunder. But yeah, our eyes go south here along I-95, coming out of Stafford County, getting into portions of Prince William County. And these are now the ones that they're tracking, I'm sure, for the National Mall to see if they don't work their way up to the I-95 corridor here a little bit and start to put some rain and some lightning down across the National Mall. A lot of lightning out of these storms today. We'll be thankful once things start to settle up. Pretty heavy line coming through portions of the northern neck as well. King George County getting hit rather hard, though at the moment, no severe thunderstorm warning out for you just yet. I believe what's actually happening right here is you're getting a weak wave of low pressure, something we call a meso-low, developing there north of Beaver. You want this guy to pass through the south and east of Washington, which I believe on this current track it will do. Otherwise, we could have an active evening here in D.C. right through the late evening hours tonight. Futurecast suggests that any more activity that does fire should mostly pass east of D.C. Still has some raindrops coming down about the 9 o'clock hour here in town. And then you see how it's kind of those thinner, lighter greens you see is essentially it's saying that it should be a weakening system as we round the 10 o'clock hour there in the Washington, D.C. region. So far we've lucked out in Washington. We'll see if that doesn't continue into the late evening hours tonight. Severe thunderstorm watch up until 10 o'clock this evening and across most of the D.C. area. Planning for tomorrow, hey, sunshine's back, so are 90s. It'll feel like 100, and we could do much more thunderstorm activity tomorrow afternoon as well. We'll tell you more about it coming up throughout the course of this hour. Guys?
Thank you, Mike. People started to evacuate the National Mall with those dark clouds hanging over D.C.
We saw that image just a few minutes ago. It is completely empty. Sydney Persing's inside right now. You had to evacuate too, Sydney. Where are you and what are you seeing?
Jim, Angie, we're at the Ronald Reagan building. I'm trying not to move the camera too much. There's so many people, obviously, in here and around the area. The service has been so tough just to even try to communicate back with the station. So I'm sure folks here are dealing with that, too. We were on the risers just before 7. Our viewers will remember that 7 o'clock is when this program was actually supposed to begin. Just before 7, Secret Service police officer said, get out. Everyone has to evacuate. And we said, does that mean the tent's nearby? And we said, no, off of the event grounds to one of, I believe the term they used was like a safe haven location, something to that effect. We didn't know what those were at the time. And then a couple minutes later, they made an announcement over the loudspeaker telling folks to go to either the Department of Commerce building, the African American Museum, or here at the Ronald Reagan building. And I mean, for folks who've been with us throughout the day, throughout our coverage, the people here have been waiting in line for hours on the hottest 4th of July on record to see this event. Many traveled from around the country to be here. They've spent money. They've taken time off. When I arrived at 3 o'clock for media check-in, the doors didn't open till 5, and there were hundreds of people in that 102-degree heat waiting to get in. Hours later, they finally get in, and seriously, it must have been a minute or two before 7, before this was supposed to start, when we were told there is just too much lightning in the area. For safety reasons, everyone has to get out, which in many ways is really the worst case scenario for a lot of folks that made a weekend around this and have been planning this for months. We don't know what's going to happen next. Freedom 250, the event organizers have said in a statement that safety is their top priority, and they'll let folks know when reentry opens, if that's going to happen. I mean, getting people in there, doors opened at 5 for an event that started at 7. It's an undertaking. Obviously, with the president planning to speak, there's a lot of security. Again, I don't want to move the camera too much with service issues that might glitch out, but you can see behind me, there are just people on the other side of my phone, people sitting on other steps as well, who are hoping that this goes on. You know, a lot of people I heard walking just said, we're just going to go back to the hotel and go to the bar. They're done. The people in here presumably want to return for an event that was supposed to start at 7, over an hour ago at this point. And again, if the president is to speak, that was scheduled for 9:45. The security to get people back in there is substantial. That would take real time. So we just don't know if this is going to go on yet, what it's going to look like. Again, this was really the worst case scenario organizers were hoping to avoid between the intense heat and thunderstorms. And at this moment, it looks like that's really what's happening.
Yeah, so that was my question, Sydney, because when they ordered the evacuation order, it seemed like there were a lot of people just did not want to go. And understandably, we've been waiting out there for hours. It's like, oh my gosh, what are the chances of getting back in? And so have they given any type of indication of what that re-entry process might look like?
No, people are asking us if we know anything. Some kids have come up to me, lots of kids who are disappointed. And they're saying, have you heard anything? Are we going to get to go? And we just don't know the answer to that. Yes, Angie, you're right. I saw a lot of people just not moving. You know, they said it over the loudspeaker several times, you have to go. The Secret Service officer next to me, I could hear him telling other officers, you know, they have to keep making this announcement. People need to leave. Tell them to keep saying it over and over again. You have to evacuate. And people really just were not. People really did not want to go. I think they were hoping that they could ride it out, but obviously event organizers can't keep people out there potentially in life-threatening lightning. You know, the storms were kind of adjacent. Obviously, Mike's been on all night telling us this was a possibility. I think the hope was just that they would skirt the event. But I'd asked an officer early on in the night, you know, what's going to happen? And he said, if there is lightning or there is intense wind, we will have to evacuate. And that's what happened.
It was a calculated risk because we knew that these storms were not a surprise. This has been in the forecast. I want to point out, though, too, Sydney, as you were mentioning about people not evacuating, because they continued the flyovers. The Air Force One flyover happened regardless. So people, they didn't want to leave because they wanted to see what was going on above. And I know it might be tough to scrub a flyover with about, 5-6 minutes to spare. But there were still events going on, even though they were telling everybody you got to leave.
Tim, that's a great point. And I do just want to say, even when we were off the grounds, there were people who did evacuate who were in the middle of the street, but then stayed for the flyover in the middle of the street because they wanted to watch. The brand new Air Force One flew over, accompanied by other military jets. And, it is a beautiful flyover. And I can understand why folks wanted to see it. But you heard officers, first responders telling people, please go indoors. And before we go, I will tell you, we tried to go to the African American Museum first. It was already at capacity. So part of it was, yes, people wanting to stay to see the flyovers. But, the first building most people tried because it was the closest they couldn't even get into. So suffice it to say, it's a bit of a mess down here. People are hoping something turns around, but it's already past 8, so we'll just have to see what happens.
Yeah. Sydney, thank you. And again, keep in mind, so many people are visiting from out of town, so they may not know where to go. They've been trying to do their best to tell people various vantage points. But Sydney, I looked at video on social media. I mean, the streets were jam-packed, people trying to crowd in the metro stations at this point. We mentioned all of those evacuation locations like you are at the Ronald Reagan building. We're going to keep our eye on all of that, and so will Sydney Persing live for us tonight. Near the mall as we continue to track this evacuation during the America 250 celebrations. All
right, we'll check back in with you, Sid. Meanwhile, the evacuation order is causing a pile-up, as Jim just mentioned, at the metro stops. We heard about overcrowding there.
Virginia Ureta live outside the Federal Triangle metro station with what she is seeing now at this hour.
Yeah, well, guys, we're outside of the Federal Triangle station. I just want to show you what we're looking at because there's a lot of people just standing around, people who didn't even make it onto the National Mall, and then others who actually had to evacuate from the National Mall. People are coming up to me. They're like, hey, Fox 5, do you know what's going on? We have been saying the same thing that Sydney just said. We still cannot know. We have no idea what's going on. We just know that they had to be evacuated because of the stormy weather. And just from being out here, we did see how those temperatures dropped very quickly. It's very windy out here. We're starting to see raindrops. But I want to bring in Tyler because you were actually on the National Mall. You were evacuated. I mean, what's going through your head right now?
I'm just hoping that we can get back in there in time for the fireworks show. The rain says it's going to be done at like 10:15, so we're going to just try to find some place to lay low, maybe get a bite to eat, and see what we can do from there.
If they say events will continue, will you try to make it back onto the National Mall?
That is our plan, yes. Yes, yeah, that's our plan for now. So who knows? It looks like people are trying to leave too, so maybe that helps us. You never know.
Where are you coming from?
We're from Nashville. My family's from Nashville, so we came all the way up. We've been here for a week and having a blast.
I know, and it's obviously you were bearing the heat earlier in the day. Now temperatures, we're looking at stormy temperatures and evacuations.
Yes, it was. We got here at like 12 o'clock today and braved the heat. Been sitting out there all day, got some shade, and then now with all this, we're like, come on. But hey, here we are. We're here to celebrate America's 250.
Thank you, Tyler. Happy 4th to you.
Thank you.
Guys, just very quickly, I mean, this is what it's looking like just outside of the Federal Triangle Station. There are just crowds over here, and this is just one station, but I'm hearing that multiple metro stations are very crowded just because of how many people were evacuated from the National Mall. Guys?
All right. Thank you, Regina, for that update. America 250 coverage continues tonight at 8. We will be back right after this.
Oh, the weather is looking worse out there. As you heard, they're evacuating the National Mall. We are seeing lightning and storm clouds outside.
Fox 5's Jen Delgado has been driving all around the Beltway today. She's out now in Northern Virginia on I-95. Jen, can you paint the picture for us? I know you were in Alexandria earlier. What are you seeing out there?
You know, right now, we're actually on dry roadways. We are actually heading down towards the south, closer to the Dale City area. That is where the stronger storms have been, and even right now, they're firing up. Nonetheless, we don't have any severe thunderstorm warnings in the direction that we're going to, but I'm going to flip the camera around for you so you can see the background here, you can see some of the cumulonimbus clouds that are building, some of the storm clouds, and that is where we are actually driving into. That's where the heavier rain has been, and at times we've actually even seen a little bit of fireworks that have been popping up the sky, and also Mother Nature's fireworks, the lightning that has been showing up with some of these storms. Now, I know that they have been evacuating folks down across parts of the National Mall, but elsewhere, the rain has actually helped things. I mean, it's really cooled things off. Temperatures, just even us driving around, have dropped significantly, 10 to 15 degrees over the last couple of hours. But right now, we are in dry conditions, the worst of the weather over towards the Baltimore region and east of the Fredericksburg area, closer to Port Royal, as well as into King George. The good news is we're getting close to sunset, so a lot of this is going to continue to wind down, and that's going to be better for the fireworks. But of course, we're going to be tracking that for you as we go throughout the night. But we continue to see pretty quiet conditions right now across parts of Northern Virginia as we approach the Dale City area. Guys, you know, we would love to have dry conditions, but I think we're all happy to cool things off.
All right, Jen, thank you. And when we come back, we're going to talk about the 4th of July events that got the boot because of the weather. There are some that are happening.
Yeah, next we're going to head out to Fairfax, Virginia after the break, and we're going to see how the city is faring and keeping the show on the road. Happy birthday, America. from Annapolis, Maryland here as we take a live look from one of our Fox 5 sky cams. We know earlier the weather did, kind of put a dampen the parade that was supposed to happen. They had to cancel it because of the threat of severe weather, but they are still hoping to light up the sky with those fireworks tonight, so we'll continue to keep you updated. Meanwhile, thousands of people out in Virginia, Fairfax High School, want to come out for the fireworks celebration there, but we know that the weather, once again, could be a big factor.
Fox 5's Caitlin Norwood is there live. I want to ask you first things first. Did you eat all that ice cream earlier?
I did enjoy that ice cream. Hey, it was a little warm outside, so I had to, get a little bite at least. But yeah, guys, a very interesting day here. The mayor just taking the stage as things kick off after a weather delay. She's describing the day as strange, simply because we went from extreme heat, making them cancel their parade, to now having to deal with this thunderstorm. And if you can't notice here, it is raining. It started raining just a few minutes ago, but they have had to make plans for evacuations. They're hoping that they don't have to evacuate people. There are thousands of people here to watch the fireworks, but they have now made plans that in the case that lightning does get too close to the area, they will move people inside of the high school to take cover. Again, they are deciding to move forward with the program here, and you can see they're singing currently as they decide to move ahead and press on with this 4th of July fireworks celebration to honor America's 250th. Wrapping up the music here, I want to take you to a couple in the area, and let's get a better look at the events live. So as you see, people are now pulling out their umbrellas as the rain starts to come down here. But people are just excited after this weather delay. Things were supposed to start at 8 o'clock. They're now starting about 20, 30 minutes later. But I have this couple here. Hi, guys. Hi. Great to see you. Hi. And they are all decked out for the 4th of July. Tell us a little bit about your outfits, too.
Well, these outfits honor the 250th anniversary of our nation. I'm very excited to celebrate that, and I'm very happy to be here.
I mean, how has it been for you guys? I know you were one of the first to arrive today. You're first in line. They're closest to the stage here. You really wanted to see this event, but there has been a delay because of the weather.
Yeah, well, we're crossing our fingers that we're going to pour, but, well, safety comes first. But I hope that we were going to celebrate this that is really important.
How do you feel now that things are finally getting started here?
Well, I think it's going well. So I hope that this will going to be a very, very beautiful activity, and then we were gonna have fun and relax a little bit.
I mean, are you guys prepared in the case they do need to evacuate?
Well, yeah, we're a little bit ready, but yeah, we're ready. So we're ready. Safety comes first, so that's the important thing.
Yeah, I mean, that's the moral of the story out here. Thank you, guys. Safety first. That's the reason why city officials said that they ended up canceling that parade today. So they're keeping that in mind. Again, they're moving forward with the programming, hoping that this rain passes quickly. I want to send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Caitlin Norwood for us tonight over in Fairfax. We are back with more coverage here on Fox 5 and Fox 5 Plus and Fox Local after this. If it is not the heat, it is the storms that is causing major problems, as well as giant spiders behind me here on our Fox 5 Skycam. It's gone now. Thank you. Good. That's the last thing we need today, are giant spiders descending upon the D.C. area.
Oh, weather's back. Okay, let's get out of this quick. Here in our region, many people, though, still trying to savage the big game. Get it, Jim? All right. Our Mike Thomas joining us again
Maybe
with
is
the latest.
That why they evacuated the National Mall? Or giant
spider.
You know what? People would probably leave a lot faster if they saw that.
No doubt. There'd be no questions about evacuation if there were giant spiders everywhere. Yeah, every now and then we catch something crazy on those sky cams for you. Today, those sky cams have been tracking a lot of thunderstorms as well. Now, D.C., for just about all day, had been one of the quieter cameras. Now, it is starting to fill in. Thankfully, the severe component to tonight's thunderstorms, mostly now up north and east of Baltimore, upper eastern shore. This cell that's working its way over the lower eastern shore there was still pretty powerful, starting to lose some of its strength. There's a cluster in the northern neck, but those ones should stay south and east of D.C. But heads up for folks, say, down there in Charles County and then into northern portions of St. Mary's County. You guys are about to get another round that's coming out of King George County. Portions, say, down towards Colonial Beach, getting rained on pretty heavy. No severe thunderstorm warnings with any of those at this hour. You do see radar here in Washington starting to fill in just a bit, and it's kind of this part of the storm that I think they're being overly cautious with down that way. There is still lightning and thunder embedded in. I know it's hard to see the little lightning bolts on my tracker here because there's so many different colors on radar at this hour, but there are still some lightning strikes just down to the south of Washington. In fact, as I zoom in here on D.C. on this radar image, been about 14 of them within the last, that 324, don't let that scare you. That's because of these cells off to the north of Baltimore getting caught in there. But there has been less, but a few still coming up through portions of northern Virginia. And you see it is trying to fill in here. So National Mall probably going to get some rain very, very shortly with the occasional flash of lightning and rumble of thunder. Storms were powerful today. And you do see D.C. a gap in the action in terms of damage. But we had damage done to the north up in Frederick and Washington counties. We had damage done to the south across central portions of Virginia, trees down in parts of the Fredericksburg area, and then down across lower southern Maryland as well. So in terms of severity, D.C. did luck out today with the most powerful storms passing both north and south. We had 2 destructive severe thunderstorm warnings today, which is not something we see too often here in the D.C. area. Futurecast does suggest as we head towards 10 o'clock, radar should really quiet down. I'm not sure it's going to look quite this quiet, but in terms of severe weather, big thunderstorms, I think by the 10 o'clock hour, it should be much, much calmer out there. Now, overnight, maybe a pop-up shower or storm, but generally quieter. We get to tomorrow, more sunshine, broken sunshine, another hot and humid day. Not expected to be a record breaker. We should stay below 100 degrees tomorrow afternoon, though the heat index should get above 100 degrees again. And then just like today, we'll track another threat for strong to severe thunderstorms passing on through during the second half of the day tomorrow. Still under officially a severe thunderstorm watch until 10 o'clock this evening. And as we work our way through tomorrow, I wouldn't be surprised to see another one issued, as tomorrow's storms could be on the strong side as well. We're unsettled still Monday, a very humid 87 with showers and thunderstorms rumbling across. We get a bit of a break midweek. That 85 will feel so good after the heat that we've been through throughout the course of this holiday weekend. We do get back to the 90s, though, by the end of next week. Guys?
Thank you, Mike. Well, we want to take you back out live to the district now.
Let's check in with Josh Rosenthal. He was one of the many to be evacuated from the National Mall as the storm started rolling in. Josh, just want to let people know that there are a lot of evacuation zones. We'll find out where you are in a moment. Just to let people know, the IRS building, one of the evacuation zones, is now at full capacity, according to Freedom 250. Where are you right now?
So we are at the Ronald Reagan building. This is the same place that you guys talked to Sydney a little bit earlier in the show. We were in different parts of the National Mall, kind of covering different parts of this, but we ended up in the same place, as did so many other people around here. So what I want to do, I want to give you a little spin around, show you what it looks like. I'm going to tell you our experience getting over here, and then we're going to talk to some people. First, as I tell you what we saw, what we encountered, take a look around. This is the Ronald Reagan building. This was not supposed to be a spot for people celebrating the 4th of July and America's 250th birthday today. But right now, it is absolutely packed. There are people all over the place. You saw them up there on the stairs. You look over in this direction, they're still there. Essentially, around 7 o'clock, this announcement comes over the loudspeaker at the National Mall, and it says, severe weather's coming in. Everyone must evacuate. They gave us a number of locations that we could go to. The Ronald Reagan building was on there. As you can see, we got in here. As Jim just said, some of these locations are now at capacity, the IRS building, for instance. And essentially, everybody is kind of wondering what's going on and waiting out the storm. Come on over here. I want to introduce you, I'm going the wrong direction, to Alex and Amy. They came in from North Carolina. Alex, give me the backstory, man. You were telling me you guys waited in line. How long were you in line for?
We were only in line for an hour and a half, but we saw people who were in line for way longer, so we can't complain too much. It was hot, but it wasn't that big of a deal.
We also, on our way in, I mean, these were serious long lines, and people were waiting for hours in the heat. You said it, and Alex was kind of one of the lucky ones, as far as I can tell, based on talking to people here, because you got into the fair for, what'd you say, an hour and a half?
Yeah, just it was probably, we got in line, and probably about 4:45, we knew that gates opened at 5, so we got in line, and there was a little cut through, and we basically just fell in line. And I know people in front of us had been in line for like 4 or 5 hours. We had previously walked down the street and saw people at like 11 a.m. Already lined up. So, like I said, it wasn't too bad for us, but so we can't complain. But we know it was terrible for other people because of how long it was, how long the line was, how hot it was. It was pretty rough.
And pardon me, because I said State Fair, we're talking about the National Mall. This was the line to get into the National Mall. How are you feeling now? You get about an hour and a half in there, came all the way from North Carolina for this, said they've been in town for a few days doing some of these July 4th festivities, and then the severe weather happens, or the possibility of it, and everybody gets sent here. What's your reaction to that?
It definitely is a little bit disappointing, but we're in D.C. for America's 250th birthday. So I can't complain too much. This is a trip of a lifetime for my wife and I. So, I mean, we're here. So, and I'm happy about that. And we'll get to tell our kids one day about that. The fireworks and all that stuff. Yeah, it's disappointing, but we're here. So.
You guys have got a great attitude, and now thank you both so much. I'm gonna leave you be. I appreciate it. Thank you both, Alex and Amy. Kind of what they were talking about, maybe fireworks. That's what we keep hearing from all these people. I cannot tell you. We've been sitting over there for, I don't know, maybe it's been about an hour now. Everybody is coming up to us and saying, do you guys know anything? Do you know what's happening? Are we going to get to go back in? And again, I mean, let's look in this direction. We are talking about a lot of people here, and all we've heard is that the flyovers are canceled. That has been announced by the organizers of this event, Freedom 250. The rest of the program, though, the musical acts, the speeches, the fireworks, at this point, to the best of my knowledge, we still don't know. We're still waiting to find out, and I would imagine that perhaps the organizers are waiting to figure out, A, what kind of weather do we end up getting, and then also, B, what would security be like to get everybody back in here? Because as you just heard Alex detail, getting through that security initially, it took hours, and it's going to be really tough if they decide to go this route to get all these people back in. Guys, live from the Ronald Reagan building, unexpectedly.
Right.
Back to you.
You mentioned the flyovers were canceled. There were 4 more scheduled tonight. B1's, what they called a huge one flyover review, a Golden Knights Twilight Jump, a B1 Afterburner Night Pass at 10:36, all canceled tonight. Josh will check back in with you in a little bit. As far as security goes, 150,000 people cleared security so far. That's the word from Freedom 250.
That's pretty incredible. So you do the math, and you can imagine how delayed everything would be.
And you do it again. We shall see. We're going to head to Prince George's County. Storms are affecting their celebrations tonight as well.
Our July 4th special coverage continues in just a moment. First, a canceled parade, now severe weather, also impacting celebrations out in Laurel.
Let's get out to Shirin Rajay. She is here with an update.
Yeah, guys, I mean, what a roller coaster for folks here in Laurel. Dozens and dozens of volunteers worked so hard to put on this pretty spectacular event that went on about an hour and a half, and then it shut down because of severe weather, lightning warning. Everyone was told to go in their cars, seek shelter because they were worried, of course, of safety concerns. Now everyone has been told to leave because all festivities have been canceled. The 4th of July fireworks are still a maybe, so we still might see those fireworks happen. They were supposed to happen at 9:15, but now they may be delayed. Reddy was here with her mom. You guys were out here. Did you get to enjoy this at all? I mean, how are you feeling?
We feel great. Well, we were here for about like 2 hours, and well, it got shut down. We were enjoying it. All the vendors and everybody was here, and it was great times, but then they decided to cancel everything. So now we were told to evacuate the park.
Are you just going to go home, or you have other 4th of July plans?
No, we're just going to go home, unfortunately, yeah.
The fireworks show, again, might be happening at 9:15. We'll see. Of course, all of this was for safety. We hope you guys get home safe. Were you guys, you're leaving, I'm assuming?
Yeah, we're leaving because of the unfortunate disasters that happened today, that the teenagers can't control themselves, and that's really unfortunate. I was really hoping to have a wonderful 4th of July, and it really hurts me that all these teenagers are not doing their jobs and protecting the city of Laurel.
Well, that's another issue as well, but here in 4th of July, I think they were shutting it down because of safety, but happy 4th of July. Are you guys also leaving the park?
Yes. The people back there, the firework people, they just told me it's not canceled, but telling us it's canceled so that we can go home. People are they're throwing fireworks and being dead, but they actually said it's not canceled, and it's going to start at 9:15.
The fireworks show, there's a little bit of confusion because the fireworks show is still supposed to be going on at 9:15. It may be delayed, but let me show you the rest of the park, as a lot of the vendors are having to basically clean up shop here. Again, this was a all hands on deck operation to make this happen. The Independence Day Parade was first canceled this morning, and now, unfortunately, the festivities here in Laurel are also wrapped up. We'll keep you posted if those fireworks actually do indeed happen. We'll bring those to you, of course.
Oh, that is a bummer, a real bummer. Okay, Shirin, thanks so much.
And we're back after this.
And a little bit of chicken fried. Cold beer on a Friday night. A pair of jeans that fit just right.
On the one side, there's a severe thunderstorm warning in effect across parts of our region, and we've also tied with the record high heat in D.C.
A lot going on today. Fox 5's Jen Delgado has been driving all around the DMV and the Capitol Beltway, and she is headed out towards Alexandria again now. So anything changed, Jen?
Yeah, you know, we have been on the roadway. We're really doing this kind of team coverage, obviously, for the 4th of July. We want folks to be safe outside. And, of course, we have Mike Thomas in studio, and I've been tracking a lot of these storms right now with the radar. And the thing is, you know, we see that people have been evacuated. We really have to be careful because of the potential still for a lot of lightning that's been showing up in some of the storms down towards the south. It's not significant, but any little bit certainly could be a danger. And we look at it right now, the closest that we're seeing is in the Dale City area. But I know officials probably want to get the storms that are to the south out of here so they can get on with the celebrations across parts of D.C. for the 4th of July fireworks. Now, while we're driving right now, what we've noticed, the biggest change, we're going to change it over to camera 1. People actually into D.C. We saw this coming off of 95. People are coming in town. They want to check out the fireworks. I know the fireworks are supposed to take off at 11 o'clock tonight, but it looks like a lot of people are saying, hey, they don't mind the storms that are on the roadways right now. They're ready to come out here. Now things have cooled off, and certainly those temperatures have dropped off after reaching a record high today of 102 degrees. We have been so warm, so it is nice to see that we're getting that break from the heat, the extreme heat, but we still have to get through about this next hour or so. But with the sunset, we have saw this severe weather threat really diminish, and all the energy is mainly to the east of us. And we're talking Charles County. Charles continues to get some of the stronger storms. And, of course, Baltimore right now winding down as well. But certainly we are all looking forward to a nice 4th of July celebration for tonight. 50th, but we continue to track on the roadways. Just a little bit of light shower activity, but it certainly could be a lot worse. Angie, Jim, you know, I really feel for the folks that Sharon was talking to. Yeah. Those people seem so sad about all the events. I feel so bad for them. Let's just be patient.
I mean, out of all of our reporters that we've been speaking to at all the different places across our area, I would say that Laurel was hopping. I mean, they were the most positive. They were just happy to be there. They were ready for it, manifesting it.
Okay.
They were.
I'm sorry, Jen, thank you.
They're robbing them.
Yeah. Well, let's go to that wharf cam. We were just going to pull this up because I just saw some light. It looked like there was for a second I thought it was lightning. Now you're seeing the fireworks out there near National Harbor out there in the distance. But we're seeing some of those displays. It's just there was lightning in that shot too, just a moment ago.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, there we go. Yeah.
I know. And so, Mike, you've been telling us about this, and I know you've been tracking it all. And so what are we talking about as far as who is getting what at this hour, and then what you're worried about the most?
Well, Jen was right. I mean, the worst of the storms right now, north of Baltimore and then down across southern Maryland again. They're getting another round in the distance. I got the Earth Cam up here. I've had it up all day watching what's going on in the sky across the National Mall, which is quieter than I know most folks would like right now, as they still are holding people out from enjoying the festivities downtown. You can see in the distance darkening skies. I haven't seen as much lightning, and this is kind of key because I'm looking to the south into northern Virginia, and this is what's trending up towards the immediate D.C. area. And I'll show you radar in just a moment. And we're still kind of crossing our fingers here that things might get a very late start, but may get underway as long as we're just talking about rain and not so much lightning coming across the district. D.C. proper at the airport, not currently reporting rain, although there is rain nearby. 88 degrees, feeling closer to 90 right now, but certainly these storms being in the vicinity has knocked down temperatures quite a bit from our daytime high. 80 at Dulles, feeling like 83. 77 at BWI Thurgood Marshall. They've been getting hammered up there. BWI had a wind gust to almost 60 miles per hour. So when I say D.C. lucked out, peak wind gust right now at the airport at 39 miles per hour. So didn't have nearly the strong to severe weather that say that our neighbors to the north up in Baltimore got. You can see all those yellow boxes, severe thunderstorm warning up across portions of the eastern shore and then northern portions of Delaware heading over into New Jersey. There is one severe thunderstorm warning in our immediate area. That's down in St. Mary's County, coming out of Charles County. That one active until 9:15 p.m. So for the better part of the next 20-25 minutes or so. Down that way. Some gusty winds, a lot of lightning out of this cell. About 67 strikes reported in the last 15 minutes or so out of that one. Here in D.C., and I got it zoomed in for a reason, because while, yes, raindrops are coming down, and it's generally the lighter variety in the immediate D.C. area, I want to point out this. On every radar we have here on Fox 5, I keep a lightning tracker up, and you see that number 6 there pops up from time to time. That's how many strikes are within this radar screen within the last 15 minutes. And the 6 to 10 that you see pop up are actually out of these cells down near the Burke, Virginia area. Now, as I expand things out, you can see a little bit. You see the reds and the oranges and the yellows coming up through Prince William County. This has had the tendency to weaken as it's come north, but this is probably the part of the line that they're watching down there, the National Park Service and the folks who are making the decisions for whether or not America's 250 celebration there will go on or not. That's the part of the line that they're watching, as it's what would either pass it awfully close by or just down to the south and east of the immediate D.C. area. And yes, there has been the occasional lightning bolt that's come down in that, and that's the real danger out of that. As far as severe thunderstorms, I don't think D.C.'s in the threat for that anymore, especially not with this rain coming across. That'll stabilize the atmosphere enough that we're not worried about any sort of rogue wind gusts in D.C. I think it's just thunder and lightning at this point that they're keeping an eye on. But the worst of that line is well down to the south across lower southern Maryland. They did trim the severe thunderstorm watch. D.C., Baltimore still included, but those western zones were all dropped for it. It's kind of the I-95 and areas to the east. And that watch only up for the better part of another hour now. That expires at 10 o'clock this evening. By the way, we could do this all again tomorrow. Thankfully, not the hundreds. We should stay in the just the middle 90s, which is not something you'll hear me say too often, but 94 will feel great after we had 3 straight days of 102-degree temperatures here in Washington. That is something we haven't done since the 1930s, by the way. By 1930s, I mean 1930 itself. July of 1930, the last time we did 1 or 2 or better for 3 straight days. So, yeah, that doesn't happen maybe once a century there. 6 o'clock tomorrow evening, we'll start keeping our guard up for some of these pop-up storms, which could be strong to severe tomorrow as well. We might not be hitting the hundreds, but it's going to feel like 100 degrees plus tomorrow. Humidity will again be very, very high, and that's fuel for thunderstorms. And the atmosphere is just going to be very unstable, honestly, for the next few days here in Washington, as this big heat dome now starts to kind of fade away on us, and we're losing that what we call an atmospheric cap. You have a lot of sinking air under those heat domes. Without it anymore, you have the ability for a lot of this heat to start to rise, and that rising air produces a lot of thunderstorms. So we'll track them Sunday. Monday looks rather stormy as well during the afternoon. We'll settle things up Tuesday into Wednesday. Wednesday looks like the pick of the week next week. Very nice day at 85 degrees. We do get the 90s back later on next week with humidity staying pretty strong, but that's more typical of what you would expect from the middle of July. Guys?
Thanks, Mike. Well, one of the only cities in the DMV older than America is celebrating its role in shaping the revolution.
Alexandria predates America by nearly 30 years. The city was inviting people in town for America 250 to check out the city George Washington once called home.
He was a neighbor, a civic leader, and a businessman here in the city of Alexandria. These are the streets where some of the very ideals for our country and for his presidency were shaped.
Alexandria doesn't allow fireworks, but it's having its own big party on July 11th, celebrating its own 277th birthday.
Well, we still have a whole lot more to come in our Independence Day coverage. We'll be right back after this quick break. Stay with us. George Washington's home, Mount Vernon, today celebrating the 250th in one of the most American ways possible with a ceremony naturalizing 150 people as American citizens. People from around the world taking the oath of citizenship on the Bowling Green and becoming part of the American story.
It is an incredible moment. It's sort of like the past, present, and future all coming together here. Mount Vernon preserves the past. We're making history right now today as these new citizens come in, and they're the future. I mean, it's their children and their descendants that are going to continue to keep this country free going forward.
The ceremony was followed by a flyover and some daytime fireworks over the Potomac.
The world's largest operating steam train chugging its way into Philadelphia for Independence Day. Big Boy is on a nationwide tour following renovations. It is stopping in Philly, the city where both the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution were drafted and signed. The historic locomotive took off from Cheyenne, Wyoming back in May. It has drawn tens of thousands of fans on its journey. It's huge.
Wait, you see all that steam, like blowing people?
Yeah.
I mean, it's like a big wave. Okay, that does it, though, for your news here on The Plus. We appreciate you so much for joining us. But Fox 5 continuing its America 250 coverage all night.
It is 9 o'clock on this Saturday, July 4th. Welcome to our special streaming, continuing America 250 coverage. I'm producer Chris. This is Tony P. Shout out to everyone out there streaming us right now, whether you're watching on Fox Local or Fox 5 DC's YouTube page. I think it's safe to say things have not gone according to plan.
Yeah, I think things have gone a little off the tracks. Yeah. I'll tell you, overall, it's been
Mother
a really
Nature
tough day
throwing a massive wrench into the plans to celebrate America's birthday. Right now, you are taking a live look from our cameras at the United States Marine Corps Memorial. That is the one next to us. You can see some fireworks off in the distance, Tony P., but they are not the big ones that we are standing by for.
The main one on the National Mall.
You can also see that live picture of the Washington Monument. That is the official feed from what is supposed to be the Salute to America. The Salute to America is supposed to be entering its second hour at this point.
Second full hour.
It has still not started because shortly before it was set to begin at 7 p.m., organizers announced they were evacuating everyone.
Yep.
Not just at the Salute to America celebration down on the National Mall. Not only did they clear everyone out from that, they cleared everyone out from that Great America State Fair as well, and the FIFA fan zone. So the National Mall has been emptied, and this is all because of Mother Nature. That's who we're pointing the finger at tonight, because we saw some severe storms sweep through the area earlier tonight. And that is not just impacting plans on the National Mall. It is also impacting plans for fireworks all around the region. Earlier in the day, it was that extreme heat. It was a record-breaking July 4th when it comes to the heat, and now it is the severe storms. In addition to all of that, Tony P., what we do not know yet is the impact this will have on plans for the president's speech and the eventual fireworks. Remember, the president was supposed to speak at 9:45 in this hour. We were going to bring it to you live. We do not know, though, because of the delay to the programming, whether he is still going to speak on time, and then whether the fireworks would start on time, and that was supposed to be in that 10:30 to 11 o'clock range, or if everything will now be pushed back. When we learn more, we will, of course, bring it to you live. While we wait for fireworks here in D.C., New York saw the writing on the wall, and they said, you know what, we're going to push our fireworks up a little earlier.
That was very, very smart.
If we start seeing them go off, we will bring them to you live as well, so at least you get to see something in this 9 o'clock hour. In the meantime, the man bringing the fireworks tonight is our one and only Fox 5 meteorologist Mike
He's
Thomas.
back. Hey, long time no see, good sir.
To break down where things stand right now and where things stand moving throughout the rest of the evening, because the coast may not be clear, Mike.
No, so in terms of severe weather, I do think that it is clear in Washington. I don't think we're going to kick up any of those gusty storms. Baltimore got walloped today. They had winds gust over 60. That's not what the National Mall needed. So thank you, Baltimore, for taking that wallop for us. But we, at the moment, have some rain coming across D.C. Occasionally there's been a bolt of lightning, not downtown D.C. itself, but kind of across northern Virginia. I think that's what they're keeping an eye on. Radar has had a tendency to show these things weakening a bit, and I have noticed on your fancy schmancy cameras there some fireworks going off in the background.
Yeah,
I know it's not
way
related.
in the distance,
Way in the distance.
Behind the Capitol building, that's
Yeah.
looking towards like northeast, southeast, Prince George's County
I
areas.
take that as like people are signaling to the event organizers, like, hey, we can do ours. So
Right.
you all should do
a little
yours.
nudge.
Yeah,
just to
a
say,
nudge.
hey, you know
Like,
what? Let's do this. It's a 250.
Right.
We did hear from a spokesperson who spoke to Fox News from Freedom 250, and they said they did have a contingency plan for rain, and as of right now, things are just delayed, not canceled.
Not canceled. And that's big. So I've had several friends. There's a rumor going around online that they've canceled them. And I've had several friends text me or just text like, in those group chats. It's going around the group chats that like, hey, it's canceled. It's canceled. That is not confirmed. That we have confirmation that is not confirmed. They haven't made a decision in that regard yet. So hang in there, keep your fingers crossed, and we'll see what we're dealing with in the hours ahead. I can take you through what we have out there right
yes,
now.
I definitely want to see what's going on.
So we'll again, let's blow up that big old Earth cam shot for you again.
704.
This has been one of the best ones we've been watching, and it has shown. You can see. As the sun goes down, we would almost certainly see that coming out of this cell, which is hanging out in northern Virginia. Excuse me. But what I am seeing on radars, I'm picking up a lot of rain with it, and you can kind of see some of the drops on the camera there. It's certainly raining at the National Mall. I wouldn't say it's a particularly heavy rain. The one thing it certainly is doing better here in Washington as we're down to 84. 70s in the suburbs, 70s at Dulles, BWI Thurgood Marshall there, and you can thank the rain and thunderstorms there for knocking those temperatures down. Here's the good stuff, or the stuff that everybody's kind of watching for, paying attention
Mike,
to.
real quick, we promised fireworks,
Yeah, go
and right
ahead.
now in that box at the top left corner of your screen,
Hey!
those are the ones in Philadelphia also getting the alert that maybe they need to get things underway. So you keep talking, but there's your fireworks from Philadelphia.
And whose birthday is it today that they're setting the fireworks on?
I know.
Great question, but democracy was founded in this city.
I gotta say, like, we are the nation's
so-
capital, but I think it's a good thing that Philadelphia is leading us off, Chris.
Yeah, and you know what? They got some shots. I'll tell you why they're doing it. And let me move the radar up a little bit. And look at Philly. They see what's coming to downtown Philly, and they're like, all right, we got to launch things
Let's get it out, right.
Or we're not launching them shortly, because they do have some severe thunderstorms not too far from the city of brotherly love, as they call it.
Yes.
Now, here around D.C., we do still have one severe thunderstorm kind of nearby. It's across southern Maryland. It is St. Mary's County right now. That warning up for about another 9 minutes or so. Southern Calvert's starting to get some thunder and lightning too, but this isn't going to impact D.C. in terms of those fireworks. We'll go over Washington, and I'll pause it again. And what you see, that field of green, is just rain. In fact, you can see my handy-dandy lightning tracker has nothing on it. And so we haven't seen, at least not within the last 15 minutes, we have not seen any light cloud, the ground lightning, I should mention, in the immediate D.C. vicinity. Now, back edge of this rain, not terribly far away. I mean, it's coming through Montgomery County. Well, I didn't hit my clicker there. Coming through Montgomery County, coming through Loudoun County. So if we can get this, just get it on east, we might be in decent shape for a later start here. So don't give up hope yet.
Okay.
But, America was founded on hope.
Right.
So
Hey, listen,
don't give up,
not everybody
right?
knew what was going to happen. The stakes were very, very high.
So don't give up hope just yet. This was the part I was looking at on EarthCam. You see that flash of orange and yellow down there? That's starting to fade more and more. That's a good sign, because that had some lightning with it. But you can see the number on the tracker there getting lower and lower. It went from 7 to 4. Okay, it went back up to 5. But it's not in the triple digits, which is what it was doing for a very long period of time there. So getting hopeful that if the lightning calms down and it stays calm for a little bit here, that perhaps it might be a wet start and a late start, but maybe they will at least have maybe the fireworks. Will the president talk or not? Who knows? But maybe at least the fireworks down there, if we can get this rain to move on within a decent amount of time. And I think by 10, what time? 9:07 right now. By 10 o'clock, we should really be seeing some progress on radar is my guess here. So we're in wait-and-see mode in that regard. Severe thunderstorm watch, they have let it expire for most of the area to the west. D.C., Baltimore still in it until 10 o'clock. I don't think we're going to get any more severe weather here in the immediate D.C. area. Down across southern Maryland, you got that one more cell going through. Once that gets through, I think they're going to calm things down as well for the remainder of the night. But I will remind you, tomorrow is a new day, and it will be a very similar day in terms of threats. Sunshine, temps well into the 90s. It's going to feel like the hundreds again. By the late afternoon and evening hours, we're going to be tracking some thunderstorms starting to fire as well across the D.C. area. And some of those, unfortunately, could be strong to severe. There's your heat indices. Peak heat index tomorrow. It is not nearly the 112, 113 that it was today. Tomorrow should not be a record-breaking day here in Washington. It's still not going to feel all that great outside. So same deal, proper precautions. You know the story. And then second half of the day on Sunday, we are under a slight risk for severe weather here in D.C. So make sure that you're paying attention there and you're watching that Fox Local app for the updates. Heat, this heat dome, this heat ridge finally fading away. That is why we're actually getting storms, and the heat will continue to soften through the first half of the upcoming week here. So we'll get a little bit of a break. What I'm disappointed by is we're not going to get too much of a break from the high humidity. It'll be a little better, and of course without 100-degree temperatures, it'll certainly feel better. I mean, those 80s, I can't wait for 80s by the middle part of next week. That 85 is a pretty humid 85, so that's something to just kind of keep in mind. And with that humidity, we'll keep it pretty unsettled here for much of next week. Scattered thunderstorms almost every day here, minus I think Tuesday and Wednesday are looking pretty good. Thursday's not bad, but it's
Monday, not 100 degrees with 116-degree heat indices.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. Two quick updates for you guys. One, and I apologize, this was just the information I was given. That was not Philadelphia. That was actually Cape May, New Jersey.
Oh, no.
But we have swapped them out. What you're looking at now are fireworks going off down in Orlando, Florida. So
that makes sense, Disney World.
We know he's a Florida boy at heart.
Yes.
So right now you can enjoy
It's actually colder
those.
there right now than it is here.
So wait, is this Disney World? Is that Disney World?
It's very possible that that's Disney World. I'm just going off the information that I have. I'm sorry that I can only tell you that is currently Orlando, Florida. In the meantime, though, we do want to head back down to the National Mall because that is the big story this evening, the evacuations down there. Sydney Persing was one of the reporters evacuated, one of the people evacuated. She has been in one of the evacuation zones with thousands of people who also fled the National Mall. She joins us now live. Sydney, what's the update?
Yeah, you know, guys, as you were talking, I was sitting here thinking, frankly, how tired I am, having stood outside in the heat for all of those hours. And the folks that are in here, many of them were outside even longer than we were. You know, when we came for media check-in at 3 o'clock to get set up on the risers there were, hundreds of people that were waiting in line. Doors didn't open till 5. So they were standing in the 102-degree heat for hours. It was obviously tough out there. You know, folks did their best to drink water and stay cool, but it is a hot day. So I just can't begin to imagine the exhaustion that these people feel. So many of them traveled here from across the country. They might even be jet lagged. And obviously the last several days, if they were here for the Great American State Fair or to see the monuments, it's also been so hot. So I think, you know, from looking around, there are people trying not to move the camera too much, and service in here is not great. But there are people lying down on the floor. People just look tired.
Hey, Sydney, just a heads up. I do want to let you know that Freedom 250 just posted on X at President Donald J. Trump's direction. Gates to the National Mall will reopen at 9:45 p.m. The Salute to America celebration will move forward. The president will deliver remarks at 11 p.m. and the fireworks spectacular will follow. So, according to them, the event has reopened. The gates will reopen at 9:45. The president will speak at 11, and then the fireworks will follow. So it is going to be a long, late night for all of your thousands of friends down there who are hoping to see the president and these fireworks.
Unfortunately, I can't imagine many coffee shops are still open. You know, that's huge news. And let me just say, I cannot begin to imagine the undertaking that this is going to be for law enforcement, for Secret Service. It was so obviously much of an undertaking to plan for this. I can see my shot's a little choppy, so I'm sorry. The service in here is just so tough.
We can hear you just fine.
You know, it was such an undertaking. Okay, great. It was such an undertaking. Weeks, months of planning for law enforcement, you know, to sweep these areas, to look online, you know, not just because of the president, obviously, but because of the crowds and it being the 4th of July, to sweep the area, to look online for threats, to, you know, check license plates in the area. It was such an initial undertaking to do security for this. Obviously, some of those preventative measures would still be effective now, but just screening people, the dogs, the metal detectors, you know, all of that's going to have to happen again if the president is speaking. I candidly thought that what they might do is still do the fireworks, but not have the president speak, because obviously it's one level of security to have a bunch of thousands of people watch fireworks. It's another to have them in the presence of the president of the United States. You can see people. The word clearly just hit them because folks are starting to walk out behind me. I hope you can see, because I know it's tough with the
definitely. No, I can see it moving.
I think word has started to reach these people. So I mean, it's going to be an undertaking. It's going to be a long night. The president, has always sort of, in the face of any type of adversity, has always sort of said the show must go on, whether that was with the shooting at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. He had said he wanted it to resume that night. And then when he was told that couldn't happen, he said, we'll reschedule it. With, obviously his assassination attempt, he'd sort of put his fist up in the air and said, fight. And then, spoke again, obviously later. He always says the show must go on. This is obviously a very different situation than those, but I'm not surprised that he wants to still speak. He's always sort of pursued his speaking engagements no matter what threat is there. Obviously, those were different and very substantial, but I'm not surprised that he's willing to wait some time to try and do this speech. You'll have to see how many of these people stick around. It's sort of that sunk cost theory, right? Like, you made the trip, you paid all this money. They might not really be in the mood now to go do this, but if you put so much effort in, so it'll be interesting to see, how many people come back out compared to the crowd that we saw. And guys, I do want to say, keep in mind, this evacuation happened like the minute before this was supposed to start.
Yeah, they actually started playing the opening video. We were watching back here. And Sydney, the one other thing that I'll add, and we had kind of joked about this here at Fox 5 over the course of this week leading up to it. If the president still plans to give his full remarks, 45 minutes starting at 11 o'clock, that would take us to about 11:45, depending on the lag time in between. Remember, the fireworks were supposed to start sometime between 10:30 and 11. If they follow that same schedule, these fireworks will still be going off on July 5th. We will be celebrating July 4th on July 5th still.
Yeah, I will be trying to Uber eat some coffee.
That's not a bad idea.
I don't know if that's going to work. But it's going to be a long night. And look, I'll say, like, so many, from talking to the folks out here, not just today, but at the Great American State Fair, I was there the last couple nights. People looked forward to this. This was really a big deal to them. They spent a lot of money. They took time off work. So I'm sure that the event organizers want to give them the event they came for. It's just going to be a matter of what that experience is like between the heat and now the delay.
Shirin, we want to let you go and kind of regroup, find out what is next for you, whether you will be allowed back in at 9:45 with everyone else. We are sending all of the most positive, caffeinated vibes your way and to everyone out there who has been waiting for this as well. I just heard from Fox 5 Shirin Rajae. She is out in Laurel, Maryland. They say that the fireworks are going to happen there as well.
There we go.
So that was supposed to happen at 9:15. To be TBD whether that is still going to happen exactly on time. Shirin says she's putting up her live picture. Jim, keep an eye out for that. It may be on one of our live view channels. In the meantime, Regina Ureta is also in our Zoom room. Regina, not sure if you can hear me. If not, we'll come. Okay, Regina is there now. Regina, I know you were hanging out outside of kind of the perimeter where everyone was gathered for that salute to America. You were at some of the metro stations hanging out with people, but also heard those evacuations and also had to seek shelter. Where are you now?
Yes, I'm still at Federal Triangle Station, just outside of it. And I am currently with probably dozens of people who are still waiting. And as you guys had just mentioned, that the National Mall will open at, I don't know if I'm in like the right scene here for you guys. Give me 1 second. What is happening? Anyways, yeah, so the National Mall, as you said, will be opening at 9 p.m., 9:45, and the president will have his remarks at 11. A lot of people already got that update, so they're kind of just waiting around. But, I mean, it's been pretty crazy out here as well. Just the crowds of people who were evacuated from the National they made it over here, starting to seek shelter under the Metro building in the meantime. And there was a lot of people who came up to us. They just noticed that, we were with Fox 5. And so they were like, I mean, you guys are part of the news. Do you have an update? Do you know? At the time, we didn't know what was going on. So we were, just trying to monitor social media to see if it was going to be an update. And now, again, we have that update that National Mall will open again for the public at 9:45. But I think we all have the same questions of how this is going to work. There was, hundreds of people evacuated from the National Mall. All of these people, if they return, will have to go back in, go into the security screening. And, that's going to take some time. So, even around 7 p.m., there was just a line of people still trying to get into the National Mall. I did overhear a couple people saying, it's really just not worth it for us. They've decided to, if there is a fireworks show later tonight, that they would rather, see it maybe across or somewhere away from the National Mall, just because of how chaotic it's sort of been right now with the changes, the evacuations, and the storms. So, there's definitely some frustration there from a lot of people who wanted to participate. They were in line. Then they were asked to evacuate, made it here to seek shelter at a Federal Triangle Station. So I am hearing a lot of different things. Some people saying they will try to make it back onto the National Mall as soon as it's open for the public at 9:45. Others just choosing not to go. It's going to be very interesting. Metro right now is still offering free rides. It's very crowded here, and I'm assuming it's very crowded in most of the metro stations near the National Mall, especially near the National Mall. So this is one included. But people are definitely trying to figure out what to do next. I know that a lot of people traveled elsewhere. They bared that scorching heat earlier today. And for them to get evacuated from the National Mall, a lot of them were also just counting on hearing the president. So that's something that they're still counting on. Now that it's an update that his remarks will start around 11 p.m. But we will have to see, of course, and we'll continue to update you guys on what the situation is like from here.
All right. Regina Ureta, thank you so much for joining us once again. Josh Rosenthal was also down on the National Mall. Josh, we want to check in with you in just a second. Hang tight with us if you don't mind, because right now we do want to check in with Shirin Rajae. She has an update on the fireworks out in Laurel, which are set to get underway hopefully any minute now.
Yeah, guys, there was a bit of a confusion because all of the festivities essentially canceled here in Laurel, so all the vendors have cleared out. Most of the people have actually cleared this area. It is starting to rain a bit, but there are a bunch of folks that are here because they're anticipating the fireworks show. If I can pan over a little bit, you can see a crowd of people just waiting with their umbrellas up. Oh,
wow. Say hello to them for us.
Hello.
Are you guys excited for fireworks?
Yes.
Finally some fireworks?
Yes.
There was a lot of disappointment here in Laurel, sadly, because things kind of came to a close. But if they can just get a really nice fireworks show, I think this crowd will be happy. Again, a lot of families, a lot of kids. This was the highlight of their night. So eyes to the sky right now. Any moment now, we're told the fireworks show is still supposed to go on. Obviously, all of this was delayed and the festivities were canceled because of severe weather and the lightning threat. So we'll see if we actually get a show, but hopefully, if so, we'll bring that to you live.
Yes, absolutely. Shirin, thank you. This was the best possible update we could hope for at this point. All right, so what we're going to do, Shirin, we're going to use your live camera now, and we'll keep that live shot up so all of our viewers can see those fireworks as they go off. But in the meantime, we are going to switch over now to Fox 5's Josh Rosenthal. Josh is live. He was one of the reporters down on the National Mall when that evacuation order came. Josh, where are you now?
Hey, Chris and Tony. So I am in the Ronald Reagan building. This is the same spot where you guys just talked to Sydney not too long ago. Essentially, her crew and my crew, we were in different parts of the National Mall, but we ended up in the same spot, just like, in this case, hundreds of other people. I don't know how well you can see this. We're on Zoom. Reception is not great in here. But essentially, what's happening behind me all these people are trying to get out at the same time because they just found out that this fireworks show is apparently back on and the president is going to be speaking. There were hundreds of people here not all that long ago. If you caught my 8 o'clock live shot, I mean, there were people all over the place out here. And essentially what we heard from person after person was we waited in line for so long. It was so hot. We finally got into the fair. A couple that I interviewed said that they had been in there for about an hour and a half. They were among the lucky ones. A lot of people that we talked to were only in there for about a half an hour. Many people said that they were up for continuing. They wanted to go back in. They've spent a ton of money to get here. That couple, for instance, that I talked to at 8 o'clock, they came up from North Carolina. They've been here for a few days. Others we heard saying, I'm done. I got my fill. One person in particular was like, I'm heading to the bar. I'm over this. It's going to be a real sight when we make it over there. When I finish talking to you guys, we're going to head back out and I guess try to get back in. One thing that I do think is really important to point out again, when we went in this morning, there was a line of literally hundreds of people at the time. It was certainly thousands of people who were actually in the National Mall. It took everybody a really long time to get in there. This is not like fireworks celebrations July 4th in previous years on the National Mall. Before, you could just walk in, families picnicking. But because the president is speaking this year, there were really long security lines. I mean, we thankfully, because we were credentialed media, didn't have to wait in the line once we got to the right security area. But we did still have to go a bunch of city blocks. I don't know, 3, 4, 5 total. And we had to hit 3 different Secret Service checkpoints. So assuming the security is going to be just as tight tonight with everybody going back in, which I assume it will be if the president is going to be there and talk, it's going to take a really long time to get all these folks in. So I heard you guys talking about what this timeline might actually look like and how the fireworks could actually be going off on July 5th. Well, yeah, and it might not even be that early on July 5th. Maybe it will be. Hopefully it will be. But if the security lines now are anything like they were then, with this huge rush of people trying to get in, it's going to be a mess. And keep in mind, this is the Ronald Reagan building. This was one of, I don't know, like a half dozen places that people were told to go to. So, for instance, we know that the IRS building was another one of these shelter spots, and they were at capacity. People were being turned away. There's also the Department of Commerce. There's the African American Museum. There are others that I'm forgetting off the top of my head now. But my point is, you have got a ton of people. Even if, let's say, half of them drop off, there are still going to be hundreds, probably thousands of people trying to get back in. And you know, News 10 and 11, we're going to show you what that looks like. It's going to be very interesting to see. And the point can't be made enough. This is very different from other July 4ths that we've been here for and covered, on the National Mall. It was already going to be different just because the president's speaking and the security. But then you've got the heat. Then you've got the severe weather. And now you've got this. So this is going to be a very interesting July 4th into 5th, fellas.
Absolutely. And Josh, in shelters like yours, were there different hydration stations or water available like we saw on the National Mall and other sources when people really came running in after that evacuation order?
Yeah, there were. And actually, good question there, Tony P. This
Beautiful.
Right here, heat relief area.
I love it.
Free water available. Some nice gentlemen. Are you guys going to be going back to? Are you going to be going back to the fireworks? 100%.
Right.
This gentleman says he is going back, and I believe he had one of these free bottles of water. So
Very
it's
nice.
It's been a day, guys.
I can imagine. God bless you guys down there.
A day for sure. You
True
know,
resilience.
we said this. Things did not go according to plan. Obviously, everyone's safety top priority.
Yes,
but yeah, Mother Nature throwing a major wrench. Josh Rosenthal, we will check back in with you in our next hour for sure. And just an update to that post from Freedom 250 that we talked about a little earlier. The message goes on to say, rain or shine, the American people deserve a celebration worthy of our nation's historic 250th birthday. For 250 years, Americans have overcome every challenge with grit, resilience, and determination. A little rain will never diminish our pride, our patriotism, or our celebration of the greatest nation in the history of the earth. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to leave you with that live picture from Laurel, Maryland. That's where Fox 5's Sharin Raje is hanging out. Hopefully those fireworks are going to go off any minute. If you are watching on our YouTube stream, we're going to leave that live picture up. There they go. They're starting right now, as a matter of fact. So what we're going to do is we're going to hold on this for a hot second. We're going to regroup as we approach our second half hour, our 9:30 half hour. When we come back, after we watch some of these fireworks, we're going to check in with Fox 5's Jen Delgado, who has been cruising these streets all afternoon and evening. It is 9:28 on this July 4th. You're watching a special edition of the Live Zone Primetime, America 250. We'll be right back. Don't even...
Ma'am.
I'm sorry.
Can you tell this kid please to move? Huh? Can you tell him to move? I don't want to count the... Sorry. Ma'am. He don't listen. Hey. They're gonna move you guys.
Welcome back to the Live Zone Primetime. We're watching the fireworks out in Laurel, Maryland. We're going to keep that picture up. You're going to see those as they happen. I mean, best case scenario, we have gotten to see some fireworks here in the DMV. Despite Mother Nature's best attempts, Jennifer Delgado, like I said, she's been cruising these streets looking for not only fireworks, but also storm chasing as well. She joins us now live. Jennifer, where have you made your way to at this point?
You know, we've made a lot of territory today. We've been across Virginia. We've been close to I-81. We've been down to Dale City, almost down to areas close to Fredericksburg. And we did see a lot of storms popping up down towards the south. But we are so excited to see the fireworks taking off in Laurel. I felt so sad for Sharon when she was talking to some of the people out there. I mean, they seem so devastated about the potential of not seeing the fireworks. So we're happy to see that. We're in Alexandria right now. We've had some steady rainfall, and we've checked the radar, not showing any lightning here. The closest is down at Dale City, guys, and that's in Charles County. But right now, just some steady to light rainfall. We're all waiting for the fireworks. Oh, it's getting really good there in the live shot now.
Yeah.
But I know, it's really getting good there. But Laurel, like Sharon was saying, they had a party, and they needed this celebration, Chris and Tony.
Yeah, no question. I know a lot of people were bummed because there was supposed to be a parade earlier in the day. There was supposed to be this whole musical, festival going on. So hopefully too many people didn't leave thinking that it was going to be canceled. I know Sharon was telling them that there was a little bit of confusion. What we have our eye on next is Fairfax. That's where Fox 5's Kayla Norwood is hanging out. We're going to check in with her in just a little bit to see if things are still a go there. In the meantime, Jennifer, you can keep cruising, though. You know we're going to check back in with you coming up in our next hour. In the meantime, we're going to bring in our own firecracker, the one, the only Mike Thomas, for an update on conditions. Mike, as you know,
I'm more of a sparkler.
Yes. You are a sparkler, as a matter of fact. We have now officially heard 9:45, gates reopened down on the National Mall. President taking the stage at 11 p.m. Fireworks to follow.
Why not keep everybody in D.C. up well past midnight tonight? Huh?
But and listen, the message from the Freedom 250 organization says, rain or shine, we're not going to let this get in the way. Is it going to be more rain or is it going to be more shine?
I actually think that if he's not talking until 11 and then they have fireworks after that, it will probably be more moonshine.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Don't go doing that on July 4th. But sun's gone, so you're not
The people
shining at this
who
point.
did break out the moonshine early, though, they are not going to make it. They're not going to make it.
No, you're getting a little late in the
idea. Is this a hypothetical? It's actually happened.
It's July 4th. People are known to throw back a silver bullet or two.
See, for me, it's Diet Cokes and hot dogs.
And that's part of the freedom, right?
Right.
As long as you're over 21.
Yes.
Now, if you're prior to 21, you're not technically free.
Yes, don't do that.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
All right, let's talk weather.
Let's talk weather.
We almost got down.
We're going to switch sides
rabbit hole.
so I can keep an eye on
now
my
we're bringing
face.
it back.
I do have a little update in the weather world, which is that severe thunderstorm watch over D.C., they let it drop. It was supposed to expire at 10. They dropped it early. So as we suspected at the top of the hour when I joined you, no more severe weather expected in D.C. It is raining. And in fact, as folks probably start to queue up to get back into the place at 9:45 when the doors open, it's probably still going to be raining. So a little wet. You know what? It feels so much better outside compared to when it was 100 and whatever degrees today. I'm sure they'll take it at this point.
It's going to compromise a little bit in this life.
So I'm going to go ahead. Let's jump into some weather graphics here for you, and I'll tell you that's the Kennedy Center camera. In fact, we're going to stay in the box, right?
Yeah,
so
we're going to stay in the box so we can see the fireworks
right?
at the same time.
So everybody look above me and see that beautiful man-made display instead of Mother Nature's fireworks up there. And wait a minute, is this Philly still?
No, what you're looking at right now is Laurel, Maryland.
That's
Laurel, Maryland.
Oh, yeah, this must be the grand finale in Laurel, Maryland.
Very possibly.
Yeah.
If or when they end, though, we will take you up to Philadelphia. We'll keep an eye on that as well.
So I've switched our camera. I'm coming off the Kennedy Center now, and I'm looking into northern portions of D.C. and then into kind of parts of Prince George's County in the far distance there. But you can see all the lights aglow in the National Mall. Still some raindrops on the screen, and it's hard to see, of course, at this time of night. When it is raining out there on any camera, just because that's when you lose the sunlight, it's always harder to see. Radar is reporting rain, and so is Reagan National Airport reporting steady rain with a temperature of 79 degrees. So I put out the fact this morning that today's low was 84, one of the warmest lows we've ever had in D.C. Well, now that's going to change because we dropped below 84. So there goes my one fun fact for the day. But that's okay because we did do it yesterday here in D.C. Still the hottest 4th of July ever here in Washington. Now, there's your rain coming right across the district right now. Again, key lightning tracker at a nice goose egg.
Good.
Here.
We like
that's
that.
What they need.
It's clean.
And I'll go ahead and I have it set up so that I can show you. This is just a big lightning tracker for you. I took all the rain off it, and we're just tracking a 3-hour loop of lightning here across the DC region. You can see how over the last few hours, certainly had some powerful storms, but at the moment, the closest lightning to us here in Washington is down in St. Mary's County, parts of the northern neck, all the way down here. So haven't seen any bolts hitting the ground close to DC for the better part of the last, let's rewind it. Cool to be able to do this.
Just going to give a quick pause and just a heads up to Kaylin, your shot is hot because the fireworks now going off in Fairfax County as well. So the top box where you see fireworks, that's Laurel, Maryland. The bottom box, that is from our Fox 5's Kaylin Norwood. The fireworks have begun in Fairfax as well, Mike.
All right, there you go. Loving it, Fairfax. Because Fairfax, and let me get back to radar here, starting to dry out a little bit. You can see the backside of this system coming in real quick. City of Fairfax right there, and it's still lightly raining there. Won't be all that much longer. As you can see just how much drier it is back here. I think within the next half hour or so, certainly before the president takes the stage at 11 o'clock, the rain will be out of here in Washington. Lots of dry air kind of moving in our western zones, and we'll get a break after what has been a busy second half of the day in terms of your rain, in terms of your thunderstorms here in D.C. Severe weather still ongoing. We showed you Philly's fireworks, I know, earlier, and yeah, you see the severe thunderstorm warnings now moving across eastern Pennsylvania and parts of New Jersey tonight. They're still getting hit rather hard, and there is one more cell now just north of Salisbury. I think Salisbury is included in this warning, too. Same one that went through St. Mary's County, now moving over to the eastern shore and causing some trouble. Those parts of the woods are still under severe thunderstorm watch until 10 o'clock. But you do see that right in that area, they did decide to go ahead and drop this thing early, so no more threat for severe winds or anything like that in the D.C. area tonight. Tomorrow's forecast, we went over it again, but I'll just quickly tell you, we could do this all again tomorrow, thankfully. And I'm sure there's still some America 250 stuff happening all weekend, right? But tonight's the big event.
Baby, we're celebrating all year.
Oh, yeah, right.
Oh, wow, I guess we are 250 all year long.
Exactly.
Right.
That's a good point.
251
don't
just doesn't
think of
have
that.
the same ring to it as 250. So
It's
we
like
gotta enjoy
41.
this year.
Trust me.
Exactly.
Yeah, well, I'll get there eventually. Maybe.
I will too. God willing.
Well, you gotta hit 31 before you get 40.
Listen,
The sad
I'm
part
afraid
is
of 30.
I'm already
very afraid
42.
of it. All right.
Mike Thomas, thank you. We know we'll check back in with you at the top of the hour.
Yeah, we'll
right
see you
here
then.
on Fox Local. In the
Enjoy the
meantime,
fireworks. Yeah.
Kaylin's live shot is up, so let's bring her into the conversation. Kaylin, if you can hear us, best case scenario, the fireworks are a go.
I'm just going to speak over them so you can see the fireworks. People have been waiting for quite some time after delay because of the rain. It's still sprinkling out here. Their umbrellas. You can see someone holding an umbrella here. I mean, all over the field. People are lifting up their umbrellas because it's still raining. But rain or shine, these fireworks have happened regardless. Keeping their promise to make sure that people saw fireworks before they left tonight. As the country celebrates its 250th anniversary. So you can hear all the cheering. People are thrilled that these fireworks are in fact happening in spite of the weather delays and challenges, likely not too far from us as well. But people are taking shelter and just watching them any way possible. Very excited about the
Yeah, no question. Obviously, after this sort of delay and this sort of wait, any firework is a good firework. So
Yes.
we love to see it right now. And we're going to stay with you because we want to keep that live picture up. We're enjoying it. We've got fireworks going off in Laurel, Maryland, and we've got fireworks going off. Kaylin, did the majority of people stick around, or when those things got delayed and things got canceled, did a lot of people go home?
The bulk of people that I talked to, they were resilient. Rain or shine, they decided that even if they had to go inside to the school temporarily as the downpour happened, they did until the fireworks came out, and then they came back out with their umbrellas, brought their lawn chairs back out just to see these fireworks happen. So yeah, the people I talked to said they were not going to go home. They came to see the fireworks, and that's what they were going to do as a family.
Now, in the last hour, I asked you about the 60th anniversary. There may be some surprises. Have we seen any of those surprises come to fruition in this fireworks show or some of the events before it?
The fireworks are just started within the last 5 to 7 minutes, so I imagine, these are quite a few fireworks.
Very large fireworks. It's a very visual display here. I imagine we're going to see some surprises as we get towards the end of this fireworks show. I'm told that it's going to last about 15 to 20 minutes.
Wow.
So it probably got another 10 minutes here.
Okay, well, what we are gonna do is we are gonna keep an eye on these fireworks. We want to watch them live. So what Tony and I are gonna do, we're gonna take a quick pause. We're gonna keep this live picture from both Laurel, Maryland and Fairfax, Virginia, our two fireworks shots and our shot of the National Mall up at the same time. So Caitlin, if you don't mind, just hang tight for us for 1 second. Jim, you can come to either one of these full if you would like. All right, we're gonna take a quick 2-minute break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to a special America 250 edition of the Live Zone Prime Time here on this July 4th, taking a live look at the fireworks displays. Our top left corner of the screen, Tony P, that is Laurel, Maryland. The right corner, the top right corner of the screen, that is Fairfax, Virginia. The bottom left corner, that is actually Wildwood, New Jersey. And Tony P, I have spent many a summer at Wildwood, New Jersey. I may be wrong, but that may be one Maury's Pier. You kind of see that like a roller coaster. I believe that's the Sidewinder, which I may or may not have ridden. And Tony P, this is a big deal, but in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen, that is the stage at the Salute to America. Back in focus. The crowds are now allowed back on the National Mall as of 9:45. They are allowed back on the National Mall, so we are getting back on track. We did get an alert from the Secret Service. The screening area will reopen shortly, they said. This was prior to 9:45. Everyone who evacuated the site will go through screening again. The Secret Service is working to make screening as smooth as possible. Our bag restriction and prohibited items list remains the same. For programming information, you can continue to monitor Freedom 250 or stay right here with us on Fox Local.
And just watch it all. And the thing is, you have to consider, too, with the screening process, is, again, you'd rather make sure everything is crossed, every I is dotted here, to make sure that this ends up being a safe event overall. We've had the incidents with the White House Correspondents' Dinner, as well as the UFC situation that was thwarted in a very similar area here in D.C. So I just hope everybody is safe. I think it's a great idea to make sure those things go smoothly, but take your time if you have to, Secret Service. Make sure things are safe, because you know what? It's pushed back an extra 10-15 minutes. We're all out here to the 5th anyway, so let's go ahead and just make sure everything goes smoothly.
Very, very true. If you are just joining us live, 10 minutes to the top of the hour, we did get the update a little earlier tonight that despite Mother Nature's best efforts, we are not vanquished. We will not be defeated. Tony P?
Oh, I ready? Okay.
We will not
vanish without a fight, and we will not go quietly into
that night.
As President Whitmore said in the great 1996 epic thriller alien sci-fi picture that is Independence Day, which today, because 30 years
Tony P, today is
since that battle. 4th of July.
Our Independence Day. All right, you were taking
I should have improv that better. My bad.
At the fireworks that finally went off. So the gates opened at 9:45. All of the thousands of people who had spent hours down on the National Mall. The gates had originally opened at 5 p.m. Programming was supposed to get underway at 7 p.m. They evacuated the mall, told people to seek shelter, and then delayed programming. They canceled some of the flyovers. We just learned in this hour that the gates reopened at 9:45. All of the people that evacuated can now head back to the National Mall. We do not know if they plan to keep any elements of that Salute to America Tony P, there were some big names that were supposed to be, they had not been announced. I don't think we can tell you who they were, but there were some big names that were supposed to be there.
Yeah, I'm reading the list.
We'll have to wait and see if any elements of that programming will be preserved. But what we do know is the president set to speak to the nation and celebrate America's 250th birthday at 11 p.m. And when he's done, the fireworks will begin. The president was originally supposed to speak at 9:45. And he was supposed to speak for, I believe, 45 minutes?
Yep, so it'd be about 10:30.
And then the fireworks were supposed to start around that 10:30 mark. So if that holds true, and the president starts his speech at 11, goes to 11:45, those fireworks at the earliest would then start at 11:45. The fireworks, which is supposed to be a world record-setting fireworks show, 30 minutes total, I believe.
That's incredible.
800,000 some fireworks. That's supposed to run a half hour. If it starts at 11:45, that takes us to about 12:15 at the earliest that this whole shebang wraps up. So it is going to be a late night or an early morning, depending on how you see it.
Well, here's the thing, though, Chris. Okay, if you're on the West Coast or even Mountain Time, even parts of Central Time, most of this country will probably still see the D.C. fireworks during that nighttime in July 4th. So you know what? There's some positive there. We can kind of play with the clocks a little bit to say that most of the country will see it on July 4th.
Yeah, well, the good news is that the fireworks did go off in Laurel, Maryland. That's what you see there in the top left corner of your screen.
Yeah, people are celebrating.
And in Fairfax, Virginia, that's in the top right-hand corner of your screen. You're also taking a live look from our Fox 5 Skycam at the wharf, where we can see some of the fireworks going off all around the region as well. That is one of the most fun parts of July 4th, Tony P., especially if you have rooftop access, is looking 360 degrees and seeing all the fireworks go off in all the different jurisdictions around the area. Last year on this day, I just so happened to be at Beyonce at Northwest Stadium, and I did not have good seats. I had the nosebleeds, baby.
Oh, no.
I was up in the bowl. I was up at the top of the bowl, and as a result, I could see over the edge of the Northwest Stadium, and I could see 360 degrees, the fireworks going off everywhere.
You know what? Hey, you got two ceremonies, two celebrations in one. That is pretty cool stuff. Now, what's going to be interesting to me when it comes to the different acts that we have that we know about, we can't say anything. I think they'll either do a truncated situation where they do, everybody gets like maybe half of what they originally did, maybe one song a piece. I could see, because you want to have a base to go before the president speaks. You don't just want to kind of go, everybody gets together and the president speaks. I think you want to have a couple songs to lead up to it, maybe some of the president's more favorite songs or whatever, or just more America 250, 4th of July typical songs before you have the president speak up there. But I do hope that they bring in at least a few of the acts that are really, really good on this list here to talk about the country and have some good songs up there as well. It's absolutely incredible watching these celebrations, these whole fireworks displays. They're so fascinating to me. It's how these things are designed, and I wish at some point, maybe next year, we'll interview somebody that does this for a living, that they can tell us how they design it, how does it work in the pre-show, and then how does it actually happen for fireworks. We all see this, we all know what it is, but we never really get to understand how it actually all comes together. How do you design something like this? How do you do 800,000 fireworks particles, whatever you want to call it? Listen, and this is the clothes right here for both of these. Just like
exactly. So this is
at both.
Listen, Tony P., traditional fireworks shows are traditionally around 20,000 fireworks. I believe I read recently. And if there are any experts out there, you can correct me in the comment section. But you see what's happening right now in Laurel and Fairfax. If maybe 20,000. I'm not sure. I can't speak to that. But traditional July 4th shows, nowhere near this.
No, and it looks like to our corner screen here, that looks like outside the White House, right?
That is the White House, where we are waiting to see President Trump exit and make his way to the National Mall. We will keep an eye on that as well. The president did post on Truth Social a little earlier tonight, so we can take a look at it real quick, but I do want to keep these fireworks pictures up, Jim. You can go back to that. But I'll read to you what he said. Storms bring luck to whatever the occasion. They also make events a little bit more exciting. We will wait it out. I don't care if it's 2 o'clock in the morning or in 1 hour from now. Looks like it's going to pass. They always do. I will be there no matter what, but the what usually turns out to be a good thing. It's Saturday night. Let's have some fun, even if we are out late tonight. They say 11 o'clock for the speech. Who cares? Remember 2 weeks ago when the big UFC event was at 100% chance of heavy rain all week long? And just minutes before the card started, well, there wasn't a single drop, and the fights turned out to be among the greatest in history, an event for the ages. Our great veterans, especially the old-timers, many of whom are there, went through hellfire, and it didn't stop them. It's not going to stop us either. I'm not going to let some rain stop our 250th. I'm leaving the White House soon. God bless America, President Donald Trump.
It looks like he will be en route very soon outside the front door area of the White House complex. There's some renovations going on as well in those columns section there. What's interesting about the president's truth there, like, he likes to go on these long tangents, as we know, and kind of writes like a conversation. I'd like to see just one truth where he just goes direct to camera like an influencer and just talks with that script. I mean, I think it'd be a little bit more, interactive as opposed to having the long scrawl that we see on Truth Social or X or whatever the
Tony P., I think President Donald J. Trump took some inspiration from President Tom Whitmore with that Truth Social
I mean,
post.
Listen, hey, I can see him
that was epic.
Him getting up
They're still going. They're still going. They ain't over. Oh, that might have been it, though. That was our last hurrah.
Usually there's like an encore, and they do like a 2-second encore.
Can I get an encore?
Yes, I'd say I love the fireworks celebration. It's a tradition back in Haverhill, Mass, where I'm from. My dad's house is positioned right over a field in a farm area where you can see the fireworks from the stadium. We would have people paying us, would give us money to park in our driveway. It was a good night for us because we could go right on our roof and see the fireworks and get paid as well to have that work for us.
All right, well, we have made it all the way to 9:58, Tony P., which means time is running out for our coverage here on Fox Local, but we are far from done. We promised you coverage till midnight at the earliest, and that is still going to be the case. So we are going to hand things off back to, I believe, Jim and Angie here in just a moment for Fox 5 News at 10. Thank you to everyone out there who spent the last 60 minutes with us streaming here on Fox Local and Fox 5 DC's YouTube page. We will check in with not only meteorologist Mike Thomas, but our team of reporters all across the National Mall and the region as those gates reopen and people start to make their way back in. Tony P., thanks so much for spending July 4th with me, buddy.
I tell you, my friend, I love this job and this business. And, you know, previous life, I would look forward to holidays because I didn't really like what I was doing in my career. But here, I love working today. It's been a wonderful time. 2 hours with you, my friend. I'm getting into the groove now. My voice is feeling better. I want to go third hour. I'm ready to go.
Oh, my goodness. Listen, be careful what you wish for.
We might just get it.
We might be back before you know it. Witnesses the history. Have a great, safe, and cool Independence Day.
Get a little break for you guys. I love it.
For Tony P., for producer Jim, shout out to him for guiding us through these last several hours. Have a great night. We'll see you in just a bit.
Tennessee, every diabetes symptom ease.
Historic holiday heat and thunderstorms forcing delays to celebrations all across the region tonight, including the big one on the Mall. A live look across from our Fox 5 Skycam network. In fact, evacuations for the events on the National Mall, they were announced in the middle of severe weather that happened earlier today.
Yeah, and Freedom 250 saying that the mall reopened just in the last 15 minutes or so. President Trump now delayed to speak at 11 o'clock. And so T-minus 1 hour for that. And that is then going to be followed by those fireworks, that fireworks show that we've heard so much about. But let's talk about your weather right now. Take you live outside. Or bring you inside, I would say. Live outside, why not? The Washington Monument for you. A beautiful scene out here. This after we saw some dark clouds roll in. We saw some rain. We saw some wind. And obviously, we saw it impact the festivities there on the National Mall.
Mike Thomas here with the first check of the weather at 10 o'clock.
Yeah, and thankfully, no more. So the severe thunderstorm watch from earlier are completely gone. And they did actually drop it early. Still some rain coming down in D.C., probably for the next 15, 20 minutes, and then it should really start to calm down in that department. And I think by the time the president's scheduled to speak around 11 o'clock this evening, by that time, I do think that things are pretty dry in the immediate district area. As we look outside across the region tonight, look, after a hot day, your hottest 4th of July on record, in fact, we have seen things calm down, and the storms, at least in that department, certainly helped us out in terms of causing things to cool off. Now, you look way on the side here of EarthCam, you can see some folks launching some fireworks. I'm not sure what town that is in the distance, but that one's certainly one of the towns setting them off, whereas every now and then you can see maybe a few folks launching their own on this 4th of July. That is a live look from the Kennedy Center on their EarthCam towards the Washington Monument. You see a few in the background there, too, and we'll see if that firework display doesn't light up the skies here in Washington once the president concludes his remarks during the 11 o'clock hour. 78 now, D.C. We have cooled way down from 102 today. 74 at Dulles, BWI Thurgood Marshall, 76 degrees, so welcome back to the 70s. Now, I've zoomed way in on downtown D.C., and even the steadiest of the rains have now pushed up towards the northern edge of the Beltway in Prince George's County. It's starting to break up just a little bit more and then look back off to the west, coming across portions of Fairfax County. A lot drier air moving in, and that's going to continue here. Now, I do see a couple of cells firing in northern Loudoun County, northern Montgomery. Those would likely pass off to the north and east of D.C., but we're going to continue. I'll be sitting in the back there watching radar to make sure nothing else surprises us as we head into the evening hours, but all indications are that we're going to see this kind of wrap up here in Washington very shortly. A severe thunderstorm warning still out, though, though, for locations like Bethany Beach, Rehoboth Beach. They have big fireworks displays, too. Hopefully they're getting them in right now because that trail looks rather strong, and we'll be heading for the beaches within the next half hour or so. Mentioned before, high temperature today, 102. Third day in a row of 102 here in Washington. Finally, tomorrow we will get a break from the 100-degree weather here in D.C. Unfortunately, it comes with its own threat for severe weather maybe later in the day tomorrow. Another hot one. It just won't be the hundreds that we had out there today. We'll talk more weather just ahead. Guys?
All right. Thank you, Mike. Some good news, though, for those of you hoping to catch the fireworks at the National Mall tonight.
Fox 5 Sydney Persing on her way back to the National Mall, walking down Pennsylvania Avenue right now. We join her now with the latest. But the rain is still coming down, as evidenced by the umbrella.
Yes, it is, Jim and Angie. I'll tell you, it's the first time in my career I've done a live shot like this. We're walking back. After that evacuation, President Trump said online he did not care how long it was going to take. He was going to speak, and those fireworks were going to go on, and folks have listened to him. There are thousands of people heading back now to the mall to enjoy that fireworks show and the president's speech. I think Angie said it earlier. That is now scheduled for 11 p.m. Previously, it was 9:45. Again, we're walking with you because we've got to go back. We had evacuated to the Ronald Reagan building. That was one of 3 locations that officials had kind of pointed folks to. We tried to jump back at an entry point right around there, and we were told that the media entry point was about 7 blocks down this way. It is still raining. It looks like, people have been asking us, where do we go? And we're trying to figure that out just the same. So there's a lot of moving parts here. I've said throughout the newscast tonight as this evacuation has happened, thousands of these people came from all across the country. They spent lots of money to come and do America's 250th birthday for the 4th of July in D.C., and they want to have that experience. They waited for hours in the heat, hottest 4th of July on record in Washington. We're going to stop here. I just don't want us to have an issue and run into someone by accident, since it's chaotic, so let's just stay here for a moment. They want to experience this, and the president said come back, and they are. Lots of money, lots of time. I'll tell you, I was saying to Chris and Tony P in the 9 o'clock streaming show, I'm pretty tired. And I can't imagine some of these folks who are jet lagged, who stood out for hours longer than I did in the heat, in that 102-degree heat. Now they're standing in the rain. They are determined, though. They want to celebrate America's 250th birthday in D.C., and it looks like that's what they're going to do.
All right. And it looks like that's what a lot of people want to do. And like you said, I think we take it for granted that we live here in D.C. and that the monuments and these types of things are really a backdrop for this big birthday. But like she said, this is so important to so many people.
I want to get a sense, Sid, and we'll check back in with you a little bit because we're going to be on here till midnight. But I want to get a sense really of what the security situation is getting back through, because everybody has to be rescreened. The Secret Service said that within the last hour. They have to go through that again. But we'll check in with you coming up in a little bit as our reporters have fanned out across the area. All right, you can keep walking without fear of knocking into anybody out there down on Pennsylvania Avenue. The Secret Service is trying to get things going back on the mall.
Yeah, that's right. I know when we talked to Josh, he said he went through 3 different things of layers of security. The back and forth on the mall is causing a pileup, though, at some nearby metro stops, as we reported before. So we want to check back in with Regina Ureta. She is joining us live, this time outside the Federal Triangle Metro Station.
Hey, guys.
With an update on the situation. Hi, Regina.
Yeah, that's right, guys. And we're actually here at the Federal Triangle Station. And you can see just some people here still kind of waiting around. Some of them trying to figure out if they do want to go back to the National Mall or figure out if they want to go somewhere else to see the fireworks. And so I feel like this area has really shifted every single hour. We've been here for several hours now. And just when the evacuation started, there was a little lawn area where a lot of people were sitting around waiting to see if the events would continue, if they were able to go back to the National Mall. As we know now, the latest update that the National Mall opened at 9:45 p.m. People are going through the security checkpoints, and the president is supposed to have his remarks at 11 p.m. and then the fireworks show following. So some people did end up leaving from here, heading towards the National Mall. There was a lot of frustration at some point just because there was a lot of kind of a mix-up of whether these events would continue or not. But other people decided to just, head back towards another area. They do want to continue celebrating the 4th of July. But I think a lot of people are tired out. I mean, these people were standing in line in really hot temperatures, right? Earlier, just kind of braving that heat. And then we went into this stormy weather, and then they had to evacuate the National Mall. So I'm getting mixed reactions, but from just seeing, Sydney, and at one point you will see Josh, but they have just a lot of people around them who are heading back towards that area. The metro here, rides are still free until 2 a.m. This one is still working smoothly. We also know that Metro Police, as well as law enforcement, they're kind of monitoring and coordinating with people here, so everything runs pretty smoothly. Back to you guys.
All right, Regina, thank you very much. And again, as she mentioned, Metro is open, a little open later tonight until 2. No word it's going to stay that way. It will likely remain at 2 o'clock tonight, but we'll keep you posted if anything changes. There's no indication that it will. All right, Regina, thanks.
Well, still to come, everybody, America 250 celebrations, they do continue despite everything that's gone on today across the DMV, but severe weather impacting plans in many different ways. President Trump, though, still set to speak, but this time at 11.
And as we go to break, here's a look at the Army Golden Knights. They were part of the large military flyover over the National Mall. They were actually going to do a twilight jump tonight. That was canceled during the severe weather, as many other of the flyovers were this evening. We're back after this on Fox 5's coverage of America 250. With the good news, it is almost July 5th, but we can finally tell you the weather is starting to clear up.
Fox 5's Jen Delgado has been driving around the Beltway all day, and she's in Alexandria right now. Jen, so what's the very latest? We saw it go from light to dark, and you've been all over the place this evening.
I have. I've been all over the place. I didn't get one funnel cake. I didn't get one hot dog, but I will tell you this. We are so happy, obviously, that temperatures have cooled off. Unfortunately, we did get a lot of storms popping up across the region. We started off in Virginia, and now we are actually in Alexandria, Virginia. We're off Richmond Highway, and yes, we are still picking up some light showers, but we are clearing out, and we're starting to see a drying trend coming from the northwest down towards the southeast. We look at the radar right now, not seeing seen any lightning, and that is why people are being allowed back onto the National Mall. Now, as we go through tonight, of course, we're all ready for the fireworks. Now, where we're driving right now, we've actually been seeing a lot of people pull over to the side of the roadways. They're kind of parking. They want to make sure they have the right location so they can actually get vantage points of the fireworks are going to be taking off later on tonight. So overall today, conditions could have been worse. We didn't see any damage when we've been out on the roadways. Numerous severe thunderstorm warnings. I would say the area probably the hardest hit was down towards Stafford County, Charles County, as well as St. Mary's County, where they had some of the stronger winds, more lightning, as well as the heavy rainfall. But right now, as we look on the roadways, we're going to flip the camera a bit better. Yes, there is some traffic building up, people trying to get into D.C. to get closer for that fireworks display, but the roadways are wet, but certainly the worst is over for now, and now hopefully we will have better conditions so the folks who go back out there can fireworks. I know it's been a long day. It's hard to believe we're almost at July 5th, and 250th is almost winding down.
All right, Jen Delgado for us, keeping safe. Thanks so much for the update and giving us a view from the road. And now we're going to take you out. Look at our Fox 5 Skycam at the wharf, where we see a lot of fireworks still going off in the offing there. Mother Nature also lighting up the sky.
Yeah, we turn that over towards National Harbor, and that's where we're seeing some of the fireworks out there in the distance. You can see a lot of the police boats on the water as they're trying to enforce some of those areas. That was greatly curtailed in terms of people being able to get out on their boats for the 4th of July. It was no-go around much of our area today because of those various security restrictions. Mike Thomas is here with a look at the forecast, and with rain always comes some humidity, and I'm curious, Mike, what we're going to see going into tomorrow and going into the next couple of days.
Yeah, guys, as we look at the distance there, I want to point off what I see there. That camera at the wharf is showing you a lot of lightning in the distance there, right? Now, that is from storms down across portions of southern Maryland. Those should stay down that way, but that's just how far you can see and how far the camera's able to look there, as you can really see really far in the distance from some of those sky cams. Thankfully, that's not anywhere close to the immediate D.C. area. In fact, I think most of those lightning strikes you're seeing are down across the eastern shore. Humidity is sticking around. It's not going anywhere despite the rain and the thunderstorms that we have out there today. It is still raining down there at the National Mall. That is Earth Cam for you, right across kind of the monument area, showing you where some of that thunderstorm activity is. 78 degrees right now in Washington, and we are seeing improving conditions slowly but steadily moving in from the west. So there you go. Now, dew points are up there, 68, feeling like 80 degrees at this hour. Across the rest of the area, temperatures mostly in the 70s. 75 Gaithersburg, 74 for Dulles. Winchester sitting at 73. Easton, Maryland, 78. Leonardtown, 73. Fredericksburg, Virginia, at 74. Much better feeling, though, compared to what it was earlier today when we did have those dew points up around 70, and that air temperature, of course, 102. A record breaker today here in Washington for the third day in a row. Now, D.C.'s actually kind of lucking out in terms of getting these fireworks up later in the evening tonight, as several of the bigger cities to our north, Philadelphia, got some severe weather through. New York City had some storms going just to their north. Boston, just south of them, they have some strong to severe thunderstorms. So it just wasn't us here in town that was dealing with the weather today. Now, I'll take you in nice and tight on Storm Tracker radar. And that lightning that we were seeing at the wharf camera, right? You got to go all the way down to St. Mary's County. That little cell just about to cross into southern portions of Calvert County, that's got a good deal of lightning with it. And that is the lightning that they were picking up on that wharf camera. Far away, but when the camera's pointed in the right direction, gives you a really good idea just how far you can see here in the D.C. region. We'll go in a little closer here and show you some of the damage reports that have been popping up across the D.C. region. As I mentioned before, D.C. got lucky. There were some powerful storms. Northern Maryland had an extremely strong thunderstorm. Destructive severe thunderstorm warning went up right around the Thurmont area up there in northern Frederick County, and widespread damage reports up that way. Even around the Baltimore metro area, a lot more damage reports than around Metro D.C. as they had several rounds of some pretty strong storm. I know BWI gusted to at least 60 miles per hour as some of those storms storms went through. That is the last thing you want with all the tents and everything up on the National Mall. So we did luck out in that category. But as close to us as northern Prince George's County there were several trees reported down from a severe thunderstorm that went by there earlier this afternoon. Down across southern Maryland, a few reports as well, but we are seeing improvement here. Now, we could do this all again tomorrow. As you see, as we head into the overnight hours, a pop-up shower storm can't be ruled out, but tomorrow generally starts off pretty quiet in that category. We get into the second half of the day with the sunshine, the heat, the humidity. Should not see 100 tomorrow, but it'll feel like it again with those heat index values getting over 100 degrees. And then in the afternoon and evening, we could see storms erupt once again. Some of these could be strong to severe and put down some very heavy downpours. So we'll be tracking, Jen will be in tracking everything for you that happens to fire tomorrow night. There's your 7-day forecast, and it'll be nice to see some 80s. I wish that I was telling you that it's going to be dry and comfortable 80s. That humidity, though, it is sticking around, even though we will have cooler temperatures to kind of balance things out. But that July humidity is going to be kind of stuck here for the foreseeable future. Angie?
All right. Thank you so much, Mike. And right now, we are giving you the sights and sounds across the country as we celebrate America's 250th. This coming to you live from the sky over Birmingham, Alabama. You can see a spectacular fireworks show. Weather obviously not impacting the scene there.
Oh, no doubt about that. When we come back, we'll take a look at some of the other celebrations across our region and much more, including a look at a Navy F-35C doing a maneuvering demonstration earlier tonight over the National Mall, all part of the celebrations for America's 250th. Stick around. We are back after this.
Well, all eyes on the National Mall where things did look a little dicey earlier when everybody was evacuated because of the weather.
The situation is turning around. We told you the show will go on. Josh Rosenthal down in the mall. He is now out of his secure, undisclosed location. He's live as the crowds try to get back through those security checkpoints because they all have to go back through it, Josh.
They do all have to go back through it, Jim. Yeah, this continues to be quite the July 4th. I'm going to explain to you where we are now. First, I'm going to kind of quickly run through how we got here because I think it's valuable context. Essentially, about 7 o'clock, us, everybody else, were told to leave the National Mall. We were in that big secure area. They say you got to get out of here because of severe weather. We end up at the Ronald Reagan building along with literally hundreds of other people. Others, meanwhile, are at IRS building, Department of Commerce, wherever. Then, eventually, hours go by. We get out of the Ronald Reagan building, which was not easy. It's not built for that many people to walk out at the same time, but we make it out. It's still raining. Everybody, this big group of people, goes to what we think is a security checkpoint at 14th and Constitution. We're waiting there. 5, 10, 20 minutes goes by. It all kinds of blends together at this point. A police officer gets on the loudspeaker and says, everybody has to go to 9th and Constitution. 5 blocks. 5 blocks, not that long when you're solo. It is kind of a long way when you've got this weather going on and you've got this many people. So we walk down here. That's roughly where we are now. Take a little stroll with me and watch your step there. Jesse Burkett Hall doing an amazing job, as always. Essentially, that back there is 9th and Pennsylvania. This up here, I believe right at that stoplight, is 9th and Constitution. To my right, just to give you a little perspective, that's DOJ. Right over there, over in this direction, that is the National Archives Museum. And all of these people, this sea of people, they're coming down here because this is where everybody has kind of been directed. Now, what we get and what everybody gets when we get down here, that remains to be seen because, remember, when we and everybody else got in here this morning, this is really tight security. The president is planning to speak here. We personally went through 3 different security checks. There's an initial one where we got sniffed by a Secret Service dog. Then there's a second one several blocks down where, as we pass the porta johns here on my left, there's another check where we had to get our media credentials scanned, and then a third one where it was like TSA style screening. It was like we were getting on a flight. So my point in relaying all this to you again is that if it is the same security process here that we had in the morning, and presumably it will be, Secret Service, this is more than likely going to take quite a bit of time. So that's where we're headed. Sir, how you holding up? Let me, if you don't mind me asking, I'm Josh, Channel 5.
Hi, Josh.
How you feeling right now?
I'm good.
You have elected to stay here, try to get back in, see the fireworks, hear the president?
To see the president. I'm from Switzerland.
Oh.
Bern, Switzerland. So it's also a very great country.
Well,
but I know America is a great country.
I've heard wonderful things about Switzerland. Take me through your thought process, because I'm sure a lot of people were like, hey, this is a lot. I've had enough. I'm going home. Why are you deciding to stick it out?
No, it's never enough.
Never enough?
No, never enough.
All right. I like your positive attitude.
Yes.
Have you heard anything about what this security checkpoint is like at this point? Because I saw you with your hands on your head.
No,
you didn't look like
my friend is not following me, and now he has a gun. Where is he?
Well,
he just took a photograph.
A lot of turnover here, a lot of doors to choose from here. So I hope you find him.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you for your time, and good luck with getting through. Thank you. We need it. Thank you, sir. Have a good one. All right, follow me. Just one more minute, guys. Not even. I just want to leave you with a look at what people are dealing with out here. You see over there, okay, so this is kind of what we saw this morning. I know it's going to be hard to see, but there are fences up. So basically, this is what we've seen. You get into these lines, and then they kind of just like circle you through a bunch of different roads, twists and turns. They're going to end up walking several blocks, and happy Independence Day to you too. Everybody is hoping to make it in. We're going to see what happens. Stand by. Update coming your way, 11 o'clock. For now, guys.
Yeah.
Back to you.
I think a lot of people are going to be standing by.
Yeah, and we're still waiting to hear. Again, things are on track right now for the president to speak at 11 and the fireworks to follow, but that's all subject to change. In the meantime, D.C. is making the best of Independence Day despite the heat and the rain. There was a big parade on Capitol Hill today. Of course, the Independence Day parade over near the mall was canceled, but the parade went on as scheduled on 8th Street and Virginia Avenue this morning.
This is a great tradition on Capitol Hill. You see families, you see little kids. A lot of people will leave here and go to the baseball game in Nats Park. So we celebrate all of our beautiful neighborhoods in D.C., and these are great traditions.
I'm just so humbled, so grateful, and this is one of the parades I love the most, Capitol Hill, one of the most long-standing, so just an amazing community.
As we go down to shorts and everything, I want to make sure that the students are still safe and everything. We don't want to get them like overheated or overexerted, so we always have like like a summer attire.
Yeah, a good time is that.
Yes, it's a perfect time for it.
So you came from Florida, all the way from Florida for the big parade, and you said, you know what, we're going to get a parade anyways.
That's correct. Yeah. We found out about this one this morning, so we took little scooters over here and having a great time.
Happy 4th of July.
You know, actually, some of the bands that were supposed to take part in the other parade were invited to take part in the Capitol Hill parade, and many of them did just that.
George Washington's home, Mount Vernon, today celebrating the 250th in one of the most American ways possible with a ceremony naturalizing 150 people as American citizens. People from around the world taking the oath of citizenship on the Bowling Green and becoming part of the American story.
It is an incredible moment. It's sort of like the past, present, and future all coming together here. Mount Vernon preserves the past. We're making history right now today as these new citizens come in, and they're the future. I mean, it's their children and their descendants that are going to continue to keep this country free going forward.
The ceremony was followed by a flyover and some daytime fireworks over the Potomac. All right, still ahead, everybody. 4th of July celebrations are wrapping up across the DMV and also starting a little bit later thanks to the weather.
But before we go to break, here's a look at the new Air Force One that was flying over the National Mall today. This actually happened after they started to evacuate the National Mall, but they continued with the fly-through from that brand new jet, which was gifted to President Trump from the government of Qatar. It's all part of Independence Day celebrations. The new plane made its inaugural flight on Wednesday. And we're back right now. It's 10:30 on Fox 5. You are taking a look at President Trump. He's in a holding area right now. He has made his way from the White House down towards the National Mall, getting ready to address the nation. The speech set to take place at 11 o'clock tonight at the Lincoln Memorial. And after the speech, we will see the fireworks. That big display is set to take place after the president wraps up a speech, whenever that may be.
Yeah, we heard his statement from Freedom 250 earlier, and they said, hey, we as Americans have met every challenge for 250 years, and we're not going to let rain stop us now. So many people, thousands of people came out for this special occasion, and they are going to get the show that they came from. Now a live look from across Fox 5, Skycam Network, a historic holiday to say the least. Heat has also been very historic, and now some severe weather still impacting parts of the region. And Mike, You've been tracking it all.
Yeah, President didn't get the memo that you're supposed to be watching Fox Local right now to
I was
help
wondering
out, right?
that, yeah.
Right? As we track the latest in the rain that's moving across, and it's just about done now across the National Mall out there. As we look live outside some of our sky cams, including that one at the wharf, where you can see the lightning in the distance, but you can also see a lot of fireworks as folks across our region celebrate the big birthday today, America 250 across the D.C. region. 102 degrees. Almost fitting for this historic birthday that we should do weather history on it as well. It was the hottest 4th of July in D.C. history, at least as far back as our records go. They go back to 1872, so not all the way to the founding, but as far back as we can possibly look. And incredible amounts of heat and humidity this afternoon here in Washington. All 3 airports, by the way, did hit records today. So it wasn't just D.C., but the entire area was dealing with record heat. That is a live look from EarthCam facing the monument, which is all aglow right now as the festivities continue downtown. And we'll wait and watch this one in the hours ahead as we get you prepared for that fireworks show expected to happen late tonight. D.C. still reporting some rain at 79 degrees, Dallas 74, Baltimore 76. I bet you all those folks filing back into the mall probably enjoying temperatures a lot more right now as opposed to when they left the mall a few hours ago. As we look at satellite and radar, big picture showing you very active radar today. It wasn't just us, but much of the Northeast and the Mid-Atlantic was dealing with multiple rounds of rain and thunderstorms. The lightning we could see on that camera, this cell now exiting southern portions of Calvert County, that's pushing over the bay right now, but it had a lot of lightning with it, and so bright was it that we could see it from our sky cam here in Washington. And now look, raindrops still coming down the National Mall, but you can see it's minutes away from wrapping up there downtown D.C. So from that point forward, I suspect that we'll stay dry. There is 1 or 2 more rain showers that tried to get their act together, southern Frederick County, northern Montgomery County, but those are already starting to fizzle out, so those shouldn't interfere with festivities all that much. As we head into the evening hours tonight, everything settles up. It's quieter during the overnight hours, and then we get you ready for another chance for some showers and thunderstorms tomorrow. We'll take you through that timing, show you that 7-day again, coming up in just a few more minutes here. Angie and Jim.
Thank you so much, Mike. Still to come, birthday celebrations for America wrapping up across the DMV. But we know that the weather is impacting the plans. And again, President Trump set to speak in a little less than half an hour now at 11.
And as we had to break, let's take a look at this. The Air Force's... what are we... Oh, no. We're going to go to Kaylin Norwood. She's in Fairfax. Hey, Kaylin, I know we were hemming and hawing there for a second. They were able to get the show on as planned in Fairfax.
Yeah, hey guys, things are starting to clear up here. The fireworks did go on as the city promised that they would, despite all odds. I was just talking with the mayor a little bit ago, and she was saying it was the wind that was the biggest concern, not even the rain. And as soon as that wind calmed down, they did move forward with those fireworks, despite a few delays in that timing. But it's a happy crowd here. They got to see this huge, stunning display. Folks are now enjoying the after fireworks display concert. And I have these ladies joining me now. They're here for the concert and the fireworks. Okay, so what did you guys think about the fireworks this year?
I definitely thought, since it was a 2050 year, I thought it was way more special this year. Like, it made it more brighter and illuminate. I really liked the fireworks this year.
What did you think?
They were amazing. It was so beautiful to see. It was so worth waiting. And being on the rain, we sat here the whole time while it was raining, but it was so worth waiting. Like, it was incredible. The lights, they're so big too. It was amazing. The pictures are amazing too.
Yes, they were. God bless this whole thing. It was so good. It was so beautiful. We could almost feel it was 3D. It was coming to us. It was beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, at one point, though, they did open up the school because it was raining so hard. You guys decided not to go to the school to stick around.
No, we were scared we were going to miss the fireworks, so we just decided to stay out here.
Yeah. What's the point of going inside? Like, you only live once. It was raining. It was great. We got so bummed. That's what made it special.
Y'all take cover at least at something.
We had umbrellas.
Yeah.
2 umbrellas for 4. We had 2 umbrellas, but as soon as we saw the fireworks, boom, we like blew them away.
All right, what was your favorite part part? Obviously, they did something a little extra with the 250th. Any favorites here?
Definitely the spiral fireworks. Those impressed me. I just said keep them coming. It was beautiful. I couldn't with those fireworks. Then they were going everywhere. I loved them.
The free water bottles. We were concerned about the water since it's really hot. We're concerned they're going to have some water, and it was beautiful. The free water bottles were so good. The water that they had accessible for everything, it was so good. Yes.
All right, and I know this was your first time.
Yes.
Will you be back next year as a club?
Absolutely.
All right, guys, you hear it here. These girls are very happy with the fireworks display. I heard a lot of chanting and cheering as people were watching them live. And again, people are looking to come back next year for 251st fireworks. So we'll have to see about that. I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Caitlin, thank you. Let's go to Laurel right now, where it was touch and go for a while, but they are wrapping up their 4th of July celebrations.
Yeah, and that's where we're checking back in with our friend Sharon Roget. She's at Granville Goody Park with an update for us. So it seems a lot quieter out there.
Oh, a lot quieter, Jim and Angie. Yes, basically everyone has cleared the area. It was quite a day here in Laurel. I mean, a lot of disappointment, too. This is one of the biggest fireworks shows in the region. So at first, there was a lot of anxiety when the Independence Day parade got canceled. And then the festivities started, and it was really quite beautiful. But then that was canceled. But the saving grace was that the fireworks went on. And we have a look for you here. It was spectacular. The fireworks show continued throughout the night. It was about a 30-minute program, and everyone seemed to be eyes to the sky, even though there was some delay in the fireworks show. It was really quite the program. The celebration earlier today started here at Granville Goody Park as food vendors opened for business. Carnival rides began welcoming families, and then we had a cover band Oracle that kept the crowd entertained. But again, just a couple hours into the festivities, lightning and severe weather moved into the area, prompting organizers to pause the event, asking people to take shelter. Short time later, the decision was made to cancel the remaining of the celebration. But again, the festivities and the fireworks was really the highlight. And when I spoke to folks at the end of the night, I said, was it worth it? Are you disappointed? And while they were disappointed that the day went the way that it did, the fireworks did not disappoint. Multiple people told me this was the best fireworks they have seen, and Laurel always comes through. So that was really a highlight for everyone. And, you know, this is something that takes months of preparation. They're hoping next year severe weather between the heat and lightning doesn't impact it the way that it did today. Guys.
Yeah, well, we're glad that that show still was able to go on up and above. Thank you so much, Sharon, for keeping us updated. Meanwhile, we're about 20 minutes away from President Trump talking at the National Mall. We hear that that show's going on as well tonight, despite the rain.
As we head to break, let's take a look at the Air Force's elite Thunderbird Squadron wowing the crowd at the mall today as part of what seemed like never-ending flyovers on this 4th of July. Unfortunately, they had to cancel the last batch because of that severe weather that moved through the area. We're back after this.
Back to the kitchen, talking to the driver about his wife and his children on a run from a country where they put you in prison for being.
one. We're about 19 minutes away from when President Trump is expected to speak and address the nation. There he is talking with, I could see Homeland Security Secretary Markwayne Mullin there, Todd Blanche, the acting Attorney General, in the salmon-colored jacket there. They're getting ready for the president to speak over near the Lincoln Memorial coming up in just a little bit. After the speech, that's when we're expected to see the fireworks display coming up a little bit later, with 850,000 shells expected to launch as part of that fireworks display, which will invariably likely go into July 5th for what that's worth.
They wanted it to go into the record books, right?
Well, they're certainly not July 5th is sort of unprecedented when you talk about massive fireworks displays. But maybe there were some that, were delayed or canceled for one reason or another. By the way, all the excitement on the mall today was not just for America's 250th. That's because the World Cup round of 16 got underway. The FIFA Fan Zone active once again. 2 matches to take in. First, it was Morocco taking down Canada. And, of course, while that was going on, there were flyovers happening. France and Paraguay happened a little bit later on in the afternoon. I'd love to tell you who won that match, but it's not in there right now, and we've been very busy here at Fox 5 today. Anybody want to tell me? France won. Thank you. Of course, the U.S. plays Belgium on Monday, a match you can watch at 8 o'clock right here on Fox 5.
All right. Well, Vice President J.D. Vance making a stop at New York's harbor today. He delivered remarks aboard the USS Kearsarge. This is a massive assault ship now docked in part for Sail 250 celebrations.
Today, we celebrate 250 years of America, facing the future without fear. We celebrate 250 years of proving what a free people can achieve by the providence of our almighty Creator.
The Kearsarge played a key role in the nation's military history and humanitarian efforts. And take a look at this. This is from earlier today, D.C.'s 60th annual Palisades parade and picnic. It went on in Northwest. About 75 different groups marched, displaying a diverse tapestry of what it means to be an American. We're talking about everything from the typical stars and stripes to this beautiful Bolivian dancers. It's a cherished community tradition that has really brought people together for generations.
Well, we didn't know what to expect, right? With the heat index being so high, a close friend was going to come with his friend for the first time, and they bowed out because of that. But much to my surprise, we had a number of people tell me that they came because the main parade on Constitution Avenue had been canceled. I was very impressed at the turnout.
Organizers say the shade along the parade route actually made a big difference today, I could imagine. Well, still to come, everybody, America's 250th anniversary. We know that a lot of things have already wrapped up here in the DMV, but on the National Mall, they're just getting started thanks to those weather delays. President Trump expected to speak in about 15 minutes. And we're going to send you a break with a look at this flyover from earlier featuring the U.S. Marine Corps. No, we're not. Actually, we're going to look at fireworks. Where are these coming from, guys? Fort Worth. Fort Worth, Texas. Fireworks display. Enjoy. Well, one of the only cities in the DMV older than America is celebrating its role in shaping the revolution.
Alexandria predates America by nearly 30 years. The city's inviting people in town for America 250 to check out the city George Washington called home.
He was a neighbor, a civic leader, and a businessman here in the city of Alexandria. These are the streets where some of the very ideals for our country and for his presidency were shaped.
Alexandria doesn't allow fireworks, but it's having its own big party on July 11th, celebrating its 277th birthday. The world's largest operating steam train chugging its way into Philadelphia for Independence Day. Big Boy is on a nationwide tour after renovations, but it's stopping in Philly, where both the Declaration of Independence and Constitution were drafted and signed. The historic locomotive took off from Cheyenne, Wyoming in May. It has drawn tens of thousands of fans on its journey.
All right, let's take a live look from our Fox 5 Skycam, shall we? A live look at the stacks right now. It looks like things have cleared out quite a bit. I mean, I'm not seeing too much as far as lightning out this way, but we know that that could always change.
Mike Thomas has the final word on that. He's here now in studio.
All right, and that camera facing to the west is the camera behind you that's facing down to the east, where we've seen some lightning in the far distance. But the good news is that stuff is heading away from us here in Washington. We've calmed things down, and the sky should stay that way here in D.C. for the remainder of the night. Tomorrow, 90s are back. Thankfully, no 100s expected, at least not in downtown Washington tomorrow. Humidity, though, going to be just as high as it was this afternoon. It will still feel like 100 degrees. And then tomorrow afternoon and evening, we have another chance for some of these storms to fire up, and they could be severe as well. And that threat's going to kind of linger through the front half of next week, as while temperatures will start falling back to about average levels, humidity is going to stay high, and unfortunately, it looks like it's going to stay high for much of next week. We look at temperatures right now: 75 Gaithersburg, 76 Baltimore, 70 Annapolis, Leonardtown sitting at 72 now. Rain still coming down across southern Maryland at this hour. Dulles 74, Hagerstown 74, Cumberland 79. These actually the lowest temperatures in many locations that they have been all day, as many of us in the region started the day in the middle 80s. DC started again at 84 degrees this morning, and then we went up to 102 to break a record here on this 4th of July. Satellite radar has been active across the Northeast and Mid-Atlantic. Every severe thunderstorm watch, though, has been dropped for the remainder of the evening here. And as we zoom in on Storm Tracker radar, you'll see around the immediate D.C. area that things for the moment are coming down. Now, I notice there in the eastern portions, extreme eastern portions of Prince William County, a couple more showers trying to flare on up. Those should push eastward, though, and avoid us here in the district. And the lightning that we've occasionally seen on Skycam, that cell pushed over the Potomac and really kind of fizzled out pretty quick on Potomac, Chesapeake Bay there, and fizzled out rather quickly as it had done so. There it is. That one right there has now gone as it's moved off the coast where Prince Frederick is in Calvert County there. There's downtown D.C., and you see the rain has now subsided, and things are looking pretty good here ahead of the president's words, followed by hopefully a spectacular fireworks show down there in the nation's capital. Been watching northern Montgomery County. There's been one or two showers that have tried to pop up. They've mostly fizzled away, but near Damascus, there's probably some raindrops coming down on top of your head at the moment. Those should not last all that long. Futurecast suggests a quieter overnight ahead for us here in D.C. Starting tomorrow off with a mixture of clouds and sunshine. As mentioned before, it'll be another hot and humid day. Into the low to mid-90s we'll go. It'll feel like the hundreds, and then there you go. We get towards the early evening hours once again. Some of those storms are going to start to fire, and few of those can have some very heavy downpours and maybe some gusty winds as well. So we'll keep our guard up through tomorrow evening here in Washington before we sort of do it again on Monday. Not going to be as hot, but as I mentioned, very humid still. And by Monday afternoon, we're bringing the threat for some showers and some thunderstorms back into the D.C. region. We had an enhanced risk of severe weather today. That's a level 3 of 5. Tomorrow, a slight risk across the D.C. region. I don't think we're going to see quite as many severe storms on radar as we did today, but I do think some of them are going to have some very heavy downpours with them and some frequent lightning as well. We're calling for 96 here in D.C. It's still going to feel like 104, 105. They haven't issued heat advisories just yet, but it wouldn't shock me at all to see one more day of heat advisories here in D.C. Ahead of tomorrow's hot temperatures. By Monday, temperature just 87 degrees. However, as mentioned before, that'll be a very humid 87, and showers and thunderstorms will likely grace part of the region, part of our skies, as we head into Monday afternoon. 104, that's where the heat index peaks tomorrow, according to our futurecast here in D.C., so please take proper precautions. And then, of course, if you want to sit inside and take a break after all the festivities today, on Fox 5, the round of 16 does continue. Two big games, Brazil and Norway playing up in, well, let's just call it New York, 4 o'clock on Sunday afternoon. Then at 8 o'clock, Mexico will take on England. Now, both these stadiums are outdoor stadiums, and while temperatures won't be as extreme, both locations may have to deal with some weather, particularly that New York location. They could have some thunderstorms up there that they have to guard from tomorrow, both afternoon and evening then in Mexico City. 96 degrees tomorrow, temps then in the 80s, but humidity does stick around. 90s are back towards the end of next week. But hey, at least there's no more triple digits on that 7-day forecast. Jim?
You know, people in New Jersey are going to be very mad at you.
Yeah, probably.
All right. Let's give you a look at the Eiffel Tower. 250 years after they helped America gain independence, France is lighting up the iconic Eiffel Tower with a sign celebrating America's 250th birthday. Yes, at first when we heard it was lit up in red, white, and blue, we said, hey, those are the colors of the French flag, right? The USA gave it away. Versailles and the country's national archives are also hosting programs dedicated to the French-American friendship. Do you know there's a town that I spent a lot of time in growing up called North Versailles? It was spelled Versailles. Yeah, we're very cultured there in Pennsylvania.
I know.
Versailles.
They always spell it differently. You know, we have Norfolk here.
Yeah.
In Nebraska, it's spelled the same way, but you pronounce it Norfolk.
That's right.
The L is like an R, yeah. Okay, Romania is similarly lighting up Bucharest in red, white, and blue for America 250. The Romanian, oh God, Jim.
Athenaeum.
Okay, thank you. Athenaeum, sorry, I don't speak Romanian. The Romanian...
It's not Romanian, that's Latin.
Whatever. Okay. The Romanian National Opera, and it's America 250, people. Okay, National Opera and the U.S. Embassy displaying America's colors and Freedom 250 signs. Some government buildings are also lit up for the celebration of Romania's friendship with us. So that's nice.
I want to take you down to the Navy Yard today. A 21-gun salute, the loud round. Can we hear them? Let's listen in for a second here. All right, well, there you go. That was happened around noon, marking America's 250th birthday. The salute is the highest mark of military honor and respect. It is traditionally rendered to heads of state, foreign dignitaries, and national flags. It's also fired on national holidays like the 4th of July. So to come, it's been a celebration 250 years in the making, and we're expected to hear from President Trump in about 10 minutes.
And in the meantime, we want you to feast your eyes on more fireworks. They say everything's big in Texas. Here's a live look from Fort Worth, Texas, as they light up the sky for America's 250th celebrations out that way, out west. This is what's happening across our nation tonight. Stay with us. More to come. Okay, this is a cool look, cool view, I should say. Look inside an F-22 Raptor jet, barrel rolling and other high-performance moves right above the National Mall. What a view of D.C. The U.S. Air Force among many elite teams showcasing their skills, and it comes from Friday's rehearsal. Wow, I would be so sick if I did that.
Have you ever done one of those?
Not those. No. I've gone in the helicopters,
yeah.
And that alone.